She is clearly the supreme mother of dragons, ruling over countless dragon subjects. Yet she pretended to be a weak girl about to be violated by bandits, just to trick me, a pure little demon king, into saving her. Even though she cried piteously, I wasn't moved at all, because once lured into that cave, she would have finished me off instantly. I originally became the 666th Demon King of this continent because everyone knows the Demon King is destined to be defeated by the hero. So I decided to quit being the Demon King. I want to seize the strongest empire and become their king 20 years before the hero is even born. I brought my noble wishes to the human world, only to be treated like a country bumpkin by patrol soldiers. While I wondered if they were talking to me, they pointed their spears my way. I pondered for a moment, then smiled and introduced myself as Dios. As soon as I spoke, a burly knight stepped forward and criticized. Arrogant brat, how dare you use the name of an ancient god? Don't you know this is the capital of the wider kingdom? I felt a bit confused. Is the wider kingdom that impressive? Can they let me be king? Knight couldn't believe I could say such treasonous words. He drew his weapon and pointed it straight at my head. But only a cold glint flashed in my eyes. The next second, the knight's head immediately exploded, and he died. The soldier standing next to him was stunned, but right after that, his head exploded too. Those who intended to resist didn't even have time to draw their weapons before collapsing at my feet. I hung the corpses of all the soldiers upside down. Meanwhile, my voice echoed throughout the capital. Humans, welcome your new king. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire royal palace, and all the soldiers rushed toward the main gate. But when they saw my figure, they were all horrified. This moment, I was like a demon returning from hell. Wherever I went, corpses were strewn everywhere. In just a moment, only one holy knight remained, struggling to hold his ground. I looked at him with interest. He was muttering something. O creator of the world, grant me the power to destroy the darkness. A beam of divine light descended upon him. He raised his holy sword and unleashed his strongest strike at me. Terrifying energy immediately enveloped the entire castle. However, right after that, the holy knight's face showed pure horror. Because with just a gentle squeeze, I blocked his attack. Don't mention gods in front of me, I said, appearing right behind him. At the same time, I held a heart tightly in my hand. Thus, the holy knight collapsed at my feet in absolute terror. Next, I entered the final grand hall, where knights were protecting the king with their lives. Sitting on the throne, he looked at me with a grim face. Who are you? Are you the master of this kingdom? Let's have a proper talk. But before I could finish, a soldier foolishly interrupted me. How dare you address His Majesty directly? I simply snapped my fingers, and these small fry died instantly on the spot. The knights were so scared they wet themselves. I leaped high into the air, and a pair of black wings appeared behind my back. A moment later, I was in front of the king. Now can we talk properly? The king was terrified. I can give you anything you want. I casually told him to hand the kingdom over to me. However, the king screamed in rage. Anything but this, I can give you anything else. I casually scratched my ear. If not, I'll kill you, and after wiping out your family, this kingdom will still be mine. As soon as I finished, the king's face looked easily swayed. I see you want my daughter? Absolutely not. She is the pride of the human continent, the flower of the royal house. However, I didn't care at all. I didn't even know he had a daughter. I don't want your daughter. I want the throne. Hearing this, the king grew even angrier. Why do you want to take what doesn't belong to you? I said coldly. So, did these things originally belong to you? The king still wanted to argue. This kingdom naturally belongs to the royal family, but I gave him no chance to retort. Didn't your ancestors also steal it from someone else? You've enjoyed a luxurious life in this position for decades. Now I'm taking it. King roared. The Holy Imperial Court will not let you get away with this. I sneered. What even is the Holy Imperial Court? Forget about it. As soon as I spoke, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from me. It immediately enveloped the entire palace, turning everything around into ruins. Watching the king turn to ash, I didn't sense even a trace of pure blood from him. I looked up at the sky with slight disappointment. Is this the strength of humanity? It seems they weren't prepared at all. But thinking about it, it makes sense. I awakened 20 years early, so the hero hasn't appeared yet. It turns out that on this continent, the war between the Demon King and humanity has lasted for 66,580 years. Although the Demon King fails every time, a new one is reborn every 100 years. Yet despite that, a hero always suddenly appears and defeats the Demon King. As for me, the 666th Demon King, after learning from previous generations, I awakened 20 years early specifically to end it all. Let time witness how I destroy this world. Just then, a beautiful figure ran in. She looked at me with tearful eyes, her face full of sorrow. Who are you? What have you done to my father? I was a bit confused before remembering she was the king's daughter. Ado, the king is dead. I will marry you and inherit the throne. Hearing that her father was dead, Ado stared at me in disbelief. But before she could say anything, I simply snapped my fingers. Ado froze and then knelt. This humble body is yours, please take me. I leaped in front of her and gently lifted her chin. From now on, you will be the first human who belongs to me. But right then, I said coldly, stop peeking before I gouge your eyes out. Come out. That moment, the void trembled, and a figure slowly emerged from a rift. As expected of my lord, your loyal servant, Aries, greets the Lord. Seeing him, I wasn't surprised. You served my father before? Why did you follow me here? Aries replied respectfully. The Lord's body was bestowed by the previous demon king, so my only current master is you. I waved my hand and told him to get lost. I wasn't going back to the demon realm. Unexpectedly, Aries smiled and agreed without hesitation, telling me to do as I pleased. I found it extremely strange. Aries pointed at the human princess in front of us. Isn't my lord planning to sow his seeds in this woman? I didn't expect the child who was just toddling yesterday to already be interested in women. Looking at Aries' cheesy face, I just wanted to devour him. I declared to him again, I'm not being the demon king anymore. I want to be an ordinary person. Aries wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at me with an adoring expression. Do whatever you wish, but his words made me suspect he had some scheme. Helpless, Aries had to ask me, is there a special reason you attacked this country? Was it because they invaded our territory or because they were greedy for the demon realm's treasures? But I hadn't really thought that far. I just thought being a human king wouldn't be bad. Unexpectedly, Aries was overjoyed. As expected of our demon king, you came to the human realm not only to seize the largest kingdom but also to kill their king. You even want to marry the princess and pose as a commoner. Even a high-ranking demon like me wouldn't dare imagine such a thing. With such deep strategy, you were truly born to be the demon king. But rest assured, even if you abandon us, I will take your son back to the demon realm and raise him to be the demon king. In 20 years, he will take your place as the 666th demon king to descend upon the world. Hearing these words, I was momentarily speechless. Then I turned to look at the human princess beside me. Extremely lucky to have escaped that fate. I'm only 80 years old, in the prime of my youth, and I almost became a father. But suddenly, my expression changed. A massive wave of energy erupted from my mouth, rushing toward Aries. Terrifying energy leveled the mountain range for 100 miles ahead. But I didn't intend to kill Aries, only to vent my inner frustration. I almost fell into a human trap. Tell me about things like this sooner next time. Aries was frozen stiff by my action. That terrifying strike made him realize I was different from previous demon kings. Perhaps we really can win this time, but then he turned to remind me. Isn't becoming a king a bit too conspicuous? Then I'll become a protector of justice. No one will suspect the hero's companion is actually the demon king. Let that stupid hero fight the battles while I quietly profit from the back. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm a genius, but Aries almost fainted. It urged me to snap out of it. Without a demon king, there is no hero, so how can you be the hero's companion? But I didn't care anymore. I leaped away and told Aries to come find the hero with me. At the same time, everything happening around me was being watched by a mysterious person. This 666th demon king seems to be a defective product. Not only is his status low, but his intelligence is also very poor. It seems my opportunity has arrived. This person was the supreme mother of 10,000 dragons. Not long after, I sat comfortably in a carriage, admiring the scenery along the road. But Aries was a bit doubtful. Why don't we fly instead of sitting slowly in a carriage? I said to him impatiently. Wouldn't flying just tell everyone we're demons? Aries pointed at the castle and questioned me. You've burned the castle to that extent. Who doesn't know you're a demon? I pretended not to hear anything. Aries was also confused as to why his master didn't want to be the hero but wanted to be the hero's companion. Because as a companion, it doesn't matter if you don't have the bloodline. We just need to find a fool to be the vanguard, and we can stay in the back counting money. It turns out the heroes of this world are also ranked. First is S rank. At the top are those who can kill dragons, known as dragon slayers. Next is G rank, the giant slayers. Then there is L rank, the water demon slayers. As for ranks A, B, and C, they are decided by the Holy Imperial Court's Hero Management Bureau. Additionally, there is the most trashy kind, F rank, known as the defective rank. receive no support from nobles and no love from the people, like rotten vegetables that can be thrown away at any time. However, there is something more important for a hero than rank, and that is the bloodline. 66,580 years ago, the first savior of humanity, the hero and the saintess, killed the first demon king, and their descendants spread across the world. Through many generations, the purer the remaining bloodline in the families, the stronger their spiritual power. Every 100 years, the hero with the purest bloodline will appear to fight the demon king. Hearing this, I wasn't interested at all. It was because of this damn war that I was trapped in an egg for 80 years. Now I just want to hide behind the hero and live peacefully as a wealthy man. Then, a butterfly flew over my head. Following that, a gentle breeze blew through my hair. Warm sunlight shining on me felt incredibly pleasant. Everything in the human world is so beautiful. I should have stayed in that egg for another 20 years and been destroyed by the hero the moment I first set foot on this land. But now that I've escaped, perhaps this is the wise choice. At this time, Dios was very leisurely walking down the road, happily singing, "Oh, Mr. Hero, our gullible Mr. Hero, where could you be? If you don't want to die, then show yourself. Stupid Mr. Hero, let him do all the heavy lifting." Walking every path without any fatigue, he continued happily with his own song. "Our gullible Mr. Hero, you shouldn't have fought the Demon King. Oh, the Demon King is gone." Aries, sitting in the front, couldn't listen anymore and called out, "My lord!" But Dios didn't seem to hear, only stopping his song to yawn. Seeing this, he had to call out again, "My lord!" Only on the second call did he hear and reply. Having been answered, Aries dared to voice his frustration. "Why must we take a carriage when we can fly? It's so troublesome." Being asked such a silly question, Dios explained with a bit of anger, "What? Hey, you idiot! Do you plan on letting the whole world know you're a demon?" He fell silent, thinking for a moment at this answer, then turned to point at the castle and mocked, "You're so worried, yet you turned the whole castle into that?" Despite the criticism, Dios didn't care, lying back and yawning as if nothing happened. "Ah, whatever. It's burning anyway." Knowing he couldn't win that argument, he switched to another question. "By the way, do you plan to become the hero or the hero's companion?" Dios became excited and answered happily, "That's right. They say you don't need the bloodline to be a companion. I just want to live the life of the top 2% of the world's wealthiest by going to the front lines to kill monsters." Hearing him so carefree, Aries was a bit worried. Even if you become the hero's companion, it will be very difficult to be in that top 2% group. He knew the difficulties ahead but still hoped he would change his mind. The former Demon King and one of the 7 strongest demons are here, so what's there to worry about? A hero could kill a dragon like a chicken if we help him a bit. "I thought you wanted to become human. Are you going to use magic?" However, facing Aries' concerns, Dios remained firm. "Why wouldn't I use what I have, you idiot? That's why you lost 665 times. He thought for a moment and asked back, "Anyway, that gullible guy. Do heroes have a hierarchy system?" Aries immediately replied, "Yes, they have a ranking system." Dios didn't quite understand and asked, "A hierarchy like rank A or rank B?" Seeing that just saying yes was confusing, he explained further. "Something like that. First is rank D, the Dragon Slayer." He was puzzled. "Rank D," Aries explained. "It means those are people who can slay dragons." Dios found it interesting. "Is that like a title they get after killing a dragon?" His gaze turned serious as he spoke. "No. Currently, dragons are neutral between humans and demons. Dragons only attack villages in old stories, meaning those heroes possess sufficient strength." He also pointed out other difficulties. Next is rank G, the Giant Slayer, those who can fight against a giant. Dios was curious to learn more. Rank G, then what's next? Aries did not disappoint him and explained further. Rank L, the Lich Slayer, someone who can kill a lich. Dios heard more trouble but still wanted to learn. "Why are there so many? Any more?" He didn't want to talk more about the trouble and just said, "After that, it's just like the alphabet." After hearing that, Dios was a bit disdainful. "They just name them whatever they want. Why are the rest so dull?" To this unanswered question, Aries didn't know what to say. "I don't know. The Hero Management Bureau decides that." But he also gave a warning about another rank. Finally, there's rank F. They are considered defective products. If they were food, they would be the spoiled goods that couldn't be sold. They just lie on the ground and rot. Dios pondered this rank. Defective products. Huh? That's sad. Aries also offered a suggestion. You can get more help from nobles higher than you, or gain status in the country. He didn't leave out the bad outcomes. Those who fail not only receive no funding, but they are also the ones people hope will disappear. Hearing this from Aries, Dios had a different view of this world. The human world is quite cruel, isn't it? Those were nothing compared to what he was about to say. However, there is something even more important than hero ranks, and that is bloodline. Dios had some experience in this area. I heard that the purer the blood, the stronger they are. Aries clarified the origin. Yes, the first ones to save the world 66,580 years ago were two saviors, the hero and the saintess. Their children, and their children's children. Just like that, their descendants continued to maintain the lineage. Next, he explained to clarify, holy blood. They measure how much of that blood remains within the families. The purer the blood, the stronger the aura they can use. The person with the purest blood will become the hero. They fought the generals and won 665 times. Dios was curious. So using blood purity as a measure, whoever has purer blood gets a higher rank? To this difficult question, Aries relied on the origin. There are exceptions, but usually the purer the blood, the stronger they are. Dios was still confused and hadn't found an answer. What does pure or impure blood have to do with anything? Sounds like a blood spoon system. I was stuck in an egg for 80 years because of that war. Aries tensely reminded him. Everyone takes it very seriously, putting their lives and pride on the line. At this point, Dios was tired of the focus and dismissed it. Tisk, whatever. Hearing this, he didn't know what to say and just stayed silent. Then Dios firmly concluded. In the end, the hero and the demon king will fight each other. People have been fighting for 60,000 years just because of that saying. He also understood what that saying meant, because it's a promise. But Dios wondered very relaxedly, can't they just live a normal life? Suddenly, he saw something strange in the sky and asked, Aries, what is that? There's something fluttering over there. Aries turned back to see him playing happily. That is a butterfly. Dios was very surprised by this new thing. A butterfly? But just then, a cold wind blew, making the butterfly fly away, leaving him in regret. Butterfly! He curiously turned back to ask Aries. What was that? That thing that just blew past and messed up my hair. Aries was calm. Wind. Understanding what it was, he wanted to learn more. Then what is that thing up there? The thing that's been floating over our heads for a while now. He raised his hand toward the harsh sunlight and wondered. That round thing that makes my eyes hurt when I look straight at it. He also glanced up and said calmly, that is the sun. Not stopping there, Dios quietly sniffed the surroundings and felt it. What is this sweet scent? It makes my heart flutter. Aries also joined in. That is the scent of spring. After hearing the answer, Dios understood more. The scent of spring? Aries, you've lived a long time, haven't you? Unexpectedly, his tone dropped. Yes, I was born after the first battle. Because we 7 dukes were born in the demon realm. Dios became a bit pensive about life. So since the first battle, you've come here once every 100 years. It must be wonderful. This place called the surface. At these words, Aries paused and looked back at Dios, recounting the miserable life. The former demon king probably never got to feel things like this. If everything went according to plan, I would have been stuck for over 2 centuries before setting foot on the surface. My fate would be to die at the hands of a hero I've never met. Luckily, I ran away. Then he gave a happy smile. The demon king is a job that should disappear. Don't you agree? Aries heard this question and was pensive, not answering. Seeing that, Dios lazily lay down to sleep. Tisk, whatever, I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we arrive. I'm just saying this as a precaution. But if you take me back to the demon realm, we'll both die. Aries seemed to understand everything and replied. Yes, my lord. After a long time, the wheels stopped turning and Aries called Dios. My lord, we have arrived. He woke up groggily. Huh? We're here. He immediately described the surroundings. This is the place you described. A small trading post outside the military zone. A peaceful country village called Zoric. Hearing the name, he thought for a bit while still sleepy. Zoric, not bad. Then Dios checked the situation. What about the heroes? Aries had scouted the information long ago. Only 2 families. 1 rank G family and 1 defective family. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved and looked around. It seems there isn't a single rank D family here, he explained. If there were a rank D at every castle, our demon army would never dare to set foot on the surface. He was a bit disdainful. Is rank D that strong? He replied without hesitation. Yes. Dios scoffed at the strength. Teske, cowards. Suddenly, there was hot gossip outside. Did you hear? Trial Castle was attacked by a dragon. How could it do that? I heard they haven't caught the dragon yet, so don't go near there. I heard about it too, they say half the castle was burned down. Haven't dragons been extinct for a long time? Is the age of dragons returning? If so, that's terrible. After hearing the story, he turned to ask Aries, "Hey, I thought dragons were neutral?" Aries himself didn't know. "I thought so too. The last time I was on the surface was 80 years ago, so something must have happened during that time." On the other side, the villagers urgently prompted, "We should quickly notify St. Marxius and ask them to send us a rank D hero." Meanwhile, Aries led Dios to a grand hotel. "Sir, this is the best hotel nearby. Let's stay here." Dios looked around and accepted. "This is a hotel? TSK, no other choice. Also, from now on, stop calling me Lord." Aries was confused. "Pardon." He explained further. "How long do you plan to keep calling me your lord? Go book the room." He could only obey. Yes. They entered and were greeted warmly by the hotel owner. "Welcome to." Aries went forward to book the room. "Give us an attic room. Our young master is very picky." Owner looked at them disdainfully and thought, "What kind of clothes are those? Are they country bumpkins?" But outwardly, he acted polite. "You must be from far away, so you might not know the attic is very expensive." Without a word, he pulled out treasure taken from a chroma castle, making the owner freeze. Then he hurriedly turned back to call an employee. "Holy bitch! Escort the guests to their room immediately." The employee rushed out in a hurry and fell. "It's holy bitch, this idiot." "Sorry." The owner saw this and urged him. "Shut up and escort the distinguished guests now." Jack shyly adjusted himself and guided them. "Hello, my name is Jack Van Holy Bitch. Please call me Jack. I'll take your luggage up. Please go ahead." He carried the luggage on his shoulder and chatted happily. "It's a bit noisy right now, because of the news about Trial Castle. I didn't expect a legendary dragon to appear. However, there's no need to worry. There's a very famous rank of family near rank G here." Aries felt less tense. "That's good then." After arriving, Jack opened the grand attic room and introduced, "Please come in. This is the highlight of our golden pavilion. The attic." He carried the luggage in while introducing. "To be honest, this is the first time I've been in charge of such a prestigious person. I don't know if it suits your tastes, but I'll do my best to serve you, so just call me if you need anything." Suddenly, Dios called Jack. "Hey." He replied happily, not knowing anything. "Yes." Unexpectedly, he asked a question that startled Jack. "You have a bloodline, don't you?" Jack was a bit worried but still confirmed. "Yes." "Well, yes." He had noticed it for a while and wanted to verify. "No wonder you're a bit different. For someone with a bloodline, your physical strength is very weak. And since you work here, you must belong to the declining family among the 2 hero families in Zoric." Hearing this, Jack wanted to speak, but Dios continued. "Your family has nothing but impure descendants. What is your blood purity level?" Jack was questioned and stuttered, "Oh. Unfortunately, I am a rank F, a defective product." Unexpectedly, a burst of fire erupted, surprising them. When they looked up in confusion, they saw a legendary dragon. People saw the dragon attacking and screamed as they ran away. "A dragon is invading!" Unexpectedly, Jack strongly blocked the 2 of them. "Sir, run quickly!" Dios turned and asked calmly without fear. "You said dragons were peaceful?" Aries angrily denied. "I said I wasn't sure." Jack saw them arguing in this critical situation and was a bit confused. "Sir!" While in turmoil, his gaze had changed at some point as he stepped forward. "It's okay, Jack Van Holy Bitch. I will become your supporter, so become a hero." Jack still didn't understand what was happening. Dios continued to advise. "I was looking for a hero anyway. It must be fate. Accept my offer, and I will give you the wealth and fame you desire. I will erase your reputation as a failure. Spend the rest of your life in waste, or accept my offer and change your destiny. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." He remembered the gossip from when he was very young. Holy blood? How can a rank F be a hero? I don't know why they even have children, he's just a failure in the end. He's lucky if he doesn't starve to death. He also remembered the scene of 2 brothers being abandoned by their relatives, crying, "Brother, where did Mom and Dad go? We're so hungry." Thinking of this, it suddenly occurred to him. An opportunity? Finally, after thinking, he knelt down and pleaded, "Please, please take care of me, sir. I am just an ordinary person, but I will do my best. I certainly won't let you down. If you wish, I will offer my soul to you." Hearing this, Dios was very satisfied and smiled. "I was just about to ask you that." Then he immediately gave a difficult challenge. "Then today will be the day you go to battle. Go hunt that dragon." Jack looked at the terrifying fire-breathing dragon and wondered, shouldn't we start with goblins instead? Immediately after, Dios gently presented a contract that surprised Jack. "Then let's make a contract." But after reading the contract, Jack found it a bit unreasonable. This feels like a reasonably unfair contract. His eyes were now glowing red as if he had a plan. Sign it. If you accept the contract, it will be finalized. Jack read the somewhat unfair contract and hesitated a bit. Just as he hesitated, he saw what he wanted most appear: fame and fortune. Without any hesitation, he signed his name on the contract. Jack Holy Bitch. Dio saw that he had signed the contract and smiled with satisfaction. Immediately after, he pointed at the red dragon and challenged him. Then it's time for your debut. Go kill that dragon. Jack did not understand what was happening and panicked at this difficult challenge. What? At the time, Aries called out to remind him. Master, ordinary humans cannot destroy a dragon. Dios naturally knew that and had another idea. I know. He just needs to pretend to kill it, and I will be the one who actually does it. The two of them heard this idea but still didn't understand anything. He explained his new idea a bit. First, Aries will go greet the dragon and then drop it in front of that defective product. At that moment, the new product will swing his sword at the falling dragon. At that moment, the failure swings his sword at the falling dragon, and everyone will think he saved us. A hero. Wow, so cool. After calculating everything perfectly, he decided that the failure would be the one to arrive and kill the attacking dragon. Aries had a slightly different thought. But people will be suspicious if a shabby F-rank suddenly kills a dragon. Furthermore, wouldn't a D-rank hero companion make you too prominent to live in peace? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Dios didn't think twice and turned to look at Jack with a greedy gaze. This look made him jump. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Immediately, without asking for Jack's opinion, he suddenly tore his clothes off, making him startle and blush. Then he took a large bucket and used his eye power to create 2 holes in it. Once finished, Dios placed it on Jack's head while he still didn't understand anything. After putting it on, he excitedly took pride. Behold, the masked hero makes his debut. Jack was now completely naked, wearing only a punctured pot and a cape made from a waiter's uniform. He blushed in embarrassment and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Dios was blunt without hesitation. A hero must wear a cloak to hide his face. Now no one will notice. Isn't the appearance of a mysterious hero just the best? Aries was also standing by the wall, ready to go. Then I will bring the dragon over. He agreed that it was reasonable. Okay, everything is ready. Then Dios turned back even more excitedly. Jack, let's go. He was forced to agree but still hesitated. Are we really going out like this? To fight a dragon? Seeing that, Dios searched around for something and finally noticed a wooden stick. He quickly fashioned it into a weapon and threw it to Jack. Here, a holy sword. Jack received the hastily made sword, which felt a bit heavy for him as he held it unsteadily. At this time, Dios's gaze changed as he instructed. Just stand still and hold that broom even when the dragon is in front of you. Then I will give you fame and money far beyond what you can use. Looking at Jack standing there as if he understood, the feeling was actually far different. Jack felt like he couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he clenched his fist as if he could destroy anything in his way. Immediately after, Jack screamed and rose up, bursting with his own power, which was an extreme desire. Perhaps it came from something deep within Jack's blood. It turned out it could be a hero's instinct that had always been dormant within his red blood cells. The hero's blood wanted to tear the demon king in front of him to pieces. But Dios looked at him bursting with power and was very satisfied. But because he didn't know what was happening, Jack thought like this. His eyes were bright with desire, and seeing Lord Dios's eyes, he began to gain courage as if he could do it, for fame and money. After thinking, he ran off to perform the mission. Yes, master. Dios was also happy to see him being so obedient. Go, my servant. At this time, on the other side, that legendary dragon was still continuously breathing fire at the villagers. The poor villagers could only run away while crying out, "Save me!" Right now, Aries was standing by the dragon to stop it from breathing fire again. The dragon saw him and was a bit angry at being hindered, so it breathed fire toward Aries. After dodging, he stood in a corner and drew out his power. His gaze gradually changed as he looked at the dragon with some calculation. The dragon was hit in the eye by a move but was still arrogant and fierce, wanting to attack. Right at this moment, Aries ripped off his cloak to reveal many arms that had been hidden for a long time. Aries no longer hesitated and attacked the dragon directly. When he landed on the dragon's body, it was a bit startled by this. As soon as he landed, Aries carried out his plan with his many hands. In just a moment, his many hands reached the dragon's fatal weak point. After grabbing them firmly, Aries threatened the dragon. I have seized your heart. You should not resist me or my orders. I will ask you first. He didn't waste any time and asked immediately, Why did you appear in this place? Don't dragons and humans have a pact? But when he looked down, he was a bit surprised and paused. When something strange appeared, Aries didn't know what it was. What is this? Immediately after, the dragon said what it knew in a strange language. But Aries could understand it all and questioned. How does a dragon like you know that filthy language? What are you? Something is wrong. But at that moment, the dragon seemed unable to control itself and went into a wild frenzy. Jack had also set foot in this place and was preparing to fight. Although he spoke boldly, when he saw such a desolate scene, he still trembled with fear. While he was trembling, the villagers saw him coming and wondered where he came from. What is that? Who is that? Why isn't he hiding? On another side, they looked at him like a mouse and didn't believe in him at all. Is he going to fight the dragon alone? Is he a hero? The words were nothing compared to when someone mocked him, making him blush and cover his arms. But doesn't his appearance look a bit like a pervert? Or is he just a pervert? Jack was so frustrated he blushed and didn't dare to step forward. So embarrassing, fear and shame are mixing together. Just when he didn't know what to do, Dios appeared and cheered for him. Great! Go, masked hero. Save our Zoric. Jack saw him coming to cheer and was a bit moved. Lord Dios! The villagers heard this cheer and changed their words to praise Jack. Masked hero. A hero has arrived. Really, is he a hero? Sir Hero. This seemed to give Jack more mental strength and confidence. Thank you, everyone. After being praised, he regained his spirit, gripped the holy sword, and thought, that's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't miss it. Jack, fame and money are waiting. At this time, things with the dragon up there were still not going very well, because it was not following Aries' plan and was becoming increasingly frenzied. He saw this and began to find it difficult. It seems it will be hard to control it. Since it's like this, there's no other way. Finally, Aries had to use the 100 demon hands and hell prison techniques on the dragon. The dragon was hit by 2 moves at once and cried out in pain. And to finish it off, he had to use the final move. This is the final blow, Heart Piercer. This technique was a stronger blow to the dragon, making it cry out in even more pain. But unexpectedly, at this moment, it reflected Aries' power, which he didn't expect. Then it spoke incomprehensible words. Get ready. The one who should have died has definitely returned here. Lies. After saying those strange words, the dragon's eyes also changed incomprehensibly. Immediately after, it counterattacked, wanting to penetrate Aries' body. Whatever was from the dragon was now inside him as it spoke. So that's how it is. Theo sat below and hadn't seen Aries return according to the plan, so he began to urge. What are you doing, Aries? Hurry up and come down. The audience is waiting. He began to feel bored and complained. Are you molding a dragon? Why does killing one take so much of your time? The dragon's eyes flashed with a purple light. The dragon, which was groaning in pain, gradually became quiet. The dragon's entire body was clamped by a bunch of long things and could not escape. It slowly flew down from the sky. Seeing this scene, Dios sat on his stick with his chin in his hand and shouted, Useless! Jack startled and turned his head. Ah! The boy's face was still flushed with embarrassment. But he didn't care. Get ready. It's coming. Not forgetting to remind him. Try to time your swing perfectly. The dragon flying in the sky gradually flew down to where Jack was standing. In its mouth, there were sparks of fire ready to be spat out. Suddenly he called out, Lord Dios. Worried look appeared inside the pot. I don't want to die. He suddenly chuckled. Although his face still held mockery, his words were extremely serious. I, Dios, give you my word of honor. No matter what happens, I will not let you die. Jack's eyes regained their determination, and something inside the boy's body awakened. Jack gripped his broom tightly. That's right. I can do it. After thinking, he raised the stick and shouted, Moonlight, first form. Returning to Aries at this time, he was being clung to by strange things on half of his body. Immediately after, a light suddenly emitted from his left eye. Aries screamed in pain. A bunch of hands suddenly appeared high up. Their palms revealed purple eyes. They rushed toward Aries, like hands with their own will trying to catch him again. He used his power to stop his own power. His other eye, which was not clung to, slightly looked up. This is a bit troublesome. He looked down coldly. Below was the city which was burning all around. He called out the technique name, 100 Demon Hands. Heavenly Light Whip. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding hands spun at a dizzying speed. The hands with purple eyes were cut off. Taking advantage of this moment, Aries used his hand to pull the thing clinging to his eye. He used his strength to pull it out hard. Dios looked up at the dragon in the sky. It was getting closer and closer. He smiled and whispered, You should slow down, or our hero will be crushed. Aries didn't hear what his master below said. He was still trying to separate the strange thing from his face. Suddenly that thing flashed. No matter how hard Aries tried, the dragon still flew down. The villagers in the houses saw this and screamed, "Dragon attack! Everyone run!" Fearful screams echoed all around. "Get to the hallway, hurry!" The dragon was getting closer and closer. It was charging in. Seeing it quickly flying down, Dios was confused. "Hey Aries!" He frowned in confusion. "What are you doing? Slow down." Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. At this time, Aries' situation was clearly seen by Dios, and the dragon's face gradually enlarged. In this critical situation, Jack still stood still, holding the only weapon left in his hand. "No matter what happens, I will stand still. Take it down in one blow." His mind suddenly recalled a memory from the past. "Jack, look closely." A man holding a sword told the young Jack. "Moonlight, thanks for watching the video. This swordsmanship is our clan's secret heirloom. You must learn it, in case the Demon King's army invades our world." Little Jack's voice was sad. "The kids in the village say I can't go kill demons, and our clan can't either." The man calmly refuted immediately. "That's not true, my son. No matter what people say, our holy bitch clan carries the holy blood of a hero. You will surely become a demon-slaying hero. So keep practicing hard." After saying that, the man coughed repeatedly. Hearing the man's encouragement, little Jack smiled happily. "Yes, father." At this moment, a lot of sweat was flowing down Jack's face. Immediately, he raised the broom and shouted loudly, "Moonlight, first form." Aries had successfully separated the strange thing from his face. Dios crossed his hands and whispered a name. Then he shouted the technique name, and his red eyes glowed brightly. The dragon gradually landed. Jack's eyes flashed with a cold, determined golden light. He swung a brilliant slash called Demon King Slash. As soon as that slash swung in a straight line, the dragon's blue blood splattered out. The dragon was knocked away to another spot. The buildings were saved from being destroyed by the villagers because the dragon didn't collide with them. Jack's eyes were tightly closed, not daring to open them. Not feeling or hearing any movement, the boy slowly opened his eyes. Then he discovered his whole body was covered in dragon blood. The boy turned his head in amazement. He discovered that the surroundings were full of dark blue blood. Suddenly someone spoke up. "That hero!" A bunch of villagers stood outside the windows and cheered. "The dragon has been destroyed. Our savior. Peerless hero. Surely the gods sent him. Long live the hero." Hero. This was the first time the boy had been praised by so many people, so he couldn't help but be flustered. Dios cleared his throat from a distance. He reminded him. "Haven't you changed your clothes and hidden yet? Huh, masked hero?" Jack startled and replied, "Yes." Then he scurried away. Aries clung to the stick like a cross on top of the house. His face was covered in a strange black substance with new shapes. His remaining red eye glanced to the side. The dragon lay dead on the ground. Aries looked at the dragon and thought to himself, "The one who should have died has returned." The next morning, sunlight shone down on the land. Dios stretched his whole body. "I slept so well." Just then, someone placed a cup on the table. "Are you awake? Please have some coffee." Aries returned to his normal form and smiled. "They say humans start their morning with a cup of coffee." Before he could enjoy it, someone suddenly burst in. "Lord Dios, something has happened." Dios repeated in confusion. "Lord Dios." Jack's youthful face was flushed, dotted with sweat. "The whole village is searching for that masked hero. They say he must be named the village hero." He didn't care about the other's words, focusing on something else. "What happened to your clothes?" The boy smiled and rubbed his head. "The village was devastated after yesterday's disaster, so I'm helping the people clean up. The pay for manual labor is decent." Dios took a sip of coffee. "It's fine. Everything is still going according to my plan." His eyes narrowed slightly at the blinding sunlight. He said comfortably, "Waking up under the sun, drinking fragrant coffee." The house was cracked everywhere, the ceiling long gone. "Mornings in the human realm are quite nice. That coffee is made from a dragon's tongue and left eye. Luckily, it suits your taste." Outside, villagers were rebuilding houses and children were screaming, "Hurry up! Someone come help! Oh no, my house! Mother! Where are you?" They were still working hard. "Ow, why is this so heavy? Don't drag it. Move faster. If you don't want to work all night, push a bit more. Eat first then continue, thanks. Out of the way. Out of the way." A rock was placed on a rope on his back. "Let's go." An old man shouted. "Jack, hurry up. There's still a ton left." He smiled back. "Yes, sir." Dios stared at Jack from a distance. They're trying to rebuild this wretched village. Failure is quite hard-working. Aries stood beside him without expression. Yes, my lord. He spoke. I talked to him yesterday. Jack said he's done all sorts of jobs since he was a child. His family is poor, and raising a hero is expensive. Laundry, cleaning, plumbing, grave digging. There's hardly anything he hasn't done. He even worked at a tavern. After thinking for a moment, Dios suddenly said, Then it's decided. He explained, We've already found our hero. Traveling around is a hassle. Let's just start from this village. This place is small and dull, but I've grown fond of it. This was Dios's beginning. He suddenly blurted out, So. Then he happily walked in another direction. Shall we go? Leave the rest to Jack. Aries asked in confusion. Go where? His face was very bright. To sell dragon hide, of course. Isn't dragon hide expensive since it's used for gear? Our goal is to be in the top 2%. Aries uttered a sentence that shattered the other's hopes. The Hero Bureau took it all last night. As expected, the master in front of him screamed. What? He calmly explained yesterday's events. Because the dragon carcasses were too heavy for normal people to carry. Dios was so angry his whole body began to mutate. Damn it! Then why did I kill it? His fingers moved. Let's go, Aries asked fearfully. Yes, but where to now? His face was no longer handsome. To tear those people at the Hero Bureau apart. Aries panicked and screamed in his head, quickly calling back the demon who was wearing a creepy smile. Wait, master! He thought fearfully. The Hero Bureau is the headquarters for heroes. No matter how strong the Lord is, fighting them alone is too much. Moreover, if they find out the Demon King isn't in the demon realm, it's over. He tried to stay calm to persuade his short-brained master. Master, you said you would stand alongside the heroes. Dios still replied irritably. So what? Facing his anger, Aries explained with a smile. In the human realm, you must register with the Hero Bureau to be recognized. If the Hero Bureau disappears, who will recognize Jack as a hero? Hearing that, Dios's face suddenly went blank. The expression was priceless. Really? Dios was gradually convinced. Did I just stop the demon race from committing genocide? After thinking, Dios calmly rotated his wrist. Then let's go. Aries thought he had succeeded. But then Dios suddenly exclaimed, Here we go again. He stuck out his long tongue, murderous intent gradually covering the surroundings. I'll make up for the loss with a neighboring country. Hearing that, he had to give up. I thought you were going to be a hero? His excited voice rang out. We set off tomorrow. He groaned tiredly. Can't we just go back underground? In the carriage, Aries was driving when he suddenly called, Lord Dios. There was no answer from behind, so he called again, Lord Dios. Still no response. Annoyed, Aries shouted, Lord Dios. The other person couldn't take it anymore and finally replied. Frowned. You've toured the human realm enough? Why don't we return to the demon realm? The whole demon realm is waiting for you. Destiny will arrive in 20 years. There's no time to waste. You must quickly learn Demon King arts to rule the world. The childish master closed his eyes. None of your business. Do you all just want me to do it? A Demon King will appear and attack the human realm eventually. Aries had regained his composure. That is inevitable. For 665 generations of Demon Kings before you, both the demon realm and humanity have accepted it as the norm. Hearing that, he said annoyedly, If everything goes your way, what's the point of having gods? I'm just letting you know. Accept it, there will be no more Demon Kings. Having calmed down, Aries turned his head and continued. Then get married, at least produce the 666th Demon King. Anyone will do. Dios cursed recklessly. Anyone? You dare say that to me? You really are a demon. Get lost. Cursed by his master, Aries said seriously. Unless you hand over a successor to us, I will not leave. Hearing that, he said comfortably. Fine. At this rate, you can stay as my retainer forever. Still didn't give up. How about I find a wife for you? A woman who suits you. Despite being a demon, Dios was uncomfortable mentioning romance. What wife? If you mention marriage again, I'll personally destroy the demon realm. A moment of silence passed over the peaceful land. Suddenly, Dios asked a random question. By the way, is that possible? Aries, though smart, didn't understand. What are you talking about, my lord? His face was now suspiciously red. That princess from before. He asked blankly. Which princess? He smiled and didn't speak clearly. Well, that thing. Aries also gave up. What thing, sir? Unable to take it anymore, Dios waved his hands with a red face. I mean, can humans have children with demons? He replied calmly. Of course they can. Suddenly, a physiology lesson began. The way humans and demons breed is exactly the same. Usually, a man's testicles secrete semen. When sperm meets a woman's egg, it forms an embryo. The child will be born after 37 to 42 weeks. With a pile of information loaded into his head, Dios was stunned, drool even leaking from the corner of his mouth. He reached out to stop him. No need for sex education. He laughed at his master's childish personality. Ah, yes. Furthermore, if you wish, you can transmit the demon lineage into another's body. Aries' face now looked like a pervert. As long as there's mating, there will be a pregnancy. Even deep kissing has a 50% pregnancy rate, and a light kiss is 25%. Dios asked innocently, "What? Even a light kiss can cause pregnancy?" He continued providing new knowledge. Just holding hands can make someone pregnant, let alone that. Dios lay sprawled out, his face full of curiosity. How strange. What's wrong with this body? Demon lineage, huh? I almost got into trouble. It feels like this body was born just to maintain the bloodline. Damn it, the purpose of this body is too clear. Killing and producing descendants. The more I know, the more I hate it. Aries spoke coldly. This body is blessed. You are the faith and savior of the demon realm. This perfect body was gifted by the gods. He countered immediately. Blessed my foot. I'm just one of those demons born every 1,000 years. I don't like this feeling of being expected of. What about my opinion? Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from a distance, causing the two demons to turn their heads. A woman was being chased by a group of people. The crowd behind laughed vulgarly. Hurry! Catch her! The beautiful girl sobbed for help. Help me! I'm being chased by bandits. Aries was calm. A beautiful lady is in danger, we must help. Dios asked nonchalantly. Why should we? He replied. You never know, it might turn out to be a good thing. Dios was suspicious. Don't you find it suspicious? Aries still didn't understand his master's point. How so? He raised a doubt. She suddenly ran toward us for help. Aries broke the fourth wall. The beauty and distress motif is a classic in the fantasy genre. Is there a problem? Dios explained further. No, there's nowhere to live around here. So where did they come from? Even if they were in the forest, it's very far from here. More importantly, do you think they wouldn't notice me? While they're chasing that girl? Dios lay back and questioned. You arranged this, didn't you? Aries turned back blankly. What are you saying, my lord? He probed. Using that girl to force me to produce an heir, right? He smirked and affirmed, dismissing Dios's sarcasm. What kind of person do you take me for? I am Aries, the greatest strategist in the demon realm. There's no way I'd think of such a petty trick. Suddenly, a strangely dressed girl ran up, clinging to the side of the carriage and pleading for help. She looked at Dios with tearful eyes like a frightened rabbit, begging, Sir, I'm being chased by bandits. Please save me. Fearing trouble, Dios was indifferent. I'm not a hero. I'm a hero's assistant. Hearing that, the girl felt like she had found gold. Tears flowed more intensely. Mr. Hero's assistant, please save me. The bandits want to catch me. She wanted to gain Dios's pity, but he didn't care. We are a high-level legion. We only hunt dragons. We don't do these trivial tasks. Her face darkened as she cursed inwardly. Damn it! Why are you so picky? Dios saw the strange woman asking for help while having an attitude and got angry. Hey! Did you just swear? She immediately played innocent. Huh? What? No. I was just begging for your help. While Dios was scolding her, an axe suddenly flew in at extreme speed. Witnessing that divine speed, Dios momentarily froze, his face blank with surprise. Regaining his composure, he turned to look in the direction the axe had come from. A group of thugs on horseback rushed over. Hey kid! Look at his pale face. If you don't want to die, take this trashy luggage and get lost. What's with those clothes? Are you from the future? Annoyed by the interruption and the broken items, he shouted. My precious luggage is ruined. You shall burn for eternity. Dios glanced sideways at the leader and declared his end with a light wave of his hand. The leader was scorched by magic fire like grilled meat. He rolled in pain, screaming for his subordinates to put out the fire. His magic power wasn't for show. The subordinates looked on blankly, unable to extinguish that flame. This time Dios was truly angry. His eyes were cold. No matter who you are or what spell you use, this fire will never go out. You won't die, but you'll keep burning until the end of the world. Anyone else want to be cremated with him? Fled in terror. I'm sorry, please spare me. It's a demon, run. The woman standing nearby could only watch helplessly. She looked at Dios with admiration, but he still found it bothersome and shooed her away. She forced a smile. The nuns have all been enslaved, and the sacred relic has disappeared. Please, exterminate the bandits and save the holy temple. Just after being cool, Dios returned to his blank expression. No, I don't do chores. The woman was so angry she crushed the side of the carriage. Still picking his nose, he nonchalantly said, Aries, let's go. She tried to hold his attention. And she succeeded. Did you just mention dragons? Could you be a companion of that hero? The occupied temple is the temple of the dragon god, the supreme true gold dragon. If you drive them out, we will reward you with the divine gold dragon helmet. He started to pay attention. What are you still doing? Why are you standing there? Heavy footsteps climbed the stairs. Dios still stood there leisurely, but he was standing on Aries's back, letting him carry him to the mountain peak. Aries was out of breath, exhausted. Climbing the mountain was hard enough, but he was being stepped on instead of being carried properly. He wished he could be reincarnated into another life to escape this torment. Sweat poured down Aries's face. But it's very suspicious. She has been running continuously for 30 minutes, on such a steep mountain with the stamina of an ordinary person. Dios sneered. It doesn't matter who she is. I don't know what she wants, but if she dares to tell a single lie, I'll skin her alive. Suddenly, he looked at her hesitantly. Dragon god, true gold dragon. Do dragons worship gods too? Having to carry Dios while answering questions, Aries truly was the most miserable person in the world. Not exactly, but it's similar to how you are worshipped in the demon realm. The true gold dragon is the deity above all dragonkind. We, the dragon race and the human race. Every living being in this world has only one god. That is the creator god, who gave birth to this world. Dios looked up at the sky. The sun had reached its zenith. Then God favors humans too much. Are demons and dragons just side characters? He helplessly walked on. Don't doubt the divine. God is the only truth, the perfect love. If we seize the sacred land, where God's light shines, we will also be favored. Dios also unconsciously looked into the distance. It took a long time for Aries to carry him to the mountain peak, his legs giving out. Dios stepped on him, causing him to tumble forward as if paving the way for him to walk. He went through the trouble of carrying him up the mountain, only to be criticized upon arrival. No one suffered more than him. Aries still lay there, while Dios headed straight for the cave. He tossed back a remark. You still have to carry me on the way down. A short while later, the two reached a cave at the mountain peak. Aries, exhausted, wheezed. Master, be careful. Something is wrong. Conversely, Dios was extremely excited. Where are the bandits and the true gold dragon helmet? Hand them over to me now. Though nearly out of breath, Aries still sensed something unusual. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the cave. A woman with a divine appearance emerged, but the light surrounding her hid a sense of malice. A difficult journey indeed. It seems your subordinate is sharper than his master. Despite her grand entrance, Dios only found it amusing and mocked her. You look like the bandit who took over this temple. Where is the helmet? The cave lit up with her magic. She looked down from above. How dare you speak? Do you not understand your situation? Kneel, for the one before you is. Irritated by Dios's sarcasm, she roared. The dragon god, ruler of the dragon race, mother of all dragons, the one and only golden dragon, the true gold dragon. As if shocked by the news, Dios widened his eyes in surprise. Sensing the danger, Aries warned. The dragon god, the true gold dragon? My lord, we are in big trouble. Seeing them flustered, she grew delighted. You are surprised because this is beyond the expectations of a lowly creature like you, aren't you, you foolish mortal? She stared at them. If you are afraid, then beg me. I am not a petty person. Pausing for a moment, Dios thought. The dragon god? Interesting. She glanced at his gesture. Have you finally realized? To atone for your sins, I command you. Dios disappointed her. His face was full of insult. What is this nonsense? Dragon laws or dragon mother? I mean, I want some cool titles like that too. Every time I introduce myself, I feel like something's missing. Dark Lord, top 2%, extraordinary god. What do you think, Aries? As expected of my master. He turned to mock her along with Aries. Her face turned red with rage, wanting to chop these two into pieces on the spot. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Beg for your life already. Don't you want to apologize? I haven't caused any trouble for you, have I? Dios asked innocently. She pointed down and questioned. You killed a dragon yesterday. I am the mother of all dragons. And you killed my child. Dios only gave a slight laugh. You're making a big deal out of just that? That action drove her into a frenzy. She lunged down toward him, face to face. truly furious. Just that? It seems you have chosen death. The place is the Jade Gold realm. Her eyes were full of hatred. Aries reminded, even if you were a demogorgon, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Aries tried to resist the flames. The Jade Gold realm? Good heavens, this is the true gold dragon's territory. We are on her turf. It's very dangerous. That reminder made her even more delighted. Your subordinate knows quite a bit. Kneel now. Number 666. Seeing the challenge, Dios became even more excited. You know who I am, and yet you still dare to do this? His gaze now feared no one. If you are the true gold dragon, then I can just skin your face to use, right? Get ready. I'm about to skin you. His excitement overwhelmed her. She flinched slightly. You dare. This only fueled his devious nature further. His soaring killing intent made her wary. But first, seeing that, he felt disappointed. Aren't you going to apologize for letting me down? She widened her eyes in confusion, screaming in anger. What on earth are you talking about? He remained indifferent. No, honestly. She was still annoyed because she didn't understand what he was saying. Dios was calm yet terrifying. I didn't come to the surface to cause trouble. I just wanted to peacefully go to the village and befriend heroes. But your child went there and destroyed everything. What was I supposed to do? It was self-defense. When your child caused trouble, you didn't show up, and now you lure us here for revenge. The story made her realize a few things. He said casually. You tricked us by posing as bandits, then suddenly appeared claiming to be the dragon god. Do you think I'll kneel and beg for forgiveness? Do you think being the dragon god means you can do whatever you want? Are all dragons like this? The dragon god began to feel helpless and annoyed because he kept rambling. Suddenly Aries interjected. He is right. It is arrogant of you to think you are always right just because you have power. How can you say others are wrong when they fight back? Furthermore, the dragon race violated the peace treaty first. It is time for you to apologize. Dios questioned further. All right, dragon god. Do you intend to apologize to the villagers of Zoric for the sins your child committed? Cornered by these two, she began to falter. Dios returned to his innocent, mocking face. Look at that, like mother, like child. I am not their biological mother. Aries added, making her stammer. Is this an evasion of responsibility? You don't want to take responsibility and just keep blaming us. Do you have no shame? A bad child doesn't mean the parents are faultless. Don't you know that? As the representative of dragons, you must apologize for violating the treaty. You should take responsibility and resign. Shouldn't you? These two kept rambling until the dragon god's head felt like it would explode, her ears almost bleeding. Finally, she was convinced to the point of questioning her own existence. It's not that bad, is it? Why do I feel like I'm the one in the wrong? Exactly, you are wrong. Can you let us out of here now? Wait, she called after them. Dragon god was shy and flustered. Since you've come all this way, could you listen to a request of mine? Seizing the opportunity, Dios played hard to get. Apologize first. If you don't want to, then forget it. An apology doesn't cost anything. He glanced to see her reaction. She hesitated for a long time before finally uttering, Wait, I apologize. Thanks for watching the video. Suddenly, Dios placed his hand on her head. He gleefully patted her head. Well, I don't like it much, but since you apologized, I'll accept it. She sweated with anger at Dios's brazenness. It's a bit strange, but I'll let it slide because I'm a generous person. Just as she was losing patience, he acted kind. Anyway, what do you want? The dragon god turned serious again. To put it simply, dragon hunting. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly and asked, So? Dios showed a perverted face again, pressing his hand firmly on her head. The true gold dragon, the dragon god, mother of all, asking me, the demon king, to hunt your own children? Yes, she confirmed. One moment he was delighted, the next he shouted in frustration. Do you think I'm stupid? This is clearly a trap. You expect me to believe that nonsense? You've lost your mind, you stupid dragon. No, that's not it. As they were about to clash, Aries interjected. Is it because of those purple parasites? He explained, his gaze turning sharp and cold. They are attached to the bodies of those dragons. Something like a parasite. Perhaps it drove those dragons mad. Hearing that, the two finally let go of each other. She continued, Exactly, something is wrong. Extremists who reject peace have signed contracts with humans. Yesterday's dragon was also their victim. The two found it reasonable, so they let her continue her explanation. That extremist group consists of those who were hurt by humans, such as losing loved ones at their hands. Even if it was inevitable, they have been blinded by rage. They attack villages by infecting peaceful children with a strange magic, a powerful type I have never seen before. The goal is to ignite the war between humans and dragons once again. Therefore, you must capture them first, so that innocent children do not have to die tragically as tools of war anymore. Dios replied suggestively, I understand what you're saying. It's called hunting, but in reality, extremists are manipulating peace-loving dragons, driving them mad and making them attack humans. And you want me to catch them before they are killed by humans, right? She confirmed. Dios suddenly asked with a cunning look, So, what do you plan to pay me? There must be a service fee for me. The atmosphere became tense again. She replied warily, You? What do you want? Dios spread his 5 fingers decisively. I want 5 dragon scales. Since ancient times, weapons have been made from dragons. Every time I catch one, I'll take 5 dragon scales. Is that acceptable? In addition, some weapons and armor worth over 1,000 gold, refined with dragon breath. How about it? Her jaw dropped in disbelief. What? Are you some kind of scammer? Think whatever you want. He snapped his fingers and a contract appeared. Contract. Dios accepts the job, True Gold Dragon pays the fee. Task. Capture harmful dragons and deliver them to the True Gold Dragon. Price. 5 dragon scales and 1,000 gold worth of weaponry per dragon. If violated, you will become Dios's slave. Just state your name, and the contract will be established. This is a deal with a devil. The dragon god was astonished. I understand. Dios's words were so tempting they were impossible to refuse. Dragon god, True Gold Dragon. Both finalized the contract. A devious laugh came from Dios. He looked no different from a scammer now that the contract was signed. Task finished. He and Aries brushed their hands and left. Open the door. I'll have this settled in a few days, devil. Behind them, she pleaded sincerely, Please, fulfill the contract. Capture them alive. Do not cause any more death. Dios replied respectfully, Yes, dear customer. He stepped out of the cave. The sky remained the same. Time outside seemed unchanged. Dios joked, Things didn't go as planned, did they? Aries replied briefly, That's right. Suddenly remembering something, Dios turned pale, intending to run back into the cave to find the dragon god. His voice echoed back, Hey, dragon god! But unfortunately for him, she had long since sealed the cave entrance. He grumbled angrily, How strange. She still hasn't given me the True Gold Dragon helmet. Aries advised, We are not dragons, so we cannot return to the Jade Gold realm. He brushed it off. That dragon tricked me again. Dios's scream echoed across the sky. One day, I will definitely skin your face. Scene change. A loud shout. A weapons dealer? Dios confirmed with a triumphant look. That's right. Aries wondered. Why, sir? The boy beside them was also confused. Aries questioned irritably. Why are you selling weapons? Did you abandon everything to come to the human realm just to sell weapons? Dios scolded him harshly. Hey, how do you feel when humans hunt young dragons for weapons? This is business, you idiot. He was excited. The dragon scales are the weapons the dragon mother gave me. How much money will I make from this? She said just catch dragons and she'll give weapons? Isn't that basically for free? War breaks out every 100 years. Selling weapons is the most profitable. Aries was helpless. Without demons, how can there be war? Please think this through. The boy agreed. Catching dragons is considered for free? Annoyed, Dios gave a subtle reminder that made him freeze. Besides, you idiot, do you still not know who I am? His eyes glowed red with malice. Selling weapons is just to raise capital for the real plan. Have you forgotten? One watches from the shadows, while the other holds all the world's weapons. Realizing the implication, Aries smiled smugly. Just as I thought, so that's it. You haven't abandoned hell after all. Ordered. Take that piece of trash and find us a shop. Let's go. Aries eagerly went on the mission. Yes, sir. His ambition was greater than ever. Why must I continue trading, you ask? The ultimate goal is to build a building and own the best one in the world. I'm glad you're an idiot, Aries. He lazily lay relaxed on the bed nearby, waiting for his 2 subordinates to return with news. The sunlight was still as bright as ever. He was leisurely enjoying those rays of sun. Suddenly, he remembered things related to Jack. I'm so sorry, my rank is only F. I'm just a piece of trash. Then he remembered the cursed dragon, and the dragon god's words. But you must capture them alive to avoid further bloodshed. Dios was speechless, thinking more deeply about the future. Now that I have a steady income and saved that foolish hero, that's it. I can just sit still and be rich. But what is this empty feeling? Blood and slaughter? Would I feel better if I killed everyone in this town? The voices echoed, pulling him into deeper thoughts. Kill them all. Destroy this world. Turn humanity into slaves. Turn the human realm into hell. That way, you will end this cycle of life and death. Underground, where the sun hasn't shone for the past 100 years, his gaze became more determined. He closed his eyes to drive away those sounds. Go to sleep and shut up. Evening approached. Finally, Aries returned. A new weapon shop. The previous owner died in the dragon attack, so the shop was bought cheaply. Yeah. Not bad. You found it fast. I haven't even had time to sleep yet, Dios remarked, having just woken up. Aries said proudly. Hearing the real plan made me so excited I couldn't sit still. Dios laughed. That's right. Let's work hard for that plan. They discussed the dilapidated shop. If we ask Jack to help, this place will be better. He asked, Does Jack know how to fix houses? Aries replied, Yes, he used to be a carpenter. He looked into the distance and exclaimed, Really? He's quite impressive for someone so young. Dios asked leisurely, But isn't bloodline rank hereditary? I mean, even with pure blood, can offspring still be F rank? Aries replied, That's right. Conversely, there are children of F rank heroes and saints who become the ultimate victors. He pondered, Is it all random? Yes. Dios said regretfully, So is there any hope for the trash? Is a child labeled F rank just because their family is F rank? Aries thought that matter was also quite vague. Even if skills aren't, wealth is certainly inherited. Families with many high-ranking warriors or saints are very wealthy. They use that money to upgrade their children's hero rank or bloodline in various ways. Dios asked firmly, So that means even an F rank can succeed, right? He replied, Yes. But since Jack said he's F rank, he must have already been assigned a hero rank. Dios asked pointedly, Do you know what I'm thinking? He feigned ignorance. No, my lord. Dios turned red with rage, grabbing Aries' head and shouting, Those pathetic humans use money to decide hero ranks. Why did demons lose to people like that? Why? He replied helplessly, I'm sorry. He brushed it off. Humph. Never mind. The demon realm doesn't matter anymore anyway. But where is our hero? Somewhere else. At a warrior's noodle stall. Jack was selling food when he saw Dios and Aries approaching. He greeted them happily. Master, you're awake. Seeing him there, Dios was confused. What's this? Why are you selling noodles? He gave a wry smile. I'm free at night, so I wanted to try it. The income is quite good. Dios casually sat down on a chair. He demanded food. Give me a bowl of noodles. Yes, master. Jack immediately got to work. His hands moved skillfully making the noodles, and in no time a bowl was finished. He placed the bowl of noodles before him with full confidence. He was hungry but still suspicious. Is this really noodles? He picked up a bite to try, hurriedly putting it into his mouth to taste, then swallowed hard, and found it irresistibly delicious. It's so good. It's super tasty. Really? Then I'll try some too. Aries also slurped the noodles greedily. Both praised him. This is great, Jack. Maybe you should quit being a hero and switch to this profession. He replied shyly. I'll take that as a compliment. Seeing them enjoy the food, he felt very happy, a bright smile appearing on his lips. In his heart, he was secretly grateful to Dios. Master, thank you very much. Thanks to you, I could buy uniforms for my 2 younger brothers at the warrior school. Before, they were the only ones without them, and it made me sad. The kids were so happy to receive your money. He stopped eating and asked, A warrior school? Yes. I sent them to a private school for warriors. I'm not strong, but I believe they can become true warriors, so I'll spend all my money to take care of them. In the middle of that touching moment, someone screamed, What is this? There's a fly in the noodles. The man complained, Damn it. I didn't want to eat at this rundown stall, but I only ate here because I was hungry. Look at this. The woman beside him also showed a disdainful attitude toward Jack's stall. Panicked, I'm sorry, but there are no flies around here. The man flew into a rage and threw the hot bowl of noodles straight at Jack, making him cry out in pain. Dios had already noticed the commotion. The man pressed on. What, are you saying I'm lying? You bastard. Do you know who my father is? I just need to say the word and this stall will be closed immediately. While cursing, he suddenly stopped as if remembering something. Wait, isn't this guy from the Holy Bitch family? Jack had been splashed with noodles, leaving one side of his body swollen and red, with noodles still clinging to his head and shoulders. They mocked him. Oh, there are still people from that clan left? The surrounding diners whispered. The Holy Bitch clan? Why is a hero working as a chef? Jack felt hurt and weakly protested. It's not bitch, it's bitchy. They ridiculed him. The pathetic bitch clan. Their father even had to come to my house to ask for a job, and you're selling this garbage? How disgusting. Like father, like son. You call that a hero? A noodle-selling hero. Unable to take it anymore, Dios slammed the table and asked aimlessly. It seems I hear the sound of flies buzzing around here. Don't I, Lord Dios? The man threatened. Huh? Did you just call me a fly? Do you want your head ripped off? But they were wrong to bully his person. Dios reached out his hand, his eyes clearly showing murderous intent. The two of them saw his actions and thought he had a problem. Well then, I'll just kill a few flies. His eyes flashed red, and his hand clenched into a fist. Man was crushed by an invisible force until he was deformed. Jack was terrified, while Aries calmly watched as if it were a common occurrence. The woman screamed in terror. She panicked, crying and running away. Help me! But how could she escape? A purple energy sphere appeared in his hand. Trying to run away? The woman was torn in two, and he crushed the remaining deformed part of her body. She turned to ash. He declared, those who don't respect heroes who risk their lives to fight for them don't deserve to live in this human world. Aries, sitting beside him, was also speechless. Finished, he went back to eating as if nothing had happened. Let's eat. Ah yes. Everyone around, including Jack, looked at him in horror. While he was eating, a piece of paper flew into his noodle bowl. The paper read, a dragon has appeared at Lea Castle. Depart immediately. Dugam. After reading it, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Dios stood up and ordered, hey, you failure, close the stall. An important mission has arrived. Let's go make some money. Jack obeyed. Huh? Oh yes, sir. It was a clear moonlit night with a cool breeze, sparse clouds, and many stars. The sound of horses galloping forward echoed, pulling a wooden carriage behind them. The carriage rattled over gravel and stones. Aries drove, Jack sat beside him, and Dios lay proudly in the back as they moved through the forest. Suddenly, he noticed the boy was trembling with fear. Aries asked with concern, are you worried, Jack? Jack gave a forced smile, rubbing the pot on his head. Yes, I suppose so. I've never, ever thought I'd go fight orcs or goblins, let alone a dragon. Before meeting you two, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. He poured out his heart. He was speechless seeing how nonchalant Dios remained despite having to face a dragon soon. Jack looked at Dios, who was lying there picking his nose and yawning. You might not believe it, but every time I look at Lord Dios, I see him exuding confidence, as if dragons are nothing to worry about. If it were me, I'd probably be frozen in fear, he said shyly. Aries praised him. It's good to know fear. This confused the boy. He said, Jack, Lord Dios has chosen you to be a hero. Even if you don't always feel like one, you are certainly the leader of this adventure. So, be confident. Jack was deeply moved. He replied shyly, yes, he teased. A leader speaking so weakly? Be strong. He answered loudly, yes. Approaching a turn, he reminded him. All right, turn there and we're almost at Lea Castle. Hold on tight. Yes. The carriage sped off at an extremely high speed. The carriage turned suddenly, making them lean to one side. Lea Castle appeared amidst the ice and snow, surrounded by a giant white dragon. Jack was astonished. It's huge. The dragon roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. He was worried seeing the castle had been destroyed. That castle? Did the dragon destroy it? What about the people inside? Dios calmly pointed toward the hillside. Calm down. They've all gathered over there. Aries reassured him. A castle that large must have heroes protecting it. They've already helped everyone escape. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief then. He still lay there leisurely. The stage is set, and the audience is all here. It's time for the performance. Get ready, you failure. He stood frozen, his mind blank, and weakly replied, yes. At a distance, among the refugees, an old farmer clenched his fists looking at the dragon-occupied castle and exclaimed, damn it! Where did that dragon come from? Is it the end of the world? Quickly, give blankets to the injured. It's so cold, I'm freezing to death. One person prayed, God, please help us. Another shouted, stop praying. Ignoring the scolding, he continued to pray, please make the blizzard stop. God, have you abandoned us? The other person sneered, even the king has abandoned us, so why would the gods care? The old man still called out, oh Lord. There was a hand holding up a golden light shield. On a rock, a fat man sat regally, while below him, a mage chanted a protective spell. The fat man cried, it's so hot, like a sauna. He was sweating profusely. Where are all those heroes who went for reinforcements? It's too hot. We have to go back to the castle. The mage reported. They were likely killed by the dragon. I can't contact anyone. The fat man flew into a rage. What? Then do it yourself. At this rate, I'll die from the heat. Suddenly, there was a shout. Move! Get out of the way! The fat man fell silent, looking toward the sound. Jack appeared in a bizarre outfit, wearing a metal helmet, a red cape, underwear, and holding a broom. They advanced gallantly, making the fat man panic. He approached with eyes glowing behind the metal helmet, raising his hand to swing his weapon. Someone exclaimed, "The hero has arrived!" Aries' carriage sped past, making the fat man tumble, foaming at the mouth and crying, "Hero!" He screamed in terror as the soldiers fled. "You're just a pervert in underwear holding a broom. They're escaping. Catch them." He looked at Jack with contempt. Although he was swinging his sword, Jack was crying from shame. "This is so embarrassing. I could die." The shield shattered, and the cold air rushed in, making the fat man tremble. "It's so cold. Cast the spell again quickly." The mage replied fearfully, "Yes, sir." The fat man shouted, "How dare you jump over my head? I hope you get eaten by the dragon." A child in the city suddenly opened his eyes to look. The boy pointed toward the castle in astonishment. "Mom, look!" The mother asked, "What is it, son?" A wooden carriage was racing toward the castle. On it was Jack, famously wearing only his underwear. Was he really planning to fight a dragon like that? Everyone stood frozen in amazement. Everyone looked toward those aggressively heading to slay the dragon, except for Dios, who was still asleep. A refugee exclaimed skeptically, "Are you kidding? Don't tell me he's the hero who will defeat the dragon and save us." After a while of flailing around, he finally sat down temporarily. As soon as he sat, Jack curled up, shivering violently with tears and snot running down. He lamented in shame. "It's so cold, so humiliating." Meanwhile, the man beside him praised, "You did well." Suddenly, his expression changed, and his gaze became sharp. Ahead were thousands of people frozen into ice statues with fearful expressions, screaming for help. Too many had failed to escape and had frozen to death. Suddenly, Jack looked up, terrified by the sight before him. Before them stood the frost dragon, towering atop the castle. He thought, "We're almost there." Only then did Dio speak to Aries and Jack. "Aries, you failure. Get ready." He still calmly rested his head on his hands, lying leisurely on the straw. "The plan remains the same. Failure, you stand where everyone can see you. Aries, you grab that lizard and drop it in front of him. Then a failure like you will finish it off." Understood. Dios's plan moved him so much that tears and snot flowed, as he thought, "I knew this would be the plan." Dios continued mockingly, "Especially you, Aries. Don't play around like last time and force me to step in." Aries turned back to him with a confident smile. "Rest assured, my lord." Suddenly, he pointed into the air, and a rift appeared. Then he jumped onto the carriage seat again. After a transformation, Aries took on a different form with a terrifying face, standing tall on the carriage. "Last time I struggled a bit because I wasn't paying attention, but I won't make that mistake again." Dios gave a stern command that made him wonder, "Aries, don't kill it. Capture it alive for me." He had shed his leisurely look, replaced by the aura of a demon lord. Aries was equally sinister with red eyes and demonic fangs. "By your command. Then I shall only beat it within an inch of its life." Then he turned to call the young man shivering from the cold. "Jack!" Aries took off his hat and turned his head politely like a gentleman, but his smile was haunting. "That dragon is very large, so things will get a bit chaotic. Make sure you stand firm." Jack thought wearily, "I know." With that, he flew into the spatial rift. "Goodbye." Meanwhile, Jack reached out in panic, calling after him, "Lord Aries, please stand firm." He was panicking. Dio spoke up, "Stop the carriage. You failure." Then he lay down on the straw, waving him away. "I'm going to sleep for a bit. Go deal with that dragon quickly." Jack replied, speechless, "Yes, sir." But then he suddenly spoke up, "But Lord Dios." Jack remembered the majestic roaring of the dragon that had terrified him so much he was dripping with sweat. "Can you come with me? I'm about to pee my pants." In his heart he lamented, "I knew I'd be scared to death facing it." A terrifying many-eyed purple monster clinging to the white dragon's head appeared. As it wriggled, a shout echoed up, "Hey!" Aries emerged from the spatial rift, shining brilliantly. His hair and cape fluttered as he fell from the sky. He landed on the dragon's head, and it had already spotted him. The dragon turned its head, opening its mouth to roar at Aries. The many-eyed monster also rolled its eyes upward to look at the sky upon seeing him. It extended the spikes around itself and launched them straight at Aries. The spikes gradually turned into giant tentacles attacking him. But Aries dodged them all, moving like lightning across the tentacles to reach the purple monster's brain. Battle, he was very serious, quite different from his usual joking self. Then, quick as a flash, he attacked the white dragon's head, striking its vital points repeatedly. With just one blow, he knocked down the majestic white dragon, causing an explosion that echoed for thousands of miles. Jack watched from afar, his hand holding the broom trembling as he saw the dragon defeated. He admired the earth-shattering battle that made his blood boil, silently screaming, "Amazing!" Before the battle began, thick snow and smoke blocked Jack's view. He thought to himself, "I can't see anything with all this smoke. Has it started yet?" With a face full of determination, Jack stepped forward and thought, "I need to find a spot where Lord Aries can see me easily." Dio suddenly spoke up and threw the wooden shield toward him. "Trash," he calmly continued. "Don't you always carry this shield? You said a hero must have a shield. Isn't this your father's relic?" Furthermore, he cast a spell on the shield. The shield suddenly floated up, covered in a powerful dark purple flame. Dios explained that the flame was a magical barrier that could resist dragon breath. Hearing that this was a shield to protect him, Jack was moved to tears, silently thanking him in his heart. Before he could be moved for more than 3 seconds, he was speechless to see Dios lying there, fast asleep. He only left a parting wish and walked toward the dragon. "Good night, Lord Dios." He ran forward at full speed with a fierce mindset. "I'll definitely do well. I must reach the location quickly so Lord Aries doesn't have to wait." Running while his nose was streaming, he looked for a high central place to be easily seen. Searching everywhere, he finally saw a sharp, towering rock standing out over there. He rushed toward that rock. "I have to get there fast." Suddenly, he slipped and fell backward, sliding long across the snow and screaming in terror. The battle between the dragon and Aries was still raging intensely. The purple demon was beaten bloody by him, lying flat and growling. Suddenly, Aries rushed in, stomping hard on one of the purple demon's eyes. Then he powerfully unleashed a series of punches and kicks into each of its eyes. He fought seriously, his red eyes flashing with deadly killing intent. The purple monster's eyes also flashed with a violent magical light. Then suddenly, it released a terrifying energy beam that tore through the air, striking him directly. That burst of power blew Aries away, leaving him wounded and bleeding. The dragon seemed to gain more strength as it spread its powerful wings wide. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, sending snow and gravel flying everywhere. That action created a thick cloud of snow dust that blocked all vision. Suddenly, from behind the layer of dust, a hand miles long lunged forward. That arm pierced through the clouds, tightly gripping a sharp thong, terrifying the dragon. Behind the snow mist, a figure flew up along the arm that had just appeared. It was Aries. But he was no longer as he was before. Aries appeared in a powerful new form, swinging along the arm toward the dragon. Then he swung his leg, delivering a kick like a thunderbolt to the dragon's jaw, the impact echoing and shaking the space. The kick was so strong that it completely shattered the dragon's teeth. Behind Aries' back, thin, terrifying arms began to sprout. He concentrated all his power to deliver the final blow, pinning the dragon's head to the ground as debris scattered. That strike left the white dragon flattened on the ground, groaning and growling in pain. Aries calmly stepped forward like a victor. "You recover quickly, is it because of your size?" The only response to his question was the dragon's weak growls. Aries raised his hand, intending to finish it. "Let's end this here." Once again, the dragon was completely defeated. The events left Jack speechless with amazement. "That's incredible." Still wearing the strange armor, he stood on the cliff's edge and thought, "It's a bit scary here alone. Lord Aries is handling the dragon himself." He greatly admired Aries' strength. "Even though my nose is still running, is that really a D-rank hunter?" Behind him, the refugees began to stir as they saw the dragon defeated. They cheered. "The hero has saved us. Did he win? Why is the hero dressed like a pervert? We're saved." They were overjoyed to have escaped death by a hair thanks to the one who appeared like a savior, Lord Hero. Meanwhile, Fat Patrick was the opposite of everyone else, trembling in fear. He bit his fingertip to lessen the fear. Is that really a hero? Jack turned to look at everyone, moved because he thought they were cheering for him. Is everyone cheering for me? Encouraged by everyone, he felt empowered and determined to risk it all. The cheers continued. "Keep going." Despite his determination, Jack was still scared, his legs shaking from either the cold or fear. "I'm trembling like this, while he's the true hero. I'm so jealous. I also want to become a hero who helps everyone." Jack stood up, determined to fulfill his wish. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry for help from behind. "Please save me." Jack turned toward the call but only saw people who had been frozen into statues. There was a couple who luckily managed to hold on. The woman whispered a plea. "Please save me, Lord Hero." The dragon's long, powerful tail suddenly lashed out through the air. That tail whipped Aries thousands of meters into the sky. Hearing the loud noise, Jack turned his head to check the situation. Lord Aries, the one who was blown away, now gently landed on a nearby rocky mountain. In his hand, he had caught the purple monster that had been clinging to the dragon's head. The dragon seemed to come back to life, stomping its foot on the ground and crushing the gravel. It roared at him aggressively. It seemed to be trying to speak a strange language unique to dragons. Aries seemed to understand and asked back. "So you can recover infinitely as long as the host doesn't die? Because of a parasite?" He stood pensively looking at the creature that seemed dead. "You look like an undead dragon now." A massive claw scraped hard against the ground. A giant dragon with a body made of sharp ice shards appeared, looking incredibly terrifying. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a roar. Aries stood from afar looking at the massive dragon. His face was protected by a magic layer, showing only his red eyes. So they can clone infinitely unless separated from the host? Truly an undead dragon. The giant dragon spread its wings behind it. Seeing this, Aries' eyes flashed with a red light. "If I can't kill it, I'll just have to cut off all its limbs." The dragon pressed its claws into the ground to gain momentum. Immediately, it lunged forward at a dizzying speed. Its target was the white-haired man in front of it. As the dragon was about to reach him, Aries glared and shouted the technique's name. 100 hands. His entire body suddenly sprouted countless long, black shapes. The dragon's massive mouth opened wide, intending to swallow the terrifying human before it. Faced with that situation, Aries calmly knelt and shouted. As one, the things around him combined to form a supermassive hand with razor-sharp claws. The hand clenched into a fist and delivered a powerful punch to the dragon's head. It was hit so hard that blue blood splattered out from its face. Following its master's command, the hand rose again. 100 demon hands. It punched the dragon repeatedly without stopping. This move was called Hell Hammer. Under those punches, the dragon's face was completely mangled. The giant hand grabbed the dragon's neck and lifted it up like a toy. It seemed dead, but suddenly light began to emit from the dragon's mouth. Aries realized something was wrong and quickly used those arms to wrap around his body. A massive surge of power struck the hand that was holding its neck. Even though Jack was far away and not hit directly, he was still affected by this surge of power. He was thrown far by the momentum, rolling several times on the ground. The youthful face inside the pot slightly raised its head to assess the situation. Aries was unharmed thanks to being encased by the countless hands he had just created. His eyes glowed with red energy. "Let's end this here." The dragon was gripped so tightly by that hand that it roared in pain. He widened his eyes and silently recited the technique's name, 100 demon hands. The one. From one became 3. The other 2 hands tightly grabbed the dragon's wings. Without a moment's hesitation, they ruthlessly tore the wings apart to both sides, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The tortured dragon let out a pathetic, agonizing scream. Aries still stood firm within his protection, slightly leaning to one side. He shouted, countercurrent finger flick. The giant fist gained momentum and then rose high into the air. Aries' calm voice rang out. Great demon descent, 10,000 punches. Thunderous blows rained down continuously on the dragon. The villagers watching from afar were stunned by the sight. Jack, standing closest, stared blankly at those giant hands. But he quickly snapped out of it. Oh no, this isn't the time to just stand and watch. He ran toward the 3 frozen people, determined to save them at all costs. There was a whisper from inside. Help, Jack shouted to reassure them. Don't worry, I'll pull you 2 out right now. But as soon as he touched the ice, he panicked and backed away. It's too cold. Suddenly, his eyes caught a heartbreaking sight. A man inside the ice block with frozen tears on his cheeks. He had died trying to protect the girl. Right then, the cry of a baby rang out. A woman with a cracked face cried out in plea. The child, please save the child. Seeing that situation, Jack took a stick and poked hard at the ice. He shouted, just endure a bit longer. I'll get you out, comforting them outwardly, but inside he was pained. Damn it, I have to leave the father behind to save the mother and child. While trying to save the mother and child, Jack thought, Lord Aries is coming soon. I must hurry and then return to my original spot. Suddenly, from afar, a blue ice block flashed with a brilliant light. Someone gasped in surprise. What is that light? The man with the eye injury from earlier shouted. Get away, Lord Hero. That light destroyed our castle. The light grew increasingly dazzling, massive surge of power radiating all around. And that energy beam was heading straight for Jack. He was struck directly by that surge of power. His entire body was tossed high into the air, with surrounding debris swept along. Something was causing this air current to spread rapidly. Faced with the terrifying explosion of power, the villagers quickly backed away to avoid it. Patrick was struck in the face by cold winds, causing his fatty body to bounce up and down. So cold. The dragon, thought to be dead, now stood up again, one of its eyes completely destroyed. Aries' deep, raspy voice rang out. Is it like last time again? His entire body was now covered in strange shapes. It's hard to maintain this physical form for a battle 20 years later. How annoying. Jack, buried under the ground, slowly woke up and thought, am I still alive? Is it thanks to Lord Dios's shield magic? It's so cold. But then he suddenly remembered something important. The child. From the opposite side came the sound of a baby crying loudly, perhaps from the cold or because its mother was gone. Jack sighed in relief. The baby is still alive. But then he cursed under his breath. Damn it. The mother too. Hang on. I'm coming. Just as he was about to push himself forward, he suddenly collapsed. His gaze quickly swept toward the back. Jack's situation at this moment was extremely tragic. From his shins down, his legs had shattered into tiny fragments. Turning back to the dragon, the man with the eye injury shouted in fear, "It's coming back!" and hurriedly yelled, "Lord Hero, run away quickly." Jack's nose was running and tears flowed from the cold, but he remained determined. I must save that child. I am a hero even if I might just be a piece of trash. On the other side were the shouts of the villagers. Lord Hero, watch out. Jack continued to crawl toward the baby. I might not be able to save everyone like other heroes, but I will save you. Aries stood next to the dragon and asked coldly, "Don't you realize that attack is useless against me?" A strange shape sneered. "That's why you're always exploited by humans, you stupid lizard." The dragon seemed to understand the mockery, and its icy power exploded. From afar, Jack used his hands to shield his face. Then he was tossed away once again. His eyes squeezed shut in pain. After sensing no more movement, he slowly opened his eyes to look. Someone was crouching in front of him. I really don't understand. Dios looked at the human lying opposite him with a bored expression, chin in hand. Why do they think they can defeat me when they're this weak? They're like a candle in the wind, yet they still sacrifice themselves to save others. Humans are so hard to understand. No wonder I lost 6,500 years ago. The boy turned pale and stammered, "Lord Dios, I'm sorry for not arriving in time. I'll try harder next time." Immediately, the boy fainted. Next time? In the warm sunlight, Jack was sleeping and gradually woke up, but squeezed his eyes shut as he remembered something important. The boy bolted upright. What happened to that dragon? Lord Dios. Before him now was a large room that had fallen into ruin. The ceiling was gone, so the sunlight shone directly in. Is this Lord Dios's room? He scratched his head in confusion. His face went blank. Wait, why am I here? Did I faint? The boy's gaze slightly flickered to the side. His left hand had strange, sharp stitches. He hurriedly pulled back the blanket to check his legs. As expected, below were intact legs with stitch marks. Are these my legs? I thought I had become a cripple. How is this possible? Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The dragon god is quite something too. Yes, I suppose so. The boy recognized it immediately. It's Lord Dios's voice. Jack forgot all the pain in his body. He hurriedly ran outside and shouted, "Lord Dios." Hello. Aries and Dios were smiling. You're awake? Seeing them, the boy spoke flusteredly. Yes, but why is my body? And what about the dragon and the baby? Jack thought to himself that he had too many things to ask. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Dios said gently, "Both the dragon and the kid are done, don't worry. If you've rested enough, go clean up. We still have to open the shop. Right, you defective?" Jack froze, staying in his position. The boy was happy, his cheeks flushing. All my worries vanished just by seeing his face. Jack said excitedly, "Yes, master." From then on, they continued to accept missions from the dragon mother. It was full of life peeked out from inside a pot. Giant silver dragon was breathing fire everywhere. The people fled in panic. "Run quickly. Someone help me." Dios stood behind them, pointing his finger forward. "You defective." He lay comfortably on the hay and gave the order. "Attack." Jack shouted seriously. "Lord Aries, I am ready." A purple magic circle appeared above the dragon's head. Aries heard the boy's call from below. He quickly prepared as the dragon looked at him and uttered strange words. Aries rushed toward it. Every time they killed a dragon, someone would come to take it away in some mysterious way. Jack called out happily, Master. Meanwhile, his master was rubbing his eyes sleepily. Suddenly, a sword flew up into the air, and a series of special weapons appeared in the sky. Looked down in confusion. Aries smiled slightly, while Jack energetically held dozens of swords to show his master. The next morning, a mountain of weapons would appear in front of their house. Even with his eyes closed and drool running down his chin, Dios gave a thumbs up. In this manner they once again faced a peacock-like monster that was roaring loudly. Jack shouted out of habit, "Lord Aries!" A slender foot glided through the air. Immediately after, a purple lightning bolt defeated the monster. The journey continued as the carriage wheels turned again. A pitch-black spider-like monster made Jack tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Dios and Aries both wore sunglasses and casually threw light bombs. And so the journey went on. The carriage soared through the sky. Below them was a dragon with a rather strange shape. Time passed, and dusk began to fall. Many villagers were comfortably eating bowls of hot noodles. Dios and Aries were like children, slurping their noodles non-stop. Jack sat opposite them, happily watching them eat. Suddenly, a small golden light appeared in front of Dios. A piece of paper appeared over the noodle bowl. The dragon mother has appeared at Lea Castle. Still chewing his noodles, the demon pointed to the sky and shouted heroically, "Let's go." A moment later, they arrived at the target location. In contrast to Jack, who was fighting seriously, Dios lay around comfortably. His eyes suddenly widened. Then he calmly gave the order, "Attack." The boy heard the command and obediently replied, "Yes." Jack's small body hovered in front of the dragon. The opponent prepared to breathe fire to finish off the human in front of it instantly. The boy showed no fear, using his weapon and shouting, "Demon King." Slash. The dragon was struck painfully, and blood splattered everywhere. Another one was taken down, and then another. Just like that, many valuable items came into the boy's possession. His blood-stained feet stepped firmly forward. His upper body was covered in blood, with the slain dragon lying behind him. Suddenly, the boy heard a sound. It turned out the villagers had witnessed everything. "Look, a dragon hunter. God must have sent him to save us. You're so cool, Mr. Underwear Hunter." His master called out to him from a distance. The two high-fived happily. "You did well, you defective." The boy replied, "Yes." Word spread quickly, and Jack's team became the most famous in the region. The three of them stood before a building. Dios looked up. "Is it finally finished?" Aries replied politely, "Yes, this is the first branch of the demon weapon shop." And so, the shop began its business. The interior of the branch was equipped with many beautiful and high-quality tools. Everything sparkled because it was all brand new. Jack cheered happily. "Oh my God! It looks so luxurious here, Lord Dios." The boy squirmed with excitement. Dios said casually to Aries, "I didn't expect the interior to be this beautiful. You must have put in a lot of effort." Dios suddenly gave a sinister smile. "But it doesn't matter, because you two will be managing this place." Aries' eyes widened. "What, us?" Jack also looked at him. "What about you, master?" He casually asked back. "Have you ever seen an owner do the work himself?" The two behind him were so angry their veins popped at their master's attitude. A terrifying hand appeared behind Aries, and Jack was no exception. Dios pushed their faces together. "I just want to sit and count money. You're the ones excited to manage the shop, right?" They both replied miserably, "We understand." The bastard owner handed all the work to his subordinates. "It's settled then. Make sure to work hard." The two of them replied dejectedly, "Yes, boss." While the boss was gloating, Jack called out, "Lord Dios." The boy rubbed his head. "Can I work extra at the counter after I'm done? I need to earn tuition for my twin brothers." He said casually, "Whatever." Jack was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." Dios suddenly called the other demon's name. Also, Aries. The other obediently looked up. "Yes." His expression was quite serious. "Go get the item I requested." Outside, it was currently a brilliant sunset. Jack bowed his head to look at the item below. It was a strange round object with terrifying purple eyes. Yet he still praised it. "This looks amazing. Read it." "Yes." Dios picked up the item. He asked Aries to read the information, and Aries replied coldly, "Yes." Doomsluan is crafted from dragon scales, combined with emeralds and rubies. This is an SS rank shield worthy only of a hero, made by the underworld's #1 blacksmith. This item can withstand 3 to 4 hits from the Demon King. Dios exclaimed, while Jack was surprised. "It can block even the Demon King?" As expected, the dwarves are truly formidable. It was actually the demon realm, but Jack misunderstood. He coldly threw it to him. "Here, you defective, hold it tight." The boy was dazed. "Huh?" Suddenly, a beam of purple light shone into the boy's eyes. Everything around Jack was now pitch black. Where am I? He shouted in panic. Lord Dios. Suddenly, a deep, raspy voice came from behind. Is it a human? Did you call for me? A large red eye stared intently at the small boy. Began to introduce itself. My name is Doomsluan. I accept you as my master until the flame of my life fades away. Jack was startled. Master? Before he could ask anything, flashes of pink electricity appeared. A moment later, he was still holding the shield, asking in confusion. Huh? Where did Lord Doomsluan go? Dios replied casually. It's coming, so make sure to block it. As he swung his hand, a surge of purple power rushed toward Jack. The eyes on the shield flashed brightly. The boy was pushed back forcefully, and the wall suddenly shattered. Aries cursed in annoyance. Is there any owner who would destroy his own newly built shop? Dio said casually. I was just testing it. Jack was buried under the pile of stones, with only his small arm showing. The boy waved his hand happily. Lord Dios, this shield is amazing. It's so high quality that even an A-rank or G-rank hero would envy it. Dios said. Even at 1/100th of its true size, I guess it can still block my spear of doom. He called out. You defective. The boy replied immediately with a smile. Yes, the master declared. From now on, it belongs to you. I want you to use strong gear because you are too weak. I will gradually add more items, starting with this one. The boy jumped up immediately. Really? Jack was moved to tears. Is it really okay to give me this legendary shield even though I'm just a useless F-rank? Dios's face looked thoughtful for a moment. Then he nodded slightly. Yes. Tears fell onto the surface of the shield as the boy hugged the gift tightly to his chest. Jack sobbed and vowed. Even if I lived for 1,000,000 years, I wouldn't dare dream of holding such a wonderful shield. This is the best shield in the world. Dio said with a cold face. You idiot, I didn't even hit you, so why are you crying? One evening at a certain place, a group of nobles was feasting grandly. The king shouted happily. Drink up. This is the Verde Kingdom, Acoma Castle. King held out his hands, which were covered in rings. Wearing so many makes my hands feel heavy. I've managed to collect quite a lot. Who knew that old man kept so much? He couldn't take it with him after death. He really had no conscience. He asked the girl with lifeless eyes, casually putting his arm around her. Am I right, Princess April? He laughed loudly. Suddenly, a person wearing a cloak entered. The person chuckled softly and then bowed politely. After the greeting, the mysterious person walked casually toward the stairs. The person walked around, staring intently at everything. That person then stepped up the stairs. Looking around, a soft voice echoed in the silent space. Not this place. The person's feet continued to step forward. The revelers looked curiously at the cloaked figure. Under many gazes, that person still walked on casually. Then he sat down, his ring-covered hands revealed. There are no traces of a battle from the city gates to hear. The arrogant king shouted loudly. What? Who the hell are you? Cardencia looked up with a smile and replied. Don't mind me. Please continue as you were. His foot stomped hard on the ground. Then he immediately rushed forward with the speed of lightning. After landing, Cardencia's ring-covered hand lightly touched a piece of stone. His eyes lit up. Right here, a single explosion caused the mountain range to look like this with just one move. Could a human possibly do this? Seeing this person's strange attitude, the king began to break into a cold sweat. He screamed, Get this bastard out of here right now. The others quickly shouted in unison. Understood. Cardencia signaled with his hand. Don't move. It's very dangerous. Even though you are just swarming cockroaches, your lives are still precious. The others shouted in annoyance. This guy is tired of living. Kill him. He uttered words like a believer. As God's creations, you shouldn't act like that. As soon as he finished speaking, they were all cut down by something sharp. He ordered the survivors, You lot better stay still if you don't want to end up like him. The man sitting behind witnessed everything and asked, Magic? What is happening? Who are you? Cardencia gave a standard smile. The higher-ups are worried about what happened here, so I was sent to investigate. I hope you will cooperate. The opponent frowned and repeated. The higher-ups? His eyes closed tightly. Yes. Representing God, the Savior. The fake emperor panicked so much that he spat as he spoke. The most holy Savior. Cardencia's blue eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you know, don't make me repeat myself. Confess. What happened on that day? Seeing the others' confusion, he continued to ask. Who, what, and why? Destroying Acoma Castle, one of the largest fortresses, in an instant and then vanishing without a trace. Truly ingenious. He sweated and replied, I don't know anything. I only heard merchants say he had white hair. Cardencia asked back. White hair. The king's gaze was full of anxiety. That's right. That morning they saw a suspicious white-haired man entering and leaving the city gates. Immediately after, they heard screams, and the castle suddenly exploded terrifically. He stammered in fear. That's all I know. Only God knows what happened next because everyone else is dead. Cardencia smiled and said nothing more. A moment later he turned around. Thanks for the answer, goodbye. The king still sat on his throne and shouted. He is the savior. You don't understand. The tyrannical Verde government was too complacent. Akoma was built with the blood and flesh of the common people. That white-haired youth is the savior God sent to destroy the tyrant and demand justice. He is the true savior, far more talented than that bastard who uses the divine to live in luxury. Cardencia was no longer smiling, his eyes flashing. Well said. However, we will see if he is a savior or a force of corruption. He gently raised his hand. Also, the man's head was immediately severed. How dare you insult him? Dio stepped on something. There you are, you damn germ. Aries stood nearby and reminded him. That is a parasite, not a germ. He didn't care. It's all the same. Report the location so the true gold dragon can handle the rest. Aries nodded very well. They walked slowly across the green grass. Dios folded his arms behind his head. At first I thought doing this was fun, but this much work will be a big problem for the dragons. The true gold dragon should handle it herself. She claims to be a dragon god. Aries replied seriously. She cannot handle it herself perhaps because she is being harmed within her mortal body. He didn't understand and asked further. What does that mean? He explained calmly. Although it's not certain, it's related to the records in the time-space library. Dios repeated, the time-space library? He continued to explain. That is the place where the world's history, recognized by the gods, is kept. Memories or texts can be manipulated, but once recorded in the time-space library, they cannot be altered. It is ironclad evidence. Dios began to understand. So the reason the true gold dragon is acting like this is because she's afraid of being recorded? Her appearance here is a secret that cannot be made public. Aries replied. Something like that. The two continued their Q&A. Why? I don't know either. How could an ordinary guy like me understand the dragon mother's personal matters? When they reached the carriage, they saw Jack sleeping soundly. Huh? Did this defective piece of junk fall asleep again? Aries's cold face became gentle. Perhaps he is tired. He faced a dragon that even an S-rank hero would find difficult. Perhaps only he could do it because he learned how to defend against it. Suddenly, something caught Dios's eye. Huh? What's this? Why is he carrying a shield but wrapping it so tightly in cloth? Aries explained. He said he treasures the shield and will pass it to his brother when he becomes a hero. Dios shouted mockingly. You idiot. Just use it and buy another one for him later. Aries laughed along. That's true. Dios walked away. Let's keep going. Just throw him back in the carriage to sleep. Aries acted like a caring father. All right. Carriage moved slowly through the night under the sparkling starlight. Suddenly, a question was asked. Has it not opened yet? Aries turned his head in confusion. Huh? Seeing the blank face, Dios clarified. The stitches on Jack's limbs. Aries finally understood. Oh, right. Dios joked. I thought those doctors did a half-hearted job, but they actually have a heart. Dios laughed. If they dare to chop, they must know how to reattach. They probably do it often. Anyway, do you think if he had a better starting point, he would have become a great hero? His sense of responsibility is very high. Aries chuckled. Please don't say such ominous things, my lord. If that were true, in just 20 years you two might become enemies. Dios's face brightened. Why would I do that to that idiot? Aries shouted in annoyance. Because you are following the path of the Demon King. Dios still played innocent. Huh? What are you saying? I look more like a hero's companion. Aries gave up. You are hopeless, my lord. Dios returned to his normal self. But if that's the case, will Jack really become the hero of humanity? Aries replied bluntly. Impossible, because he doesn't belong to Generation O. Dios repeated. Generation O? Aries's red eyes were serious. Yes, that is the law. The final hero must be born in the 5th generation. An ordinary person has a child at 20. Then their child has a grandchild at 20. Continues like that. By the time the 5th generation child turns 20, exactly 1 century has passed. That is the year the Demon King descends to the world. That child will declare war on us, and the Generation O cycle begins again. Only someone from Generation O can be the hero. Jack is 4th generation, so he can't. Only his child has a chance. While telling the story, the master suddenly burst out laughing. Dios smiled at the sky. Every century the Demon King invades, a hero is born. Is that the law of the world? How ridiculous. This game. Dios continued to laugh to himself. Taking this chance, Aries asked, "My lord, can you tell me now why you left and don't want to be the Demon King?" In the middle of the serious moment, Dios's face was blank. "Haven't I said it?" Aries almost screamed. "Not yet." Dios touched his hat, dazed. "Really? I was wondering why I hadn't said it." Aries gave up. "How should I know?" Just as Dios was about to say the reason. "Well, it's nothing, I don't want to be the Demon King because..." Something suddenly flew past their heads. Seeing that burning object, both whispered, "Isn't that an airship?" Looking at it, it must belong to the royal family. It was being attacked by a dragon. Dios groaned tiredly. "Dragons again? Are they that easy to find in this world?" Aries suddenly spoke sternly. "How could that be? That is the symbol, the sacred fir tree, the symbol of the pure-blooded ones." Dios laughed and asked again, "Pure-blooded too?" Aries replied immediately, "Yes." Then Aries explained, "That is the clan that produced hundreds of heroes with noble blood. I don't know why two species that were allies for 1,000 years are now tearing each other apart. It's baffling." Suddenly the master called, "Hey, Aries!" Aries looked over. "What is it?" Dios flashed a bright smile amidst the scene of the burning ship. "Let's go check out the drama." A group of cavalry was pulling something massive. "Hey, careful not to let it catch fire. Hurry up. Why is this thing so heavy?" 1, 2. They pulled hard on each rope. But suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked. Luckily, they didn't fall. Patrick stood on a rock and cursed. "You idiots! I told you to be careful not to break that thing." They panicked. "Yes, sir." Patrick's fat face turned pale. "These fools," Patrick cursed inwardly. "Do they know how much this is worth?" The cavalry remained focused. "Lift it up. 1, 2. If there's a single scratch, I'll have all your heads." Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Patrick. The source of that sound was a bright red dragon. "We've been spotted." The dragon rushed quickly toward them. Patrick screamed in terror. "It's coming." Patrick sweated as he gave orders to the people below. "That beast is chasing this thing. Stop it at all costs. Archers, mages, get ready. Fire." They shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." One side held bows. The other used talismans and magic. Fire sparked in the dragon's mouth, and Patrick shouted so hard that spit flew. "Fire." They acted immediately. Strange characters on the papers shot out. Bolts of electricity were fired forward, but none of it harmed the dragon at all. They shot a giant fireball toward them. Patrick fell flat on the ground. In the sky, the dragon was still loitering around. Seeing this, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it." The fireball shot violently toward them. Patrick tumbled to the ground. In the sky, the dragon was still soaring around. Seeing this, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Patrick hurriedly turned around and asked, "Where's that thing? Is it still safe?" The cavalry helped others lie down and replied, "Yes, no problem." They groaned in pain. "Ah, my leg." Patrick sighed coldly in relief. "Thank God." Patrick looked up anxiously and saw the dragon turning back again. "Coming back. That thing is still a juvenile. Make sure to hit it this time. Everyone, aim." The others began to act again. "Yes, sir." The dragon prepared to spit fire once more. Patrick opened his mouth as wide as possible. "This is the final blow. Fire." Before he could finish shouting, someone behind him spoke up. "Hey, move aside." Without hesitation, that person stepped hard on Patrick's head to jump for momentum. Patrick was so angry his face turned bright red. A blond man raised his sword. Slash! Split the camellia. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire dragon was split into 2 pieces. Patrick excitedly called out as soon as he realized who it was. "Lord Various." After defeating the dragon, Various landed on the ground. There were strange patterns on Various' face. "Do you want to die? You would have died if you hadn't dodged that, you fool." Despite being scolded, the fat man was very happy. "Ah, Lord Various, we will handle it, no problem. Even though that dragon wasn't an adult, you still split it in 2. Amazing." Various waved his hand, giving the sword to the other to hold. "A dragon is still a dragon. Why add the word juvenile?" "Forget it, clean my sword quickly." Patrick replied obediently, "Yes, sir." As if remembering something, Various continued to order. "Also, clean up this place and call for more support." Patrick opened his eyes in confusion. "Yes, sir." Various turned his head toward Patrick, his blue eyes glowing. "If that object is exposed for any reason, your head will no longer be on your neck." Patrick stammered. "Yes, sir. You can be absolutely at ease, my lord." Suddenly, Dios's calm voice rang out, making Various' whole body stiffen. "Is this the thing you mentioned?" Above, Dios and Aries were standing on the object the cavalry had been pulling. Patrick asked in a panic, Who Who are you? Dios ignored the fat man and poked his foot at the thing inside the cloth. The cloth tore, revealing the red eyes of a dragon. Seeing it, Dios asked nonchalantly, "What's this? You said it was an item, but it turns out to be another dragon?" Suddenly, Dios saw something. Dios remarked, "The eyes seem normal, so there are still dragons not infected by parasites?" Dios spoke as if answering his own question. Hearing that, Dios realized. So that's why the small dragon chased us to save its mother. Aries agreed, "I believe so." Dios's red eyes flashed, his voice full of interest. "Aren't you all at peace with the dragon race? You are part of a hero clan, so why do I smell a conspiracy here?" Aries thought silently before speaking up. "It seems I'll have to clean up a few more corpses." Aries whispered as he saw this. "My lord, why are you provoking him? The master was only interested in the novelty. Aren't you curious about the skills of a direct descendant?" Everyone thought Various would draw his sword. But no, he ordered, "Deal with them." Patrick hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Patrick shouted loudly, his facial muscles stretching hideously. "I don't know who you are, but you've seen things you shouldn't have. You lot, take them down." The cavalry raised their swords. "Yes, sir." Dios stared intently at the knight's back. "Is he just leaving like that? I had high hopes for a hero's direct descendant like him. How boring." "Aries, kill them all." In contrast to his master's childish appearance, Aries asked calmly, "But Lord Dios, aren't we playing the role of the hero's companions?" Dios asked back in confusion. "What does that have to do with anything?" Aries explained calmly, "Isn't it bad to fight a direct descendant while being a hero's companion?" Hearing that, Dios realized, "Now that you mention it. By the way, is he a holy like Jack?" Aries answered his question. "Yes, hero clans are always holy plus a tree name. It shows they've been blessed." Dios asked dreamily, "Was the first hero a tree or something? Why do they like using tree names?" The two of them continued chatting. "They used the name of the tree most planted in their territory." "What, it's not like it's Arbor Day, how funny." Patrick, being ignored, shouted angrily, "Those bastards are looking down on us. What are you doing? Kill them." The people using talismans, the cavalry using bows, and immediately, various streams of power flew toward the two of them. Behind the group were the two who had just been standing on the cloth. "They're attacking us, aren't they? Deal with it quickly, they might wake Jack up." The two continued talking nonchalantly, while Patrick sweated in fear. "What? When did they get there?" Aries frowned and asked, "Killing them isn't hard, but is it really okay?" Dios was quite annoyed by this man's caution. "Why do you keep asking?" Aries had to repeat his words from before. "Didn't I say it already? You are currently a hero's companion." Dios pouted childishly. "So you want to beg them for forgiveness and let us go?" Not understanding his master's joke, Aries calmly pointed toward the cloth. "Perhaps it's too late to beg. We've seen such a big secret." Dios couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Then what do you want me to do? You're so annoying." Once again, the two of them started chatting without caring about others. "Can't we run? Are you afraid of them?" "I'm Aries." "Yeah right, Aries the coward." Patrick was so angry he was fuming. "You bastards, how long are you going to mess around? Kill them immediately." The crowd noisily ran toward the two demons. "Yes, sir." As he spoke, Aries glanced slightly at someone about to sneak attack. "I don't want to get involved with hero clans, but I guess it's unavoidable." Aries took a deep breath, then spat out a blindingly bright beam. While the other side was in a panic, Jack on this side was still sleeping peacefully. Boy snored comfortably, drool even running from his mouth. The cavalry holding shields and hammers rushed at the two demons. A mage jumped up, sparks flashing in his hand. Fire fist. Aries still calmly watched the flames about to be launched at him. Aries then spat out a glowing orb that shattered the other's bones and flesh. Beside Dios, a cavalryman with a jar rushed out. Aries' red eyes lit up. An instant, that man was defeated on the spot. Seeing this, the others froze in their tracks. Before they could escape, Aries used his sharp nails to slash them into pieces. Feet and hands lay scattered on the ground. In this bloody scene, a person held a bow pointed at Aries. A cavalryman shot an arrow surrounded by flames. Fierce tiger shot. Aries coldly touched two fingers together. With just a snap of his fingers, that person died instantly. Some magic users did not give up. Lightning strike. Aries used both hands to create a circle. The mage's lightning strike passed through two magic circles and hit its master back. That person fell and died on the spot. Aries licked the blood on his hand. Then Aries sighed contentedly. Aries' eyes showed sharp black vertical slits that were terrifying. Killing people is indeed the most interesting thing. Patrick stood from afar witnessing it all, trembling. Who are they? Once again, Patrick's fat head was stepped on, and the sword in his hand disappeared. Various suddenly appeared in the air. Patient night. Following the sound of his technique. Shadowless split strike. A whirlwind appeared. A large piece of land was shattered to pieces. Various landed on the ground, coldly looking at the space filled with smoke and dust. A voice from above rang out. Dust is flying everywhere. Take it easy. Various slightly turned his head to look up. The two demons were already standing high up before anyone knew it. Various opened his mouth to ask, "Who are you? You can easily kill clan soldiers and even dodge my sword. Are you a blood soldier of the Hei Sha Chao clan?" In contrast to the other's cold face, Dios teased with a laugh. "TSK. Wrong. Is everyone strong a blood soldier? Use your brain a bit." Various was not angry at all and continued to ask. "Then, the dragon race? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I just need to eliminate the witnesses." Seeing the other's posture as he prepared to swing his sword, the corners of Dios's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Dios's eyes showed a bright red aura. "You want to kill me? That's absolutely impossible, you fool." The moment Various saw the smile on Dios's face, a beam of light appeared in Various' soul. Something had awakened deep inside Various' body. A light appeared around Various. Immediately after, Various screamed, and a terrifying beam of light gushed out. Seeing this, Aries couldn't help but be surprised. He is already awakened? That man continued to scream, and the surrounding pieces of land flew up, affected by the power. Patrick stands in the distance, covering his eyes, suddenly shouting, "Lord Various." His pearly white teeth are clenched tight. That person now looks as if he has lost all consciousness. Zeus is quite surprised by this new change. "What else do you want to show off now?" Having said that, Various leaps and rushes forward. In an instant, the mindless Various stands before them. He growls deep in his throat. Zeus comments like a father to his child. "Seems like things have changed a bit." Various swings his arm back and unleashes perfect and powerful slashes. Zeus lands elsewhere. He nonchalantly criticizes, "Hey, you idiot, you're still too slow. Hurry up, the witness is about to fall asleep." Suddenly, the person beside him calls out, Lord Zeus." Alex's face frowns slightly, yet he forces a smile. "Shouldn't we be going?" He doesn't understand, questioning irritably. "I was just having a bit of fun. Why won't you let me keep playing? Are you afraid of those heroes?" Alex replies immediately, "That's right. I am indeed a bit afraid of him." Unnoticed, one of his arms had been severed, and the brilliant light mending the wound proves Various was the one who caused it. Zeus stops joking. "What's this? How disgusting." Suddenly, Various lunges. His face is inches from his, and he suddenly shouts, "Ah!" Zeus calmly faces the blonde man. "You can't fool my eyes. Alex, you could easily kill this bastard, so why are you hesitating?" Right after the question, terrifying slashes reappear. Shadowless split strike. Various' sword is right at Zeus's neck, but his tone remains perfectly calm. "I told you already." He flashes a truly terrifying smile. "That is impossible. You can't even touch a single hair on my head." Provoked, the mindless Various uses his remaining hand to summon something. Streams of golden light shoot out around them, but Zeus calmly dodges. Are you a blood soldier?" His feet land on the ground. While the other is desperate to kill him, Zeus dodges while teasing. "Do I look like blood soldier to you?" Immediately, Various' newly awakened power blows up an entire mountain. A moment later, facing his overwhelming power, Zeus yawns out of boredom. He pours out more teasing words. "How boring. I had high hopes since you carry the blood of the previous hero, but you're nothing but a slightly faster fly. I'm even too lazy to kill you. Those who died by my hand before were simply a bunch of useless fools." His feet press firmly into the ground. Then he prepares to swing his leg. Mass. His eyes flare with a red light. Destruction. Alex, who had been standing silently, suddenly moves. In an instant, his entire body is covered in sword wounds. Various shouts from behind. "Piercing heart." Following the skill's name, Alex's newly recovered body is slashed apart again. Shadowless strike. Zeus shouts in confusion. "Alex, what on earth are you doing?" He doesn't answer his master, turning his head to spit something into Various' face. That substance spreads across his face, and in an instant Various' eyes return to normal. But immediately after, his whole body collapses to the ground. Zeus puts his hands in his pockets and asks, "You knocked him out instead of killing him?" He looks at his subordinate. "Why? You kept avoiding him, rambling about how you were afraid of him and such. Now you're blocking my way to save him?" Zeus's expression is like a child's. "Explain it. Give me a reason right now." Waiting for the other to finish asking, Alex slowly speaks. "My apologies, my lord. My concern does not lie with this young hero, but with the will of those in this world. His eyes narrow slightly. Doesn't that will cause chaos, destruction, and slaughter? Isn't that your specialty in this world? He replies softly. That can only be done on a small scale. Rumor has it that as long as the Lord stands on this earth, the whole world will shake. They will swarm like endless cockroaches. Even a baby in a cradle will crawl out with a knife. Humans are that kind of lot. Contrary to the retainer's caution, the master doesn't care. Let as many of those cockroaches come as they like. I'll burn them all at once. I've thought about this for a long time but still haven't found an answer. How could these weaklings possibly defeat me? It's just too absurd. Not hearing the person beside him speak, Deuce looks up in confusion. He sees Alex's forced, awkward smile. Immediately, he seems to realize something. His face is now full of coldness. So there are other things, something I don't know yet. Alex remains silent as an answer. He continues asking, and I'll only find that out 20 years from now? With an awkward expression, he finally replies, yes. Deuce pours out questions like affirmations. You won't tell me even if I ask? Will you? At most, it'll just be some nonsense about the world's will or something, right? The surrounding atmosphere turns gloomy. You've guessed correctly, so let's head back. Ignoring his request, Deuce smiles and says, so what if I kill this bastard right here? Will, you're so afraid of makes me quite interested in defeating it. Will a god descend from the heavens or something? Facing his master's transformation, Alex remains calm. I don't know either, but I know one thing for sure. Thinking he would reveal a deep cause, it turns out to be the dream of becoming a hero party member. Living the life of the world's top 2% will become meaningless because you'd have to destroy every hero and ruin everything to end it. Forget being the Demon King. You'd be the most exemplary Demon King in history. His face is now extremely sinister. Attacking humans before the hero rises, that might be a good idea, wouldn't it? Alex raises his foot to stomp on Various' head while pretending to say, right, I'll handle him myself, the Lord can rest now. Deuce shouts in panic. No. He breaks into a sweat, stopping his servant's action. Alex, don't you know how to joke? I was just kidding. That Demon King and war stuff has nothing to do with me anymore. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Should I leave him like this? I just need to finish him off. Oh right. Hurry up and open the portal. The portal. A moment later, a magic portal appears. Seeing the one behind not moving, he asks in confusion. Aren't you coming? Alex gives a reason. I'll follow as soon as I clean up the traces here. Please go ahead and rest, my lord. No. Deuce acts like a worried superior. Is your arm okay? He hurriedly pushes his back toward the portal. These wounds will heal as soon as I return to the underworld. Don't worry and please head back first. Deuce asks again to be sure. Really? Be quick about it. He bows obediently. Safe travels. The magic portal closes, leaving only 2 people on the land. Having just smiled and wished his master well, Alex now lunges at Various, his face transforming into something terrifying. He sticks out his tongue, his breath full of rage. You damn brat, you dare slash me, one of the 7 counts of the demon realm with that filthy light? Something dark and sharp spills from his eyes. I, with these very hands, will take the lives of your descendants 20 years from now, ending your holy Stuarsha bloodline. At this time, Zek is still sleeping peacefully under the warm moonlight. A figure appears beside him. Looking at this human's foolish appearance, Deuce can't help but find it funny. He must have been very tired to pass out in this cold. On the other side of the hills, fires are still burning. Pondering for a moment, he wonders curiously, what on earth will happen 20 years from now? Rules are such a pain. Just wait, that day 20 years from now will never come. But why are those dragons so messy? That stupid dragon. Does she even know what's happening to her children? Suddenly, a young woman's sweet voice rings out from above. That stupid dragon you mentioned. Surely you don't mean me? That person is the true gold dragon. When he sees her, his face freezes for a moment. Then he agrees. Yes, exactly that person. At the girl's sudden appearance, Deuce's face shows no surprise. Have you been stalking me this whole time? True gold dragon's golden dress flutters in the night. I've attached one of my hairs to you. He corrects her. You mean a scale? He points behind him and says, about that, if you want to press charges, I can be your witness. Hearing that, the true gold dragon bursts out laughing. You make me laugh. Having a demon king like you testify? Hello. I'm the demon king. And I stopped a hero who intended to break the peace treaty by attacking dragons. As if humans would believe a word you say. Even though she's joking, Deuce remains calm and unangered. Why does everyone always think so poorly of demons? She explains. If not poorly, then why do you people come up to destroy the world every 100 years? Hearing that, Deuce rests his chin in thought and says, you're right. Why do we keep destroying the world? Why don't they just stay content living in the demon realm? True Gold Dragon's face turns dark at the mindless demon's ignorant question. Huh? What kind of stupid question is that? And the one asking it is a demon king, no less? Deuce picks his nose indifferently. You shouldn't talk so much, you bird brain. You're just standing here idly chatting with me while your descendants are being slaughtered. They even call those children merchandise. This certainly isn't the first time. Why do you think they hunt dragons? To craft equipment, what else? Your bodies are very valuable. They even massacre innocent little dragons. Isn't that a blatant act of contempt for the treaty? Waiting for him to finish, the true gold dragon slowly speaks. So, could you do me a favor? He asks curiously. What favor? She replies immediately, revenge. Can you help me take revenge on the filthy species that is slaughtering my descendants? He looks at the humanoid dragon and thinks for a moment. Then he bluntly says, why should I do that for you? You can do it yourself. She replies instantly, I cannot. A dragon leaves its territory and enters the human world. Humans have the right to kill it. It's like your battle every century. It's the law of the world. So no matter how many of my descendants die, as long as humans still exist in this world, I can do nothing. Hearing such injustice, Deuce looks visibly annoyed. What kind of damn rule is that? What idiot said it? Suddenly, the true gold dragon's eyes widen. Immediately after, his face contorts. He is startled and falls to his knees from a powerful force. His nose has started bleeding. Am I bleeding? What is this terrifying pressure? The true gold dragon's steady voice rings out. That is the rule of the world. The binding of the plane where you and I exist. He stands up irritably. First, you set these absurd rules, and when I speak up, you apply punishment. She stares at him in surprise. That's enough, you bastard. If you feel so righteous and superior, then set your own laws in your own world and live there. Why set rules in our place and force us to obey unconditionally? At his scolding, she can't help but feel interested. Impressive, enduring the punishment with a mortal body? You're a bit eccentric, but you are a demon king after all. There's still some blood on his nose, but a smile plays on his lips. Watch your mouth, you bird brain. Next, the true gold dragon asks a question just like Alex. By the way, why? Why don't you want to be the demon king? Her face lights up. You know, I'm very excited. You're the first person to refuse being the demon king in the last 666 centuries. I bet the heavenly way will have a headache over you defying the rules. Suddenly, Deuce cuts her off. Why do you look so happy? Deep down, you've wanted to abolish these rules for a long time too, haven't you? Having her heart seen through, the true gold dragon blushes and tries to argue. What are you saying, you idiot? I'm just curious because you're the first to dare do such a thing. Right? Be wary of the heavenly way. That's just how it is. Deuce frowns in annoyance. They want to erase me? Do you think I'm afraid of its petty tricks? If they want to, I'll welcome them anytime. Ignoring his anger, she speaks again. Anyway, where is my answer? Why don't you want to become the demon king? What is the reason you want to break the cycle of 665 centuries by giving up the role? I'm curious about the motive behind it. Facing the dragon's excited curiosity, he nonchalantly puts his hands in his pockets. Why? There's nothing grand. I don't want to be the demon king because, just as he is about to give the reason, someone interrupts. Alex has emerged from the magic circle. Let's go, my lord. I finished cleaning up that mess. He walks over while looking at the other person. Have you been with the true gold dragon god this whole time? She is now annoyed at being interrupted at the crucial moment. Why couldn't you come earlier or later? Why show up right at the important part? Out of politeness, Alex intends to greet her. Are you well, noble dragon god? But Deuce immediately cuts in. Stop talking. Open the portal so I can go home quickly. My master's priority is most important. Yes, I understand. The true gold dragon doesn't give up, demanding he answer. Hey, tell me before you go. Tell me the reason. Eos blurted out a sentence as if breaking the fourth wall. I'll get flamed if I keep arguing with you, so let's do this another time. Her face darkened. What on earth are you talking about? He waved her away. Go home. Hurry up. A moment later, she called him. Hey, Demon King, if you can't avenge me, at least expose them. Let the world know how many heroes are involved in this. How many innocent children were brutally murdered. Even in the human world, if they continue this, it violates the treaty, and other races who hate humans will step in. Suddenly, Dios held up 3 fingers, triple the price. He lay next to Jack and smiled. Since your case is quite difficult, I have to charge 3 times the usual fee. She screamed in shock. What? Then she cursed this wretched demon. You truly are a cunning bastard. He turned back to Jack. Well, I am a demon after all. You can choose not to hire me and just let those children live in fear of being kidnapped every day. Hearing the others lament, the true gold dragon was so angry her hair stood on end. Fine, I'll pay triple, alright? Hearing that, Dios replied happily. Thank you, my dear customer. Light appeared at her fingertips. Take this. His whole body was enveloped in a golden light. What is this aura? She explained. It's a spell that helps you hide your demonic energy. Those heroes or blood soldiers react to your demonic energy. Now you don't have to worry about that anymore. Having received the reward, Dios immediately turned cold. I get it, you can get lost now. Aries, let's go. Yes, my lord. Seeing that attitude, the true gold dragon cursed. That bastard. Now only the dragon remained on the land. She sighed deeply. Am I doing the right thing? Time will give me the answer. At this time, Dios's group was somewhere else. There was a massive emblem attached to the city wall, an airship flying in the sky. A grand castle stood before them. Jack exclaimed in admiration. How do they have so much money to build a city like this? Aries stood nearby and explained. Because they are a hero family with a history of 60,000 years, the Holy Stuarsha family. After processing last night's events, Dios pouted and pointed at the small human beside him. He's a hero too. So why does he look like that? Jack smiled bitterly. I'm sorry for looking like this. Aries had to advise his childish master. Don't say things like that right in front of people. The other didn't understand and asked back. Why? The two demons went back and forth. Jack might rebel out of anger. Why? Seeing that his explanation wasn't getting through, he changed the subject. Anyway, I explained it before. Once a hero family becomes famous, many cities and nobles want to become their sponsors. Because sponsoring a hero is like indirectly fighting for world peace. Furthermore, dragon hunts like last night's are a significant economic source. Honestly, everyone knows it but no one dares to say it. While the two were discussing, Jack felt as limp as a slime. It's like I don't even exist. Aries didn't notice and continued. It's a difficult thing to talk about, but they still think it's right. Dios asked ignorantly. Why is that? He slowly explained to his master. Since humans are at war with the demon race, the dragon race has no choice but to help them. If humanity fails, the next victims will be the dragons. Hearing that, he agreed, true, dragon bodies are quite popular items in the demon realm. Aries added. They're extremely famous there. The master asked curiously. So this is something the dragon race is forced to do to support humanity? The clever servant replied. Exactly. Therefore, you suspect the Holy Stuarsha family and others are hunting dragons illegally, even though it affects the treaty between humans and dragons. As if remembering something, Dios asked the ignored boy with a straight face. Didn't your family hunt dragons secretly? Jack rubbed his head awkwardly. Huh? You need to reach G rank just to get near a dragon's nest. Then calmly made a comment that made the boy's soul fly away. That's right, if someone like you could hunt dragons, then even the dogs or cats on the street could probably do it too. Aries hurriedly caught the boy who was closing his eyes as if he were about to die. What should we do here now, master? His voice whispered through gritted teeth. Jack, control yourself. Dios's mouth curled up. I have something to do here. His face was full of malice. It's like a secret operation, an investigation into illegal dragon hunting. The childish master rushed forward. Let's go. Aries called out in a panic. Wait, master. Killing is fine, but wasn't our identity exposed during that fight with the nobles yesterday? Shouldn't we use a disguise? Hearing that, Dios slammed on the brakes immediately. A moment later, the two energetic demons had transformed into a quirky person and a mysterious person. They only changed clothes. Now we can go. Aries' new appearance made his face stiffen and darken. Should I just go home? Ignoring the other demon's uncomfortable expression, Dios walked happily. All right, let's go. Jack hurriedly called back. Lord Dios. The boy sweated and rubbed his neck. Just a reminder, but it's better to behave normally and properly. It's not that you're unworthy of being a hero or anything. Surprisingly, the other agreed. Fine. It's not that hard. The boy joyfully clenched his fists. Really? Finally, he stood before the majestic city gate. So, right after promising not to act weird, Dios shouted excitedly, making the boy's soul fly away again. The hero of heroes, the candidate for the position of the final hero. You will become number 1. Zeepin holy bitch has arrived. Open the gates quickly, you bastards. He turned his head, a proud smile on his face. I planned to open the door by force, but in the end, I settled it with words. I did a great job, didn't I? Inside a large room, everything was beautifully and luxuriously decorated. Jack marveled in his mind. This is amazing. Suddenly, a sparkling light caught his eye. On the wall was a painting of a majestic man planting a flag into a dragon's head. That's the person from the textbooks. The face of the person in the painting was no different from various the final hero of the 52nd generation who fought to the death with the Demon King for 13 days and won, Hassanpan Holy Stuarsha 7. He is on a completely different level than me. It's embarrassing to call myself a hero like him. Dios, sitting nearby, sensitively caught the boy's mood. Don't worry too much. Aren't all heroes equal? Don't be afraid. Jack smiled awkwardly. In theory, yes, but someone spoke from behind. You're right, all heroes are equal. Everyone turned their heads in surprise except for Dios. The man who just appeared looked quite like the person in the painting. However, not all heroes have the same skills. God only grants the most sacred blood to those who can bear its weight. God knows who is fit to be a true hero. Welcome, hero of the Holy Bitch family and his companion.
I am Soules Panhouli Stewartia.
I am currently a third-generation hero of this century. I am retired and currently manage this estate. Dios glanced back and thought. I thought that person from back then would walk out, but it must be his father. The final hero born from the 5th generation of the century represents the laws of the world. The title they are given is an honor for their lineage. One of the children of the 4th generation heroes like Jack and Various, born to one of the Saint Maidens, will be the final hero of this era of transition. Jack greeted politely. Oh, hello. I am Jack Van Holy Bitch. It's an honor to meet you. After introducing himself, he introduced the other two demons. These are my two friends, Lord Dios and Lord Aries. The man said nonchalantly. I know. The boy stammered. Huh? He continued. I know you and your group. I'm a bit late because I had to confirm with the Hero Management Bureau. It seems you've somehow gathered companions. Haven't you? I heard before that you had given up the race to become a true hero. Hearing that, Jack sweated and smiled awkwardly. It's not surprising you'd think so, but I haven't given up yet. Solus's eyes sharpened. Dios sat to the side, lost in thought. A wealthy merchant paying to become a companion to a hero from a ruined family. A shallow and common story for those greedy for fame in this era. He no longer had the friendly look from before. So, what brought you to the Holy Stuarsha family? Dios answered for him. It's nothing much, just a strange rumor around here that we wanted to confirm. Seeing his master's indifferent attitude, Jack whispered in a panic. Lord Dios, your manners. Your manners. The man in front of them slightly emitted a murderous intent. Your tone isn't quite appropriate for your status. He remained nonchalant and unconcerned. I thought we were going to talk as heroes? Is that not the case? Do you want to be treated like a noble even though you no longer hold any office? Jack's face turned pale as he cried and pleaded. Lord Dios, please stop. One would think Solus would strike the insolent demon in front of him, but he laughed out loud. His expression softened significantly. You're quite blunt. I used to be like you, unaware of my place, acting as I pleased and looking down on everyone, as if I could defeat the Demon King alone. But you should be careful. In every era, there is always a higher mountain. Jack felt the underlying threat and replied fearfully. Of course, everyone knows the reputation of Lord Solus, a D-rank hero. Returning to the main point, Solus asked, So, companion of this young hero, what is this rumor you mentioned? Dios recalled the rumor. Well, the rumor I heard is that you have high-quality materials here, and some of them are what we're looking for. Solus laughed and said, You might have money, but I'm not sure if you have enough for what you're seeking. We, the Holy Stuarsha family, only deal in top-tier high-quality materials such as black stones, red salamander skin, or the mana cores of Lich Kings from the Horan War, or things like the hearts of white giants from the Haga Mountains. He thought to himself, How about that, little friend? Scared yet? Contrary to his expectations, Dios replied nonchalantly, I don't need those trivial things. Hearing that, Solus couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? The corner of his mouth curled up. I heard you have something more high-end than a giant's heart. Shifting from the offensive to the defensive, Solus sweated slightly. There is only one thing more high-end than a giant's heart, and that is dragonkind. Dios tossed out a bag of money while negotiating. That's right, our hero is still a rookie, so he needs an item to bolster his strength. Inside the bag were brilliant red-pointed stones. We're looking to create a set of armor made from dragon parts. Seeing the items on the table, Solus was shocked. These are blood-red lava stones from the demon realm. How did he get such a rare item? Blood-red lava stones are common stones found in the volcanic regions of the demon realm. He stammered. Don't you know? Dragons and humans currently have a peace treaty. Hunting dragon parts is a violation of the law and that treaty. We, the Holy Stuarsha family, do not engage in such illegal activities. Instead, I have other things just as rare. How about it? Why don't you make a set of armor from those items? He suddenly turned and said, Let's go, Aries. It seems this place doesn't have what we need. Though he was talking to him, his eyes remained fixed on Solus. But I wonder whose soldiers were transporting dragons by airship? I'm certain I saw the Holy Stuarsha family crest on that airship. He slowly asked, You His expression became grave. You saw something, didn't you? Seeing the other's expression change, Dios laughed. We're just in a hurry to join the hero race since we're rookies starting late. We heard unexpected things while rushing around looking for items to catch up with others, and ended up seeing things we shouldn't have out there. Solus maintained his previous expression. Is that so? Unfortunately, you should have been more careful. Shouldn't you? Dios countered further. Building a tower can take a long time, but it only takes one moment of error for it to collapse. We're new, so we don't know how everything in this kingdom works yet. Isn't it understandable to make some mistakes? Who knows, if I'm in a bad mood, I might spread rumors that ancient hero families are monopolizing all the good things regardless of the law. At least you should have something to shut this mouth, right? The two faced each other as if sparks were flying, and little Jack carefully intervened. Excuse me. Suddenly, Solus regained his composure first. Then this time I will ask a question. Though his tone was calm, his face was still serious. Have you ever heard of a masked hero who suddenly appeared and defeated countless dragons? Knowing immediately it was his boy, Dios asked back. What about it? The corner of his mouth curled up, exposing the facts bluntly. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the Doom Dragon shield you're carrying has materials from the Blue Dragon and Black Dragon that the masked hero defeated. Hearing that, Dios narrowed his eyes slightly. How did you recognize the Doom Dragon shield? He laughed and replied, I know every item above the rare level. From the color and shape, it's definitely a special S-rank Doom Dragon with scales from a Blue Dragon and a Black Dragon. I've never seen such a Doom Dragon on the continent's treasure list, so it must have been created secretly recently. Aries silently praised the opponent. His observation skills aren't bad. Solus spoke again. Your name is Dios, right? It seems you're the one leading the group, not that young hero, so I'll speak to you. I don't know your relationship with the masked hero, but if you happen to meet him, please tell me. Since he's killed so many dragons, the primary material income of some powerful people is being affected. He remained silent and said nothing. Seeing no reaction, he spewed words that made Jack's face turn pale. Therefore, high-ranking members of major guilds involved in this business will soon move against the masked hero and everyone associated with him. The weak boy screamed internally. This is terrifying. He hadn't stopped. A treasure like the Doom Dragon shouldn't fall into the hands of a declining F-rank family. The quantity of legendary items must be strictly managed. Whether equipment or people, rarity is the value that defines an item's worth. Solus slowly stood up. Furthermore, I don't know where you heard those ridiculous rumors, but a prestigious family like ours would never participate in illegal trades like dragon parts. His eyes lit up. If you need low-level materials for small items suitable for your hero, you can return here anytime. Rookie, I have some work to do. Goodbye. After speaking, he slowly walked out. Solus's delighted laughter echoed outside the door. Dios turned and asked, Are all heroes like this? He continued, I know it sounds strange coming from me, but is he an idiot? Jack softly replied, Well. Dios looked away, then spoke, So, in short, these families team up so they can hunt dragons and monopolize the materials? They crush all other merchants to control the entire trade. Aries confirmed seriously from behind. Exactly. The most important thing for a hero is their equipment. It seems they've controlled the supply of crafting materials, so they can also control other heroes. That must be why most families go through ups and downs, while a few families with wealthy merchants stand firm through the ages. It's a reasonable assumption that all famous families are part of that organization. Jack bowed his head, his voice tinged with sadness. Lord Solus, I truly thought he was an upright and fair man. There's no way all the heroes I admire are like this. Dios turned with a mocking smile. Well, humanity is truly rotten. Looking back, we seem quite kind compared to them, don't we? Aries simply smiled and said nothing in response to his words. Dios kept smiling and added, No wonder they won 665 times against us, huh? Aries broke into a cold sweat but still didn't respond. A moment later, Dios smilingly put his arm around Jack's shoulder. Anyway, congratulations. You've achieved your goal. Jack didn't understand and blurted out, Huh? Dios winked and continued, Didn't you hear? The higher-ups of that organization are looking to hunt down the masked hero. Hearing that, Jack turned pale and covered his face, screaming in panic. That's right. They're likely all from D-rank families. What should I do? Lord Dios, if I'm caught, I'm dead. Dios rubbed his chin and spoke. Well, if they come in a swarm, it's no big deal to me, but it's still annoying. Just focus on the business. Our shop will be overflowing with weapons. He looked at Jack and decided with a smile. We'll have the masked hero lay low for a while, so they can't find him. Jack exclaimed in surprise. What? Dios pointed to the sky. Tonight. Let's do one last thing. Jack asked. Tonight. He made a menacing face with a savage laugh. There are a few things we must settle. We'll destroy the corrupt Holy Stuarsha family and that dragon poaching gang. We'll tear them to shreds. Night had fallen, and the moon was high, round and bright in the sky. Suddenly, Dios saw something and exclaimed, "Oh!" He continued as he walked. "The Holy Stuarsha family even has a lake inside this castle."
I'm jealous.
Jack shyly raised his hand. Lord Dios." In his masked hero persona, he spoke. "I have a small question." Dios asked. "What is it?" Jack asked seriously. "What are we doing here? Are you planning to sneak in and find a dragon corpse hidden in the castle as evidence of their poaching? That's basically stealing." Dios pointed at him. "Exactly. Very smart." Jack raised his hand again, making Dios exclaim in confusion. "What now?" He added. "Well, considering we're sneaking into the castle, aren't we just walking straight into the center of it?" Just as Jack finished speaking, someone approached. 2 soldiers hurriedly ran toward the 2 of them from afar. Seeing this, he panicked and whispered, "Lord Dios, it's the patrol. Let's hide." "No, we're caught." The faces of the 2 soldiers were ice cold as they stood before them. Jack hid behind Dios, terrified. "What do we do, Lord Dios?" The 2 soldiers continued walking. They seemed not to see Dios and Jack as they walked past, leaving him astonished. Jack watched the soldiers walk away, then turned back with a smile. "So you were already using invisibility magic?" Dios walked forward and raised a finger. "Exactly." Jack's face was full of pride. He ran after him, calling out, "Wait for me!" Dios urged, "Hurry up." Approaching the magnificent and splendid castle, Jack's eyes widened as he looked around. Every corner of the castle was filled with brilliant luxury. He hurriedly ran after him, panting for breath. Jack asked, "Lord Dios, it seems they really aren't keeping any dragons here. What do we do?" Dios asked softly. "Is that so?" Jack continued. "Now that I think about it, where did Lord Aries go? I haven't seen him." Dios replied. "He went ahead to get to work." Jack replied, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Dios called out, surprising Jack, "Hey, you failure. Has your family ever lived this well?" He rubbed his head shyly. "That's an old story, almost a legend. We've probably never lived like this. As far as my grandfather remembers, we've always been poor." Dios commented softly, "It seems your family hasn't worked hard enough." Jack laughed. "Probably. Both my grandfather and father were low-rank heroes." Dios wondered, "Rank? Do you have to take a test?" Jack replied, "Yes, but the first step is graduating from the Hero Academy." Dios was startled. "You actually have an academy? Seriously?" Jack replied, "Yes, I'll definitely send my younger brothers there." Dios asked, "Tuition must be expensive, right?" Jack hesitated. "Yes, the people at the Hero Management Bureau are clever businessmen. They sell people's futures and make us dependent on them." Hearing that, Dios burst out laughing. Suddenly, he stopped. Then he called out again, "Failure!" Jack replied with a smile, "Yes." He spoke softly. "You realize what we're doing is far from heroic, right? Sneaking into a hero's home to steal information and expose them. Are you really okay with this? Even though you're a hero just like them, albeit a bit different." His words made Jack fall silent, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Jack spoke. "I know, this is a crime." Dios turned to listen as Jack continued. "However, I realized something after meeting Lord Solus." He smiled. "It's that Lord Dios is truly a righteous and fair person. We might be thieves now, but we're actually catching criminals who are trying to monopolize materials meant for heroes, right? I was surprised at first, but now I understand. Lord Dios knew Solus's true nature, so you did that intentionally to make him reveal his true colors, right?" Hearing Jack, Dios embarrassedly scratched his face. "Ahem, I didn't think that deeply, but think whatever you want." Dios heard him call out and turned around. "Also," Jack's face brightened, "do you remember what you said when we first met? This is an opportunity." He spread his hands. "Actually, though I couldn't say it out loud, I had almost given up on becoming a hero." Looking at his scarred hands, he thought, "How could someone like me ever become a hero?" He laughed happily. "Even if this isn't the dream scenario I imagined, I even got to meet a D-rank hero. I never thought I'd see the day, and getting this great shield is all thanks to Lord Dios." Looking at a rotten apple on the ground, he thought, "I haven't done anything to deserve this." He asked in confusion, "Stealing?" He said confidently, "I just need my brothers to grow up well. I want to make sure those kids are never called failures." His gaze was firm. "I'll make sure no one has to inherit this damn poverty. I'll definitely raise them to be heroes." His eyes turned sharp. Even if they aren't on the front lines of the 666th battle against the Demon King in 20 years, they can at least provide support from the rear. Looking at a beautiful painting on the wall, he said, "Then I'll be able to hang up my brother's portraits. Fighting majestically like the one in Solus's room, passed down from generation to generation as an heirloom." He said, "The Holy Bitch family participated in the 666th battle against the Demon King as support. And so, the Holy Bitch family helped defeat the Demon King for the 666th time and lived happily ever after." Dios asked him, "What about you?" He spoke disdainfully. "Since the day you were born, what did you want to do? Who did you want to be? Don't you have any desires of your own? If you sacrifice your only life for your family and lineage, are you really satisfied with just that?" Jack clenched his fist. He was firm and resolute. "That's all I want. I will end the Holy Bitch family's poverty with my own 2 hands," he said confidently. "To do that, I'd even make a deal with a demon." Dios smiled. He smiled with confidence. "It seems I chose the right person. Fine. Let's see how this ends, even if it's at the bottom of hell." Dios called out, "Aries." Aries replied from the lamp nearby, "Yes, my lord." Aries spoke, "I found it." Aries smiled sinisterly. "Let's go to the secret room of these bastards." Standing on the high lamp post, Aries respectfully urged, "My lord, let's go." Immediately, Dios smiled excitedly. "You found it." Holding a notebook, Aries replied delightedly, "Yes." He looked intently at the book and said seriously, "I also found the membership list for that organization." Without hesitation, Aries immediately read each name aloud, sounding smoother than a sacred prayer. He smirked triumphantly. These 76 families aren't simple. They all have long histories and high prestige. Hearing that, Jack was a bit wary. "I've seen many of those families in hero textbooks. How can this be?" Dios didn't care, asking coldly, "So, where are they hiding the dragons?" Aries replied firmly, "You guessed correctly, my lord. Right under the water. It's quite thrilling." Jack was startled. Underwater. Soon after, Dios gave the order, "Then let's begin." Aries immediately agreed. "Yes, Lord Dios." He easily deployed magic, creating air bubbles around Dios and Jack's heads. Without hesitation, Aries suddenly kicked off the ground. He rushed forward. Seeing Aries and Dios dive into the water, Jack was startled. He clumsily blurted out, "Wait for me, Lord Dios." As soon as he spoke, Jack's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, he finally found the courage to jump into the water. In an instant, Jack was immersed in the deep, pitch-black water. He worriedly puffed out his cheeks and held his breath. But a second later, Jack was surprised to realize he could breathe thanks to the bubble. Immediately, Jack was startled by the sight before him. A series of giant dragons were bound painfully at the bottom of the deep lake. He stared at them with pained, resentful eyes. At this sight, Jack momentarily flinched in fear. In contrast, Dios and Aries remained strangely calm. Holding the notebook, Aries read silently. According to the report, they took their scales. They'd heal them, then take the scales again. It's a cycle. He marveled. It's like a dragon scale factory. Saying this, Aries suddenly glared and growled at the oldest dragon. He firmly stated that its scales had been peeled for 230 years. It seemed to understand Aries's words. The dragon suddenly moved a bit. Witnessing the scene, Jack still couldn't believe it. How can this be? But Dios continued to question. Do you think the true gold dragon knows about this? Aries replied. Perhaps, but she still couldn't do anything. Hearing that, Dios was furious. That explains why the dragons are being controlled by parasites to fight humans. These damn hero families have gone too far. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere momentarily fell into silence. Aries stepped forward. Let's just take a scale and leave. Dios replied helplessly, all right. Immediately, Aries revealed his long, sharp claws. He concentrated his strength and aimed straight at the dragon. In the blink of an eye, a dragon scale was decisively pulled out. Aries turned away and urged, let's go. At that moment, Dios suddenly said, something's not quite right, making Aries turn his head in confusion. He looked pensively at Dios's back from a distance. After a while, Aries asked, are you not going? Dios replied curtly, that's right, leaving Aries slightly confused. Subconsciously, Dios let out a sigh. This isn't my style at all. With that, he immediately kicked the chains restraining the dragon with finality. This left both Aries and Jack wide-eyed with shock. Jack asked loudly, chains? Without giving them a chance to speak, Dios prepared to unleash his power in the next second. A surge of lethal power suddenly erupted, easily shattering the surrounding chains. In an instant, all the dragons were set free. They roared, struggled, and then rushed to the surface like a violent storm. The dragons were finally free, soared upward, bursting out from beneath the water. Witnessing this scene, Aries could only let out a helpless sigh. Shifting to the surface, the water was churning violently. The dragons soared out of the water in rapid succession. Seeing that sight, the soldiers were so terrified their faces turned stiff. Every single one of them stared up at the giant dragons in disbelief. Only then did they snap out of it, wailing out, "The dragons have escaped!" As soon as it broke free, one dragon suddenly prepared to breathe fire. It aimed its shot directly at the massive castle. Very quickly, the other dragons followed suit and breathed fire as well. Flames of infinite destruction quickly engulfed the entire castle. The dragons attacked relentlessly without a moment's rest. In the blink of an eye, the castle was heavily devastated. Ice dragon suddenly appeared, easily freezing everything it passed by. Terrified, Jack fell to his knees in shock. Dios and Aries also appeared and landed with ease. Looking at the ruins, Aries asked angrily, "Why did you free those dragons?" Dios replied coldly, "Because," he said with a serious face. Suddenly, that bastard Solus's stupid face popped into my head and annoyed me. Aries still questioned him irritably, "Didn't we say we'd just take the scales and leave?" Dios replied annoyedly, "I couldn't help it. I didn't even touch a single soldier." Aries immediately rebuked him. "You've caused a huge mess. Take responsibility for it." Jack also stared blankly at the smoke and fire. "I'm sure he said he would investigate in secret." The argument continued as Aries cursed. "Now rumors about dragons will spread everywhere. What do you plan to do?" Dios coldly brushed it off. "Forget them. Just let them escape and blow this place away." Aries shouted, "Lord Dios, then why did we have to act in secret from the start?" From afar, Various witnessed the devastation and appeared with murderous intent, growling, "You bastards!" Various spotted him below, recognized him instantly, and muttered to himself, "White hair." Gnashed his teeth in rage. "Is he here too?" At the same time, Solus stood on a nearby ledge with a face full of fury. Solus's eyes glowed as he growled, "My castle! How dare you do this to the holy Stuarsha family?" Suddenly, he saw something shocking. Caught in Solus's sight was Jack in his masked hero attire. The masked hero. A second later, he screamed, "You bastard!" Making all three of them look up. They saw Various and Solus standing above. Dios curled his lips into a smile. He spoke up, "Oh my, hello there. Don't touch me. I'll actually kill you this time." These words made him roar in rage. "You absolute bastard." On Solus's side, he screamed frantically, "Masked hero? I've been waiting for you." Hearing that, Jack panicked, clutching the pot on his head and crying out, "Spare me!" Various quickly gained momentum and lunged forward. Solus also rushed in to attack. Both swung their weapons, aiming directly at the three people below. Every spark of murderous intent was clear in their eyes. Right then, a giant monster suddenly appeared with its mouth wide open. It swallowed Solus and Various whole, giving them both a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Afterward, it immediately flew into the air at an incredible speed. Dios turned to Aries with an innocent look. "I didn't even lay a finger on them." He replied helplessly, "Yes." Jack looked at the sky and exclaimed, "He's gone." Aries pointed a finger and suggested, "Let's run while it's chaotic." Dios agreed. "Approved." Jack also replied, "All right." As the three of them leisurely left, chaotic cries for help echoed from the other side. "Run! Save me!" Finally, the only two witnesses who saw Dios's group were dead. Later, history simply recorded that the reason for the Holy Stuarsha family's fall was unknown. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Jack scratched his head groggily and thought, "Is it morning already?" He hurried off because he promised to focus on the shop, so he had to open before Lord Dios arrived. As soon as he opened the door, Jack was so shocked his jaw dropped. Before him was a crowd of people. "Is this the shop that sells dragon breath forged weapons? I told you the best shops are always in the countryside." Someone was impatient. "Someone go wake the owner. When will it open? Don't push." A man frowned and asked, "What's taking so long?" The blonde girl behind him was excited. "It's open. Let's go." A bald man shouted, "I've been waiting since dawn." Seeing the crowd, Jack happily welcomed them. "Hello. Welcome to Devil's Weapon Shop." A man holding two swords asked, "How much for these two?" Jack replied, "A total of 7 gold and 87 silver." Another customer handed over a weapon to finalize the deal. "I'll take this mace." He gave the price. This one is 2 gold and 13 silver. The shop was packed with customers, their voices buzzing with excitement. Look at this. The color is so unique. I've never seen a dagger this stylish. Jack replied, That's 8 gold and 7 silver, thank you, sir. Suddenly, Aries approached the female mages. This magic wand really matches the color of your cloak, milady. He used his handsome looks, flashing a charming smile. We have a buy 2 get 1 free deal. Would you like me to pack it for you? The mages immediately agreed. Dios stood above, looking down at Jack and Aries attending to the customers. He commented, Well, business seems to be doing well. Suddenly, Dios let out a bored huff. He leaned against the railing and thought, I thought I'd feel excited earning money, but it turns out to be less interesting than I expected. Then he called Jack, making the boy look up from his sales. Dios put his hands behind his back and said, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Jack replied cheerfully, Ah, all right. Gently opened the door to his room. This extremely luxurious room was Dios's, located on the 2nd floor of the shop. Dios walked over to the bed. Then he leaned back and lay down, sighing comfortably. Ah, it's so soft. He let out a long yawn and added, Getting rich isn't anything special. Sleeping is still the best. As Dios gradually fell into a deep sleep, someone's voice echoed. Gus, the demiurge. Mother of dragons. That voice woke him up. Beside the bed, the figure of a blonde girl appeared, the true gold dragon. Seeing her, Dios asked, You're here? She softly replied, Yes. He looked at him and smiled. You're always sleeping. It must be nice to be so carefree. Dios curled his lips and said, You saw what happened at Holy Stuartia yesterday, right? The list of participating families is on the table. Take it. The true gold dragon looked at the list. I saw everything from start to finish. They clearly violated the peace pact between our 2 races. Suddenly, Dios's eyes glowed. So now, shall we start a war with humanity? The true gold dragon asked back. For whose benefit? Dios lazily rolled over and replied, I don't care as long as I get paid. She agreed. I will pay you. Dios glanced at her. This won't be finished in just a year or 2, you know that. These words made the true gold dragon fall silent. Dios continued. Maintaining a peace treaty is hard, you understand that, right? So, when you were at the Holy Stuartia family, you found out the truth. You must have been furious because of the dragon god. But you didn't intervene and instead sought us to resolve it, right? At this, she spoke up. Not exactly. The true gold dragon said sternly. The hero families spread mycelium to poison the dragons so they would attack humans. It was an excuse for them to hunt us down. He wondered, so how will the dragons resist? He frowned. We have our pride. Instead of humbling ourselves, we will attack until the last man to avenge our fallen kin. Thinking back, there was something illogical about their actions. Mycelium. Dios looked at her in silence without saying anything more. Dios listened in silence, not saying another word. Her face showed anger. Just as I thought, that mycelium is very strange. There's no way humans could create such a terrifying curse. Someone is exploiting the anger of my children and the hero families for profit. Dios grabbed the true gold dragon's clothes angrily. Hey, everyone knows the young dragons in your clan love to cause trouble. Who would believe they're innocent? You guys are just good at causing problems. He looked at her sharply. You, just call them back and give each one a beating to end it. Stop bothering other people. The true gold dragon hesitated. But, at this, Dios angrily scratched his head. Forget it. I'm crawling back into my egg. Why do you guys always complicate everything? Don't you get a headache living in a system forever? Just break the rules and live in peace. Like me, free and comfortable, no one can do anything to me. Suddenly, the true gold dragon chuckled softly. She gave a bright smile. A demon king telling me to live a peaceful life? You're truly terrible. As soon as she finished, his cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Then he buried his head in the pillow, ignoring the laughing true gold dragon. Just leave me alone. Dios closed his eyes and whispered, Why don't you guys use your brains a bit? Just gather together and attack the humans. You'd surely win. Hearing that, she replied, leaving him stunned. That's impossible. Brilliant light radiated around her as she said seriously, It's all because of the human bloodline that we cannot defeat them. Suddenly, Dios flashed a strange smile. Why is that? Why do you and Aries both hesitate when mentioning the bloodline? The true gold dragon quickly replied, You have never witnessed that day. Currently they are just like small fry, but when that day comes, the day you are designated as the vessel to invade the human realm, you will see their true power, with the aura of a cross behind her. They will rise up to resist, no matter how much you suppress them. Initially they fall with a smile, but then they stand up again and again. A new bloodline will awaken and the counterattack begins. Just like that, moths fly into the flame named the Demon King. The problem is that those moths are countless. You will even feel fear before their courage. Humanity's faith in the hero will eventually be the great enemy you must face 20 years from now. At that time, you won't be facing humans. You will be fighting the endless courage that has helped humans win for over 66,580 years. Before she could stop, Dios laughed provocatively, making the true gold dragon suddenly confused. Turned his head to look at her. Thinking about the scene of me fighting Jack is hilarious. Dios jumped up and approached her. But wait, why don't I just kill the third and fourth generations? The final hero will be born in the 100th year, right? If I kill them now, the hero won't appear. Or just wait 30 years for the hero to die of old age. Why does it have to be exactly 100 years? How stupid. She looked at Dios sharply. Why are you asking me? You're the Demon King, you should have the right to decide. He replied, I don't know anything. It's been like that since I was born. So I thought there was a special reason. Dios continued. When I ask, everyone says they don't know. Things have always been this way. His words made the true gold dragon pause. It seems there is some special reason behind it. Dios's voice rang out again. Why must we fight? What is a demon, and what is a hero? Those questions made her look up in wonder. Why are you asking something so meaningless? Suddenly she raised her voice. Don't you find this world very strange? The demon race has lived in the demon realm for nearly 70,000 years just fine. Why bother invading the human realm? Because the human realm is blessed, while the demon realm is cursed. After she finished, Dios replied, God only blessed the human realm, so why create the demon realm? If he hadn't done that, we wouldn't need to kill each other. She mused. Now that you mention it, I notice it too, but he must have his own reasons. He quickly asked, what reasons? And what even is a god? The true gold dragon looked at him cheerfully. What do you mean? God is an entity with absolute power who created everything. Dios shouted. Then why does he let us kill each other? She grabbed his collar threateningly. I don't know. Maybe he's having a midlife crisis or he's gone crazy. After hearing that, Dios flopped onto the bed and cried out, what a headache! Am I the only one who sees the strange point? She remained indifferent. Because you are a stupid demon king. Dios waved her away. I don't know. If you don't want to be hit by this idiot, then get out. I want to sleep. Suddenly, she let out a laugh. Her gaze was sharp. I was feeling very depressed, but hearing your nonsense made me feel better. Just looking at you makes me wonder what the meaning of everything is. Seeing her about to continue, Dios said firmly. Working hours are over. Please leave, guest. The true gold dragon gave him a slight smile. But she still ignored him. I have one final request. Please find the one who gave the medicine to the humans to poison my children. He was helpless. Hey, that's a top secret of humanity. If a dragon god like you can't find it, how can I? She replied. Maybe that demon duke traveling with you would know. In 540th Great War over 10,000 years ago, a demon duke captured hundreds of dragons, causing a genocide that nearly made them extinct. The legendary strategist, Duke Aries. At this point, Dios froze. His cheerful face flashed in his mind. Who do you think I am? I'm the best strategist in the demon realm. He thought to himself. So he was telling the truth? Seeing Dios didn't answer, the true gold dragon left. He can easily infiltrate others' minds. I'm leaving. She stepped into the spatial portal. Before disappearing, she left one last remark. Perhaps you're right. The world truly is strange. Her body vanished behind the portal. Just then, Aries ran in shouting. My lord, we're in big trouble. The intrusion made him angry. Damn it. I was trying to sleep. He held out a glass tube and whispered. Look at this. It was a glass tube containing something glowing. Aries explained. This is Hell's scarecrow mushroom. I found it after studying the mycelium in the dragon's body. He continued. Its mind control effect has been amplified 1,000 times. Dio snapped. Yeah, so what? Aries' next words caught his attention. It's a mushroom that only grows in our demon realm. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Dios. And only one person can manipulate them. One of the 7 dukes, the incarnation of plague and poison. Plague King Daros. Plague King Daros of the demon realm. His red eyes glowed as he spoke softly yet chillingly. Should I cover it up? Dios turned red with rage. Do you think you can handle it? That 1,000-year-old dragon caused so much chaos. Aries replied nonchalantly. Actually, it was over 66,580 years old. Dios sweated helplessly. Damn it, So we're the culprits in the end? Aries worriedly said. You should know the mycelium driving the dragons mad belongs to Deros, but he didn't spread it. Dios was shocked. Of course it's the demons. Who else would want a civil war? Then his eyes widened as Dios suddenly realized, a civil war? He pointed at Aries' face and yelled, Hey, do you realize you're the one starting a civil war? I heard you're an expert at causing conflict. He retorted. Huh? That's ridiculous. Aries reasoned. I have a noble demeanor and use psychology, not this damp mushroom. Besides, if it were me, I would have told you. Dios sat back on the bed, finding his words reasonable. True, but he still wondered. But why would he do that? Aries looked dazed and confused. Dios clarified. Using mycelium to make humans attack? Why? He looked a bit anxious, glancing around for a reason. Didn't you already say it? To make humans and dragons fight each other. Dios noticed Aries' behavior and interrupted sharply. No, if you wanted them to fight, you should have used human poison. A little investigation would reveal it's the demon's doing. His voice was cold. You know Deros and the true gold dragon. You recognized them the moment you met, didn't you? Aries' eyes darkened dangerously. Of course. He began to recall past battles with humanity. Both opposing sides fought for their own goals. Countless times throughout 666 centuries. How many times have we faced humanity on the front lines? Dios's voice cut in, right? Something's not right. There must be a hidden motive. Dios cracked his knuckles, looking menacing. Let's just call Deros. It's time to use the Demon King's torture techniques we were taught. Aries was silent for a few seconds, then said, I already went to Deros's workshop. He said with a cold face. I searched the entire demon realm but found no clues. He's missing. Dios nearly went mad, shouting, What the hell? I just want to live in peace, but this is making me lose control. Dios slumped down helplessly. This is crazy. Why did you find that useless thing? I'm ruined because of you. Aries retorted. No, I just wanted to help you. The atmosphere grew tense as he thought. What about the Grand Duke? You're the only one who can move Deros. He suddenly realized something. Could my lord be the one behind this? Dios kept muttering. I'm ruined. Aries analyzed. You stirred up the dragon hunting gang yesterday and shook the first-class heroes. You even gave the list to the true gold dragon to break the treaty. Surely, giving her the evidence of dragon hunting. Even if she wants to maintain peace, the hardliner faction won't just sit still. Aries deduced, in the end, the relationship between demons, humans, and dragons will collapse. Imagining a fierce future, for the first time in history, a three-way war between demons, humans, and dragons will break out. Aries sat down in shock. What a grand plan! He was stunned by this overwhelming plan, while Dios still looked completely clueless. He gave a forced laugh. Thinking back, even if we're caught, we can't expose my lord. On the contrary, my lord will go down in history for preventing the war between humans and dragons. His eyes widened in admiration. Could it be that you've calculated everything? Dios was still dazed, not understanding Aries' thoughts. Right. Otherwise, why would you abandon the throne? He recalled Dios's personality. What is that flying petal? The previous demon king wouldn't have noticed such things. It's wonderful being on the surface. His face turned terrifying. It's wonderful being on the surface, he thought. He craves the surface more than any king. Aries recalled. Why did you abandon us? He replied. Didn't I already tell you? In his memory, Dios answered coldly. For no reason, he concluded. He's always been vague about why he left the Demon King position. He knelt. I didn't expect my lord to be so clever. My true lord, Aries, was a fool to be played with. He realized he must be absolutely loyal. My lord, Dios replied. What? Aries felt foolish. Now I see the big picture my lord has painted. That must be why you kept it a secret from me. Dios didn't understand a word, looking clueless. Did he take the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly talking nonsense? Aries mentioned wanting to help Dios's plan. Though it's late, if you still trust me, I'll do my best to cover this up. Even though Dios didn't understand, he played along. If you can, that's good. Yes, you idiot. I'm glad you finally realized. I almost died of anger. Ordered. To atone, go cover it up right now. Aries replied. Yes, my lord. While Dios only thought about going to sleep. Then he suddenly remembered. Aries. Dios asked curiously. By the way, do gods actually exist? He was surprised. Of course. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Dios replied thoughtfully. It's just. They always talk about rules, but they don't care whether a demon king is willing to be one or not. Aries explained, I'm sure they're watching everything. Gods truly exist. He affirmed, I've seen them before. Hearing that, Dios asked in shock, what do they look like? Aries pondered, I'm not sure. I only caught a glimpse from afar. Dios was angry at Aries' vagueness. You idiot! You made me worry for nothing. Go to sleep. Seeing him angry, he quickly replied, Ah, yes. He conjured a spatial portal and hurried off. Good night, my lord. Once Aries was gone, he lay down on the bed and began to think. His eyes stared straight at the ceiling. He analyzed possible outcomes, his gaze becoming distant. In short, Dios began to speculate. Hypothesis 1. The hardliners joined forces with Daros to incite war. The true gold dragon is preventing that, and we've accidentally sided with the dragons. In this case, she'll think Daros and the hardliners are using us. Or hypothesis 2. Humanity hid Daros's mycelium to create an excuse to hunt dragons. If so, the dragons are complete victims, and the treaty will break due to the hardliners' rage. Finally, the third possibility. All of this is the true gold dragon's hypothesis. She's hiding her human identity to avoid the gods' oversight. In other words, the dragon faction doesn't exist here. So, excluding the true gold dragon, if a demon king and a demon duke suddenly attack both humans and dragons, then this world will surely fall into inescapable chaos. With only 20 years left before the regression, the alliance between dragons and humans is crumbling. If the civil war continues, the demon factions will find every way to divide them. If we exploit that, we'll gain control over the future war. Returning to reality, Dios found it ridiculous, his face turning menacing. So what? If I want to act, I can just kill them all. The devil weapon shop stood out with its sparkling cross swords emblem. Inside the shop, Alexia's voice rang out, How are you, Jack? Jack rejoiced, Senior Alexia. Meanwhile, Dios lay back nonchalantly with his legs crossed. He hurried to introduce her. Lord Dios, this is Alexia, the pride of Zoric. She's an A-rank hero from the Zodiac family. Alexia said solemnly, Sir. He recalled Aries' words. There are only 2 families here, one A-rank and one ruined F-rank family. Alexia glanced around, observing her surroundings. She looked from the heroes to the glittering weapons. Suddenly, she asked Jack, I heard you found some, or? Not bad. He replied shyly, Thank you, Senior. Alexia suddenly fell silent, looking at Dios. She smiled confidently. Why do you keep staring? Is this your first time seeing a AA rank hero? Dios said coldly, Your AA rank? I didn't see your face anywhere when the dragon attacked. Alexia froze, her face darkening. She snapped, How rude. My family fought as G-rank heroes. Dragons are for D-ranks. Everyone has their own role. Jack smoothed things over. Of course, if everyone could catch dragons, they'd all be D-rank heroes. But why are you here? Alexia looked at Dios again. She crossed her arms and chuckled. I heard there was a formidable sacred relic here, but it turns out to be you, Jack. I was curious which guardian deity would choose an F-ranker. But it turns out I didn't even need to look. You're just a spoiled brat who doesn't respect heroes. No wonder you don't recognize the Zodiac family. He gave a forced smile. I was just lucky. If my master had met you first, he probably would have chosen you. He said coldly, One must know manners before being chosen. Who would protect someone who didn't show up during a dragon attack? Alexia screamed, How dare you? Dios waved his hand dismissively. Whether A or F, the Demon King sees you as nothing but flies. Stop bothering me and get out. Alexia angrily drew her sword. Let me show you the difference. She left in a huff. Luckily, I didn't end up with this weird guardian deity. Jack quickly said, Sorry, Senior. Next time, don't come if you're not buying anything. She suddenly called out to Jack, surprising him. Alexia smiled. Now that you have a guardian, you should take the bloodline test. You still don't have a rank. Hearing that, Dios jumped up in surprise. Huh, didn't you say you were F rank? You haven't taken that test yet. Jack scratched his head sheepishly. It's too expensive, but it's obvious I'm F rank. Alexia added, Just try it. You might get lucky. Dios's face darkened. Even a test costs money? What kind of hellhole is this? He replied, Basic classes are free. But to keep up, you have to enter an academy or hire a tutor. It's very expensive. Alexia spoke up again. But that's just an excuse. Geniuses pass every subject without extra tutoring. Those are the ones who become first-class A-rank heroes. Dios suddenly asked, You mean natural selection? She replied immediately, Equal opportunity only wastes talent. Only the top 5% of heroes protect this world. The low ranks should just give up. He questioned. So according to you, family background is what determines rank? Even the bloodline test costs money. Alexia chuckled. How could an outstanding hero not make money? He continued. What about those who can't make money? She said confidently. That never happens. The support department will help them. Dios suddenly asked. What about Jack? Alexia replied. He doesn't want to try. He makes his younger brothers do it and checks for himself. If all three are the same, they'll just graduate as Betty rank. Avoiding failure will still cost money. And if you're F rank, will poverty be passed down for generations? Exactly. Dios grit his teeth and yelled. That solves absolutely nothing. Alexia laughed. I told you. Talent will naturally make you famous. You can't hide an innate gift. Dios asked helplessly. How old are you too? 17, 18? You must have had a hard life. He waved his hand tiredly. Enough, go home. Jack announced that the shop is closing. Let's go. Jack was dazed. Where to? He laughed loudly. Where else? To take the bloodline test. Let's go, Aries. Aries flew down. Yes, my lord. At the Hero Management Bureau. The sound of footsteps rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Dio spoke up. We're here to register for a hero's bloodline level test. She replied. Take a number and wait. Do it now. She suddenly pointed to the left. Someone is always watching us. Don't be rude and follow the staff's instructions. Seeing this, Dios was furious and wanted to use his power on her. A white piece of paper was handed out, numbered 45. Jack looked at the paper eagerly while waiting for his turn. Suddenly, someone brushed past him. The man's voice rang out. Continue with the registration. Welcome, we're starting right now. Dios asked in confusion. Why did he get to cut the line? Seeing this, Jack explained. That's Mancan, the strongest warrior in Zoric. He's not just a hero. His strength is nearly S rank, and he's very famous for his talent. Dios wondered. I thought you said she was a rank? Jack quickly replied. Theoretically, Alexia's father is an A-rank hero, so she will receive that title upon graduation. He asked further. So she isn't a rank yet? He replied. But everyone expects Alexia to surpass even her father, potentially reaching above a rank. She may not be graceful, but her skills are outstanding. A voice rang out. Number 45, please. Here. Jack Van Holy Bitch? Yes. The official was reviewing Jack's profile. Then he began to list. 17 years old, elementary school graduate. Yes. Never had an ability test. Unclear if the bloodline is pure or not. And from the Holy Bitch family. That's right. Then it's F rank. Stamp it. Yes. Dios panicked. Hey. Stop. Don't you determine the rank using blood samples and ability assessments? This ranking decides the kid's whole life. So what's the rush? He replied nonchalantly. Their family has always been F rank and seems to be struggling, so I just wanted to save you two some money. If you have the cash, then go ahead with the test. He shouted angrily. How much? 5 gold coins. 8 gold coins were tossed onto the table. Fine. Test him. The official fell silent, deep in thought. Then he stood up and said, In that case, I'll go get the equipment. Jack stammered shyly. You don't need to do that, master. He scolded sternly. Are you going to give up your only chance to change your life over 5 gold coins? The more I learn about this world, the more annoyed I get. A strange-looking object appeared. What is this? He explained solemnly. This is a tool to test blood purity. Despite its looks, it is the pinnacle of magical science. It's very simple. You just need to place your hand on this orb and you're done. Are you ready? Jack, put your hand on it. His heart raced and Jack swallowed hard. Then he reached out and lightly touched the stone. Everyone held their breath as they watched Jack. The moment his fingertip touched it, suddenly, the stone glowed, startling everyone. The stone mouth began to move. Then it opened, and a thin piece of paper slid out from inside. The words were clear, blood purity, 10.825%. When he saw that paper, he froze. Dios spoke up. What? 10.825%, that's so low. It's only 10%, so what's his rank? EF, or what? Tell me the result quickly. He hesitated. This? It seems there's been a slight problem, as this tool appears to be malfunctioning. If you want to retest, please pay another 5 gold coins. Seeing this, Jack scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. We should stop here. I don't think spending 10 gold coins on this is worth it. His voice hardened. I think he's F rank. He questioned indignantly. Hey old man, I already paid, so do it properly. Why do you keep avoiding it? The result is 10.825%. So give me a rank already. 5 gold coins aren't cheap. We paid the price you wanted, so evaluate him fairly. He's already F rank. So what are you afraid of getting wrong? He remained silent for a moment. Then his face stiffened as he spoke slowly. It's simple. Jack belongs to the 4th generation of heroes, right? Dios replied. So what? He explained. Even the 5th generation only reaches 9% purity. A 10% purity has never been recorded in history. That number only exists in dreams. The highest rank is D rank, often compared to dragons, and even their index is only at 6%. This tool must be broken. So either pay 5 more gold, or we settle on F rank. He suddenly spoke. B. Give him a B rank or
A D rank.
He replied. B rank is quite high. You can't just get it because you want to. This thing is definitely broken. 10% is too absurd. He made a request irritably. Is that so? Then test it one more time. But if the result is still 10%, you have to refund us 5 gold coins. Lord Dios. What do you think? Jack was surprised to be called that. Lord Dios. He saw through the relationship between the two. You must be the type who likes to find heroes in the countryside and treat them like lottery tickets. If you don't get a good result, as expected, you'll kick them away and find someone new. Assuming the next person is the same, you'll discard them too. It's true that you are helping poor heroes. Imposing your desires and forcing me to give an inappropriate rank is fraud. After all, the rank will determine your missions. The whole room fell silent. Dios urged uncomfortably. Are you finished talking? To be honest, I don't like giving him a D rank at all, so think carefully. He frowned in anger, his mind full of calculations. The fact that the testing machine often failed smelled like a scam. What if he hits 10% again? No, impossible, 10% is too rare. But what if it's 1%? 5 gold coins are nothing to you, but to me it's 3 months' salary. That kid is just a useless brat once he leaves his rich parents' arms. Dios glanced over, his eyes full of challenge. Forget it. Just send these people away. Suddenly he spoke. C rank. He shouted out. Settle on C rank. I know you want higher, but this is no joke. I'm doing this because I'm truly worried about that hero. An F rank hero fighting a B rank monster is too dangerous. He could die instantly. Hearing him speak, he stroked his chin in thought. Dios pointed to the sky and shouted. Deal. C rank. Before you change your mind, stamp it quickly. He took the seal and pressed it onto the paper. Stamping successful. He held up the certificate and called out, Jack Van Holy Bitch. You are officially recognized by the Hero Management Bureau as a C rank hero. Jack was overjoyed, his eyes brimming with tears. The sun had begun to set. In the busy street, Dios's voice echoed. That old man dared to extort 5 gold and then 10 gold from me. But when I asked for 5 back, he showed his true colors and refused immediately. What a cowardly little man. How did he have the nerve to scam me, Dios? Gripping the certificate in his hand, his emotions surged. The words appeared clearly. Jack thought about the harsh words from his childhood. Instead of wasting your effort, why don't you just drop out? I'm saying this because I'm worried about you. Don't you feel ashamed? If it were me, I would have hidden it away. Blood like that is just trash. Is the Holy Bitch house just outsiders? No different from commoner blood. Excuse me? My brother is very hungry. Do you have any work for me? Remembering it, he gave a warm smile. Gratitude flashed in his eyes. Lord Dios, you know? You were the first person to reach out and help me. This is also the first time I've felt this warmth. I've made up my mind. I will dedicate my entire life to you. Now I understand. Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Lord Dios, you are surely the angel that God destined for me. Suddenly he shouted. Let's go together, Lord Dios. Dios replied. Hurry up, you idiot. Now my goal is to protect Lord Dios. A month later, the sky turned pitch black, and bright red sparks flashed among the clouds. They grew larger and spread across the sky. Fierce sparks slashed across the sky, streaking past Dios. He laughed and spoke. Is that the kid Jack? He turned his head and asked calmly. So what should I do? Glowing red swords and iron chains created a blazing scene. He spoke. My attacks aren't dealing any damage at all. A voice came from the sword. One of the 4 guardians who destroyed the old world, the Red Phoenix. Did you come here to burn this world? Not the Demon King. Returning to the present. All eyes were fixed on the large board covered in mission requests. Jack wondered, why are we looking at the mission board? Dios explained, since you're officially a hero now, you have to do official missions. He replied, yes, sir. Suddenly a man's voice rang out. Dealing with a lich and the cultists trying to awaken him at the southeast cemetery. This is what an A-rank mission should be. Oladin will take this task. Jack marveled. A lich? He spoke in a bored voice. Honestly, there's nothing to brag about. We should just pick a C-rank mission. I suppose so, he replied with a smile. He read a few missions. Bring back 3 bags of wolf spider eggs. Extinguish the eternal flame on the western snowy mountain. Exorcise 7 child spirits that appear every night behind the mountain. A C-rank mission appeared clearly. Defeat the mermen harming the villagers. Mermen? Eos frowned and asked, what is a merman? Aries explained, they are a fierce tribe of half-human, half-fish creatures standing 2 meters tall. They often hunt small fishing villages on days with weak sunlight. He immediately snatched the mission paper down. He shouted excitedly, all right, get your goggles ready. Let's go play in the water. On the lush green grass, a foot was stepping forward. He wore a lifebuoy around him and said happily, come out, you fish, let's play. His eyes widened as he saw something. A village was engulfed in a sea of fire. He said, I thought it was a sea of water? A sea of fire? If there are fish, there must be water. Aries replied, good point. The torch was burning brightly. He held the torch in a state of total panic. People were running in chaos during the fire. Torches were lit at every wooden stake as if to burn everything down. The old man stood in the sea of fire and shouted loudly, the mermen are terrified of fire. They won't dare come close. Hurry. Light more fires. Hurry up. Light more fires. Move quickly. Suddenly she saw something. A hideous merman was clinging to the roof. She screamed in panic. Suddenly that merman disappeared and jumped down, stabbing straight at the old man. He grabbed her, and they both fell down. The ugly foot of the merman appeared. A group of mermen revealed themselves with terrifying appearances and bumpy skin. Their eyes were blood red, filled with murderous intent. The 2 of them screamed in terror. When will the hero get here? Aries said quietly. Contrary to what people think, mermen don't weaken when they encounter fire. That's why those who resist them often die in a sea of flames. He wondered, how strong are they? Aries replied, I'm not sure. He asked, why? I don't have enough data to calculate. His voice rang out, is this a C-rank mission? Not bad. Jack probably can't handle this on his own, right? Aries suggested, should we go down and take a look? Dios suddenly turned and said, no, you go, Jack. Jack was startled when he heard that. He stammered, me? Fight those things all by myself. He replied, of course, you're the only hero here. You probably forgot. I'm just a merchant and Aries is just a butler. Jack replied fearfully, but can I really handle them? Spoke sternly, Jack, didn't I apologize for calling you an F-rank on the day we first met? Jack replied in surprise, yes. Weren't you the one who said you were an F-rank? It wasn't anyone else, right? You are a hero, the leader of this party. You are also the one who fought, even though Aries took all the credit back then. You haven't forgotten that you're a hero, have you? As of today, you are officially a C-rank hero recognized by the nation. And now before you are weak people who are about to die, waiting for a hero to appear. This is your mission. They are waiting. Go save them. Hero Jack Van Holy Bitch. Jack clenched his fist and spoke. Yes, you're right. I used to be a fool, a failure, and a coward, but you reminded me that the old Jack Van Holy Bitch is dead and reborn as a C-rank hero. I swear on my family honor to defeat them and save everyone. Dios shouted fiercely. All right, get over there, hero. He cheered. You were stupid before, but now it's different, go fight. Aries suddenly realized something. He thought, I thought we'd get to play in the water, but this sea of fire is a real mess. I wonder if this trick will work? Luckily Jack is an idiot. The Demon King is truly something else. His habits are amazing. The sound of footsteps running through the sea of fire. He was running in panic. Suddenly he tripped over a stone. He fell flat on the ground. She asked worriedly, are you okay? The old man urged, get up and move quickly. Suddenly a spear flew out and stabbed straight into the old man. Both were shocked. The spear pierced his heart, and he fell in pain, blood gushing from the wound in his chest. Seeing the spear in him, he was terrified and astonished. She was trembling. A merman rushed forward with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. That moment, a shield blocked it, standing out with the image of glowing eyes. Stopped the attack just now. Amidst the waves of fire, Jack hid behind Doomsluan and bravely charged forward. He used that shield to cover and protect the people. Fortunately, Doomsluan counterattacked fiercely, reversing the flow of evil power and blowing the beast away. Noah and the village girl, drenched in sweat, looked up in shock after narrowly escaping death. Jack held Doomsluan and bravely faced a horde of shark-like mermen. Before his determined eyes glowing with brilliant gold, the surrounding villagers suddenly called out, "Jack! Sir Hero!" Jack gritted his teeth and held on to Doomsluan. Amidst the vast sea of fire, he strained to shout, "I am Jack Van Holy Bitch. I have come from the Hero Management Bureau to save everyone. So rest easy." Hearing that, the whole village cheered in joy. "The hero is here. Thank God." Suddenly everyone's eyes turned toward a fearful old woman. She rubbed her hands and exclaimed, "You look so young. Where are your teammates? Is there an older hero or a mage?" Elsewhere, an old man pointed in shock at the flustered Jack. "Hey kid, you don't even have a sword or armor." With teary eyes, he shouted angrily, "We waited for a hero to save us, and this is what we get? Is our savior just a brat?" While yelling aggressively, he suddenly froze, his eyes filling with terror. Unaware of the danger behind him, Jack scratched his head and replied honestly, "I'm sorry, I just arrived. Haha." The old man roared, "Hey, behind you!" Jack turned around with a confused look. He asked, "What?" Before he could react, a beast attacked, but luckily he blocked it with Doomsluan. Jack strained all his strength to resist that attack. But despite having Doomsluan, Jack couldn't handle the formidable power and was blown away. Jack fell to the ground in pain as the villagers panicked. The beasts seized the chance, grinning grotesquely as they lunged with claws bared. "Ka-ka!" The villagers stood frozen in terror. An injured man still tried to scream, "Run!" Fearing time was running out, he roared louder, "Everyone, run!" Only then did the people react, turning to flee for their lives from the pursuing beasts. "Mommy!" Jack appeared once more, struggling to stand up to the amazement of the man from before. He gasped and shouted as he saw Jack charge straight at the beasts. "Hey, what are you doing?" Facing the beasts eager to devour him, Jack used Doomsluan to protect the people. "I'm buying time. Run now." Hearing that, he stared at the boy with his mouth agape. One strike, then two strikes. With a will of iron, Jack unleashed powerful moves against the horde of beasts. One of them was sent flying far away. Without giving Jack time to recover, another beast lunged and slammed into Doomsluan. Hit directly by such terrifying force, Jack's body couldn't hold out and he fell to the ground. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cough! For a moment, a look of unease flashed in Jack's eyes. A beast from the air aimed straight at him, delivering a blow that shattered the ground. Jack managed to dodge just in time but was blown back again. Ignoring his safety, Jack forced himself up on his knees, continuing to fight them with Doomsluan. The beast hurled a trident enveloped in a deep blue aura toward Jack. Jack nimbly raised his leg and dodged the move just in time. Still full of fighting spirit, he charged fiercely at the enemy with Doomsluan. Another beast was sent flying, yet Jack found himself surrounded by them. With an intense fighting spirit, Jack continued to unleash even more power. Knocked another one away. In his eagerness to clear the field, Jack accidentally lowered his guard and was grabbed by the ankle. Jack was suddenly dragged away. The beast held his leg, threw him into the air, and slammed him hard onto the ground. Even though he blocked it with Doomsluan, Jack couldn't help but scream in pain. He closed his eyes tight, gritting his teeth to endure the crushing pressure. Before Jack could regain his bearings, he was dragged away once more. His internal organs felt scrambled as the beast slammed him repeatedly like a pestle. He screamed in agony. Soon after, Jack escaped the grip as Doomsluan suddenly sliced through the beast's arm. It was slashed to pieces and sent flying away. Jack also seized the moment to hide behind Doomsluan. He did not back down and continued to face the beasts. Knocking them back with one move, Jack felt his spirit renewed in the face of danger. He increased his firepower and charged at them with frantic momentum. A single slash from Doomsluan took down several of them. Jack fought on, his eyes burning with supernatural energy. He continued to charge forward with Doomsluan held firmly in his hand. However, Jack was ambushed from behind once again. The beast landed a punch directly on his back, causing immense pain. Exhausted and severely injured, Jack coughed up blood again. The beast suddenly grabbed him by the head, took aim and threw Jack far away. Villagers' eyes turned toward the burning house where his body had been tossed. Everyone around gasped in horror. Ah! Far from the village, two people were leisurely enjoying the scene of chaos and flames. While Dios was relaxing, Aries was lost in thought. He suddenly asked Dios, "About Jack, don't you think he's not that bad? I mean, he's matured a bit, hasn't he?" Dios thought for a while and then replied casually, "Is that so?" Fire broke out amidst the ruins. At that moment, Jack charged at the monster with his Doomsluan shield. His sharp gaze and blood-stained face made him look fierce. He's a hero. The battle continued as Jack fought in the middle of the monster pack. He used the shield to block the monster's attacks. Jack's feet remained firmly planted on the ground. He kept his eyes shut tight but continued to counter the monster's strikes. Suddenly, a monster lunged forward, unleashing a violent blow aimed straight at him. Jack used Doomsluan to defend himself, crying out in pain. He gritted his teeth and spoke, "I am." Suddenly, he knocked the monster down and roared with spirit, "A hero!" Jack turned to look at the savage monsters. One of them lunged at him, growling fiercely. Realizing this, he nimbly dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, Jack stood facing the terrifying monster with his shield. It lunged with a kick, but fortunately he dodged in time. Jack's face turned fierce as he gritted his teeth and countered. Suddenly, Doomsluan emitted a pink light like lightning, attacking the monster. Without stopping there, he continued to charge toward it. From above, another monster suddenly dove down like an arrow aimed straight at Jack. He quickly adjusted his stance, dodging the powerful blow and causing it to tumble to the ground. Before he could recover, another one suddenly attacked from behind. As Jack turned around, he was caught by the beast, his face filled with panic. The monster's eyes glowed bright red as it glared at Jack with hatred. At the same time, the eyes on the shield also lit up strangely. Powerfully used the shield's strength to strike back at the monster. The monster was forced to let go due to that massive energy. Jack jumped to the ground and continued to charge at the beast before him. It lunged, forcing him to dodge quickly. Jack's feet remained steady on the ground as he resisted. He held Doomsluan and fiercely attacked the monster. The monsters were sent flying hundreds of meters, and Jack collapsed in exhaustion. He propped his hands on the ground, exhaling weary breaths. Everyone around was amazed, and someone spoke up. He did it!" Jack was disheveled, sweat pouring down as he panted heavily. He opened his eyes slightly, revealing the sharp gaze of a victor. Only now did Jack notice the monsters. Suddenly, they woke up, causing Jack to panic. The monster growled at the terrified crowd. The whole pack began to close in on Jack with angry faces. He looked at the monsters, his fierce eyes reflecting his thoughts. "If I can land one decent blow, I can end this, but damn it, I don't have the strength left." Suddenly the scene changed. Dios was lying on a chair watching the sunset. Beside him was the man named Aries. He spoke up. "Should we quietly step in and help him?" Hearing that, Dios said, "Just leave it for now, he won't die yet." He looked up at the sky. Anyway, the kid thinks he's fighting a dragon, so he forgot the main point, that someone wants him dead. Aries looked at him in silence and then suddenly spoke. "That's true." Jack had just been attacked by a monster and tumbled to the ground. His eyes were sharp, clearly showing his anger. The monster refused to give up and continued its assault. Seeing that, Jack used Doomsluan to counter it. Man and beast lunged at each other in a fierce exchange. Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind him. Jack nimbly dodged and then struck back. He used all his strength to deliver an incredibly fast kick. The powerful energy blew those monsters away. But another one struck Jack's head with its hand. He cried out in pain as blood splattered. Jack was sent flying along with a trail of red blood, lying sprawled on the ground. He let out a difficult shout. Suddenly, Jack looked toward the monsters. They were all preparing to lunge with savage faces. Jack quickly used his shield to block the attack. The eyes on the Doomsluan shield also glowed at this moment. He closed his eyes tight, in his heart constantly praying, "Please, save me." But those monsters still lunged forward with full vigor. At this moment, everyone around was watching with terrified expressions. The woman was also looking in that direction. Suddenly, the little boy in her arms ran out. Seeing that, the woman and others tried to stop him but failed. "Noah? Where are you going? It's dangerous. Stop." The boy suddenly stopped. He turned his head and said to everyone, "The hero is in danger too. He helped us in our time of need, so now we must help him back." Then the boy ran toward Jack and the monsters to everyone's shock. Everyone was amazed and panicked by Noah's actions. Suddenly, everyone ran after him. "Let's all help the hero. Hero, we're coming. Wait for us." Jack turned to look at the people as one of them spoke. "He's risking his life like this to save strangers like us." The boy's eyes filled with tears as he looked seriously at everyone. "I can't just stand here and watch him like this. We have to save the hero." After saying that, Noah ran toward Jack and the monsters. At this moment, everyone looked panicked as if they had just realized something. They quickly followed Noah. "Everyone, let's help the hero together. Hero, we're coming. Just wait for us." At this time, Dios, who was observing from afar, also noticed something. The battle continued as people split up to attack the monsters. Some grabbed their arms, Some held their heads and struggled to hold their legs. They quickly controlled the monsters and shouted, "Hero, get up quickly. Get off the hero right now. Hold on tight. Don't let it go no matter what." A man wearily hugged a beast but still shouted loudly, "Hero, we've got it held down. Finish them off quickly." Thanks to everyone's encouragement, he quickly regained his spirit. Suddenly, Jack spoke out intensely, "All right, I'm counting on everyone." He immediately stood up, fiercely holding his shield to fight back against the monsters. Due to Jack's attack, the beast was sent flying, and those holding it had to let go with great difficulty. The monster fell backward, hitting a stone wall and shattering it. He continued to knock the others far away. Only then did he notice a monster in the distance. It was grabbing someone and attacking them relentlessly. The man was being choked by the monster, crying out in pain and trying to push it away. Seeing this from afar, Jack wanted to rush over, thinking to himself, "No, it's too far." The Doomsluan shield in his hand suddenly glowed. Jack reached out his hand, and it radiated a powerful energy. That power along with the shield quickly lunged forward, aiming straight at the monster holding the man. This caused Doomsluan to soar into the sky, but then it returned to him much to Jack's surprise. In an instant he smiled joyfully. Without stopping, Jack quickly adjusted his stance, ready to continue the fight. He pointed the shield toward the attacking monsters and shouted, "Everyone, stay back within a 10-meter radius." Suddenly, a monster wielding a weapon lunged at Jack. With the shield having been knocked away, he could only raise his hands to block his face. "The shield!" Suddenly, the shield glowed brightly and flew toward him. It blocked right in front of him. It unleashed a massive amount of power, taking down the monster. Refusing to give up, that beast continued to launch another attack. No matter where it lunged with its weapon, Doomsluan quickly blocked it for Jack. Suddenly, the shield flew up, delivering a fatal blow that sent the beast crashing down. It spun once more in the sky, then lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. The shield returned to Jack's hand once again. Only now did he notice his surroundings. All the monsters were lying scattered about, and Jack couldn't hide his joy. I did it." He looked at the Doomsluan shield in shock. Eyes on it opened slightly to look at Jack. Now he truly hugged the shield with joy. "Doomsluan, you're so cool. From the first time we met, I knew Lagoon was indeed the world's #1 shield." Not just Jack, but everyone also rushed over to congratulate him. Despite being covered in battle scars, they happily thanked him. "Hero, you did it. You really are the world's #1. I thought I was dead. Thank you so much." But suddenly, a cry from afar caught everyone's attention. A man spoke up. "There are still mermen at the back of the village. The people there are in danger." At that, Jack quickly ran toward the sound as everyone watched in confusion. "Hero!" Suddenly, he noticed footsteps beside him. Those were the people from before, all running alongside Jack. "We're coming with you, we'll hold it back. Stick to the strategy from earlier. Don't go in alone." Flashed a happy smile at everyone. "Yes, I'm counting on your help." Dios watched from a distance, sensing the atmosphere had completely shifted. His gaze sharpened as he spoke. "Those who were scared out of their wits now want to hunt mermen? I wonder when people started flocking to Jack, a creature who gives them hope that they can win if they just fight." His eyes fixed on Jack and the others, his voice cold. "Is that what a hero is?" Suddenly, Dios noticed Aries beside him wearing a grotesque smile. Truly, his face was distorted and twisted, looking incredibly terrifying as he laughed eerily. "I really don't want to look at this sight." Seeing this, Dios calmly remarked, "I really don't want to see it either." Then he said something that caught Aries' attention. "But I feel like something is a bit strange." Dios looked into the distance and said slowly, "That kid Jack is fighting better than I thought. I don't know when he grew so much compared to when I saw him at his weakest." Suddenly, he showed a look of admiration, not hesitating to admit, "It doesn't feel too bad." Dios's eyes couldn't hide his joy as he voiced his desire. "A strange warmth is rising in my chest. I want that kid to get even stronger." Dios continued to smile, speaking clearly. "I want him to get stronger and stronger, to become even cooler. So." His gaze softened as he looked toward the sunset. Jack's image appeared in his eyes once more. "I want Jack to smile more." At this moment, Aries also looked at Dios with a strange, incomprehensible expression. On the other side, the monsters were being relentlessly and violently attacked by the shield. Doomsluan lunged forward, sending the beast tumbling to the ground. The shield flew into the air and quickly returned to Jack's hand. He stood amidst the fallen monsters as everyone around him joyfully hugged him. "You did it, hero! We won!" despite being covered in scratches and their clothes stained with mud and blood. Their eyes shone as they cheered. "The mermen have been defeated!" A shout echoed through the sky. "Hero, you did it!" Jack stood in the middle of the crowd, overflowing with joy, unable to hide his happy smile. "From now on, the mermen won't be able to come here anymore. Thank you so much, hero, for saving us." While he was still exulting, a deep, raspy voice made the atmosphere turn somber. "I'm sorry." An old man who once looked down on him stood there quietly. "I'm sorry for not believing in you. We didn't expect you to risk your life to save us like this. You are the village's benefactor." That apology seemed to break the dam, and those who were once skeptical also crowded forward. "I'm also sorry for not believing you at first. Actually,
I'm sorry, hero.
The crowd grew larger, and apologies rang out incessantly. "Forgive us, hero. Please forgive us." Jack hesitated awkwardly. Then Jack suddenly flashed a bright smile, light radiating from his face. "It's okay." The sunlight shone down on the river in the distance, sparkling as if welcoming his growth and victory. He walked toward Dios, who was reclining on a long bench, relaxing as if he were on vacation. His voice rang out leisurely. "Did it end well?" Jack stood straight before him, his eyes sparkling with pride. "I have returned." Dios clasped his hands behind his head and relaxed. "You're back." His gaze behind the sunglasses drifted toward the sky, his voice flat. "Fine. How did it feel to use your own strength to fight from start to finish?" The sunlight continued to shine quietly, while he stammered. "Well, at first I only thought about saving the villagers, but when they pulled out the shield, I just wanted to fight with all my might. You might not believe it, but I really sent them flying." Aries watched him talk non-stop about the battle. "You probably thought it was easier than expected, but they stood up again. They were unharmed while I was exhausted. In the end, I was overwhelmed by the mermen, and just when I thought it was over, the villagers suddenly rushed in to save me." He stopped abruptly, his gaze turning toward the shield beside him, his emotions falling silent. "They rushed in to save me and shouted, 'Hero, destroy them!' You should have seen it. At that moment, I was suddenly filled with power. Right then, Doomsluan arrived like a god, and I gained even more strength. From that point on, everything unfolded like a picture. Doomsluan flew around me and blocked all the mermen. Whenever there was an attack, it automatically intercepted it. It was truly agile," he continued to recount. The sunlight and butterflies fluttering around seemed to be listening quietly. Dios smiled and remained seated, and upon hearing the last sentence, he uttered contentedly, "That's cool as hell." Dios was quiet and calm. "All right?" He looked straight at him under the bright sunlight. "Are you happy?" A butterfly spread its wings and flew by, as if showing off its beauty in the radiant sunlight. "Yes," Jack replied without hesitation, happiness clear on his grimy face. Suddenly, Dios turned away and walked off, leaving both Jack and Aries bewildered. "Good. Then it's a happy ending. I'm hungry. Go cook some me." "Yes." Jack walked quickly after him, constantly calling out, "Lord Dios, wait a moment." He rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. "This is a hero commission certificate for excellent work. Satisfaction level? Very satisfied." He held it out in front of Dios with a radiant smile. "They said if I submit this to the management bureau, I'll receive 3 silver coins as a commission fee." Dios looked at him, both confused and speechless. "Then why are you giving it to me?" Jack was still beaming without hesitation. "Because Lord Dios is my master, of course." Dios continued to walk and speak nonchalantly. "I didn't lift a finger. You completed it all by yourself, so the commission fee is yours to keep, you idiot." He continued to grumble and complain. "Stop daydreaming and go cook those noodles for me." A hand placed on his shoulder made him stop. Aries spoke calmly. "Let's go." He followed behind, staring intently. "Do you remember what you told the master on the way to the hero inspection yesterday?" He turned around and asked blankly, "Did something happen yesterday?" Aries walked slowly beside him. "Yesterday, you said your younger siblings were going on a school trip soon, but you didn't have any money, so you were in a tough spot and didn't know how to tell them." His gaze became sharp. 3 silver coins are nothing to Lord Dios, but he wants you to send your siblings on that trip with money you earned with your own hands. He wants to build your self-esteem. Jack's eyes immediately widened as his emotions overflowed. Aries affirmed firmly, "Because you are our hero." Jack stood beside Aries, his gaze directed toward the distance. Deep in his mind, "My angel!" "Thank you, master," he shouted emotionally. From behind, only Dios's back was visible as he gave a light wave. "It's nothing." Under the sun, that figure seemed cloaked in glory. stepping proudly into his heart as a source of absolute faith. The full moon had risen, illuminating the entire village. The soft golden light embraced the bustling atmosphere inside Jack's noodle shop. The shop was packed with people, everyone slurping down bowl after bowl. Dios slurped up the hot noodles, soup still lingering on his mouth. He couldn't stop praising the taste. As expected, this is the flavor. He pointed at Jack while eating. Kid, you really should be in this business. Stop being a hero and switch to cooking. Jack, his body covered in bandages, could only laugh sheepishly. Is that really a compliment, sir? Suddenly, a clear yet powerful voice rang out. Give me a bowl. The whole shop buzzed as eyes turned toward the figure in shimmering gold. What's this? Look at that person. Let's see how good it is to cause such a stir. It turned out to be Golden Law, her golden hair shining like gold leaf, her steps as haughty as a noble's. Dios immediately clutched his noodle bowl as if afraid it would be stolen. His gaze wary. What are you doing here? She replied coldly. Party A always has the responsibility to monitor if Party B is doing their job well. Her sharp eyes scanned the messy scene and stopped on him. But where's that long-haired guy who's always stuck to you? I don't see him today. Dios slurped his noodles and grumbled. Are you crazy? Party B has a private life too. He suddenly remembered Aries' words from this morning. Master, I'd like to go finish some unfinished business. Looking at the opening spatial portal, he wondered, unfinished business? He explained, I must find Daros to investigate that matter before Golden Law finds out. It might affect the 666th Great War. As soon as he stepped through the portal, he added a comment that made Dios furious. Otherwise, I'm already busy as hell, and yet you keep bringing back these ridiculous hero missions. Dios screamed in anger. What did you just say? Aries quickly jumped through the portal. Nothing. I'm very busy. Excuse me. Dios looked at Golden Law suspiciously, not knowing if she knew anything yet. Truly a dragon over 66,000 years old. Who knows what she's thinking? Suddenly, Jack spoke up hesitantly. He bowed formally, his eyes lighting up. Hello, I am the hero Jack Van Holy Bitch from Lord Dios's party. It's a pleasure to meet you, master's acquaintance. She replied haughtily. The pleasure is mine, Jack. I've heard about you. I am Golden Law, a mage. It must be hard following this idiot around. She laughed while Dios glared. You're covered in wounds, yet he still makes you open the shop. He's truly insane. Jack quickly waved his hands. Opening the shop is because I want to earn money. Lord Dios didn't force me. Jack smiled, his eyes sparkling with goodwill. Joy spread as he felt content with the strange friendship before him. As I thought, you two really are friends. Your behavior is similar too. Golden Law glanced at Dios and whispered. He says we're friends. Dios mocked. Friends? Friends from the afterlife, maybe. Jack placed a bowl of noodles in front of her warmly. Your noodles are ready. Enjoy your meal. She began to eat, her cheeks puffing out like a little squirrel's, the unexpected flavor making her eyes go round. What is this? Her chopsticks pointed straight at Jack as she exclaimed. What? Why is this so delicious? Jack, stop following this guy and go open your own shop. He was flustered. Are you really praising me? Dios, sitting next to her, added. I have to admit, it's delicious. While eating, she suddenly remembered. Oh, didn't you have a hero test today? Jack, what rank did you get? He answered amidst the slurping sounds of the two. I achieved rank C with a purity of 10.825%. Her eyes immediately lit up as she asked, You surpassed 10%? Jack waved his hands in panic. No, Lord Dios was just teasing you. The machine was broken then. Is that so? She said embarrassedly. Dios added, Who knows if it was actually broken or not? Golden Law looked in another direction, her voice slow and thoughtful. But if that's the truth, then Jack will become the final hero who can end the war with the demon realm. Images of monsters being destroyed appeared in her mind. A great war was approaching, a future that seemed destined. He will become the final hero who can end the war with the demon realm. Dios sat beside her smiling, sauce still on his mouth. He looked at Golden Law and exclaimed, Are you stupid? How can someone with 10% blood do what the first hero couldn't even finish? You know full well the fourth generation can't be the final hero. Dios tilted his face in contempt. Stop talking nonsense. You just want to pick a hero at the end of the fourth generation to create a fifth, don't you? They only rise up to be playthings for those guys up there. She shot back. I'm just saying it's an incredible stat. Why so serious? Then she frowned in confusion. But there's wealth and fame, isn't there? Not backing down, the two continued to argue. That has to be created by oneself, not granted by others. You heartless messenger of hell. It hasn't been easy for me either. I suffered from being imprisoned for 80 years. What's so suffering about sleeping for 80 years? You two really are alike. You think sleeping for 80 years is easy? Honestly, I was enjoying my meal until you came and ruined the mood. If you have nothing else to do, then get lost. Suddenly, Golden Law reached into another space like a magic bag and pulled out a sword. Oh right, I forgot because of your rambling. I came to give you this. She drew a black sword, its sharp blade emitting a mysterious red light. This was a commemorative gift to celebrate Jack officially becoming a hero. The famous sword, Doomsluan. Seeing Jack's eyes light up, Golden Law said proudly, "Since you're a hero in name, you should have a proper sword. So I brought an item from the same Doom line as your shield." "You're really giving it to me?" Suddenly, Dios reached out and snatched the sword, making Golden Law angry. "Let me see it. I'm giving this to Jack." Suddenly he spoke. "This sour smell hitting my nose." Dios held the sword high. "This is an incredibly familiar scent of darkness." Then his eyes turned sharp as he looked at her, who was smiling provocatively. "Because this is a sword made from the demon race." Golden Law looked at him and replied without hesitation. "For offensive weapons, demon realm goods are the best. This sword was forged from the black horn of a dark rhino and the tentacle oil of a beholder, Dios. A sword full of poison that can pierce any shield." This time, Dios carefully observed the sword Doomsluan once more. The ferocious teeth on the sword appeared incredibly terrifying. Suddenly he whispered, "Do you feel like this every time you see a weapon from the same line?" "I don't know." Hearing that, both Dios and Golden Law became fierce, flashing savage smiles. "Why would you give a demon sword to my hero? I really can't understand a 60,000-year-old snake like you. Good grief. It's just an item in the Doom line, nothing special. Are you kidding me?" Suddenly he stopped the argument, turned to Jack and said, "Fine, whatever. Here, Jack, your gift." He received the sword in amazement. "Oh, yes. Yes." Suddenly, a spark flashed in Jack's eyes. The surroundings suddenly turned into a giant lava pit. Jack quickly covered his nose. "The smell of sulfur. It's disgusting." Instantly, he looked around at everything. What on earth is? Jack was standing in midair, surrounded by cliffs dripping with lava. Everything in sight was burning. This place is the demon realm. In the blink of an eye, a growl echoed from one side. The demonic sword from before spoke. "My name is Doomsluan. I am the manifestation of the hatred accumulated within you. Just a worthless cry of resentment in this noisy world." The mouth on the sword curled into a bizarre smile and declared, "If you accept me, I will protect you and help you pierce through every enemy before you." At that moment, the sword let out a loud scream, making him squeeze his eyes shut. Snapping out of the trance, Jack looked at the Doomsluan sword in his hand with horror. Dios saw this and asked, "Well, is it to your liking?" He stared closely at Doomsluan, his lips tight. "Yes, I don't know if it's the demonic power inside, but this feels different from Doomslagoon. The moment I touched it, I heard a very dark whisper. It's truly powerful." Suddenly, his voice caught Jack's attention. "In that case," with mouth still chewing, Dios pointed aggressively, "Shall we go test the new sword?" He asked back in surprise, "What?" Hearing that, the true gold dragon angrily pointed at his face. "Hey, your hero is going to die. Let the man rest." This made him reply irritably, "Shut up. Something interesting will find its way to us anyway." The carriage was traveling down the road. Dios and Jack sat in the front of the carriage, while the true gold dragon was busy knitting. Suddenly, he spoke up angrily, "I'm telling you. Why did you follow us here? This is my spot." She calmly replied, "Well, it was on the way, so I decided to tag along." "Now?" Jack asked softly with an innocent face. "But where are we going?" Instantly, Dios pulled out a quest parchment. "Miners went to extract minerals at the foot of Mount Kahu 5 days ago, and none have returned. All heroes sent to investigate have lost contact. Please uncover the secrets of the mineral mountain. Monster hunting quest." He spoke quickly with a happy face. "I found this interesting while dealing with the mermaid incident, so I grabbed it. You can tell just by looking. Some stupid goblins must have taken over. Since we're testing the new sword, we should give it a little bloodbath, right?" Hearing that, he could only give a forced smile. "Ah, yes." Jack smiled helplessly and continued on the journey. Suddenly, he turned back to ask Dios, "Lord Dios, what kind of monster is the Demon King, exactly? What kind of creature hasn't given up after 60,000 years? Does he still want to destroy the world and drown all living things in misery? I really want to ask the Demon King this, to ask if he knows just how cruel the sins he's committed are." Before he could finish, he interrupted Jack. "That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why that guy is in such a rush when he can't even win. But who knows? Maybe he has his own hidden struggles. Maybe the Demon King doesn't even like fighting. At this, he laughed out loud and replied, how could the Demon King not like war? He's the mastermind behind all of it. Suddenly, Dios also laughed loudly, making Jack look at him with a bewildered face. He looked up at the night sky and spoke softly. I think so too. His eyes quietly observed the night sky. There was truly nothing left to say. The carriage wheels came to a stop. Dios looked in one direction and raised his voice. Over there. Before them stood massive mountains towering under the moonlight. Makahu. In that case. Suddenly Dios spoke. You get it, right? I'm going to sleep here. So go handle it and come back. Hearing this, Jack ran off excitedly. Yes. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, the true gold dragon shouted angrily, hey wait! Suddenly, she raised her hand to cast a spell, whispering, good grief, you idiots. At that moment, Jack's body floated up, surrounded by a source of light. Jack's face couldn't hide his amazement as he cried out, power! I'm overflowing with power. The true gold dragon looked at him with a weary gaze. Stupid. Even with a slave contract, going to battle twice a day is too much. I've given you a buff. As a hero, you must protect yourself at all costs. Jack was overjoyed, his face lighting up with a slight blush on his cheeks. He quickly replied, thank you. Then he ran quickly toward the interior of the mountain. In his hands, he held the Doomsluan sword and the Doomslagoon shield. In a flash, something appeared before Jack. A pile of ruined wooden crates lay scattered around a small cave. Seeing this, he cried out joyfully, here it is! But soon Jack noticed something strange as he ventured deeper. But where are the goblins? Why is there nothing? It's way too quiet. He noticed a suit of shining armor up ahead. It was a set of gear that looked new with a sword beside it. Jack thought, is that armor and a sword? They look like the equipment of the heroes who came here before, without a single trace of being used. Suddenly, he saw something. Jack approached and picked it up. Holding it and observing for a long time, two words echoed in his mind. A feather. Not only that, but he also heard a resonating sound. It was coming from the dark night within the forest. The swaying music echoed everywhere, making Jack dazed. Singing? Jack ran along the trail. A girl's voice? It's not far, it's close. His face was frantic as he ran and thought, this singing might lure the goblins here. It's too dangerous. I have to hurry. The sound kept echoing from deep within the forest. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. But why would a woman be deep in the forest in the middle of the night? Jack stopped. A strange source of light appeared before him, and his face showed clear astonishment. A group of men surrounded a woman who was singing. From a distance, Jack saw the girl's body glowing, leaving the men entranced. Her face combined with her white hair highlighted her beauty. The woman's mouth continuously poured out sweet singing like honey into their ears. He was stunned by that beauty, standing still and motionless. Suddenly, she extended her feathered neck. It was a long-necked monster. Its body was covered in bird feathers. Jack's eyes seemed to freeze, staring soullessly at the female monster. It opened a disgusting wide mouth with pale white eyes. Other birds flew in around it, looking very similar to this monster. It seemed to cast a hypnotic spell, making Jack stand frozen and mutter, so beautiful. Meanwhile, from the true gold dragon's side, she spoke. It's a harpy. Dios heard this and suddenly exclaimed, huh? She replied, I said it's a harpy. Birds that wear human masks and use their voices to enchant humanity. They're your kind. Demons. Hearing this, Dios couldn't help but wonder, what do they do after enchanting them? The true gold dragon answered without hesitation. They play with them until they're bored, then eat them. What else? The two stood on the cliff looking at Jack, who was slowly being enchanted. Is it okay not to help him? He looks like he can't do anything. Dios remained silent and pensive, watching with curious eyes. Let's just wait and see. Suddenly, the men surrounding the beast looked toward Jack. They invited him to join in with gruesome voices. You come over here too. Come and stay with us forever. That's right. Come here. It's truly warm and happy here. Hearing those words, Jack dropped the shield and sword from his hands. He spread his arms and ran toward the bird monster excitedly. Lord Dios, Lady Dragon, both of you come here and see this. Hearing his voice, the monsters looked at Jack hungrily. His face was radiant yet distorted before them. There's something amazing here. Everyone, come look quickly. Approaching, Jack saw the monster rising. But he wasn't afraid at all, constantly shouting, Lord Dios, come here quickly. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. You idiot. Suddenly, The Doomsluan sword rushed toward the bird. With intense power, it severed the monster's head in a single stroke. The headless neck was exposed, blood spraying everywhere. That blood splattered onto Jack's face. This made him snap awake. He looked at the scene before him in horror. The Doomsluan sword flashed past and soared into the night sky. The face on the sword was fierce, and suddenly a cry rang out, "Sluan!" The sword immediately emitted a powerful source of light. Quickly flew toward Jack, who was standing there stunned. Doomsluan gnashed its teeth in anger. "Someone who wants to use me dares to be lower than me? Don't let those low-class demons enchant you. Kill them. Kill them all. Slash their necks." Seeing this, the monsters began to move closer to him. They opened their bizarre mouths wide, continuously making the same sounds as before. Not to be outdone, the sword also opened its mouth. It was held firmly in Jack's hand, its mouth letting out a resounding sound. Unexpectedly, that scream terrified the monsters. The sword was now at the peak of its anger. "Do you think a sword made from Reno and Beholder like me would be controlled by such petty tricks? Let me show you the difference between high-class and low-class demons." Jack raised the sword high, making the scream even more vital and resounding. A terrifying light from the sword pierced through the monsters. It attacked them brutally. At this moment, the Doomslagoon shield also awakened, emitting a powerful beam of light. He used the shield to protect himself, combining it with the sword's power to fight. Suddenly, that massive energy exploded, illuminating the entire forest. A moment later, the light suddenly dimmed. Only then did Jack dare to glance around. All the monsters from before had been completely incinerated. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, "This is terrifying." In the distance, the men were raising their hands to the sky. Suddenly they felt something, and everyone was overjoyed. "Oh, what's this? It's back. I can move my body again." They quickly noticed Jack holding the sword. "That is..." Everyone ran to hug him, grabbing his hands and shouting repeatedly, "It's a hero! A hero! Hero!" They thanked him profusely and sincerely. "Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die like that. Thank goodness, truly thank you." On the other side, the true gold dragon finally spoke. "Hey, demon swords aren't bad. While we're at it, maybe I should switch all my kids' weapons to demon gear too." The atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent, and she glanced at the person beside her. Dios was looking down, wearing a satisfied smile. Suddenly, the true gold dragon's soft voice caught his attention. "Be careful." She continued firmly, "I'm talking about Jack. He's human, after all." Instantly, Dios smiled and replied, "I'm telling you, you underestimate the Demon King too much. Besides, someone at Jack's level couldn't possibly endure it." Suddenly, the true gold dragon became unusually serious. "Just that expression? Don't show it in front of Jack. It'll only make things more exhausting for both of you." Hearing that, Dios looked at her with curiosity. "Why?" Her face now wore an indescribable coldness. She hesitated before answering, leaving him utterly confused. "Feelings will start to develop." But then Dios remained calm. "Feelings?" The true gold dragon looked at him and finally gave up. "Forget it. What's the point of talking to a lunatic?" She continued, "Never mind. Help me handle that matter from last time." Hearing that, Dios turned his head and repeated, making the true gold dragon angry. "About that time you quit being the Demon King. Why did you quit? Was it because the kids didn't listen? Or did you want to rest? There must be a reason. What was it, really?" Only now did he speak calmly. "I told you back then, didn't I?" She raised both hands as if ready to fight. "Told me what? You said you'd tell me next time and then vanished." But Dios simply replied, "Is that so?" This made the true gold dragon scream in rage. "Hey!" Without stopping, he continued in a provocative tone. "It's too much trouble. Let me just keep it a secret." She suddenly screamed again. "Hey!" Even so, the true gold dragon just tossed her head and whispered, "Whatever, do what you want. Even if you told me, it would surely be some completely nonsensical reason." Dios chuckled. "Thanks for understanding." Yet she still spoke. "But anyway, thanks to you I got to try talking to a demon king. It wasn't so bad. Why does the demon king sit in that position? I've always been curious about the reason." Her eyes shone brightly as she looked up at the silent sky. The true gold dragon's hair swayed gently in the wind as she spoke softly. "Even if we're on opposite sides, that position is equivalent to mine. There must be many problems over there, right? I just wanted to ask that. Were the demon kings before you the 665th generation just like you? What kind of nonsense are you saying?" Dios simply gave the true gold dragon a contemplative look. Then he replied, "I don't know. I rarely spoke to them and that was 80 years ago. I was just a child then while the other was already a frail soul. But they probably weren't like me. I remember him being quite old-fashioned. As soon as he finished, she chuckled. True. One person with a personality like yours is more than enough. This made Dio sigh helplessly. Honestly. Still, she continued, if the previous demon kings had been like you, perhaps the war would have ended long ago. I'm truly sick and tired of all this. Hearing that, he clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations! Suddenly, Dio stood up. He spread his arms wide against the cool night breeze and declared, from now on, there is no more demon king. It's entirely a relic of a bygone era. Now, it only exists in fairy tales. From now on, say goodbye to those boring wars. The era of peace that everyone has long awaited has finally arrived. True Gold Dragon looked at him and smiled, while Dios continued. So start enjoying this atmosphere. Stand up and walk over here. Enjoy life by dancing and singing. Neither the Demon King nor war will appear in this world anymore. Suddenly she let out a laugh that caught his attention. Uffed. True Gold Dragon spoke up. Is this also within the permitted scope? Only then did Dios blankly ask back. Permitted scope? She immediately replied gently. You really don't know? Why do you think you can be here? This is scripting, otherwise there's some calculation involved. Before his eyes, he looked at the True Gold Dragon full of questions. Scripting? Calculation? What on earth are you talking about? Her eyes glowed with a brilliant gold. Her voice rang out. I don't know, all my thoughts seem to have caught your stupid virus. I'm starting to get curious about silly things. At this point, the True Gold Dragon didn't answer, only replied, I'm leaving first. This made Dios angrily shout. What? Answer me before you go. She calmly replied. It's the same, you didn't tell me either. Dios furiously exclaimed. Good grief. Immediately, the True Gold Dragon scolded him to his face. You lunatic. I don't know how far your permitted scope extends, but I will say this honestly. You probably don't remember, but for the past 66,580 years we've actually been sick of blaming each other. Chatting like this is a first. Chatting with you is actually quite interesting. You will leave in 20 years, and I will probably continue living until the world ends. But for now, right now, I think this will be a day I have to remember from time to time. Her words made Dios freeze. He put one foot on the chair in front, looked at the True Gold Dragon and spoke up. You fool, when did I say I would die? I absolutely will not die. Even if I have to drown this world in a sea of fire, I won't disappear. Just wait and see. I won't become the Demon King, nor will I die. I will keep showing you this face until you're bored to death. Hearing that, she smiled happily. All right, you idiot, remember to do it. Then I'll stay a bit longer, through eternity or this boring script. Suddenly a voice called out. Lord Dios. Jack was waving at the two from afar. Mission accomplished. The True Gold Dragon helplessly whispered. Your second tail has returned. Suddenly she raised her hand. A black hole was created. I'm really leaving now. The True Gold Dragon suddenly threw a red scarf to Dios. Also, wear this. He held it in his hand full of questions. What is this? She turned her head and smiled in response. A scarf. The thing on your neck looks very unlucky, so cover it up. Dios pointed at the red ring on his neck. This? How is this unlucky? Hey, thanks for watching the video. At this moment, only he was left on the carriage. Jack was approaching closer. He held the paper and those two weapons, constantly looking around searching for the True Gold Dragon. My lord, look at this. This mission was rewarded with 7 silver, equal to 5 months of selling noodles. Where did the divine dragon go? Dios blankly looked at him, his mouth quickly answering. Taken care of. Hearing that, Jack was surprised. What? Dios didn't say much. I don't know, it's late. Let's go home and sleep quickly. Seeing that, he just replied, yes. So the two continued on their way. Jack sat in front, driving the carriage. Dios lay on the pile of straw in the back. His face was calm, looking up at the starry sky. Dios used both hands as a pillow for support. The two of them and the carriage kept going through the dark night. Arriving back, he waved goodbye to Jack. Stepping into the house, Dios walked quickly upstairs, went into a luxurious room, then immediately jumped onto the bed to lie down. As expected, the bed is the true love. But suddenly Dios's gaze darkened. He looked at the scarf in his hand. Suddenly from somewhere a source of light appeared. Seeing that, Dios quickly spoke up. I'm preparing to sleep, come back tomorrow. But the other person was still there. Lord Dios. Realizing the other person wasn't listening, he spoke up again. I said come back tomorrow. Suddenly Aries, who had just appeared in Dios's room, spoke. Darius has just died. Hearing this, his pupils contracted. His gaze became terrifyingly bright, constantly saying. He said I couldn't reveal the truth. I just felt uneasy for putting pressure on the monarch. Then he drank poison and committed suicide in front of me. Now we only have 6 dukes left. Even though we argued, for the past 665 centuries we have always fought together, wholeheartedly for the demon realm. So please tell me, what did you and Darius do that you didn't tell me about? Did that cause Darius to die? If not, then in this world what could make a Duke of the Seven commit suicide? The person with the power to do that besides the monarch is only one. The god of dragons, the true gold dragon. The words finished, he immediately replied, "It wasn't her. She was still with me until just a moment ago." Aries' face became more terrifying. He spoke dangerously. "I heard the dragon god has up to 10,000 clones. That's why she is different from the monarch, able to live for 66,580 years. Are you sure the person with you was the main body?" At this moment Dios gripped the scarf in his hand. He hurriedly stood up and walked, asking as he went, "What about the funeral for Darius?" Aries quickly replied, "It is being prepared." Dios's gaze became strangely fierce. "Prepare black clothes." Aries immediately bowed in obedience. "Yes, a color darker than the night and deeper than the abyss. At the end of the world, the city of 10,000 black stones. Demon King Dios stood quietly amidst the floating ruins. Around him was bright red lava like living blood smoldering between the desolate heaven and earth. Each footstep echoed in the quiet space, accompanied by a voice. "You, friend from the darkness." Flags fluttered under the red sky. "Don't be afraid. You will return to where you were born. Death is our hometown, our friend, ourselves." A person held a lamp emitting a hazy red smoke. Dios led the way. On his chest was Darius's portrait. Following him were Satan, Ifrit, Asis, along with a mighty army. "Overcoming your loss, we will win the Holy Land, Earth." Dios's eyes flashed red. Rays of killing intent appeared clearly in his gaze. "You watch us win from the darkness." In the gloomy atmosphere of the funeral, everyone was silent before the final moment before sending Darius to the other world. At the foot of the volcano, the lava flow was churning strongly as sadness passed, and we also had to accept the hand of death. Everyone reached out their hands, simultaneously dropping the coffin containing Darius's body, accepting a bit of light like a medal. Then everyone silently swore together, "I will bring you home." The heavy coffin fell onto the surface of the lava. It was locked tightly by sturdy chains. After that, the coffin began to sink gradually into the churning lava pile. It collided strongly with the lava, creating eerie sounds as if struggling. Finally, it sank completely and disappeared. At that moment, the darkness underground would gradually fade and we would all be immortal under the daylight. In a cramped room, Satan was standing next to the window, looking far away at the scene outside. While Ifrit, Bina, Asis, and the twins Lagofi, Chardina were bored leaning on the table. Satan's hand touched the glass surface as if wanting to catch the bright red light out there. Ifrit leaned back in his chair and asked Satan, "Are you planning to leave?" He nodded, "Yeah." He clicked his tongue, leaving without saying a word. "TSK, that's too much. Demon Realm Duke." Then he muttered again. "What did that Alex do to make him go out and find out? There's a limit to hiding things from subordinates. What should I do?" "Fire Demon Ifrit." Satan adjusted his glasses, then turned back to look at Ifrit. "It seems Vulcan isn't satisfied with the 666th generation? Chaos Demon Satan." He listlessly raised his head and complained, "Is that even a question? The little Demon King goes to the surface every day without knowing what he does. One Duke is too busy chasing the blue demon to even contact us. Only 20 years left until the Great War with the human race. This situation is really a mess. If this continues, the demon realm will be in danger." Opposite, the twins Lagofi and Chardina curled their lips, mocking him. "So, should Vulcan steal the Demon King throne and lead the Great War? Seems like that's what you want. How insolent. Nightmare King. Colors of desire fed by lust. Lagofi and Chardina, twins. Ifrit is indeed a fire demon, his temper is hot." Right after hearing the mockery, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. His hand pointed straight at Lagofi and Chardina and shouted, "Don't think just because you have a big mouth you can say whatever you want. You're just useless things that only know how to rely on dirty nightmares." She wasn't afraid at all and provoked back. "You really don't know how to joke? How boring. Heard there's a fire smoldering in your lustful soul, right? Or should I blow it out for you?" Ifrit was so angry he burst into flames and yelled, "It's so annoying seeing you two in one body and babbling. Choose. I'll take the chance to kill one of you to set you free." Lagofi and Chardina's eyes flashed with mockery. "Do we look like two people to you? We are one, you know?" Ifrit couldn't take it anymore. His whole body burst into flames, threatening, "This is the final warning. Shut up." Satan, who was enjoying the view, also turned to watch the fiery battle inside. "Look, Ifrit, my sibling is about to go crazy." Bina, who had been silent until now, also joined in inciting. "Go ahead and kill each other. Stupidity will only lead to death." Demon Lord of Envy Bina. And Asis, after finishing a huge pile of food, through the stack of dirty bowls on the table, his voice booming. Using these corpses makes for good soup. Demon Lord of Gluttony. Asus. After that sentence, everyone was angry, shooting bullet-shaped glares at him, making him stunned. At a small simple house located peacefully in that forest. On a simple bed, Jack with bandages all over his body was closing his eyes, resting. Then, as if sensing something, he opened one eye. In front of him was Dios, who had been sitting on the bed watching him for who knows how long. Couldn't believe his eyes, blurted out to confirm. Lord Dios? He panted, trying to sit up to respectfully greet. What brings you to this small place? But Dios put his hand on his chest to stop him. Just lie down. Listened and lay down, yes. Jack suddenly saw a light flash behind Dios's back. Feeling as if someone was present there, he whispered, "Is something the matter?" Dios looked far away. He remembered Darius. His voice deepened. He was always in the corner, playing with plants and confiding in them strangely. He was quiet, so it was hard for us to talk. But he was still very reliable. There were millions of people who wanted to kill him, but no one could. He wasn't an easy person to defeat, but today he died too easily. Jack felt he had touched his pain. He struggled to open his mouth. "I'm sorry." Dios seemed to sink into his own world. He kept muttering. Maybe there was someone who could kill him, but the person who made him go into the corner and commit suicide, no matter how I think about it, I only know one person. The person he thought of was the true gold dragon. He blamed himself. All evidence points to that bastard. I should have realized when she suddenly appeared and gave me this nonsense. Jack also agreed. He whispered, "Talk instead of suspecting. My father always said that." Dios escaped the flow of his mood. His expression was serious. "But we have passed that stage. No more death. I didn't realize it, but it seems I have a bit of family love." After that he gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred. "Reptile, daring to touch my family." He turned to look at him and called, "Jack." He replied in doubt. "Yes?" Dios looked out the window. "I will be gone for a few days, so you take care of the shop during this time." He nodded yes. Dios hesitated, looking at him. He spoke vaguely, making his expression extremely suspicious. Dios smiled comfortably, but his eyes held many thoughts, looking at Jack. "If I don't return, this shop is yours." Finishing his words, he stood up and walked away decisively. Jack, despite his painful body, hurriedly chased after. "What do you mean?" But he didn't stop despite him calling loudly behind. "Lord Dios." Suddenly, he stopped his steps. In his eyes was suspicion when seeing his hand raised like a farewell ritual. Under the bright moonlight, Dios's liberal figure kept heading forward without an explanation. After that he turned into a ray of light shooting into space, then disappeared. The quiet forest only had his voice shouting his name in helplessness. "Lord Dios." As for Dios, he sped off at extreme speed. His eyes were bright red, an extremely dangerous and bloodthirsty appearance. He hatefully thought back on everything, including the true gold dragon's deceitful words and actions. Innocent children, to not be used as war tools and then die miserably. At that time her words were truly convincing. That is the rule of the world we are living in. And the genuine happy smile when speaking to him. "Do you know I was actually looking forward to that? You are the first person in 665 centuries to give up before the Demon King." And the grimace when seeing him wear the scarf. "That scarf, because the one on your neck doesn't look good at all, so cover it up." It was because of believing those words that led to Darius's death. His coffin having to lie in a sea of fire. He sighed and forced himself to sober up to calculate a plan for revenge. Aries's voice rang in his ear. "A clone definitely won't have power. If the Lord acts himself, the true gold dragon will be forced to reveal the main body." He remembered how Aries bowed sincerely. "My lord, show your power before the enemy." Remembered also how the true gold dragon mocked him. "That's right, you idiot, remember to do that." Dios gritted his teeth and cursed. "True gold dragon, you bastard." Anger accumulated, he sped off at terrifying speed, signaling destruction and a world-shaking battle about to take place. Nearby, a blood soldier guarding was startled and vigilant. "What is that? What is that terrifying energy?" Moving to other areas, the archer guards also sensed danger. "What is that?" The remaining bloodkin also silently watched with vigilance. At that moment, countless bloodkin discovered the anomaly. At the only holy ground in the world, the Dragon Temple, the dragon god's suspicious voice rang out. Just now, he sat like a statue but was extremely surprised in his head. "Unbelievable. There is already a dragon god here." His mind raced. "This is a massive filth I have never felt before." The divinely blessed one, Emperor Dragon God. Outside the door of a mysterious cave, Dios landed gently. Following the gloomy path leading inside, he stepped in without fear, his footsteps shattering the silence. Dios's footsteps stopped before a closed door. He observed. As expected, it's here, Dragonhead, you went to great lengths to calculate this. He pondered. This place looks unknowable, but, without saying much, he clasped his hands together. Then he used force to throw open the door in front and assessed. In any case, it's just a petty trick of the reptiles. The door swung wide open, revealing a swarm of monsters, aggressively blocking the front. Dios grinned happily at them. Found you, little lizards. A red lizard and a white lizard roared at him. Who are you? How can a human break the sacred barrier to get here? Dios looked at them with half an eye, his voice extremely contemptuous. Call your mother out here, because this is a conversation between adults. The white lizard was furious, unable to stand the insult. Who are you to give orders? It sprayed venom like a waterfall toward Dios. Along with the curse, die. After the flood of venom passed, Dios's body was nowhere to be seen. Their faces showed astonishment, staring ahead because they couldn't see him. At this moment, Dios had flown up high with wings. He only had his upper body, his legs had disappeared, he said boredly. As expected, this human body can't do anything. He thought, if it's here, I can probably reveal it, since this is a different dimension from the surface world. Dios decided to show off for them to broaden their horizons. He shouted, I will show you what true power is. Finishing his words, his body continuously radiated red rays from all sides. Two red and white lizards immediately got a taste. They screamed. What is this? It feels like my eyes are burning. So hot, what is this light? Suddenly their eyes widened, horrified by the scene before them. In the continuously pouring power, Dios gradually revealed his true form. His hair grew long. Black skin grew bristly fur. Hands to arms covered in black fur and sharp claws. Finally he returned to his original form. Demon God. With deadly, aggressive eyes, a dangerous dark aura, and a voice echoing from hell. Kneel down. He looked straight at them, showing off. I, the King of Death. Anyone who sees this form will not survive. The white lizard's mouth trembled. It growled. Using all its energy, it sprayed venom with its life toward Dios. Die. Dios just looked coldly, his wings swung out, easily shattering its attack. He raised his hands, fingers touching to make a snapping gesture. His mouth revealed a deadly smile. Useless things. A snap sound rang out along with the curse. Become muscle. The lizards were like they had been pressure pointed. Their bodies went stiff and rigid. Snap. A snap along with the curse. Become bone. Their bodies were immediately cut into many scattered pieces. Another snap. Become soul. Their bodies were left with only shadows. One last snap. Become nothingness. Their bodies shattered, not a piece left. Only Dios's hearty laughter echoed. Suddenly someone appeared and shouted. Quickly stop the intruder. From all sides, many monsters rushed out simultaneously. They focused on Dios. He is the intruder. Quickly stop him. The lizards hated. That is the one who killed our kind. They called to destroy him. Must protect the border. Attack the intruder to avenge our kind. Dios was a bit surprised but not afraid. What's this? You all hid here? Fine, coming out like this is even better. A truly horrifying scene. Layers upon layers of lizards surrounded him. No matter who you are, you cannot leave this place alive. Dios did not waver, he laughed excitedly and challenged. I will kill all of you. Finishing his words, he looked up at them, his mouth puffed up. A jet of fire erupted and started shooting to one side. They sacrificed themselves one by one. A gaze shot out a red laser-like beam. That whole group vanished simultaneously. His eyes shot in another direction. Layers upon layers of lizards fell away without exception. His hand went up again, preparing, his mouth contemptuous. So, challenging tones speaking to them. Quickly bring your mother here. In the chaotic scene inside the cave, high up, a dragon flew away to scout the situation. Upon returning to the cave, it panicked and reported to the other dragons. Now, its tone was extremely frustrated. An unidentified intruder has appeared. He is destroying the entire border of the territory. A mysterious boss dragon appeared. That was the noble dragon. Elder, defeat the enemy for your glory, for the pride of our clan. Elder swung its powerful wings, not believing the truth. The border destroyed just because of someone like that? Sharp claws revealed along with the wings of the blue jade realm. Elder led the whole flock of dragons behind it flying forward. It called out, don't turn your backs. Fight to protect the border. On another side, a red dragon also received information about Dios. It flew back quickly to call its kind. It was extremely frustrated. Noblest of the noble, the border territory protected by the warriors of the Black Jade Realm has been defiled. Please show the dragon's wrath before the enemy. Immediately the whole flock of red dragons prepared claws and power with hatred. Dare to set filthy feet on my land. They gathered, a stream of red power glowing across the sky. Every one of them was extremely hateful. Truly filthy. Return the purity with your death. Elder flew to the leader of the frozen dragons, its attitude extremely sincere. Sages of the White Jade Realm, please help us. The sage asked back. An intruder in our territory? Hearing the story unfolding, the sage dragon of the White Jade Realm was extremely angry, breaking the ice shell, stretching its legs and calling out, "Comrades, unlock the mana." A fleet of sage dragons broke the ice circle, aggressively joining the battle. On this side, Dios was waiting for them calmly. He glanced at Elder who was threatening him. How disrespectful. A gray dragon army behind bared its teeth at him. Dare to invade our holy ground. Dragons originally praised as divine protectors. And you dare to bring blood and death here? Dios maild prevacetibly. Disrespectful? That is my very existence. He mocked. Why did you call your brother like that? I told you to bring your mother. Elder's eyes widened in anger. Mother? Dare to call our highest dignity that way. It scolded and attacked immediately. Shut that filthy mouth right now. Its body lunged toward Dios, wanting to attack. However, Dios nimbly dodged, making it ram its whole body into the rock. It didn't submit, grinding its teeth. Looks like you are a high-level demon, just breaking the border and already acting complacent. Filthy darkness. This is a place that those abandoned by gods like you have no right to invade. Dios laughed loudly, while not hesitating to deliver the finishing blow. Silly and kind neighbor, goodbye. His eyes glowed red, shooting a deadly red beam straight at Elder. It widened its eyes, not understanding what happened. After a few basic moves, it was immediately buried deep in the pile of rocks. The remaining dragons were bewildered. They were like struck dumb, unable to speak. From behind the rock, a dragon quickly ambushed him. He quickly darted away. Then he turned back and stood right in front of it. The dragon put its hand to its mouth as if thinking about something. It signaled the whole flock to attack. They all rushed toward Dios. They simultaneously raised claws and gathered energy into their hands. The whole flock joined hands and shouted together, "Stop defiling the territory." However, Dios also acted immediately. Sparks from him shot out quickly, piercing straight into their bodies, making them like pressure-pointed before they could attack. Meanwhile, another one widened its eyes, glancing at Dios's hand actions. His finger went up then down. Each time like that, Elder was slammed up and down. Then he pulled Elder, who was trying to get up from the rock pile, lifting it into the air. His body looked like a wreck, covered in wounds. Painfully looked toward Dios. After a few finger snaps, Elder's body was immediately torn apart, but he didn't let it die. The flock of dragons roared in pain when witnessing the noble dragon Elder being tortured by him. It shrieked, scolding Dios. "Demon." Dios smiled, eyes squinting, correcting. "No, I am the Demon King." Finishing his words, he snapped his fingers. Purple power appeared. After the snap, all the dragons nearby gradually stiffened. Some souls left their bodies. His hand raised high to the sky, opening to lift them all up. The hand decisively squeezed tightly with force. All those floating dragons were gathered and collided strongly into a mass. The ones still alive outside roared in pain, especially when seeing the strongest dragon Elder being tortured extremely miserably. They could only roar in pain helplessly. Elder was specially cared for by Dios, so its body shattered. Its mouth screamed in pain. Dios gathered them all like a small mountain, in which the highlight was Elder with an incomplete form. He excitedly asked the rest, "What do you think? The strongest dragon in the world is complete." He smirked and asked further, "Since I have created the strongest dragon," sharp eyes glanced, "then am I your god now?" The flock of dragons immediately turned pale. They roared helplessly. Then they all raced to shout loudly, "Run! He is a demon! Run quickly!" Leaving Elder's body behind without caring at all. Elder and the dragons he had trapped in a cluster scolded with difficulty. "You stupid lizards!" While Dios coldly glanced over and emphasized, "I am the Demon King," making Elder and the rest tense. A whole mass of them were gathered, radiating a very mysterious purple energy. Suddenly, a source of golden energy rushed in. It passed through the dragons, running away frantically, making them bewildered. Dios was also observing that golden energy source intently. After a sweep, it stopped and slowly revealed itself. First were the feet accompanied by sparkling chains. And finally the true gold dragon figure fully revealed itself accompanied by a voice. "Because you are annoying, you left." The flock of dragons screamed with joy. "It's Lord True Gold Dragon." While Dios smiled dangerously, "Your mother has appeared." True Gold Dragon contemptuously mocked. "You chase after mushrooms all day, so surely mushrooms have entered your brain, and you even made this place like this. She turned her head to observe around, her eyes stopping at Elder and the others who were in pain. Growling in one spot, Elder's claws silently, raised then helplessly clenched. They cried and blamed True Gold Dragon. Mother, what did you do out there to let us end up like this? It's all your fault. I hate you. Dios smiled contentedly when seeing them confront each other. Mother, please die quickly, Mother. True Gold Dragon couldn't wait. Her hand reached toward them. Immediately, Elder and the group vanished in resentment. Dios mocked her. You also know how to handle death? True Gold Dragon bowed her head to pray. She muttered, My children, you fought the Demon King and sacrificed heroically. May you be liberated. Dios laughed heartily. Who are you praying to? That God is too far away. True Gold Dragon glanced at him, enunciating each word. Daring to smear my children, you have crossed the line. He coldly retorted. What's wrong with you? You were the one who ended the war first. True Gold Dragon rolled her eyes, expressing confusion. Dios spoke naturally, but his tone was cruel. Anyway, if you know how to handle death, I have to act in a righteous way. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. He emphasized, blood for blood. His body unleashed the technique, spraying strongly, a stream of red power toward True Gold Dragon, making her tilt her body to dodge. She looked up at the power source gathering into a red circle full of death and silently assessed. In her heart, True Gold Dragon was stunned by the hole in the barrier. If this hits, will I be okay? He is absurdly strong. She calculated. If so, her eyes glowed strangely. She looked at Dios. Come here, we will change location. In another space, this place was covered by glowing golden circles. Dios observed around once then wondered, where is this? True Gold Dragon replied straightforwardly. In my mind. She explained. Outside the damage is too heavy, and here you can comfortably do whatever. Don't cause any more trouble, only one of us can leave here alive. Dios laughed excitedly. Wonderful. She added. Never before has a Demon King dared to invade this territory alone. He looked straight at him. I admit, I was too careless. I thought we had become a bit closer. The True Gold Dragon smiled thoughtfully. I thought I had lived long enough, but perhaps I am still too childish. I am not qualified to be a god. Dios dismissed it immediately. Nonsense. He no longer trusted her. Don't pretend to be a victim with that fake face. Who will be next? Alex? The True Gold Dragon looked confused. What are you talking about? Dios laughed coldly and attacked. I knew you wouldn't admit it. You can't fool me with that old trick anymore. He cursed. Die. Dark vortex. A pitch-black cyclone rushed straight toward the True Gold Dragon. Facing that, she didn't bother to say more. She stomped hard. That's right. Demons and dragons have always been sworn enemies anyway. She nimbly dodged the gray vortex that Dios was attacking her with. Then she challenged. Let's see the power of the 666th generation. Finishing her words, she turned into a streak of golden light and began casting her technique. Dios reached out to grab her but missed. That golden silk ribbon kept flying continuously in front of him. Then she used great force to shove Dios backward. Just waiting for that, she immediately used the golden ribbon to wrap him tightly from head to toe like a cocoon. She pointed at him. Golden shattering jade. Immediately, a fierce fire erupted there. Dios's whole body was heated up, and he struggled continuously. Finally, he tore through the layer of fabric wrapped around him and cursed. Damn it! How annoying! The True Gold Dragon was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. This madman? He can break that technique? Dios was annoyed. So troublesome. I'll end it all with a single blow. He braced himself and shouted. Soul shaking. Dark shadow strike. On this side, the True Gold Dragon also prepared for the decisive blow. Her whole body was covered in authoritative golden light. Contrasting with Dios's dark energy, her eyes glowed brightly as she shouted, Golden feather! The golden energy immediately engulfed Dios's pitch-black soul-shaking circle. The two forces suppressed each other, creating an extremely large dark cyclone. The True Gold Dragon commented honestly, a terrifying dark energy storm. She clenched her fists, trying to control the situation. Even the golden jade realm was shaking. Her eyes flashed with admiration. The 666th generation is truly very strong. She hesitated, but, looking at Dios right in front of her, she muttered, we are gradually getting closer to each other. The True Gold Dragon powerfully advanced toward him, her whole body covered in brilliant golden light. Contrasting with the darkness, she firmly said, remember well, light is always stronger than darkness. She pointed at him at close range as if to exert all her force. Dios did not flinch but wore an arrogant smile. Seeing her finger near his face, he warned. Try to avoid the millions of blades hidden in the shadows. Just a light touch will rot your soul and take your life. Seeing the true gold dragon not afraid but still approaching, he silently assessed. Can she get this close? Looking at the finger before his forehead, he nodded. The rumors about the dragon god are indeed not wrong.
Dios war.
A cold smile. At this point you probably think you've won. But his eyes turned red and he shouted. I will show you true darkness, the kind that can swallow even the light. Dios cast the high-level soul-shaking seal technique. In front of him were layers upon layers of aggressive skulls, forming a dark vortex. The true gold dragon couldn't believe her eyes. She was astonished, eyes wide at his technique. After a loud shout, the space she created was torn apart. Returning to reality, the battle was loud enough to shake the heavens and earth. The dragons below scrambled to dodge and then quickly looked up to observe. Their eyes were fierce and vigilant, looking toward the source of the noise. From above, a pair of legs began to appear. The dragons widened their eyes, watching intently. Finally, Dios appeared in human form, looking completely cold. In his hand was the arm of the true gold dragon just pulled out of space. The dragons screamed in pain. True gold dragon! They continued to wail. True gold dragon! Dios was not moved in the slightest. His eyes were bloodshot with destruction, and he coldly warned, No one is allowed to touch my family. Finishing his words, Dios threw the severed arm down. A dragon flew over, bit the arm, and cried bitterly, True gold dragon! Done with the task, Dios waved his hand in midair. He powerfully tore a piece of space, opening another sky, intending to turn and leave, but a voice rang out, making Dios pause. Demon King? No, it's something cursed. The dragons threatened Dios with hatred. The dragon race will never forget this day, whether it be 10,000 years or 1,000,000,000 years, until the day the Creator reclaims this world. They exclaimed indignantly. With every curse and spell, we will pass this humiliation down to our descendants. You will be cursed for all eternity. Ignoring the dragon's insults, Dios only replied with contempt, Go ahead! Saying that, Dios flew away, leaving the monsters screaming non-stop. In the quiet night, footsteps struck the ground coldly and decisively. From behind Dios, an arm appeared and slowly draped a cloak over him. Dios took the cloak and leisurely put his hands in his pockets. Behind him, Alex bowed cautiously. You have returned, my lord, Dios said wearily. I have finished avenging Daros. Alex still bowed respectfully and replied, I thought you had abandoned the demon realm. Dios replied, I have abandoned it. Alex was stunned, unable to hide his surprise. His eyes widened in shock. Dios continued, I have abandoned the demon realm, discarded the destiny the world gave me. I just want to live freely like this. Finishing his words, Dios looked up at the deep night sky. He shouted, as if to shed all burdens, Dios is who I am. Alex could not accept reality. He gritted his teeth. In anger, he felt aggrieved and shouted, My lord! Dios still replied indifferently, Daros is my family and I am just avenging them. It's that simple. Saying that, Dios strode forward and instructed, Let's go back to Zoric Castle. And having gone far, Alex's voice made Dios pause. My lord, please, that is not a place you can return to. Alex continued to advise. Since becoming an enemy of the dragons, the next 20 years will be fierce. To eliminate you and the demon race, the dragon race will do anything. Dios waved his hand to reject responsibility. What does that have to do with me? I am no longer the demon king. Whatever generation it is, you guys solve it yourselves. Alex still didn't give up. But you said you wouldn't let those who harmed your family go, right? Dios suddenly turned around. He pointed straight at Alex. You idiot, my family was living peacefully and then killed. How can that be compared to throwing oneself into an unwinnable war? Are you trying to stop me from risking my life? Alex replied fearfully. Saying you're risking your life is a bit much. After all, that is the dream of the demon realm. Argument continued. Dios scolded. That's a disease. Every 100 years, coming to the surface makes millions die meaninglessly. Alex replied. You cannot live forever in that fake place. The demon realm has become so distorted that creatures have to mutate to adapt. Dios argued back. Even if deformed, after 666 centuries, they have adapted and consider it natural. Alex shouted. You achieved the greatest feat in Demon King history by killing the true gold dragon. You are the savior the demon realm has always longed for. Dios ignored Alex's words. He turned his back and walked away. I don't know about that. If the VIP guest is dead, where will the money come from? Alex still confronted him. My lord, You care about that more than the demon realm? Dios blurted out. Of course, who wants to work for free? A silence enveloped both of them. Helplessness was evident on Alex's face. He said in a low voice, then what about the successor to Daros? We cannot leave the Plague Duke position vacant.
Dios
replied vaguely. You 6 dukes solve it yourselves. Alex's eyes became serious. It's not that simple. They are all arrogant people. Losing patience, Dios was annoyed. So annoying. Just leave that position to Darius's child. Done yet? I'm leaving. Thinking he had escaped, Alex called again. My lord! Dios replied annoyedly without turning back. What is it now? Alex was silent and then slowly said, Thank you. Hearing that, Dios reluctantly replied. All right, get lost. Finishing his words, he jumped into the air and disappeared into the night. Amidst the vast mountains and forests, the silver moonlight shone like the final ray of light. Mist covered the mountainside, and Dios finally returned to his dwelling. It was a shop under the bright full moon. Dios sat on the bed with a thoughtful, melancholy expression. His eyes suddenly flashed when he realized something was near him. Dios suddenly spoke. Can't you just do it in moderation? From behind, a voice rang out. Haha, caught. Huh? A pair of women's legs suddenly appeared. The true gold dragon gradually appeared. She mocked. I thought it was a perfect plan, as expected. The Demon King is still the Demon King. A red flash suddenly shot forward. Without a word, Dios held the true gold dragon's hand tightly, while his other hand choked her with eyes full of murderous intent. Although surprised, the true gold dragon still threatened. Don't exert yourself here. If not, the heroes and executioners will know the Demon King is here. Full of resentment, he sneered. Stop pretending. Why was it the real body at first but changed to a clone at the end? You deliberately let me kill you, right? The true gold dragon was not afraid at all, she replied nonchalantly. You acted well too. Thanks for acting in front of my children. I knew you would realize it. Dios's face showed a flash of confusion. The true gold dragon calmly continued. We seem to have fallen into a trap. Dios's eyes showed a flash of worry. Ignoring Dios's attitude, she said, I know the poisonous fungus on the dragons is Daros's, and the person behind him is you. Are you planning to use it to divide dragons and humans? Dios regained his composure and replied, What you said is already in the past, right? The true gold dragon pressed on. That's right. You were blinded by revenge. Unless you kill us all first, everything is still fine. But in the end, who was it that arranged for the Demon King and the true gold dragon to confront each other? Who dared to turn us into enemies like that? Dios asked with cold eyes. All right, so why did you have to fake your death? The true gold dragon replied gently. Because of the variable. The planner definitely didn't want the Demon King to kill the true gold dragon. Such a big event would confuse them. Because there is a variable, everything will soon be revealed. That is that person's flaw. Dios seemed to understand, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. If that person has targeted it, then, true gold dragon couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes became cunning. If their goal is my death, then now they will start acting. That plan only works when I disappear. Just wait and see who benefits most from my death. Dios still doubted. You still suspect the warmongering dragon faction? Could it be they have joined hands with the demon realm without us knowing? The true gold dragon was decisive. Including that, everything. The answer satisfied Dios. He gradually loosened his grip and let her go. Dios gloomily put his hands in his pockets. Damn it, what a headache. To be honest, I don't want to get involved in this at all. But if I withdraw, it seems you will have to bear all this responsibility. The true gold dragon replied comfortably. Of course, we are in the same boat. You are the one who manages the demon realm, but you broke the balance by killing me, the dragon god. Two people who don't get along are forced to cooperate. Let's catch the bastard behind this and deal with him. Dios asked seriously. Then what about Kyung? Were the children and that place completely destroyed? The true gold dragon replied quietly. I don't know either. Right now I just want to tear you apart to avenge the children. But anyway, you also lost one of the 7 dukes. We must make the person behind it pay for all of this. Dios continued. Even if it's 665 centuries, I have no memory of it. To me, they were just stupid losers. The true gold dragon's eyes were cold. And I remember clearly, it was you who created that hell. Finishing her words, the true gold dragon suggested. Anyway, from tomorrow, I will join your team. As a mage. Dios could not expect this, he shouted. What? Ignoring whether Dios agreed or not, she said. For now I will live completely as a human. Going together will be more convenient for investigation. And I can also easily monitor the number one suspect, you. My magic is far beyond that, Alex. No one will notice. Hearing that, Dios looked at her smug expression and laughed inwardly. So she wants to monitor me 24/7. What a cunning snakehead. Fine. Anyway, both you and I are the number one suspects. After a while of arguing, Dios agreed. All right, let's try stepping into this hellish party once and see. The true gold dragon smiled satisfactorily. Thanks. Elsewhere, night covered the space. The bright moonlight shone down on a ruined castle. Bitter sobbing of a woman rang out in the night. Sob, sob, sob. A call came from behind. Duchess. Patrick looked at Emily, who was sobbing. He comforted slowly. Don't be sad anymore. Try to be strong, Duchess Emily. Emily looked up with tearful eyes at the ruins. I lost both my husband and child on the same day. She whispered. The castle has also come to this state. Outside, the people were trying to clean up the rubble. A man shouted. Hurry up. We need more people here. Don't rest. Work fast. Pain hit Emily, making her burst into tears. How am I supposed to live now? That unfortunate woman was Emily van Hollisteltia. Suddenly, a pair of large hands grabbed Emily's. My lady, Patrick promised. I will find a way to rebuild the Hollisteltia family. My lady, leave everything to me and go rest. I will handle it all. Emily was deeply moved, shedding tears of happiness. She hugged Patrick. Only you care for me? Thank you so much. Patrick smiled wickedly. I understand. I understand. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, hey! Both stared into the dark corner where the strange sound came from. She panicked and hugged Patrick. He trembled and shouted. Who is there? A cloaked figure stood up. Discovered already? I must have interrupted your happy conversation. Right? Cadentia smiled friendly. A pleasure. I am Cadentia, an investigator from the Holy Imperial Court. Patrick was stunned. An investigator from the Holy Imperial Court? Could it be? One known as one of the 12 sacred weapons of the Holy Emperor? Only 12 people in the world are granted the title Blood of Blood. D+ rank bloodline organization, Zodiac line. Patrick immediately knelt and kowtowed respectfully. Cadentia, what an honor for me. Oh, light weapon. Why are you here? Cadentia smirked. What is it, Lord Patrick? You have a higher rank than me. Continued. Since you already know, it will be easier for us to talk. Right? Cadentia rattled on. Let me explain more clearly. Surely you two know. Acoma Castle collapsed due to a mysterious power, and there are rumors about a masked dragon slayer. It's strange that the Holy Imperial Court has no report on him. What is the connection between the destroyer and the protector? Cadentia smiled sinisterly. We need to know how great that power is, whether it's an ally or an enemy. He continued the story while hunting for the dragon slayer and conducting his own investigation. I discovered a few high-ranking bloodline families hunting dragons illegally, and the Hollisteltia family is at the center of it. Emily and Patrick were terrified upon hearing this. Cadentia added a fatal blow. Just at that moment, the castle fell into this situation. Patrick was sweating profusely, stammering. No, that's not it. He ignored Patrick, turning to the stunned Emily. My lady! Cadentia smiled and leaned in. Although not yet reported to the Holy Imperial Court, illegal dragon hunting is a very serious crime, especially for a prestigious family like Hollisteltia. Emily's face changed. She was shocked and speechless at what Cadentia said. The family will be stripped of all titles and assets confiscated. Living in luxury, it must be difficult for you to go out into that cold world. Right? Emily shed bitter tears. She begged earnestly. Please, I beg you not to report it to the Holy Imperial Court. Hearing that, Cadentia raised a finger to the fear of the two. He probed. I heard the Hollisteltia family still has a youngest child, right? Raise him into an excellent warrior. I will take him in at age 20. The Holy Imperial Court always needs loyal ones from powerful families like Hollisteltia. Emily still wept for their fate. Cadentia continued. Also, there must be Cadio's notebook recording the list of poaching families. I will come to get it in 5 days, be prepared. The children of those families must be talented too. Ah! After threatening, Cadentia turned to leave but suddenly stopped. So then, he smiled meaningfully. Live happily. Because the parents' happiness is very important to the children's spirit. Finishing, Cadentia disappeared, leaving Emily and Patrick rooted to the spot. A new day began with a clear sky. An enthusiastic voice rang out in the shop. Hello! True Gold Dragon smiled and introduced herself. Nice to meet everyone. I am a new member of the team and the weapon shop.
EAMT May Yun Yun.
Dios was confused seeing Alex being friendly. Unexpected that such a beauty is close to the master. I am Alex, Lord Dios's servant. Jun replied. Looking forward to working together. Jake introduced shyly. I am the team's warrior, in charge of cleaning, cooking, and odd jobs. I am Jake Van Hollybeck.
Yun praised. Wow, Jake is a warrior.
That's cool. Jake was shy. Thank you. Dios thought. Really can't recognize her? Truly an annoying dragon head. Seeing it was fine, Dios told Alex. Teach the rookie. I'm going to sleep. Alex replied. Yes, good night, my lord. Suddenly a voice rang out, stopping Dios. Hey, teammate. Jun suggested. Can you show me the way around the village? So we can get closer. Jake and Alex immediately speculated about a date. The deep blue sky and majestic mountains created a peaceful scene. Dios looked pensively at something. True Gold Dragon squatted in front and asked, What do you think? In the middle of the barren mountain area appeared a deep hole. Inside was a giant silver-blue dragon lying curled up in a protective energy layer. True Gold Dragon boasted. First time seeing one, right? This is a baby dragon. Dios replied boredly. So what? What does a baby dragon being born have to do with you bringing me here? She was disappointed. Aren't you curious? Dios was indifferent. Nothing special. Both fell into silence until Dios realized something strange and called her. Finishing, Dios yelled. You crazy thing, are you that free? Why not use your power to wipe out the extremists instead of dragging me to this useless place? She retorted. Did you forget the peace treaty? If the dragon god acts, it's no different than declaring war on humanity. You idiot. Dios criticized. Just use your human form. Even Alex didn't recognize you, so who would know? You idiot. True Gold Dragon gritted her teeth. No. Dios didn't back down. Why? She looked at Dios and said seriously. Because I cannot become an anomaly in this world. Dios wondered. An anomaly? She explained. No matter how strong, a lone mage cannot wipe out the bloodline families without attracting the attention of the transcenders. Dios asked, Do you mean angels or gods? She replied, Exactly. If I do things arbitrarily, I will be discovered immediately. You mean I can't break the world's rules, right? She agreed. That's right, what else? Dios spoke up again, confusing her. Then, his face became cunning. I wonder if I've been discovered yet? I've destroyed castles and killed dragons everywhere as a human. True Gold Dragon mocked. I'm dying of curiosity too. Talking. A jet of water sprayed up from the hole, startling her. Ah, scared me. Seeing the dragon poke its head out, she panicked. It's born, hide quickly. The dragon roared its first powerful sounds. Both hid in the bushes to observe from afar. True Gold Dragon asked, What do you think? Before he could answer, she exclaimed, The greatness of nature. Dios was bored. If we attack now, one hit would finish it, right? True Gold Dragon replied, confusing Dios. That's why I came here. Just as she finished, a black dragon suddenly appeared, surprising Dios. It spread its wide wings, disturbing the whole sky. True Gold Dragon looked at that dragon and exclaimed, It's here! Extremist faction. Black Jade Dragon Juno. The two hid in the bushes, observing Black Jade Dragon transform into a woman and gently land. That woman stood up dangerously. Dios exclaimed, Oh, the face is exactly like a villain's. True Gold Dragon glared. Who? Dios stared toward June and the newborn dragon and said, So. Dios smirked. You intend to target it when it's weakest to infect it with poison? Choosing the exact moment they are born to act. His eyes were full of mockery. You are no different from humans, truly cruel. This place is the real hell, the hell of light. True Gold Dragon exclaimed. I thought so until I knew the poison mushroom was Daros's. Dios muttered. You thought so? She continued. Even the hardliners can't shake hands with you. True Gold Dragon decided. There must be someone acting as a bridge behind this.
Dios Bisaid.
Him mocked. Your children seem to have progressed. True Gold Dragon suddenly announced. They're coming again. Just as she finished, two green and orange dragons appeared, slowly approaching June's position. Also transformed into human form and dove straight down. Both landed safely. A man and a woman appeared. June greeted. You're here, again, Julia? Julia respectfully. Sorry we're late. June went straight to the point. What about the tail? Julia smiled brightly. No problem, since True Gold Dragon is gone. The moderate faction is like a snake without a head. This world is ours now. Hearing that, June countered. No, we are the same. Until God decides, everything will still be chaotic. If humans realize, it will all end. Ogen suggested. Why don't you try sitting in that position? You adamantly refused. Don't talk about that. Everything is according to God's will. We are just creations. We have no right to question his work. Dios stood outside, pondering their conversation. The small dragon roared before the calculating gazes of June, Julia, and Ogen. Ogen stepped toward the hole and exclaimed, "That's right." He stopped and continued, "We must do what we can." He searched for something in his coat. "Even if it's pitiful to the point of madness, be at ease because no more families will have to suffer." Ogen pulled out a strange purple potion bottle. "Everything is for our race." True Gold Dragon was shocked. Why? Why would they go this far? Conversely, Dios was excited. "Arrest them on the spot," Dios said. This moment was ready to fight. He winked and asked, "Should I kill all three?" True Gold Dragon stopped him. "Wait," she seriously said. "Must consider cause and effect. See where this leads and what the future will be. Everything must be carefully considered." Dios's words annoyingly replied, "What do those things have to do with me? You're so cowardly. Don't think anymore. Let's act." But she was adamant. "We are part of a greater order. Sometimes there must be sacrifice. But what is the meaning of this tragedy?" Seeing it wasn't working, Dios proposed. "So annoying. Then let's go with Plan B." She vaguely asked. "Plan B?" Dios said sinisterly. "Violence, kidnapping, torture, and interrogation until they confess. That works, right?" Before Dios's idea, True Gold Dragon fell into deep thought. She pondered, then accepted. "Do it gently." The small dragon in the hole suddenly roared. Ogen opened the potion bottle. Then, "Let's begin." The dragon seemed to sense danger and screamed. He tipped the bottle. "Endure it a little." Suddenly Ogen's arm disappeared. Dios appeared holding his severed arm. He smiled brightly before Julia's astonishment. Ogen suppressed the pain and asked, "You? Who are you?" Dios immediately, gently replied, "I am Dios." June realized the danger, shouted, "Everyone run." She also puffed her cheeks to accumulate internal energy. She immediately spat out a terrifying stream of toxins toward Dios. "Void breath." Dios calmly smirked. He waved his hand, creating a spatial rift in his palm. June couldn't resist, immediately sucked into it before the horror of Julia and Ogen. June gradually disappeared completely in Dios's hand. Dios arrogantly challenged, "Who's next?" Julia and Ogen were in pain, stunned by the scene just now. Both shouted and transformed into dragons to fly away. "Run!" Dios muttered. "Wanting to survive, so each runs in a different direction?" Dios played for amusement. "Guess which one I'll catch? Rock, paper, scissors." After a while of choosing, Dios's finger pointed at the green streak. "Ding!" he excitedly said. "Congratulations to the green one for winning." Finishing, Dios quickly chased and disappeared into the air. From afar, True Gold Dragon still silently observed with a worried expression. Ogen struggled and cursed. "Damn it!
Dios?
He's the one who killed True Gold Dragon. How does he know this place? Is there a traitor?" While fleeing, Ogen suddenly noticed a red streak flickering right behind. That streak suddenly shot up extremely fast. Dios had caught up and proudly blocked Ogen. He smiled devilishly. "Congratulations on winning." Ogen had no way out. He gathered energy preparing to attack. Ice! Just as he finished, Dios lunged forward, tearing Ogen's throat. "I'm busy. Don't say anything." Finishing Ogen, Dios left and left a promise. "See you later." Ogen helplessly let his body fall freely. Dios relaxed and flew in the air, playfully singing, "La la la." Julia tiredly flew toward the hideout. "Ogen, I'm sorry. I must live to report to the group. In terms of speed, I don't lose to anyone." Julia's thoughts were interrupted when she discovered something suspicious. The red streak came rushing from somewhere. It was Dios. He cheekily greeted, "Hello there." Julia's pupils dilated in horror. She suddenly noticed the green liquid on Dios's hand. Ogen's blood. Julia cursed under her breath. "Madman." Then she immediately channeled internal energy to attack. "Fire!" Julia shouted loudly. A stream of hot fire followed each beat of Dios's flight in the air. Despite the smoke and fire burning a corner of the sky, Dios still leisurely hummed a tune, blending into the clouds. Julia revealed extreme anger. Meanwhile, Dios was still casually playing with her. Seeing it was a waste of time, Dios decided to end it. Void chains! Immediately, 2 pitch-black rifts appeared, pouring out countless chains. The chains quickly bound Julia, not letting her escape. Julia roared angrily before Dios's smug look. Her body gradually weakened and fell into the endless abyss. Julia gradually woke up after being unconscious for a while. She slowly opened her eyes and was extremely shocked. Discovering she was tied hand and foot, Julia gasped. "What is this?" A choking cough sound rang out nearby. She turned to call out, "Again!" A mocking voice rang out. "Anything else coming here?" Dios leisurely stepped forward smiling. "From now on it will be violence and pain, also the time for the truth to be revealed." Julia struggled and cursed. He smiled and replied, "Cursing is my specialty. I always get an A+ in that subject." He got straight to the point. "Now, let's start with the first question." Dios held up the purple test tube and asked, "Where did you get this?" Julia screamed. "Why are you stealing other people's things like a thief?" He retorted. "Other people's things? Didn't you steal it? You intended to use it to harm humans, right?" Dios questioned. "The extremists? Confess quickly. Who is behind this and how did you get this demonic thing?" Julia regained her composure and provoked him. "Do whatever you want. You won't get anything out of me." He wasn't angry but smiled instead, leaving Julia completely confused. Suddenly, he punched through Ogen's stomach, making him grit his teeth in pain.
Julia screamed, "Ogen!"
Dios's hand went through his stomach, squeezing his internal organs. Dios smiled. "Poor Ogen. He can't even scream because his throat is blocked." Julia couldn't take it and screamed, "Stop it. You'd better torture me instead." He mocked. "Idiot. Don't you know what torture is? I won't touch a single hair on your head." Dios's eyes were full of cruelty. "Instead, Ogen will suffer until you confess. I'll show you your accomplice dying right before your eyes." To prove it, he dug deeper into Ogen. Julia could only anxiously call his name. Ignoring the screams, he squeezed his internal organs even tighter. The unbearable pain made Ogen scream miserably. Julia couldn't take it anymore and quickly confessed. "There's no one behind us? We did this alone." Dios questioned. "With such thorough preparation, there must be a leader, right?" She stammered. It's June." He said, "Ah, the one I just sucked in? Then I just need to catch all the remaining extremists, right?" She said hurriedly, "We are different from the usual extremists. A small group secretly formed our own society. The others are innocent." Dios asked, "So what kind are you?" Julia didn't dare to hide it. "The Four Seasons Society." He asked further, "For seasons? Is that the group leading the extremists? Where are the others?" He asked while tightening his grip, making Ogen scream. She screamed in fear. "It's Zen, Pep, MRKE, April, May, June, me and Ogen." He immediately asked, "September, October, November, December too?" Julia was surprised. "Something like that. It's September, Octa, Novef, Decem. How do you know? That's top secret." He laughed arrogantly. "Are you stupid? Four Seasons is from January to December. Are those aliases or did you gather because your names are similar?" She said, "No, those are our real names. Because the pronunciation sounded fun, we named the group the Four Seasons Society." He pressed. "Who named it? The leader, June, right?" Julia rolled her eyes in confusion. "No, who is June? It's just that at some point we started calling each other that." He questioned loudly. "Among the extremists, the most idealistic ones formed a group. All members have names from January to December. Is that a coincidence?" He exposed Julia with a stern voice. "It's obvious that the 10 of you were chosen according to a plan beforehand. Is it June? Was she the initiator?" Cornered, she screamed in protest. "No, our goal is only to liberate oppressed dragons. This is a group that every member joined voluntarily." He quickly grasped the clue from her words. "Oppressed? Who is oppressing them?" Julia answered with hatred. "Worldviews, inviolable treaties. Humans are destroying this world and themselves. Do you see the newborn dragon? Dragons are only born in secret realms, proving this place originally belonged to the secret realm." Julia screamed in tears. "This world originally belonged to the dragon race. Humans stole the land, pushed us to the borders, and oppressed us. The gods just ignore it. Humans don't deserve to own this land." Contrary to Julia's resentment, Dios calmly said, "Now someone claims this is their land, so you'd rather destroy this land instead?" He held up the poison tube and asked, "All right, let's assume that. What about this? How did you get it from Daros?" Julia retorted, "Daros? What does that demon have to do with this?" Not believing Julia, he smiled and asked, "I know everything, just tell the truth." But when he looked at the container again, he was extremely surprised. A thought flashed through his mind. What on earth is this? He remembered when Aries showed him the last pathogen sample. So the pathogen discovered in the dragon's bodies was... At that time, Aries brought out a similar tube. "This is hell fungus. It makes the host become hysterical. He clearly remembered it was purple then. But this one is pink. It's not Daros's pathogen. Dios said sternly, "Where did you get this?" Julia stammered. Only that thing." The chains on her body suddenly loosened. Because it happened so fast, Julia fell to the ground. She was surprised. "What?" Before Julia could finish her sentence, the chain tightened several times around her neck. Both Julia and Ogen were choked and lifted high by Dios. She panicked. "This place. Where's this place?" The sight of evil spirits crowding below terrified Julia. At this moment, Dios slowly spoke. "Let me introduce. This is the deepest layer of the demon realm. The worst souls that cannot be classified in hell are sent here. They just wait for living prey to fall down every few hundred years." Below, spirits screamed loudly, "So hungry! Kill me!" He continued, "Dead dragons will be reincarnated, but falling here means never being saved. This is a place even gods must turn away from." Julia was both terrified and choked by the chain, unable to speak. At this moment, Dios's dangerous voice rang out again. "Do you remember the promise?" At this moment, Dios in Julia's eyes was no different from the demons below. But even scarier was his statement. "You won't be harmed even by a single hair." While speaking, Dios let go. "The one who has to suffer is this guy." Julia watched him fall. She could only scream, "Ogen!" Julia confessed everything in terror. "I bought it from the dwarves of the Buri tribe in the south." After that confession, Julia and Ogen were dropped to the ground in the forest from earlier. Despite the hard fall, Julia only anxiously asked, "Ogen, are you okay?" Suddenly a voice rang out. "Dwarves? Don't lie anymore." Julia looked towards the person who had just appeared. She was stunned to see that person. True gold dragon," she asked with tears streaming down her face. "You? Are you still alive?" True Gold Dragon was angry. "I'm sure innocent children like you are being exploited. In the end, the ones harming dragons are dragons themselves." She sternly accused, "I didn't expect you to join hands with the demon dukes to harm your own kind. No matter how much you hate humans, you have crossed the line." Julia argued back, "We cooperated with demons? Do you know who you are standing next to? Isn't it you who is shaking hands with a demon?" True Gold Dragon questioned loudly. "Tell the truth. This poison is definitely Daros's, right?" Before she could finish, Dios raised his hand and used magic to collect Julia into his palm. After collecting her into the hole in his hand, True Gold Dragon standing nearby asked confusedly, "What are you doing? We need to find out more." He held out the poison vial. Daros's poison is a bit different from this one. Dios tossed the vial to the bewildered True Gold Dragon and explained, "Look closely, the color and shape of the eye inside are slightly different." She observed the vial and wondered, "So whose is it after all?" He repeated, "The dragons bought it from the dwarves in the south." True Gold Dragon realized, "That's not right. Dwarves are experts in stone. Chemical preparation like this is absurd." Dios agreed. She asked, "So is there another poison other than Daros's circulating?" He denied, "No, besides Daros, no one can create this poison." She nodded, "True, but Daros is dead. If it's not his, where did it come from?" True Gold Dragon doubted. "Could she be lying?" Dios replied, "You see, that was a confession when cornered, so it's definitely 100% true." She observed the vial carefully and muttered, "Could there be a second Daros?" "Impossible." "What is happening?" He replied, "I don't know either." True Gold Dragon suddenly thought of something. "By the way," she looked suspicious. "Do you think we were wrong from the beginning? Are you sure Daros is really dead?" He confirmed again. "You think he faked his death?" True Gold Dragon doubted. "The world's greatest poison expert committed suicide by poison? Don't you find that strange?" Dios interrupted, "Stop writing novels. I personally attended his funeral." She angrily pointed at the vial. "Then what is this?" He replied indifferently, "I don't know." She pondered, "The Four Seasons Society and the Demon Realm. What is their common goal?" That question made Dios think. The destruction of the human world? The enemy of an enemy is an ally. This case is very strange, from the beneficiaries to the perpetrators. Endure a little longer, everything will end soon. The victims are all different, and now it even involves the dwarves. There are too many mysteries. True Gold Dragon was still deducing who the real beneficiary was. The extremists and those who want to possess weapons made from dragons. Dios also gave his judgment. Demons as well, the deeper the hatred between humans and dragons, the more it benefits them. She was angry. "The perpetrators are my children, the Four Seasons Society." He exclaimed, "I don't know if it's their brains or their limbs that have problems." He looked at the sky and sighed. Dios stretched and yawned. All right, at least we caught the leader. According to the Four Seasons Society, 3 of them are missing, so the rest won't dare to act rashly yet. In the meantime, let's go. She asked. Where to? Dios suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. Didn't you hear? We have to go underground to the south to get the dwarf's poison. At this moment, in the desolate land at dusk, massive mountains and iron stakes piercing the sky made the space shrouded in gloom. Long mountain ranges split into a small path stretching endlessly. True Gold Dragon, Dios, and the group were standing in front of the city gate. Someone spoke. Since forever, this place has been the territory of the dwarves. Dios replied, you can tell just by looking, because before their eyes was a sign clearly written, Prison of the Dwarves of the Buri tribe in the south. The group started to step deep inside. Aries happily talked about what he just discovered. Merchant, butler, warrior, and even mage. Our team is quite complete now, isn't it? Jack smiled and replied, that's right. Dios looked around and asked indifferently. Really? True Gold Dragon laughed. It's definitely thanks to me. Dios heard her say that and just replied indifferently. Ah, is that so? He suddenly asked. Aries, the poison you gave me back then, when did you get it? Aries smiled smugly. Who do you think I am? I got it from the first dragon that was captured. Dios asked further. The recent dragon as well? Aries proudly. No need to take it all. Since Zoric, I've collected from 4 or 5 of them. He asked back. Meaning you haven't taken any recently? Being questioned repeatedly, he wondered. Yes. Is there a problem? Dios appeared thoughtful. No, I was just asking. At this moment, Jack suddenly spoke up. About that, Lord Dios. He beat around the bush for a while. Until now, I have just silently followed Lord Dios's words. If you say so, I do so. Surely these things are not for a low-level soul like me to know. But Jack thought to himself that Aries and Dios were just D-rank hunters. Seeing Jack beating around the bush, Dios said, What is it? If you have something to say, just say it straight out. Jack immediately asked, What are we looking for? He repeated. I explained briefly when we set off. The fallen dragons are trading with demons, we are tracking that. He wondered, the day I first met Lord Dios, does this relate to the dragon that attacked the village? He replied, yeah, that dragon was also poisoned by the demon's poison. Hearing Dios say that, he angrily tightened his grip on his bag strap. It was indeed so. He angrily expressed his long-held thoughts. Back then, Uncle Tony and neighbor Aunt Emma, along with many others, were injured. Dragons and humans have a peace treaty. Why did they suddenly attack? I found it strange. It turns out it was because of the demons. Why do they keep making the world suffer? Why don't the gods punish them? They are truly terrible creatures. Dios also politely agreed. Yeah, that's right. He calmed down and said in one breath. This case involves both dragons and demons. The scale is huge. I've been thinking perhaps the 3 of you, including Mr. June, need me to hide your identities in order to secretly carry out this mission under the guise of a low-level team. Realizing he spoke too much, he immediately said, I'm sorry, I spoke too much. Dios called. Listen, thanks for watching the video. He spoke. Just live your own life. I won't cause any hindrance. Jack was confused. Yes, hindrance? He interrupted Jack. Because one day, maybe in the near future, even if you feel like you've been deceived, just ignore it and live your life as usual. His words made Jack a bit startled. He shyly replied, Of course, how would I dare? What Lord Dios has done for me so far, I can't repay in this lifetime. I mean, he didn't explain further but just smiled. I'm just saying, you'll understand later. Although not understanding much, Jack still politely replied. Yes, I understand. True. Gold Dragon said nothing, just silently observing the scenery around the narrow cave. The sky gradually turned to the sad orange of the late afternoon. The group continued to walk in silence. Then they continued walking, then climbed up a slope, then continued walking again. A long while later, they finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Dios angrily shouted, Hey, how much longer do we have to walk? We've been walking all day and haven't seen anyone. Aries replied while panting. I don't know either, because they dig underground all day, so even the dwarves easily get lost in their own kingdom. Some say it's 1,000 times more complex than the Minotaur's labyrinth. Dios really wanted to punch Aries. Why are you telling me now? He hurriedly explained. If I had said it earlier, you would definitely be annoyed and want to burn everything down. He scolded. You're really good. I'll burn you too. Whatever. The other 2 were bickering loudly, and the true Gold Dragon, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. It's strange, even though the dwarf caves are complex by nature. She looked back at the deep, dark cave they had just passed through and wondered. But why is there no sign of any dwarves? Dios shouted. If I see those dwarves, I'll pluck them bald. Aries concernedly supported the exhausted Jack. Jack, It seems you've been walking too long. Stay alert. Jack didn't look well at all. His face was pale, he was sweating profusely, and seemed to be struggling to breathe. Aries called out in panic. Jack! At this moment, Aries suddenly discovered countless dwarves poisoned green, lying unconscious, piled on top of each other. He shouted. This is poison. Eos asked in disbelief. What? Aren't dwarves immune to poison? The true gold dragon said in a low voice. If it's Darius's poison, it's different. Dios asked back in surprise. What? Aren't dwarves immune to all types of toxins? The true gold dragon appeared behind Aries, growling. If it's Darius's poison, it's different. He wondered. What on earth is happening? She didn't answer immediately, pointing her finger to cast a spell to save Jack, who was poisoned in Aries' arms. In just a moment, his body seemed to be recharged with strength, recovering at a dizzying speed. The true gold dragon turned to smile and reassure Jack. You'll be fine in a moment. He bowed his head gratefully. Thank you. He looked at her warily. With anti-poison magic like this, even Darius would have to be wary. You are truly an extraordinary mage. She smiled smugly. Oh my, you flatter me. As the atmosphere was harmonious, a sudden explosion rang out, and rocks and dust flew everywhere. A Fury army wearing gas masks and fully equipped with weapons advanced toward them. The one holding the Doomsluan shield and the Doomsluan sword in his hands shouted at them. Who are you? Leader asked back. You are the demons spreading poison throughout the southern Buri tribe, right? He leisurely put his hands behind his head. Yeah, that's right. What if I answered that way? The Buri army shouted angrily. We will kill you. Dios continued with an arrogant attitude. Then what if I answered no? The Buri tribesmen shouted. If so, then what are you doing here? He replied nonchalantly. Then we aren't doing that. Buri scolded. See, I told you it wasn't them. It's because of our 24. Hearing that, the aggressive one from before suddenly became timid. Is that so? Then what are you doing here? Dios asked back. What is her 24? And if I say we didn't do it, would you believe me? They panicked. And replied. I kept insisting the poison was from our 24. The Buri got angry again. What? So you lied? He shook his head vigorously. What if that was a lie? So what exactly is that our 24? The other one got angry. If you lied, I'll kill you. While the timid one confessed. There is a divine door called our 24. The head of Dios kept turning back and forth to chat. He asked the timid one. What does that door have to do with the poison? The other one shouted. Then what are you doing here? The timid one yelled. The southern Buri tribes people touched that door. Seeing them arguing, the true gold dragon got annoyed, punched all three of them away, and shouted. Speak one at a time, you idiots. After getting a beating, they obediently confessed. We are the western Buri tribe. We heard news of trouble in the south, so we rushed to see. When we arrived, there was poison everywhere, everyone was dead. While looking for the cause, we met you. He leaned against the wall, nodded, and then got angry. That sounds reasonable. We came to find the poisoner, but it turns out they're all dead. Damn it. Dio smiled, revealing his two fangs. The one behind this, I thought I had caught them, but they escaped. Then he nonchalantly whistled. Where do we go now? Jack, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked the Buri tribesman. What is the door you just mentioned? Does it have anything to do with the poison? The timid one replied. In the V24 area of the southern Buri tunnel, there is an ancient door discovered 30 centuries ago. It is made of a strange mineral never seen before, and cannot be opened by any means. No one knows what is inside. It could be a god or a sealed demon. This information left them stunned. The timid one continued. Recently, the Southerners recklessly used explosives to break the door despite being stopped. Because of that, they were cursed by the divine door. Workers in Area V24 died continuously, but they didn't stop, so the divine door got angry and destroyed them with a type of poison that could kill even dwarves. The bearded one denied. Don't believe those superstitions. It was the person in black wearing a gem who spread the poison. We must catch him. The timid one retorted. Humans cannot create this type of poison. This is definitely a curse. Hearing that information, both were surprised. She exclaimed. The person in black wearing a gem?
Dios affirmed. It's Junior.
The true gold dragon seemed to flare up when June was mentioned. Tell me the details about that person. The bearded one explained. Recently, there have been rumors that the person in black wearing a gem appeared in Area V24. That is a sacred place no one is allowed to enter. He must have snuck there to spread the poison. He stood up and walked over. Let's go. Smiled confidently. Lead me to Area V24. All clues lead there. The red-bearded one seriously handed over a map. The poison there is the strongest. Our masks can't withstand it. Instead, I'll give you a map. They were entering the poison zone. The true gold dragon, Aries, and Dios walked leisurely in front, while Jack struggled to carry the pile of weapons behind them. Ahead was a cave so deep the bottom couldn't be seen. She looked serious and thought, the closer to Area V24, the stronger the poison. At this level, even dragons couldn't withstand it. Truly a terrifying poison, as if there is something that needs to be absolutely hidden. He was out of breath, couldn't take it anymore, and collapsed. Hearing the noise, everyone turned back and saw Jack kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. True Gold Dragon approached and asked, "You should just rest back there." Then she silently exclaimed, "This is indeed Darius's poison. Even my magic struggles to resist it, let alone a human." She encouraged, "You've worked hard, we'll take it from here. Jack, go back to where the dwarves were, you shouldn't continue to avoid danger." Jack smiled wryly with a pale face. "Sorry, I couldn't help. Truly, a D-rank mission is not easy at all." Dios stepped closer and asked, "Do you know the way back?" He replied, "Yes." They left him to rest and continued deeper inside. The green light of the poison seemed to signal the end of life. They walked further and encountered the corpses of the Buri tribe. Corpses lay scattered. No one to clean them up because anyone who comes will die. She spoke up, "We're here, Area V24. He was also amazed at the sight before his eyes. "What is that? A huge thing. Looks like a spaceship, yet has features like a rocket," appeared before them. The true gold dragon spoke as if she already knew. "The dwarves hid this thing, it surely wasn't easy. Compared to it, they are truly tiny." Dios asked, "What is that thing?" She replied bluntly, "I don't know either." He asked further, "But why did you say they had a hard time?" She replied, "Because they don't know." Dios was choked for words. He thought, "Wait, she doesn't know?" The door was only discovered 30 centuries ago, yet someone who has lived for over 665 centuries like her doesn't know about it? Above there was another path. A person in black was watching them but had been discovered by Dios. The person in black knew they were exposed, so they ran away. He shouted, "He's running away!" And he ordered Aries to charge and catch that person. Aries replied, "Understood." He threw his belongings down, took momentum, and leaped up to the cave entrance.
Dios Bagley
Spoke up when he saw the true gold dragon moving toward the strange object. Is that person the one behind it? The clues are finally becoming clear. She reached out and touched it lightly, her eyes unusually determined. A ray of light radiated from the true gold dragon's hand toward the strange object. She glanced at him as he muttered, "If someone who has lived for 665 centuries like you doesn't know, then it must be an object from a previous era." Dios put his hands in his pockets and approached. "Could it be from the Silver Age? When I was young, I heard that before this world, there was another world." The true gold dragon turned back and smiled, surprising him. Even before that world. Dios slowly processed the information and asked, "Could it be the Golden Age?" She affirmed, "Yes, the era when dragons and demons had not yet appeared, only humans ruled the world. Things like satellites or space stations surrounded by spaceships like in science fiction movies. They used giant flames to cross the sky, journeying through the stars. That was the first world to dare to challenge the gods. From high in the sky, a giant beam of energy descended, causing rocks and earth to shatter. The Golden Age. Once upon a time, in the first world, God created the heavens, the earth, and humans. He was very happy. The masters of that world were humanity. The era of greatest prosperity was the Golden Age. Without magic, they could still communicate across worlds. Towers soared high, touching the sky. They had enough power to leave this world, crossing the sea of stars. In the end, they destroyed themselves with weapons they created themselves. Fire scorched the ground, making the earth boil, and seawater evaporated completely. The war plunged the world into darkness. Seas covered the sky, creating a rain of toxins for 1,000 days. Thus all life ended. God was sorrowful and cried endlessly. Afterward, he created humans again, but stripped away the technology that destroyed them and granted them magic. Humans possessed magic and quickly built a brilliant civilization. That was the second world, the Silver Age. With just a small wand, they could control elements, create floating matter, turn silver into gold, or resurrect the dead. But that civilization didn't last long. A war between the gods broke out over the magic stone. The war lasted 500 years, causing them to be destroyed once again. God was sad once again. He was determined to build a new world, which is the current world, the chaotic age. True Gold Dragon reminisced about the old story with nostalgic emotions. She said, "We, the demon race and the dragon race, were born. Afterward, God created a new world again, but this time he only granted humans a barren continent. Beneath the ground, the dwarves dug tunnels and occupied it. You demons made your nest in purgatory. On the other side of the boundary of the magic era and the shadow war, where I was born, is the territory of the dragon race.
Dios listen.
To the story, he exclaimed. That's right, before being trapped in an egg, I was taught these things. At that time I didn't pay attention, but now thinking back, it's hard to believe. The true gold dragon frowned while listening. Dios smirked. I heard the golden age only lasted 80 centuries, the silver age was even shorter with 20 centuries. Considering that, this chaotic age, although dangerous, humans have lasted the longest. He looked into the void. Instead, even though they no longer have the ability to cross the sea of stars or have lost the power to control all things with magic, the true gold dragon smiled and interrupted. Perhaps that's a good thing, because humans are inherently very stupid. As soon as she finished speaking, the wall behind her suddenly moved. The true gold dragon said nonchalantly, the ceramics of the stars is this. She turned to introduce. This is called the ceramics of the stars. The surrounding metal layer is 3 times harder than diamond. Just a few millimeters is enough to block all physical and chemical impacts. The massive object appeared with huge dimensions. The true gold dragon rambled on. With this ship, humanity left the world to conquer other stars. She was immersed in the story. This is the peak technology of humanity in the Golden Age. Now only God and angels can handle it. Creatures like us are not allowed to touch this forbidden zone. As soon as she finished, Dios gathered strength into his punch and rushed to try hitting the giant machine behind her. The true gold dragon standing nearby was thrown several meters away, sitting flat on the floor. A moment later, she shouted uncomfortably, "Hey, what are you doing?" Though the hit was very strong, the machine was still unharmed, the smooth surface without a single scratch. Dios kept his posture, turned to ask, "It really can't be broken, how annoying." She shouted helplessly. "If it really broke, what were you planning to do? You idiot?" Dios smiled wryly in frustration. "Don't make me angry, step aside. I'll open it for you to see." The true gold dragon quickly stood up and approached. "If you don't know anything, step aside. Let me open it." The true gold dragon groped to find the door location and rejoiced. "Found it? It's right here." Dios was bewildered. "I don't see anything." She ignored him and started drawing symbols on the machine immediately. The internal system appeared. She quickly used her knowledge to repair and restore the program inside that strange machine. Dios was bewildered. "Are those light images on the stone slab magic?" She replied, "I am restoring the program." He asked back, "What program?" The true gold dragon remained focused on her actions. "This is Golden Age technology. Behind the stone slab are giant wires connected to each other, creating effects like magic." She continued, "Currently, this technology has been lost." Dios wondered, "You know everything?" The true gold dragon clicked her tongue. "I only know roughly, although I don't understand the principles. I know how to operate it." Dios frowned and asked back, "Who did you learn from? Could it be you once met people from the Golden Age?" The true gold dragon didn't answer immediately. She thought and said, "The Golden and Silver Ages have perished, but the legacy still remains. I think you demons inherited the legacy of the Golden Age." She continued, "Worshipping fire and using power to rule the world is that ideology?"
Dios curiously
asked, "Ceramics of the stars or whatever program, why don't I know anything about it?" The true gold dragon replied half-doubtingly, "Who knows, maybe one day you will be able to create it." Dios didn't ask anymore, just stared at the giant machine. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "So you dragons inherited the legacy of the Silver Age?" She replied, "That's right, the dragon race lives by magic. Without it we couldn't fly." Dios panicked. "What? You don't fly with wings?" She clicked her tongue. "Have you ever seen a bird that big? There are dragon species that don't even have wings." Dios was curious, truly unexpected. The system beeped, signaling it was complete. The true gold dragon rejoiced and exclaimed, "It's solved." The door opened. Inside was a vast space with extremely modern machinery. Dios exclaimed, "What a strange ship." The true gold dragon stepped inside and said, "If you're not coming in, step aside." Dios worried. "This is a relic of the Golden Age. Entering recklessly will cause trouble." She shook her head. "It's fine." Dios shouted, "How do you know?" But he followed anyway. True gold dragon observed and replied, "It's written on the ground that this is a dry food storage. What are you afraid of, coward?" Dios looked puzzled. "Food reserves for 1,000 centuries? There must be some terrifying monster. Come out so I can destroy you all." True gold dragon walked to the data console. She pressed it and an image of a primitive machine appeared. She blankly read, "Kister, Bina, Sephiroth tree." She said to Dios, "This is a map." Dios stepped closer and asked curiously, "What is it?" True gold dragon replied, This is the last ship of the Golden Age. When humanity was on the verge of extinction, they created 10 ships to escape, called the Sephiroth Route Project. She searched her memory and said seriously, "Seems this is the food storage for one of those ships. They were likely too rushed to depart and got stuck here." She looked at the machine and said, "This place has nothing to do with the poison. Perhaps because the dwarves value this place, few people visit, so they chose it as a trading point for fungal spores." Dios asked cautiously, "Who exactly are you?" True Gold Dragon smiled happily and replied, "Someone in my position usually has many secrets." Dios continued, "I thought the Demon King was a powerful entity, but it turns out there is much I don't know. This body of yours is nothing more than a consumable item in war." True Gold Dragon glanced at him and sneered, "Do you feel aggrieved?" Dios turned away, bored. "Forget it, those things are meaningless. If I can abandon the Demon King role, what else matters? I must find Aries to catch that guy and punish him." Suddenly a beam of red light emitted from the opposite side. Although his reflexes were fast enough to dodge, his hand was still pierced. Dios looked at the wound and frowned in thought. Dios looked up. The red light came from the weapon of a giant statue. He was bewildered. "What is this? I couldn't sense its presence at all." True Gold Dragon reminded, "It is not a living creature, nor does it have magic. It is a robot, golem machine from the Golden Age." Dios still couldn't believe his ears. Surprised, he asked back, "A robot?" True Gold Dragon huffed. "It is a golem of the Golden Age. It seems to be the guardian of this place." She had just finished speaking. The machine swung its weapon, emitting red light towards them. True Gold Dragon reacted quickly, jumping in front of Dios and signaling, "Careful!" She quickly used her power to create an invisible wall to block the red beam. But its magic power was too strong, making her unable to hold on for long. A moment later, both were knocked to the ground. Dios angrily helped True Gold Dragon up. He gritted his teeth and looked at the machine. "You're not the only one who knows how to shoot." Finishing his words, his eyes shot out sparks to counter the red light. That reaction made the machine even more excited. It immediately maximized its weapon output. Countless red beams were directed at him. Dios also refused to lose. He gathered power in his eyes and unleashed fire to fight back. The two sides clashed fiercely, leaving True Gold Dragon too shocked to speak. Seeing his fire blocked, Dios laughed loudly. "It doesn't matter. I'll shoot something stronger." True Gold Dragon panicked, ran over, grabbed his face and shouted, "Don't shoot!" Dios asked confusedly. "Why?" She replied, "This is a Golden Age ruin. Do you intend to blow this place up?" Dios was stubborn. "If you're scared, hide behind me. I'll protect you." She had a headache. "That's not it. This ship runs on nuclear energy." Dios looked blank. "What is nuclear energy?" True Gold Dragon shouted angrily. "Just listen. There's no time to explain. Do you intend to destroy this whole world?" While they were arguing, the machine quickly rushed forward. Punch! Right between them. Luckily they dodged quickly. Dios was startled. "Damn it, it's actually attacking." As soon as he finished, the machine continuously unleashed dangerous attacks towards them. Dios couldn't stand it anymore. He gathered magic power into his fist and lunged straight at that monstrous machine. True Gold Dragon was thrown away by the shockwave from the punch. The machine actually managed to block his fierce attack. Dios shuddered. "It can withstand this? And this whole ship? What on earth are these things?" Before he could steady himself, the machine attacked again. Luckily he dodged. Dios used his next move to destroy the machine. He shouted loudly, "Chains of the Void!" The machine couldn't dodge in time, and was immediately grabbed by the appearing chains. The machine roared, turned its weapon into long swords, and slashed through the heavy chains binding it. Dios was extremely shocked and exclaimed, "Even this move didn't work?" Just as he finished, the machine used force to lift him into the air. Dios shouted angrily, "What should I do? This is so annoying." He prepared to unleash a move, shouting, "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Get out of my sight." He intended to spit out dark energy but was gagged by True Gold Dragon's weapon. She screamed, "Are you crazy? If you miss, this whole place will explode." Dios, with his mouth covered, still tried to shout back, "Let it explode as long as I can kill it." True Gold Dragon glared. "Are you insane? Jack and the others are still in this cave. Do you intend to kill them all?" Pulling the gag down, he suddenly remembered, "Oh right, those weaklings are really troublesome." True Gold Dragon clicked her tongue. "Look at your personality." Dios looked at the machine. "It's not me. It's that thing that will destroy everything." True Gold Dragon worried, "We must stop it." He asked, "How?" She shook her head. "I'm thinking about it too. The machine broke its weapon into many small pieces and threw them continuously at him. Dios struggled to dodge those dangerous attacks. He gritted his teeth and told True Gold Dragon, "You're really making a spectacle of yourself." Dios threw magic darts to block the attacks. The clashing sounds echoed, causing chaos in the space. True Gold Dragon held her head and shouted, "It's too chaotic." Dios conjured a blade and rushed into close combat. Seeing her weapon hadn't been retracted yet, he got an idea. He turned and said loudly, "Last time you used that cloth to block my magic power." She didn't understand his intention. "Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" Dios shouted. "Use your power to wrap up this whole place." The machine stuck close without leaving. Dios seriously said, "Use it to create an outer protective wall, trapping us and it in a separate space." True Gold Dragon immediately obeyed. She focused her power to extend the long cloth to wrap around the machine. Dios stood outside and provoked, "Hey you tin can, try putting up a barrier yourself." With nothing left to hinder him, he unleashed his final move. "Take this, breath of the Demon King." The machine could dodge, taking the full force of Dios's lethal move. The scene outside remained safe and sound, completely unharmed. Inside, the machine quickly turned to ash. Dios cheered. "Done." Over the radio, Aries announced, "Master, I have caught that guy." Dios told True Gold Dragon, "Aries caught him, let's go quickly." She didn't leave. Yet, she landed next to the robot's remains. "You go ahead, I need to confirm a few things and we'll follow right after." Dios frowned and replied, "Hurry up." Then he quickly left to rendezvous with Aries. On the other side, Aries had subdued the target, using tentacles to pin him tightly to a tree. Full of killing intent, he spoke. "Whoever you are, just give up, otherwise you will die a painful death." Aries was respectful when hearing the voice behind him. "You have arrived, my lord."
Dios bobe.
Through Aries's mess of tentacles, sighing and calling out. He looked at that guy. "Finally, I'm about to know the true face of the person behind this." Dios stepped forward and pulled the guy's hood down. Before he could see his face, the guy spoke. "I apologize, your majesty." Dios was shocked to realize. Shape-shifting mage Viscount Kim Hong? "What are you doing here?" Kim Hong respectfully. "Sir, I only followed the orders of the Duke. He told me to keep it absolutely secret." He glared and gritted his teeth, asking, "What order? Speak quickly or I won't spare you." Kim Hong recounted. "The plan was to make heroes fall and cause dragons to rebel. I disguised myself as a dwarf to trade Darius's mushrooms with the extremist dragon faction. But I was discovered, so I had to spread the poison and hide." Dios raised an eyebrow. "Did I give such an order? Or did Darius plan it himself?" Kim Hong panicked. "Because the Demon King had left, I had to decide for myself. But no matter how many reports I sent, he didn't respond, so I had to wait here." He immediately said, "Of course, because Darius died by suicide." The guy was bewildered and shouted, "How is that possible? Lord Darius is absolutely not that kind of person. Surely your majesty has been deceived." Dios had a headache. "I also wanted to know the truth, so I came here. I thought you knew something, but it turns out it's even worse." Kim Hong trembled. "If so, it can only be that guy." He continued, "Besides Darius, there is one more person I have always suspected. The one who proposed this plan is the only dragon who ever met Darius. That is the leader of the extremist faction." Dios frowned and retorted, "Is the leader of the extremist faction June? That guy has already been caught." Viscount Kim Hong at this moment seemed to want to go crazy, shaking his head vigorously and replying, "It's not that person, your majesty. The true leader of the hardline faction always lives in hiding, so even they don't know." Before the eyes of Dios and Aries, he quickly blurted out the extremely unexpected name. "It's the White Dragon." At that time, that guy definitely said so. He remembered back his conversation with the White Dragon before. He had asked him, "Are you Viscount Kim Hong?" He sneered and said, "A dragon dares to come see me? What do you want? What on earth are you up to?" White Dragon gritted out each word in reply. "Listen clearly. I have a very good idea to destroy those despicable humans. The dragon race and the demon realm should cooperate in this 666th war. Wipe humanity off this world. So let me meet Darius." Dios darkened his face. After a long time he asked, "And then what?" Viscount Kim Hong still kept his head down. Hearing that, he replied, "I reported that to Lord Darius, and not long after, he secretly went to meet the White Dragon alone. I also don't know what they talked about. After returning, Lord Darius ordered me to turn into a dwarf and hand the fungal poison to the members of the Four Seasons Society." He cautiously added, "He instructed that besides the White Dragon, even they must not know that the demon realm is involved in this plan." Dios silently asked further, "Then what about the other fungal poisons?" Without waiting for him to answer, he said indifferently, Recently I caught a member of the Four Seasons Society, and their fungal poison is slightly different from Darius's. Where did that come from? Viscount Kim Hong heard him say that and shouted angrily, "That's impossible! Although they certainly haven't come to get fungal poison recently, a different fungal poison is impossible. Fungal spores are the pinnacle of demon realm poison crafting. No one can imitate them." Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind. "So the conclusion is that you don't know clearly either." True Gold Dragon had arrived. She stepped in front of Viscount Kim Hong and spoke loudly. "Ultimately, the person behind the Four Seasons Society is their anonymous leader. Even the extremist faction is hard to find, so what about the remaining members of the Four Seasons Society? How are we supposed to find them?" Dio sighed, intending to continue her words. "I mean," Viscount Kim Hong saw another person arrive and panicked, interrupting, "Who is this?" Dios turned his head to reassure him. "Don't worry, this is someone in my group." He was momentarily shocked, then apologized. "Your Majesty's member? I apologize. Just finished." Speaking, he continued, "I know their hideout. Initially, they had difficulty controlling the fungal poison. I once went to the hideout to help them. Agayata Canyon, that is their base."
Dos frowned, whispering softly, "Agayata Canyon?
"Where is that?" True Gold Dragon quickly replied, "The tomb of the early dragon race. For dragons, this place is very sacred. Not everyone is allowed to enter. Damn it, we've been tricked. It's on the other side after passing Zoric." Dios remained calm, turned around and said nonchalantly, "Well then, let's go home now." She looked blankly at his back and retorted, "What about Agayata Canyon?" Dios kept walking, his mouth opening. "It's in the same direction anyway. Let's go home and rest a bit. Prepare thoroughly before setting off. When I get home, I'll eat a bowl of noodles before sleeping." True Gold Dragon interrupted annoyedly. "Rest what? Let's just go now." Dios was walking past Aries' tentacles. Hearing her determination, he sighed, turned around to look at her and reminded, "Don't you remember? We came here not even knowing this place had poison and Jack almost died. Their base will definitely be much more dangerous. From now on, there will definitely be no more adventures on Jack's level. Jack needs to rest." She clicked her tongue and teased him. "What's this? Has Jack become your mother?" Dios frowned and said, "Do you want to die?" Just finished speaking, Aries immediately called out to him, "Master, what about Viscount Kim Hong?" Dios approached and patted his shoulder gently, replying, "You've worked hard, now you can go back. Go live your own way. From now on, you are a free man." 7 hours later at Zoric Village. True Gold Dragon refreshingly gulped down a full glass of beer, happily slammed it on the table, and shouted comfortably, loudly, "Today was hard work. Jack, give me another glass." Jack helplessly gave a dry laugh and advised her, "That's enough, you're already too drunk. If you drink more, it will be bad for your health." True Gold Dragon firmly retorted, "It's okay. Those brats annoyed me so much. Jack, you don't understand the mood of a parent." Jack was quite surprised. He quickly said, "Ah, I didn't know you had children." She seemed to have said something misleading, so she held her head and mumbled, "That's not it." Dios, while chewing food voraciously, spoke to Jack. "Jack, just listen to her. It's fine. Anyway, she's destroying her own body. Besides, you get to sell more alcohol, isn't that good?" He continued to scheme to help him. "If she's drunk, do something with the bill." Jack was speechless, clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Lord Dios is really..." Aries, standing nearby, whispered to Jack at the counter, "Do as he says. If you do well, maybe a little Deo will be born tonight." Jack's face turned red, and he stammered, "What?" Dios also heard what Aries said, summoned magic power in front of him, and shouted angrily at him, "Stop talking nonsense." Aries bowed his head and confessed, I apologize." Dios continued eating, not forgetting to ask Jack, "By the way, how is your siblings' trip going?" Jack happily replied, "Thanks to Lord Dios, they have departed smoothly." "Thank you, my lord." He continued asking, "How old are those kids?" He continued to answer, "My sister is 15, and my brother is 9. Dios looked at him, bewildered, and asked back, 9 years old? And they're already in a dormitory?" Jack shyly scratched his head and replied, "Yes, families of reputation have their children live in dormitories and receive centralized education from elementary school." Dios nodded and sighed, "That's tough. Next time something like that happens, just say it immediately. Don't keep it inside and hurt yourself." Jack nodded honestly, "Yes." The True Gold Dragon's face was flushed red, nearly drunk, and she sulkily turned to Dios and asked, "Why are you only generous to Jack? But with me, you take money even for cooking a single dish." Dios quickly hid his bowl of noodles and answered her bluntly. Because I want to. The true gold dragon took this opportunity to ask him directly, Hey, you don't like Jack, do you? Dios was embarrassed. His temper flared, and he glared at her. Are you crazy? Don't talk nonsense when you're drunk. She seemed to calm down and said in a soft voice, No, you can't. Don't like each other. You two cannot become closer than normal. Dios nodded and continued. That's right. Just keep going like this. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Hello, I am an investigator. From the Holy Imperial Court, Cadentia. Jack was extremely terrified, lost in thought. The Holy Imperial Court? Jack stammered. Hello, I am. Before he could finish introducing himself, Cadentia continued. I know, you are Jack Van Holy Bitch. I am here to meet you. Jack was immediately shocked, and heard him continue. You recently reached C rank, right? I came here because there is. Jack asked tremblingly. What is it? Is there a problem with that? Cadentia said bluntly. The Holy Bitch family is poor, yet you reached C rank in the evaluation. I suspect there is cheating here. Jack was surprised and retorted. No, that is not true at all. Cadentia replied. We will only know after an investigation. There is definitely something unusual. Dios interrupted. Hey, investigator or whatever. Cadentia greeted him quickly. Yes, Mr. Dios. Dios asked unexpectedly. You know me too? Cadentia nodded. A merchant using the name of an ancient god just appeared. The woman who is fainting is Junji, and that is the butler, Aries. Dios hesitated and said, If you know that well, then good. Get lost and stop interfering with my business. Cadentia continued. Then I will be a customer. I need a dagger. A few days ago in the Holly Stuarsha territory, I lost my weapon. Dios asked seriously, You were there too? Cadentia smiled and replied, That's right. I am present in many places. He quickly asked back, So let me ask, what is Jack's pure bloodline percentage? Dios replied calmly, There must be a report sent up. Just look at that. Cadentia laughed loudly. It was sent, that's why I'm asking again. Dios said nonchalantly, I don't know, I don't remember. Cadentia turned to Jack. You don't remember either? Jack was flustered, not knowing how to answer. Cadentia lost patience. Tell the truth. The report says 4.2%, which is unbelievable. Jack broke into a cold sweat and trembled. That's right. It's 4.2%. Cadentia leaned in and smiled. Wrong. The report is indeed fake. The real number is 3.62%. Jack was bewildered at being deceived. Dios ate his noodles and said, He is just a 17-year-old orphan with no money or power. A bloodline that is too high makes it hard to survive, so I reported it lower. If you have questions, ask the reporter. Dios shrugged. Believe it or not is up to you. If you understand, then leave. Cadentia said shamelessly, Don't be so confrontational. I'm here to help Jack. Dios didn't believe him. People who say that never help sincerely. If you want to help, just quietly send 10 gold coins every month. That's how you change his life. The true gold dragon, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. That's enough. He is an investigator of the Holy Imperial Court. He has the power to strip Jack of his warrior title. Even General Zoric wouldn't dare to be casual with him. Cadentia stood up. I came to ensure Jack is treated appropriately. According to the investigation, he is at least G or D rank. It is very rare for a 17-year-old teenager who is still developing to reach that level. Dios was annoyed. How troublesome. It's all thanks to the expensive weapons I equipped him with. He doesn't have that ability. Cadentia smiled sinisterly. How strange, every guardian wants their warrior to rank up, except for you. Dios replied. If he ranks up too high, it will be hard for me to exploit him. Cadentia asked back, bewildered. Dios continued. Jack has no money or status. Without someone to help, he couldn't even participate in the evaluation. He should have been exempt for free upon graduation, but he had to drop out, so he would definitely be ranked F for life. Dios looked at Cadentia. I have money but no status, so I want to advance by being the warrior's companion. But if I become too famous, I will be exposed, and I don't like that. Cadentia narrowed his eyes and commented, What a selfish mentality. Dios replied, Jack needs money. I need status. It's mutually beneficial, so stop interfering. Cadentia persuaded. Then Jack is at a disadvantage. If he were a D-rank warrior, he would have a position like a noble and be supported by the royal family to do good deeds. You are just using him. Dios asked back, What if the result is not what you expect? Cadentia was surprised. Dios asked further, If he goes to be reevaluated and is still C rank or even F rank, what will you do? Cadentia sneered. That won't happen. He said firmly, According to my investigation, Jack is the masked warrior. Jack heard this and was panicked, unable to speak. Dios looked straight at Cadentia. That's just a guess, right? What if the test shows he isn't G or D rank? He shrugged. Maybe last time was just luck. If the result is only F rank, what do you plan to do? He pressed. Even so, will you still treat him like G or D rank? Cadentia frowned. If that's the case, he will have to live according to that rank, but that won't happen. Dios looked at him with interest, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled mysteriously. Why? Because you believe in your investigation results and are betting Jack's entire future on it. Dios asked, You're from a rich family, right? Cadentia asked back, Does that have anything to do with it? Dios said nonchalantly, Do you think you can do anything just by trying hard? That no matter how many times you fail, as long as you don't give up, you will succeed? People like you don't understand. Cadentia said coldly, Are you mocking effort? Dios replied, I'm not mocking it, but it's ridiculous to avoid hardship by using others when you don't have to. Dios said seriously, Is failure the mother of success? For Jack, falling once is the end. He has to live in fear, careful with every step because of his siblings. Everyone tells him not to live like that. Dios looked straight at Cadentia, asserting that every time, Jack just apologizes and continues living, ignoring those who don't understand anything. So you mean all of this is because Jack didn't try hard and didn't want to attempt it, so he had to live like that? You are looking down on his current life, but this is the failure Jack has had to pay for with so much. You tell him to challenge himself to prove your great research. What if it doesn't work? Dios said, then turned back to continue eating his delicious bowl of noodles, poked it with his chopsticks, then picked up a large piece and put it into his mouth. He didn't forget to assure him, I will raise him. Don't worry anymore. Just order 2 bowls of noodles, eat, and leave. That's the only way you can help Jack. Cadentia remained determined in his intention, believing that high-ranking warriors are precious assets to humanity.
Dios es lurped.
His noodles chewed and continued. Then they should have been managed properly from the beginning. Why does a D-rank warrior have to do cleaning and porter work to the point of not being able to go to school? Cadentia was silent, thinking about this for a moment. After that, he turned to look at Jack, smiled friendly, and said, Your resistance is stronger than I thought. I will come back later. Jack, you think about it carefully too. Dios pouted and replied, I told you not to come. Jack replied flustered, Ah, yes, yes. Cadentia turned and left, leaving a greeting. That's it, goodbye. Cadentia hadn't taken a few steps before being called back by Dios. He looked back, confused. Dios pointed his finger at the invisible string wrapped around his neck, raised an eyebrow and said, You have to resolve these before you leave. Cadentia glanced at him. Those invisible strings could only be seen by high-level people with unimaginable power. Jack tilted his head, confused, and continued, What are you talking about, my lord? There's nothing there. Aries was chewing noodles and said meaningfully, They have been working non-stop until now. He glanced at the people around. Everyone was locked tight by these strings, unable to move. The whole dining table was being controlled by him, not giving the others a chance to know or hear about this. Those strings shot from the rings worn on his hands. Cadentia smiled faintly and said gently, Sorry, I forgot. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly retracted those invisible strings neatly. After finishing, Cadentia bowed respectfully. Then I will take my leave. Jack said friendly, Thank you for coming. Have a safe trip. Cadentia left while lost in thought. Even normal D-rank hunters couldn't see them, yet he recognized his orbit web. These people need to be investigated thoroughly. Jack saw Dios, busy eating his noodles, and couldn't help but speak up. Ah, Lord Dios, thank you. Saying that, he smiled happily toward Dios. And he didn't reply, just whispered to himself, Idiot, I'm just using you. The sky gradually turned. Today was the full moon. Jack's shop also closed quickly. Dios took on the task of taking the true gold dragon to bed.
Dios screamed
Loudly, Oh my God, I told you to drink, but you actually drank until you passed out. He resentfully remembered the refusal of the other two. Aries quickly slipped away first. I have work to do, so I'll take my leave. Jack avoided his gaze. I still have to clean the shop. Dios clenched his fists and screamed into the air. Damn it! Tomorrow I will kill them all. He quickly put her on the bed, panting. Damn it! She's so heavy. He silently watched her sleeping and suddenly remembered her previous words. Actually I am looking forward to it. You are the first person who dared to quit before the Demon King. Honestly, it's because I was negligent I thought we had become a bit closer. Don't waste your energy here anymore. Immediately all the hunters in the world and the executors will know the Demon King is here. Idiot, just do it like that, it will be a bit more comfortable. Escaping from the chaotic stream of thoughts, Dios manifested his claws and moved closer to her face. But seeing she was still fast asleep, he indifferently pulled his hand back and pouted. Stupid. Are you letting your guard down in front of the Demon King like that? He walked around the room feeling uneasy, so he lay down on the sofa in front of her bed. Relaxing his back, he complained tiredly. Just for tonight, I'll sleep here. After that, he immediately sensed the presence of others in the room and quickly knew who it was. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, what on earth do you two intend to do? Lucifer and Shatina laughed and appeared before him. The two replied in unison. That's right. What is your true intention, my lord? They continued. Even at the funeral, you left without a word of farewell. We were very sad. When you were young, you always came to us. Have you forgotten everything now?
Dios licherly
rested his hand on his neck and asked coldly, Why are you here? Lucifer asked him, How long do you intend to keep doing things like this?
Dios frowned
and asked back, What do you mean by things like this? Lucifer and Shatina replied, This hero game. There are only 20 years left. Dios clicked his tongue and said, bluntly, Stop lecturing. Get to the point. I'm sleepy. Lucifer continued, Please don't interfere with Darius's business anymore.
Dios
immediately opened his eyes wide and frowned. Don't interfere? Lucifer and Shatina said together, Sokar didn't dare to say that. He just asked me to say it for him.
Dios glanced
at the two and said coldly, What is this? Persuade me. Lucifer and Shatina stood up and laughed. Persuasion is our specialty. Saying that, both quickly took off their hats and slowly approached him. Lucifer and Shatina spoke ambiguously. It's been a while since we had a fun game. Can we master? The two, one above and one below, pressed against him, their hands caressing his body, then placed on his face. Dios remained unmoved and asked softly, What are you doing? Lucifer and Shatina laughed. We are persuading you. Dios got goosebumps, kicked the two girls away, and shouted in panic, Oh, I am truly stupid for trying to talk seriously to you. Why don't the 7 dukes have a single decent person? No wonder you always lose to those cheap blood soldiers.
Dios shouted angrily.
Stop beating around the bush. Speak clearly. What happened to Darius? Lucifer and Shatina laughed loudly and shrugged. You already know everything? Why pretend? Aries is the one who killed Darius. Dios, as if not leaving his ears, asked bewildered. What?
Dios unexpectedly
asked repeatedly. Aries killed Darius? Is that your guess? Or is there proof? Lucifer and Shatina replied calmly. It's mostly a guess, but all the remaining dukes think so. His eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. What is the reason? She replied politely. We really want to ask you, my lord. Why did you stop Darius? Dios asked back. Stop him? Me? Why would I do that? She offered. Opinion made him sweat in confusion. We know everything. The dragons driven mad by Darius's poison were dealt with by you and Alex. Lucifer and Shatina stepped forward to question. Why did you stop Darius from using dragons to attack humans? Why did you order Alex to kill Darius? Wasn't leaving the demon realm enough? And now you choose to side with humans. He shook his head, hurriedly explaining. This situation is really complicated. First, the dragon catching thing is too complex to explain, so let's skip it. What basis do you have to say I ordered Alex to kill Darius? She stood straight, voice steely. Based on the fact that the last person to meet Darius was Alex. To be precise, when Darius met Alex was the moment he was killed. Darius committing suicide is just Alex's word. No one knows how he actually died. Lucifer and Shatina looked straight at him. And currently, Alex is the closest servant to my lord. Dios slowly explained. Who is a servant? He just clings to me on his own. She immediately asserted. So that means it wasn't my lord's order, right? He crossed his arms and closed his eyes, replying, Of course. Then she said, This is troublesome. Dios seemed to realize something, glancing suspiciously. So all this time, you have been following me and Alex? Lucifer and Shatina were blunt. That's right, but honestly, from what I've observed, I see my lord living without any particular thoughts. He gave a wry smile. Yeah, you're right about that, she expressed. I came here to clarify if Alex did everything on his own. He suspected. So that means Alex betrayed the demon race? Lucifer and Shatina simultaneously affirmed. That's right. Dios crossed his arms. Looking ahead, calculating. The 7 dukes have a great relationship, don't they? One dies, the rest suspect and monitor each other. she said slowly. Because this is a Demon King rebellion. A while later he offered a solution. Taking this opportunity, can we just close the demon realm? Abandon everything, let the demon race adapt and live in the human world. What do you think? Lucifer and Chat Ina asked coldly. Is that what my lord wants? He hurriedly said, I was just rambling, it doesn't mean anything serious. Under her cold gaze, a voice rang out, please return. Immediately after that, Lucifer and Chat Ina spoke powerfully. Stop resisting fate, please return. You are the master of our tens of billions of demon creatures. Dios looked up, coldly replying, I'm sick of hearing that from Alex. Now that you're done talking, get lost, go investigate or fight amongst yourselves. Lucifer and Chat Ina picked up the black hat from the floor and put it on. Then, she walked away without making any sound. Walking through a cabinet, she said goodbye. Then I will come back to see you later. Lucifer and Chat Ina gradually disappeared into the hat. Finally, only a rectangular image and a glowing orb remained floating. The dark room became quiet again. Only Dios sat on the chair under the dim moonlight. He stood up and walked away, cursing under his breath. Damn it!
Dios transformed
his wings and started flying away. He flew past the lava towers, arriving before a room. Dios touched the door latch. The door opened. He and Alex looked at each other. Then, he walked over to him and asked, My lord, what brings you to my office? He also moved toward him, saying as he walked, I have thought very carefully about this. Dios stopped, leaning against the chair to question. So you really were the one who killed Darius, weren't you? Alex heard this and got angry. What are you saying? How could I possibly kill Darius? He presented his reasoning. No matter how I think about it, Darius had no reason to commit suicide. The only person present when he died was you. If it wasn't suicide, then you are the one who killed him.
Dios unleashed
power from his hand, shouting, It's time to tell the truth, Alex. Thinking of our long-standing relationship, I will grant you a painless death. Alex suddenly knelt down. He looked at him earnestly. I was born in the demon realm, lived for the demon realm, and have prepared for death. Even though I don't like the other dukes, I would not harm them to cause loss to the demon realm. If even my lord does not believe me, then although heartbroken, I can do nothing else. Saying that, he lowered his head, speaking softly. But Alex determinately affirmed, if I also disappear in this 666th battle when Darius and my lord are gone, the defeat of the demon realm is inevitable. I absolutely cannot die here, no matter what means I must use. Dios went silent, saying nothing. A second later he sighed. Passed. This made Alex surprised, exclaiming, Huh!
Dios crossed
his arms to explain. That's exactly your style of answer. You passed the test. As expected, your head only has war in it. He was annoyed. You suddenly came here at night just to test me? If you're that free, then learn more about using magic. He heard this and shouted, You idiot! Just now Chat Ina came to see me and said you were the one who killed Darius. The story just heard made Alex panic. What? He argued. From the perspective of the other dukes, I understand why they think that because of our actions. Anyway, just catching the person behind the Four Seasons Society tomorrow will clear everything up. Alex repeatedly questioned. If it's the person behind it, didn't you handle the true gold dragon yourself? Now you are catching the remaining ones. Right? Ah, right? Dios gently said. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. He shouted. What? He calmly repeated. It's small error due to a misunderstanding. Alex was stunned. You killed a god and intend to say it mistake and let it slide? He remained calm as if nothing happened. There was no other way. Dios looked straight at him, instructing. Anyway, the other dukes are suspecting you. No one knows what will happen, so from now on, hide carefully until I call. Alex heard this and nodded. I understand. He turned to ask, Have you checked the fungal poison I gave you last time? I gave you a different type. He replied, I am still studying it. Then, Alex affirmed, I am sure it is different from Darius's type. Dios slowly concluded. So that means someone is impersonating Darius, or while alive he deliberately created something else. He was confident. I believe in the first possibility, based on what I have observed for 665 centuries. He is not the type of person who likes major changes. Dios put his hands in his pockets, standing proudly. If necessary, anything can happen. Even the demon king who existed for 665 centuries has disappeared this time. He replied immediately. He hasn't disappeared yet. Alex moved toward him, expressing, My lord, whoever set this up, The fungal poison belongs to the demon realm, so this is definitely the plan of one of our comrades. I don't want to dig any deeper because the more I dig, the more complicated everything gets. So, let's stop here. Why don't you restore everything to how it was? Dios was surprised. Restore it? He tilted his head, asking, go back to being the demon king? Do what you all prepared, learn tactics, then in 20 years invade the human world and fight the heroes. Alex considered that to be fate.
Dios Tronly
Spoke up. Even if the outcome of the battle has already been decided, he wholeheartedly advised, my lord, you are not like the previous 665 times. This time the demon realm will definitely win. Therefore, please join us in preparing for the war 20 years from now. Dios was calm. According to you, me wandering around like this is a terrible waste of time, right? Listen, Alex. He hurriedly replied. Yes, my lord. He began. The story. From now on, I will not give up. One of you 6 dukes will become the demon king, or the demon race will elect a new one. It's up to you to choose. Leave me out and handle it yourselves. Alex panicked. That cannot be, because the demon energy of the previous demon kings is still in your body.
Dios gently
Asked. Do you want me to return it? He saw that without it, my lord would just be an ordinary demon. Hearing that, he replied, if so, I will return it. Alex was annoyed. My lord is the strongest entity in the world. Everyone fears your power. You can possess everything you want. I really don't understand. A second later, he angrily said loudly, why do you want to throw away the power in your hands? Why do you want to go all out to fall from the top like that? Dio stretched. Just hearing about it makes me bored and sleepy. The Demon King is truly a boring existence. He couldn't understand. My lord. At this moment, he explained, everything you say is meaningless. If you don't intend to take the demon energy, then stop nagging. Compared to the Demon King failing for 100 years without change, this investigation is much more interesting. Dio started to leave and dropped his final words. Anyway, tomorrow when we catch all the 4 Seasons Society, everything will be clear. I'm leaving. Finally, he didn't forget to tell Alex. During this time, hide well. From now on, you are the #1 suspect. Dios crossed his legs, hands behind his head, lying down on the long sofa. He pondered. 4 Seasons Society. Demon Race. Heroes. Thanks for watching the video. The true leader of the 4 Seasons Society is the one behind all of this. And does this just end like this? He suddenly realized. What? There's still something not finished. Dios thought for a long while. Then he jumped up in great panic. Dios thought. Could it be that they are all the culprits? The line of reasoning continued. That's right. There is no law saying they cannot all be the culprits. Recalled a few moments from before. Darius provided the fungal poison to cause division between dragons and humans. The 4 Seasons Society spread it to their kind, following the exact schedule Darius led. When the dragons attacked first, the heroes happily hunted them to accumulate wealth and weapons. Dios realized that could all of this have been set up by someone? What if the interests of each side fit together like gears? A series of hypotheses arose in his head. Then conversely, without a focal point, I can't find any clues. What if the mastermind is also vague? Dios sat up straight, looking toward the light shining in from the door. He held his head in frustration. Then why did Darius die? This point doesn't make any sense. Why did that guy die and mess up my head like this? Dios stomped his foot on the ground hard, making a loud noise. Damn it! He walked to the side of the true gold dragon's bed and called her. She replied sleepily. I'm sleeping well. What is it? He used magic and shouted. Let's go! A black vortex appeared, blinding everyone. Only sounds echoed back. Help me! Let me out! Dios and the true gold dragon advanced to where the voice came from. It hurts! The sound became louder and closer. Please let me out! Please kill me instead. The prisoners locked in iron cages tried hard to cry for help. Let me out! Please save me! Please! They pleaded earnestly. Please give me some food. Anything at all. Flying monster. It's a flying monster. Only Ogen and Julia were silent despite the chains binding their hands and necks. In front of the true gold dragon and Dios were countless sounds. Newcomers? Come here and look. When will you finally let me out? I've been here too long. She saw this and wondered. Is this a prison inside your body? You probably don't care about the human rights of prisoners, do you? He was calm. I am taking good care of them, they are still alive. Furthermore, even if they want to die, they can't without my permission. Dios walked away coldly, making her confused as she asked, Where are we going? He replied while continuing to walk, Just keep going and you'll know. He spoke up. Before attacking the main base of the Four Seasons Society, I have one last thing to check. Walking to the door of a cell, he stopped. Here, that person I specially locked in a separate cell. The true gold dragon followed to observe. Who exactly is it? Dios greeted. How are you? Still alive? This made her panic and tremble. Seeing the person tied by many chains, she shouted, June! Her eyes responded coldly. Come on, kill me. Dios slowly explained. I also want to kill you immediately, but everything is not over yet. Most importantly, the person next to me is extremely opposed. She was confused. You haven't died yet, true gold dragon? The moment after that she screamed. That's right. The Demon King already knows our actions. Have you really abandoned us? How could you make us suffer by shaking hands with the demon race? It's unbelievable. The true gold dragon angrily retorted. Even if I side with humans, because of hatred you poisoned the children of our kind and pushed them into human cities? Just with that action you deserve to be destroyed. You are no longer one of the dragon race. June screamed, affirming, I did everything for the dragon race. Even my hands have been stained. She continued to justify, humans just a few centuries ago fought alongside us against the demon race. We once thought we could become allies, but what was the result? Whenever they had the chance, they killed our loved ones and wore them as jewelry. You are our mother, our God. Yet you only tell us to endure? How rotten have we become all this time? Dios interrupted. So you voluntarily sacrificed your own kind to achieve your goal? June shouted. Not just us, but everyone desires that. It's just that there hasn't been an event sufficient to make the decision. With the first flame event, we made it a reality. I did it myself. Soon countless enraged allies will ignite the war. The true gold dragon reassured. June, I understand the sorrow from deep within your heart. She slowly explained. I know you lost both your husband and child to the humans. Your husband's claws became a spear. Your child's eyes became a noble's earrings. The true gold dragon continued. I am not stopping you from opposing the peace treaty. Even if you gather a large group to plead, I will still listen in silence. June shouted, growing louder by the moment. Just listening is not enough. She angrily questioned. Oh, our mother, oh noble true gold dragon, why did you sign a treaty with humans? They are too greedy. Even now, somewhere, they are trampling upon the bodies of our dragon kin, she argued sharply. Today they use my flesh as a shield, tomorrow they use my husband's right arm bone as a sword, and the day after they use that weapon to harm other children until the very last dragon. She shed tears helplessly. They are nothing but demons. Why did you sign a treaty with them, O Divine One? True Gold Dragon turned to Dios and said, Let's go back. The two of them walked out of that room together. Outside, there were chaotic sounds again. He spoke up. Just like the saying goes, when we gaze into the monster's abyss, the abyss gazes back at us. Is this what it means? He leaned against the door, wondering, have your children become the embodiment of rage? The true gold dragon remained silent in thought. Dios mused, perhaps they just want revenge on humans with no other purpose, right? The Four Seasons Society, the demon race, and the heroes, each side just does what it wants. He pondered, not following any grand plan, just living in our own positions until, gradually, we all become monsters. Only then did she speak up. Humans are truly hateful. And you, do you hate humans? Dios glanced at her. He walked away and advised, stop talking nonsense, go to sleep. Dios continued, you idiot, if we want to win, we must set off early tomorrow. Tomorrow, everything will surely end. She replied, Jack, Aries, thanks for watching the video. The True Gold Dragon and Dios all sank into thought and prepared to sleep. Night had fallen. Early in the morning, a foot stepped through the puddles. A greeting voice rang out. Long time no see, Lord Cadentia. Was your trip smooth? Cadentia replied cheerfully. Haha, seasickness is no joke. The night flight was truly not easy at all. At the only holy site on the surface, the Holy Imperial Court, he told him, he is waiting, please come in. Cadentia entered the hall and immediately knelt, bowing his head. May the Holy Imperial Court prosper. May the 12 great angels bless you. From the highest position, a voice echoed. I have heard the story. Report the details. He began to present. Jack Van Holy Bitch is at 10.825%. We have received the confession from the person who measured it directly, Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor spoke. After all, this is an unprecedented occurrence. Densha spoke up. We must bring that person to the Holy Imperial Court. If we entrust him to lead the cavalry team preparing for this 666th war, I believe we can definitely completely destroy the demon realm. The Holy Emperor, hearing this, stated, I have heard of the Duke's will for a long time. He immediately presented. Your Holiness, I can fight even after 20 years. All D and G rank heroes share the same determination. Previously, even though we still had strength, we only stopped at the gates of the demon realm. We cannot let history repeat itself. The Holy Emperor bowed his head, believing that it is always the final hero who will die in the battle against the Demon King. Cadentia was resolute. This time will be different. If we let him lead the cavalry to fight, achieving a different result than before is possible. He affirmed. If from now until 20 years later I teach him tactics and magic, he will become a talent nearly equal to the final hero. Cadentia continued. 20 years later, when combined with the final hero of the 5th generation, we will destroy the demon realm thanks to the 2 final heroes. He led Cadentia outside and did not spare praise. No matter how busy I am, I still feel small before your efforts for the world. He humbly replied. You praise me too much, because my mind is not smart, I have to try to act with my body. He continued. You completed the subjects excellently, why be so humble? Inside the hall, everyone was chatting very excitedly. He introduced this as a group of future warriors and saintesses of the next generation coming to visit. Seeing this sacred place in person would help awaken faith, pride, and loyalty in the children. He continued to explain. They are the 5th generation who knows what will happen. Among the children here, the final hero might appear. Everyone suddenly shouted. Oh my God! Lord Cadentia of the Zodiac Knight. Someone introduced him. Everyone, let's greet him. This is Lord Cadentia of the Zodiac Knight, the person with the strongest bloodline in the world and the sword of the Holy Emperor. That made everyone extremely surprised. The people began to surround Cadentia to ask, It's an honor to meet you. Hello, sir. So cool. Chaos confidently stepped up to introduce himself. Hello, sir. I am Chaos von Holy Rose. My grandfather was also a member of the Zodiac Knight, so I have heard many stories about you, senior. Seeing that, Alara also stepped forward to shake Cadentia's hand. Hello, sir. I am Alara van Holy Cyprus, where the first final female warrior was trained. He replied warmly. Ah, hello, very nice to meet you. Suddenly, a boy spoke up loudly. My mother said our family has trained up to 3 final saintesses. He heard that and replied, Is that so? That's great. Everyone competed to introduce their family background. The final hero is even more amazing. Without a saintess, the hero can't do anything. If it weren't for our holy Linden family, the world would have been destroyed by the 320th Demon King. Our ancestors were also final heroes. Suddenly someone questioned, Hey, does your family have anything to be proud of? Everyone buzzed again. The greatest family of this era is Sydney von Hollowbeck, right? Oh right, there are people from the Hollowbeck family here too. Hey, you know they have nothing, why ask so cruelly? Sydney replied gently. Yes, our family has nothing. A voice spoke up to refute. Of course, why do you ask? That was Jack's younger sister, Sydney von Hollowbeck, 15 years old. Regine held Sydney's hand and said eloquently, My brother is a C-rank warrior, he achieved it this time. She called out, Regine! And this was Jack's younger brother, Regine von Hollowbeck, 9 years old. Everyone looked at the 2 siblings in unison. After that, everyone burst into laughter with amusement. We were talking about the final hero and saintess. Do C-rank people dare to argue? That's amazing, right? In an F-rank family, a C-rank warrior is already very excellent. People started whispering again. I heard your brother worked as a nameless servant and then used money to buy a title, right? How pathetic. People like that should have their warrior titles stripped. Prestigious families like ours are getting a bad reputation because of them. Don't worry, no one knows who that is. Someone put their arm around Sijin and said generously, Hey, don't tease them too much. Anyway, when you're in a bad mood, just looking at Sydney and Regine makes you feel better immediately. It's good for improving your mood. Everything has its own role. She smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Then that's good. She also replied with a smile. That's right, that's right. Densha looked at the 2 girls and asked, Are you 2 Jack's younger siblings? Suddenly someone exclaimed, You know my brother? He replied, Of course I do. Didn't he tell you we are close friends? Sydney and Regine, right? The girl shyly replied, Yes, yes. Continued, Jack has bragged about you to me countless times. I am a regular customer at his shop. Sijin shyly continued, Ah, so that's why you know him. I am really surprised that a great person like you considers my brother a friend. Regina proudly introduced, My brother is a business genius. He earns a lot of money to send us to this dormitory. My brother is not only good at carrying heavy things, but also very good at washing dishes or driving carriages. There is nothing he cannot do. Cadentia suddenly knelt down. He whispered, You must really admire your brother. The boy did not hesitate to answer. Yes, He is the most amazing person in the world. He said, Sydney, Regina, Jack is a very strong warrior. Strong enough to become a great source of strength for us at the Zodiac night. Therefore, always be proud of your brother. Cadentia thought to himself, who knows? Perhaps he will become more famous than any family here. Someone else suggested, Sir, can you send a blessing to these children today? He began to speak. The hero is not the main character. The real main characters are the people who survive after the Zero era. Warriors are merely supporting characters, just stepping stones for them. After that, he fell into deep thought. But that is the most noble stepping stone in this world. Cadentia smiled and instructed. You must remember this. Everyone looked at his gestures in confusion. He seemed to realize something, then rubbed his head shyly. Did I make everything too serious? All right, goodbye everyone. The old man in white said, You have worked hard? Thank you very much. He said shyly, I feel a bit embarrassed. Someone else advised the people. As Lord Cadentia of the Zodiac Night said, we must not forget the spirit of sacrifice. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes. In the middle of the calm river, Dios lay next to the true gold dragon, who was reading a book on a small boat. He suddenly spoke, You row well. He excitedly recounted. At 9 years old, I used to work as a small fisherman. He was surprised. Is that so? That's great. He said politely, You praise me too much. A while later, he began to fall into deep thought. Dios looked at her and said, Thinking back, dragons are stronger than humans, so why didn't they take over the horse continent earlier? He calmly explained. Because the dragon race is different from the demon race, they are not greedy. They live comfortably, blending with nature and enjoying peace. Hearing that, he immediately wondered. Then what is the boundary realm? The true gold dragon continued to explain. The boundary realm is the area connecting the realm, where dragons live, and the horse continent. It is a type of magic portal. She reasoned, ultimately, it is also a gateway to the human world. Isn't it? Don't they want to take over the surface? Not only dragons but also dwarves don't come to the surface. Why is that? Isn't taking over the surface richer than struggling to mine minerals? Hey, don't you think the idea that war is better is very strange? Dios looked at her and asked, And the demon race, why do they try to come to the surface? She replied awkwardly, Hey, only the demon race knows that. Dios replied, There probably isn't any legitimate reason. Some say they crave the sun, but haven't they lived for 666 centuries without it? Underground are dwarves, in the forest are elves, in the realm are dragons, the horse continent is humans, and the demon realm is the demon race. Isn't that normal? The true gold dragon shouted angrily. You should exercise a bit. Sitting and thinking so much with that stupid brain will drive you crazy. What exactly is strange? You madman. Dios disagreed. It's been 666 centuries. How can the territories of the tribes remain unchanged and undisturbed for over 60,000 years? No matter what, such a long time is enough for everything to have changed. At this moment, Jack spoke up. Thinking back, the human continent is the same. For 666 centuries, the borders of nations have remained the same. Occasionally there are wars for the throne, but I see no significant changes. She heard that and continued. That's right, thinking carefully, mountains, rivers, and nature haven't changed much either. He was surprised. Really? He questioned. Don't they rarely change anyway? Still, after 60,000 years, there must be some fluctuations, I don't know either. The true gold dragon was excited. Well, perhaps that is proof that the world balance created by God is perfect, right? He also replied excitedly. That's right, perhaps that is the most accurate answer. Dios lay with his hands supporting his head, deep in thought. Perfect balance. Huh? Jack looked at him and asked. But Lord Dios, where has Aries gone? She also turned to him. That's right. Where is your servant? He replied indifferently to their surprise. Killed him. A moment later he said slowly, Just kidding. And Dios explained, he left for personal reasons. I was also going to tell you when we get back, put up a flyer in front of the shop to find a new butler. The true gold dragon was suspicious. How could that guy leave you? Are you two plotting something else again? He said flatly, Don't worry about other people's business. While he was still thinking, she said, I really hope he comes back. Jack rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Maybe because it's my first time forming a team, I just thought we would always be together forever. Surely I'm the only one who thinks that. The true gold dragon saw something very surprising. She said seriously, Let's stop chatting here and start preparing. Everyone looked ahead together. She said, We've arrived. This is the safe zone, the ancient dragon tomb, Agaeta Canyon. The true gold dragon suddenly called, Jack, take this. Jack was bewildered when he saw. She explained. Last time I saw some titanium left over in the worm shell, so I tried refining it with magic. You can't enter the dragon's den in normal clothes, right? Dios wondered. Titanium? Before handing it to Jack, she affirmed. It is very strong. He took it with a puzzled look. Space technology gear? Jack suddenly fell into another space. With extremely dark, advanced and modern equipment. He panicked. Where on earth is this? He was surprised. It's completely energy from another world. Dios immediately reminded. Put it on quickly. Jack replied, yes. He showed it to the two of them and asked, how is it? Although the armor has a slightly strange design, do you think it suits me? The true gold dragon did not spare praise. It's really beautiful. Dios assessed. It's acceptable. Jack put on the armor very confidently. Now wearing this armor, I feel like even if a dragon comes, I won't be afraid anymore. While rowing the boat, suddenly, the elder surfaced from the water. It roared, reminding, this is not a place where you humans can set foot. The elder threatened all three. If you don't want to die, turn the boat around immediately. Dios pointed at the dragon. He immediately ordered, Jack, take care of that dragon. Jack, move out. He cried out in confusion. Huh? Dios pointed forward. Hero, defeat it. Jack questioned, you're joking, right? True gold dragon raged. You want to kill him? He replied calmly. He's seen it plenty of times. Now he needs to do it himself. Hearing that, she grew even angrier. You think dragons are like slimes? Even a hero army couldn't catch that thing. Dios laughed. A whole army? What a bunch of idiots. True gold dragon retorted. You're the idiot. He replied. If you don't want Zeke to do it, catch it yourself. She questioned. Don't you find it strange for me to catch a dragon? Dios glanced provocatively. Then let me catch it, that dragon is too weak. If I can't adjust my power correctly, don't blame me. True gold dragon shouted in alarm. What are you doing? Get lost. Hurry up. She refused responsibility for what was coming. I don't know anything, Jack. Take it. Jack suddenly exclaimed. This power is terrifying. True gold dragon explained. All the highest level buffs have been activated. In this state, it's more than enough to destroy a small castle. She pleaded earnestly. Jack, please don't kill that child. He wondered. That's a child? I'm more likely to die than it is. Suddenly Dios stood up, threw Zeke, and shouted. Super buffed Zeke. Launch. He flew out like a flash.
Elder roared angrily. D.
It unleashed a move. Furious Gale. Doomsluan unleashed a powerful move that Elder was sent flying away. It fell to the ground pathetically. Dios jumped high, calling out the technique name. Moonlight, first form. Third technique. Zeke screamed wildly. Demon King Slash. It began to provoke. You think that direct attack can defeat me? It was knocked back hard. Doomsluan fell into the abyss. Doomsluan fell into the sea. Anchors also followed, latching onto Elder. The chain was still tied to Zeke, making him float in the air. He struggled painfully against the chain, shouting. The intense battle caused loud noises. Before Elder's powerful attack, the rocky mountain exploded, sending Zeke flying up. He suddenly cried out, my hand! Zeke shouted with firm determination. Both Lord Dios and Lord Alex have fought their best for everyone. I absolutely must not give up. Panicked. I dropped Acalon. I need something to use as a weapon. Jack searched. There's something. He was slightly disappointed. A frying pan? Damn it, if only it were a knife. The frying pan in his hand began to deform. Then it turned into a dazzling weapon. Dios was also extremely surprised to see that. Before he could recover, Jack had to face new attacks. Elder flew around with the sound of his screaming. Suddenly dived into the sea. This confused him, his screaming growing louder. Sinking into the deep sea, Elder began to move. Because the chain tied Jack's hand tightly to it, he also sank into the ocean right after. Jack was uncomfortable, unable to breathe. Elder continued to rush quickly underwater. He gritted his teeth, his consciousness gradually fading. Elder unleashed a move that shattered a large underwater rock into many pieces. Without waiting any longer, it flew back up out of the water. Elder began the battle again, fiercely with Jack. It roared angrily. You humans die! Frenzied dragon breath. Cried out, simultaneously spewing out a large amount of water that blew him away. True gold dragon suddenly exclaimed, Jack! She looked at him vaguely. Suddenly there was a strange sound. Jack was surprised by Elder's attack. It focused its power and unleashed a major move. That attack sent him flying into the sky again. Elder observed seriously. A moment later, it spewed out powerful flames to defeat him. Jack began to counterattack. He responded to Elder just as fiercely as the previous attacks. The sea waves crashed hard, causing Dios and True Gold Dragon's boat to sway. She meticulously observed the fierce battle. Elder fell hard into the sea. True Gold Dragon was bewildered by the scene. screamed in pain. Jack shouted loudly. Sluan. His technique struck the sea surface violently. The new weapon created direct attacks, aimed at Elder. Jack grabbed the new treasure. He told himself, once more Moonlight first form, third technique. Once more, maximum power was unleashed. He roared. All-powerful super buff, Demon King slash. Brutal battle was still continuing. He continuously unleashed moves to counter Elder. The sound echoed and then faded. The battle had reached its end. True Gold Dragon was surprised. Can't let that weapon and buff be separated from the hero's skills. I don't know why, but Zeke seems to have gotten much stronger, right? Dios replied. Getting stronger is a good thing. Hurry up and heal him, we still have to go catch the next dragon. She thought to herself. To this guy, nothing matters except power, truly a demon king. Zeke's eyes were still tightly shut. Dios asked. Hey, wake yet? He wondered. What is happening? He smiled nonchalantly. The thing is, you've been defeated by our hero. He roared. Lies. A dragon that decides the rise and fall of an empire. How could it lose to a commoner? Dios brought out a strange new item. He smiled. Answer my question or I'll stuff the fungal toxin you guys like into your eyes. Zeke panicked. How did you get that? Dios continued. I also know everything you've done, using comrades to attack humans with this. Why on earth are you doing this? Zeke shouted. We will rebuild the kingdom on this blessed land. Then kick out the humans so the dragon race can rule the world. He said sternly. You're just repeating like a parrot. You've only just established a small kingdom and you already want to rule the world. Is your brain only the size of a bird's? A bunch of delusional fools. He screamed. It's you, right? Why did 3 of the 9 suddenly lose contact? You're the culprit. What did you do to June, Julia, and Ojin? Zeke was momentarily stunned. Could it be? A moment later, he asked in astonished suspicion. Could you be angels? Zeke asked urgently. Are you trying to stop us from above? We have no intention of violating the rules. Please understand that we only want to receive blessings from the Creator. Dio said calmly. Sorry, but the truth is the opposite. He explained. I am the nightmare of everyone in this world. I am the Demon King. Dio said while unleashing a move. Just a fool with meaningless delusions. Now go meet your friends. He reasoned. Heard that? They all say the same thing. The conclusion is that I've resolved an unprecedented event with evil dragons crawling onto the surface. True Gold Dragon replied. Even if you didn't do it well, I must receive 10 times the payment. Dios looked at her in surprise. She was still focused on her healing. He looked and turned away, walking while reminding, Wake Zeke up, we still have to catch 8 more to finish quickly. She agreed, The orange sunset made the overlapping mountains become more majestic than ever. Dios exclaimed. It's really beautiful, is this called a sunset? Jack walked up and smiled. Didn't expect Lord Dios to have such emotional moments. Carried Dios on his shoulders while walking. The only person who isn't worried when entering a dragon's cave must be you. He said nonchalantly. Is that so? He continued. But can we take a break? True Gold Dragon said. Mage, the hero is tired. Buff him a bit. Hey you madman. Walk on your own feet. He asked leisurely. Do you want to bet on how many will come next? He suspected. So they have 12 in total? He said seriously. The number 12 has many meanings like the 12 archangels or 12 months in a year. Alright, Mage bets 1 gold coin on 3. And Zeke, how many do you bet on? She replied. What? When did I place a bet? Zeke was surprised. Me? He suspected. So they have 12 in total? He said seriously. The number 12 has many meanings like the 12 archangels or 12 months in a year. Alright, Mage bets 1 gold coin on 3. And Zeke, how many do you bet on? She replied. What? When did I place a bet? Zeke was surprised. Me? He stated timidly. Then I bet on 2. Dios analyzed. Zeke bets 1 gold coin on 2. He was surprised. I don't have that much money. He replied. I'll advance it, you can pay me back slowly. True Gold Dragon shouted. Are you a thug? He asked back. Yes, so what about you, master? Dios exclaimed. 7. He was stunned. Why? He pointed his hand to the sky. He said calmly. Aren't they there? Seems like 1 is missing. True Gold Dragon continued. I'm too tired, so I can't see clearly. May spoke up. How did you get here? Why is the gatekeeper gone? He smiled and explained. You will meet each other soon. Don't worry. Dios ordered. Jack. Move out. Jack hesitated. That, Lord Dios. He expressed. 7 is a bit too much. I'll be torn to pieces without a trace. Hearing that, he replied. It is indeed a bit too much. Dios stood up straight. Although it's a bit troublesome, I have to take action. He reminded. Jack, since I don't want you to see the fighting, go a bit further away. He shouted. I always listen to Lord Dios, but this time I refuse. Even if you are the master, facing 7 dragons alone is too difficult. Jack was firm. Even though I'm only C rank, I can't help much, but at least, Dios ordered, go down to the boat. I'll be down right away. True Gold Dragon grumbled. Damn it, because I have no magic power. Opening a portal requires using my life force. She prepared to leave and advised. I'll go find the last child. Don't overdo it. Keep it moderate. He affirmed. Don't worry, I don't intend to go hard. Just showing them the difference in rank. Dios was a bit angry. I'm a bit annoyed because someone dared to do what even my comrades failed at 606 times. She replied, Tisk, arrogant guy. He said politely, my dear, I'll follow right after. Dios smiled and looked up. You've been waiting a long time, right? Let's get to work. Suddenly, Dios jumped and flew. There in just 0.5 seconds. An instant, 6 eyes exploded. He shouted his technique name, Void Chain. Immediately, in the next 0.5 seconds, 4 dragons were tied up tightly. Dios smiled with satisfaction. He continued to unleash moves. In 0.8 seconds later, their bodies were easily destroyed. The dragons simultaneously fell onto the mountain, causing a loud noise. He, the only one who saw Dios's traces, tried to maintain his breath. He unleashed a move, but Dios was 0.05 seconds faster. Dios confronted it directly. With it, his eyes lit up, he smiled provocatively. After that, Dios also flew up to continue attacking. Thanks for watching the video. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Enough! A green dragon appeared. Please stop, we have lost. It continued. I will quietly retreat with my kind. Please stop this slaughter. Dios assessed. Retreating immediately? Seems at least you know how to think. May tried to persuade. No, go back to the scene and lead the extremists to kill him. Our kingdom is right in front of us. Green Dragon shouted. Enough, May. We stop here. Since June disappeared, everything is over. Even if we get here, will God forgive us? It analyzed. June and April said they received orders from God. But if so, why are we in this situation? Dios heard that and was suspicious. Orders from God? It continued. Among us, only June received the prophecy. If that wasn't true, then what have we been doing? May roared and rushed to attack. Dare to doubt God's messenger? A traitor like you must die. At this moment Dios unleashed a move. You fool, you just destroyed your only path to survival. Had to endure a powerful attack. Immediately, the 2 dragons fell on top of each other. From afar, Dios looked at them. Green Dragon was angry. I heard someone is hunting dragons. A few days ago, he single-handedly defeated True Gold Dragon. It must be you, right? Demon King or God's messenger? Perhaps even God is angry at our arrogance. Pondered thoughtfully. It roared again. Humans, just because they are chosen by God, casually destroy the world. They cut down trees for farming, causing countless creatures to go extinct. But I've never seen them apologize to the squirrels living in those trees. Dios spoke up. Do you intend to judge on behalf of the squirrels? Green Dragon was angry. Surely they are still hunting the dragon race somewhere. The blood and tears from torturing the blue jade dragon are used by them as perfume. Now, weapons or anything else don't matter anymore. He asked slowly, what about the peace treaty? It said calmly, the treaty is just a meaningless piece of paper. Who will protect us? The rule that one can kill dragons attacking humans is just a facade. They just need to provoke dragons to attack and that's it. So every year, dozens of lives are lost. Dios realized something and wondered, is that what you are dissatisfied with? Green Dragon was straightforward. Humans have to prepare to fight the Demon King, so using weapons from the dragon race's bodies is mandatory. We can lend them, but we can't give them our bones, and then they want our hearts too. What are we supposed to do? I looked at him and asked, do you want to know who is using the fungal toxin? I think that was True Gold Dragon's intention. Green Dragon thought it was a tribute from humans to win the war every 100 years. Dia said, I don't think she's that kind of person. She widened her eyes and explained. She is the god of the dragon race, having witnessed too much. Perhaps she decided this was the only path to maintain peace? He questioned. So someone communicated indirectly to you through the dwarves, and that was the True Gold Dragon? The blue dragon said, surely someone cooperated to receive the poison. If I guess correctly, it's April, the white dragon that the golden mage beside you is looking for. April is the biological daughter of the True Gold Dragon. He said sternly, where is April right now? It answered without hesitation, on the mountain peak. Dio started flying away. Since you spoke, I'll let you live. Get out of here quickly. It was firm, no. The blue dragon explained. We failed and lost the True Gold Dragon. It's all our fault. If we return, We will be captured by humans. And my tears will only serve as perfume for them. It teared up. As a proud dragon, could I possibly endure that? Suddenly its eyes lit up. Gradually, the blue dragon's whole body shone brilliantly. Zeke looked up from below, panicked. He trembled. Lord Dios. Dios covered his face to block the strange air current. He set foot on the ground. A moment later, the scene before him was the true gold dragon with someone under a tree. Dios approached her. April choked up. We need a reason to deal with that mess, so at least it will be peaceful for a while. What do you think? Am I a perfect villain? She asked. Did I do well? Humans are too rotten and weak. Perhaps this time we will truly lose. We have sacrificed too much, you are not at fault at all. The true gold dragon confessed. Ah, I never wanted this. She raised her trembling hand. Oh my God, oh my mother. Mother I love most. My pitiful mother. April was moved. I understand everything, you have to carry a huge burden and pretend to be strong. But actually you are the one who is most heartbroken. She offered. I only have one wish. I hope you can be at peace even for once. The person I love most in this world. The arm dropped down. The space became quiet. Dios behind asked. Suicide? The true gold dragon gently. That's right. He asked further. April was the one behind it all, right? She replied. Correct. He hesitated. So everything is over? She answered simply, yeah, it's over. Dios stated, those below committed suicide too. She didn't turn back, just said. They chose pride. Thank you for telling me. He disagreed. Just saying it isn't enough. She slowly. I know. Dios asked. How do you want to conclude this? The true gold dragon confused. Conclude how? In the end, everyone lives happily. He said. You think just respecting the extremists will end things well? She thought. Perhaps. Thought flashed through Dios's mind. He recounted. The one who committed suicide earlier said dragon weapons are indispensable to humans. You are ignoring the death of dragons and extinguishing anger with a peace treaty. It sounds reasonable. But the dragon's anger is growing. Even a god like you can't control it anymore. This child gathered the extremists to form the Four-Season Society so you would have a reason to deal with them, right? Don't tell me you didn't know about this? He looked at her firmly. You didn't know the truth, so you assumed I ordered the spread of the pathogen. Then asked me to catch the dragons. Anyway, that was quite a process. Dios suspected. So to prepare for the war 20 years later, humans have more dragon weapons, and the extremists are all eliminated. Everything seems prearranged. This is the best scenario for you, right? She slowly. Think what you want. Living as a true gold dragon is a position you couldn't endure if you kept worrying about reputation or personal feelings. Hearing that, he asked, Are you the guardian of world order? The true gold dragon spoke. Sounds grand, doesn't it? Then he looked at her without saying anything more. Dios observed and exclaimed, while she was crying silently. She couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Wait for me a little, just a moment. Okay? Dios said. 60,000 years is still too short for me to forget the children I've lost. Dios called her. Let's go now. The true gold dragon agreed, yeah. She began using her magic. April slowly disappeared. She looked in the direction of that light with endless sadness. The true gold dragon teared up. Sparkling light covered the space. She didn't forget to instruct. Next time we meet, be a good child. The true gold dragon calmed down and said, All right, let's go down. He looked at her, wondering. Everything is done, but you don't look very happy, do you? She gently. How can I be happy when things turned out like this? Dios's wings began to appear. He reached out his hand to invite. You're in a bad mood, try doing this for once. The true gold dragon observed for a moment. She approached and agreed. All right. Dios took momentum to prepare. Fly up. He hugged her into his arms. She was excited to fly, whispering. He flew with her higher than the mountains, watching the sunset sky. Dios held her hand tightly and whispered. Try screaming. He suggested repeatedly. Just scream as loud as you can until you feel relieved. No one will hear you here. The true gold dragon shyly. That's not it. God is everywhere and listens to everything. Dios said, watch carefully and learn, you idiot. A moment later he yelled. Damn this world. Holy land my ass, nothing is holy. From what I see, the demon realm is much better. This trash world. Die already. She teased. You want to kill everyone? Those words coming from the demon king's mouth are very serious. He yelled louder. Damn it. What is a demon king? What is a true gold dragon? Demon king or dragon god, so what? This whole world is a designed machine, we are just meaningless gears. Where is the blessing? The true gold dragon also angrily screamed. You fools! Why did you act on your own? I didn't need you to do that. He expressed. I didn't want that, I just wanted to kill all humans so we could live happily together. I didn't want even one of them to die like that. Do you want my hands stained with blood? My heart hurts so much I can't breathe. Now it's numb. Do you know about this cursed fate of mine? Dios replied. That's right. You blockheads are so unfilial. Stupid but like to act recklessly, doing whatever you're told. Dying just because you're told to? You dumb lizards. She looked at him, reminding, hey, that's a bit too much. He smiled awkwardly. Huh? Is that so? Seeing that, the true gold dragon burst into tears. I have blessed you for tens of thousands of years, sacrificed so much. I gave everything to protect you. Dios angrily. You bastards. Don't you see your mother crying? You unfilial brats. You are breaking your mother's heart. He looked at him angrily again. It's not that serious. He quickly replied. Oh sorry, I got too carried away. Dios watched the sunset scene. He said loudly. God is a pervert. Likes peeping? Why not come down here instead of watching from above? She advised. Good heavens, you're too rude, you'll go to hell. He replied. My life is already in hell. No, I was born the king of hell. If you're angry, don't be silent and pretend to be serious. Come down here and fight me. True Gold Dragon looked at him provocatively. You want to fight me too? He calmly. You laugh at me. If the Demon King hears that, he'll be annoyed. She began to reason. It's not for nothing that I have the title of omnipotent. Even God's angels can't defeat me. He retorted. Angels and gods are just entities in fairy tales. The True Gold Dragon nodded. No, those people. Ah, that's right, they are no different from non-existent because they never appear. During that, he fell into a contemplative state. Dios asked, you don't look so good. She gently. It seems this level is hard to endure with a human body. He shouted. Idiot. Dios said while hugging her and flying fast. If you feel tired, just say it. A moment later, they landed in a place. The True Gold Dragon proactively let go of his hand. Under the tree, Dios looked at her intently. She suddenly spoke. Thank you. He bewildered. What did you say? She repeated. I said thank you, Demon King. Dios indifferently. Then pay me in money. The True Gold Dragon shyly. But I don't have any money right now. He was momentarily stunned. Under the sunset, he silently watched her walk away. A thought still echoed in his head. But why did Daros die? In a certain town, people were bustling back and forth. Suddenly, everyone unexpectedly looked in one direction. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God! Dios sat leisurely on a chair. People looked at him and whispered, What's that? Looks scary. His face looked so stupid. Tilted his head, thinking, a dragon facing a whole group of heroes? Surely they can handle 1,000 dragons as easily as eating rice. But why do we lose when fighting heroes? Dios recalled the image of the hero holding a sword and wondered, is the hero's power ultimately that great? Zeke hurriedly calmed the crowd. Everyone, don't mind him. He just looks like that, but is a very respectable person. I'm telling the truth. Dios observed stupidly. The True Gold Dragon appeared in front of him. He suddenly spoke. You're leaving? She calmly. Yeah, the matter regarding the fungal poison is done. I feel a bit guilty for making you lose the title of the one who killed the True Gold Dragon. Dios said, I don't need it anyway. So what about your kids? How do you plan to explain? She slowly. There's no other way. I have to gather them and convince each one. The Four Seasons Society broke the agreement and planned to start a war, making everyone misunderstand it as the demon race's plan, which caused chaos. I had to fake my death to resolve everything secretly. He closed his eyes, bored. Just hearing it gives me a headache. If it were me, I would stay here and never go back. The True Gold Dragon provoked. What, are you sad? If you ask me to stay, I'll stay a bit longer. He angrily. So shameless, a 60,000-year-old hag bullying an 80-year-old child? She questioned. Oh, 60,000 years old? Do you have proof I was born in the chaotic era? Dio surprised. Could it be you were born in the Silver Age? She smiled slyly. There are things better left unknown, kid. After that, she pointed towards the circle of light. The True Gold Dragon wondered. Dying once every 100 years? She looked at him jealously. Perhaps God loves you more than me. Then she flew quickly into that circle. Goodbye. Someone's voice rose. Ms. Jungium has left. Zeke walked to Dios and said, I haven't even had a chance to greet her properly. Neither has Mr. Alex. Everyone suddenly left. So Ms. Jungium won't be coming back? He calmly. Who knows, she's the impulsive type. Suddenly someone walked up and asked, Are you Lord Dios? Elthera held out a paper in front of him. Dios looked at him, confused. Elthera seriously. I came here to apply as a butler. He exclaimed. An elf? Rejected. This made him surprised. Huh? He explained. It's written clearly, I only hire strong people. Elves are very weak, aren't they? Wondered. Why does a butler need to be strong? Dio said, because you have to be able to brew coffee while dragons are flying chaotically in the sky. Elthera confessed. Speaking of which, the owner of the crown is nowhere to be seen? Could it be that she left after finishing the job? He suspected. The owner of the crown? He confidently. It seems you don't know, that person is called the true gold dragon in this world. She will return soon because the gravity of causality is very strong. Your presence here is the biggest proof, since you came from underground. Dios looked serious. It seems you know something. Speak. Why did you come here? Elthera calmly replied. Didn't I say I came to apply for a job? He growled. Do you think I believe that? He immediately replied, yes, but right now that is exactly the case. Dios concluded. That means you know my identity and the true gold dragons but can't explain the reason, and still want me to hire you? He happily. Exactly. He analyzed. I don't know if you are an ally, enemy, dragon, or high-level wizard. You mean no matter what, you want me to hire you, right? Elthera warmly. That's right, my abilities are very good. The fact that you don't know who I am is proof. I think I'm capable enough to brew coffee while dragons are flying chaotically in the sky. Dios asked leisurely. Interesting, what's your name? He quickly replied. Call me Scatten Elthera. He pointed directly at his face and shouted. All right, from now on you are my butler. No matter who you are, once hired, don't disobey me. Elthera questioned. You're threatening a newcomer on the first day? He said flatly. If you don't like it, get lost. You approached me with a purpose anyway. Currently, I just find you interesting, so I'm keeping you. Elthera determined. Let me be clear, while I am a butler, I will be absolutely loyal. But when I quit this job, that promise will no longer be valid. Dios opined. That means one day you will betray me. He calmly replied. I won't lie. Suddenly excited. Very good. Interesting, I like you. Salary is 3 gold coins. Start working from today. Elthera quickly. Yes, boss. Then he called, Jake, take over the new butler. He's a bit stupid, so teach him carefully from A to Z. Jake excitedly. Really? Elthera greeted friendly. You must be Jake. Hello? He happily replied. Yes, hello. Very pleased to meet you. Sunset fell. Everyone invited each other to eat and drink. Everyone laughed and talked happily with each other. Everyone focused on eating their noodles. The buildings sparkled with night lights. He said goodbye to the owner and left. Jake walked rhythmically on the street. He walked further and further away. Suddenly, Jake stopped in front of a house. He grabbed his Doomsluan sword. Then, he stepped into the flower garden to start training. Jake closed his eyes, recalling the situations he had been through. Suddenly he shouted, Moonlight, first form. He practiced and yelled, 8th technique, Demon King Slash. A series of beautiful moves were unleashed. Jake remembered Alex asking, being an F-rank warrior is your own choice, not anyone else's, right? He shyly replied, sorry for being useless. D-rank missions are still too hard for me to join everyone. Someone asked, do you know the way out? He enthusiastically said, yes, go down and watch the boat. I'll be right back. Jake unleashed a powerful move. He told himself, even though I can't be like Lord Dios. Jake reassured himself. At least I can carry the luggage, not hinder the mission. I must become stronger. Suddenly, a voice rang out along with a wave of angry sword aura. Kensha clicked his tongue. Working all day and training late at night, what a beautiful sight. He was surprised. Lord Cadensha. Then Jake excitedly greeted him. What brings you here? He charged forward and shouted. Nothing much. I just want to challenge you. Show me your true power. He quickly blocked that attack. A moment later, Zeke fell to the ground. He panicked and blurted out, Cadensha, why did you suddenly do that? He charged. Combat always happens without warning. If you're a hero, show it. Both engaged in a battle, a fierce one. Zeke gritted his teeth and endured. Then he screamed. Stop it. Jake charged to fight back. He was stunned, unable to move. Cadensha reminded him. Don't overexert yourself. He expressed goodwill, your limbs will be torn apart. Cadensha held out his hand. The dagger was just to attract attention. The knife left his hand. A true weapon should never be seen by the opponent. Saying that, Cadensha laughed triumphantly. He continued to lecture. This is the difference in ability that God has bestowed. He began to probe. Moonlight, first form, is that a sword technique passed down from the Holy Bitch family? Jake honestly replied. Yes. I learned it from my father when I was young. Cadensha commented. The movements are too cumbersome. Too much weight shifted forward. Poor footwork. You're just playing with a sword. There's no serious technique. Maybe your father just imagined it because he lacked combat experience. He continued. Jake, you are a flower named Holy Bitch growing and blooming from the mud. This place doesn't suit you, go receive proper hero training. Cadentia said sternly. Jake, I officially propose, come with me to the Holy Imperial Court and become a Zodiac Knight like me. He invited him enthusiastically to Jake's surprise. Let's fulfill the sacred mission together, protect the last hero in the 666th battle, and destroy the Demon King. Jake exclaimed at Cadentia's offer. That's impossible. He frowned and questioned Zeke's concerns. You're worried about tuition for your siblings, right? If it's that, the Holy Imperial Court can pay for it anytime. Zeke was confused. The Holy Imperial Court pays tuition? Why would they? Cadentia explained with growing impatience. Because of the high purity. Do you know what the last hero's purity is? Only 9% lower than yours. So come with me, I will definitely turn you into the greatest paladin. Fitting for your bloodline. Faced with the generous offer, Jake still firmly refused. Thank you for your invitation, but I will stay here. The Holy Imperial Court or Zodiac Knight are beautiful words that only exist in dreams. Receiving an invitation from you is a great honor, but it's not the place for me. I know my level. Remembering Dios, his determination grew stronger. Jake closed with a firm statement. Currently, I have someone beside me who is willing to trust and accompany me, even though I am someone with many shortcomings. Cadentia said as if abandoned. That person is just using you. Jake asked a question that stunned Cadentia. So suppose it's true as Lord Dios said, the purity in the file is wrong, what would you do? Even so, would you still turn me into a Zodiac Knight? Cadentia heard this, his eyes lit up and he replied. I won't lie, that's impossible. The potential of a warrior with low purity is not high, no matter how hard you try, you can't change innate ability. Jake continued. If I can't reach D rank or even G rank, it doesn't mean anything. But he still defended Dios. Lord Dios knew I was F rank but still took me in. When I was at the bottom, he was the only one who reached out to help. Lord Cadentia, my mission is to follow him. He can kick me out if he doesn't need me anymore, but I will absolutely not leave him. Cadentia was so angry he couldn't speak, his clenched hand showing his fury. The strings wrapped around Jake's body were gradually loosened. Cadentia landed coldly on the ground. I have to give in to Dios's strong attraction. There's no other way. I have to admit that I was unlucky to discover you too late. For now, I will back off, but that doesn't mean I've given up. Jake only improved a little compared to before, that's not enough. Only mold grows in the shade. Flowers without light will eventually die. Jake said nothing, just stared at him with wide eyes. After saying what needed to be said, Cadentia immediately turned and left. Alright, goodbye then. Cadentia's back moved further away. This competition failed. I think he will definitely conquer him next time. The next day at Dios's place, Jake was like a housewife cleaning up the pile of weapons. Although working, his mind was wandering. Dios saw this and wondered, Hey, what happened yesterday? Why do you look like you've lost your soul? Jake was happy to see him. Ah, Lord Dios. Actually, last night while training in the front yard, I met Lord Cadentia. Dios frowned. Who is Cadentia? Jake explained. The investigator from the Holy Imperial Court who came to find me last time. Hearing that, he gradually understood. Ah, I think I have some impression. Jake recounted. Lord Cadentia offered me to join the Holy Imperial Knights. Since when did El Tora appear behind and interrupt? Holy Imperial Knights? Is it the Zodiac Knight? That's amazing. Jake was a bit shy. It's not like that. El Tora asked enthusiastically. What are you worried about? If it's a Zodiac Knight, that's the highest position, the warrior directly serving the Holy Emperor. You should ditch this shop and join immediately. Dios's meddling started again. You don't know where hell really is. Jake looked at him affectionately. Dios reconsidered. Well, if you want to, go. Warriors like you are everywhere in this world anyway. Just bring another one, put him in your place, and control him like a puppet. Dios said bluntly, his words rubbing salt into Jake's heart. Like a rejected wife, Jake slumped, feeling a bit of pain in his heart. Right? Is that so? Dios crossed his arms and added, but having someone here is more convenient anyway. Just this one sentence lifted Jake's spirits immediately. He excitedly asked back, really? He praised him from head to toe. Cooking is good, and you know how to listen. Hearing that, Jake was pleased. Are you serious? Yes. And a cheesy line came out of Jake's mouth. Are you saying you like me? He was awkward and could only shout, too noisy. It's coming. Looking at you like that, it seems you don't intend to go anywhere. Like an indirect confession, Jake softened a bit. I have received so much from you, how could I leave? If that's the case, forget it. He concluded. No, it's that I don't want to go. Dios listened intently to every word he said. Overall, it was very cheesy. Jake thought, when talking to Lord Cadentia, I felt like my parents, grandparents, and the entire Holy Bitch family were being denied. My grandfather and father, although both were F rank, because they believed that one day they would participate in the great battle, they tried hard to train and pass down the holy bitch sword technique to me. Last night in the match with Lord Cadentia, I couldn't make a move and was defeated. Jake was slightly sad. After that, he said something about our family. I couldn't refute it. Dee said nothing, subtly changing the subject. Hey, close the shop and let's go. He was confused. Where to? He turned his head and explained. I have to see. What exactly is wrong with your family's sword technique? A moment later, they went together to the vacant lot where he usually practiced. Jake was a bit hesitant. Can I really do that? Dios retorted. Who's the one who has to worry? El Tora trotted along and sat on the side enthusiastically cheering. So, Jake got into position, his hand gripping the sword tightly. His opening move was Moonlight First Form, 8th technique, Demon King Slash. But Dios was too arrogant, his body gracefully dodging the attack easily. Even El Tora sitting on the side couldn't sit still. Dios let him show off his style. 6th technique, Piercing, followed by the first technique. Jake continued to jump high using tricks. Demon King Breaking Sword. However, Dios was one step ahead, letting himself go with the wind and disappearing. And suddenly appeared behind his back. The overwhelming Demon King killing intent made Jake's eyes widen in fear, but gently hit the back of his neck to declare himself the winner. El Tora witnessed it all and smiled, declaring, Stop it. You've realized what the problem is, right? Dios wanted to teach. It can't be done. Your family's sword technique cannot be used. Even if you train for a lifetime, it won't work. His comment was very blunt, but he didn't argue back and accepted the feedback. Indeed, this wrong sword technique has been passed down for many generations. What have I been doing until now? Dios commented. Your ancestors must have been very stubborn. Sword set was created only to deal with one person, the Demon King. Dios continued. He pointed out that this sword set was crafted to deliver a decisive blow to the Demon King. Goblins or other trash were ignored from the start. Therefore, it cannot be recognized by normal tests. He turned to El Tora and asked, Hey butler, you know sword techniques, right? He replied happily, Of course. Dios immediately ordered, From now on, you will be the sword instructor for Jake. You must teach him every night, understand? He obeyed. Yes, I will follow the instructions. Jake suddenly spoke up, making Dios glance over. As expected. He was moved to tears. As expected, it's not useless. Dios observed his reaction. While walking, he reminded, It's useless elsewhere. From now on, study hard from the butler. He politely replied, Yes, remembering the sword fight earlier. Actually, his hand was shaking and soaked in sweat. Dios thought to himself, For sure, about the fight earlier. When Dios faced that strange sword style, surely if he hadn't worn the Demon King armor, his sword would have hit. The armor's weakness was pierced by the attack. He exclaimed with surprise while observing the determined eyes of the innocent boy in front of him. A moment later, Dios quickly returned home. Just stepping in, he was greeted by 2 long legs accompanied by a greeting. You're back. We've been waiting for you. 2 identical girls spoke in unison. Lean on our arms. You must be needing comfort for your soul. His expression became serious. What are you 2 up to? The other girl continued. So shy. Do you really not need comfort for your soul? He was ruthless, coldly terrifying. Yeah. So stop talking nonsense and get lost. Okay? The 2 girls continued. That's great. Then I can give this to you comfortably. They held a letter in their hands. Invitation to Alex's funeral tomorrow. Dios's expression changed immediately, carrying an unmistakable look of surprise. The 2 girls laughed and asked cleverly, Now do you need comfort for your soul? In a true gold dragon's office, she was sitting among piles of documents higher than her head in a state of irritation. The true gold dragon's state suddenly changed, falling into deep thought. In her mind appeared an image of Dios with deep words. This world has been twisted. He comfortably spread his arms with advice. Enjoy this life by dancing and singing like me. In this world, even the Demon King and the previous life will never appear again. Image of Dios in an angry mood. What rules and order? Throwing them around and forcing others to follow unconditionally. How authoritarian. The true gold dragon's face showed a smile. You're not just a puppet, are you? The quiet room, it was suddenly broken by a loud notification. Respected true gold dragon. Someone has invaded the border and is looking for you. She heard that and was curious. Who? Ogin's face frowned angrily and replied. It's him, the one whose name is disrespectful to even mention. That remark made the true gold dragon's eyes light up. Dios? He's here. Without delay, she rushed off, causing the papers on the table to fly everywhere. That lightning-fast action of the true gold dragon made Ogun shout in surprise. The door in the room opened with bright light shining inside. Outside, Dios stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at the mountain range in front of him. A loud call rang out, "Dios!" Upon hearing it, he turned his head and replied, "You're here." Swiftly, she rushed up and grabbed Dios's collar and scolded him affectionately. "You idiot! Why did you take the initiative to find me today?" He replied calmly, "I want to ask you to go somewhere with me." Hearing Dios's invitation, the true gold dragon became visibly excited and chattered. "Did you cause some stupid trouble again? Do you need me to clean it up? Or is this a date invitation?" A profound look appeared in his eyes as he replied, "Yeah, if hiding my identity, sneaking into the demon realm, and slaughtering bandits counts as a date, then yes." Dios's words made her break into a cold sweat, slightly terrified and disbelieving. "What?" Immediately after, the two of them moved elsewhere. The true gold dragon's voice revealed clear surprise. "Huh? The number 1 henchman is dead." He replied without a flicker. "Yeah, the other dukes all think Alex killed Darius. That's why I told you to lay low." She asked curiously. "And then?" Dios answered. "Then a basic question just appeared in my head." The answer he gave left the true gold dragon unable to understand. Dios asked with a surprised expression, "What are the 7 dukes?" That absurd question made her wonder. "You are the demon king, yet you ask me about the 7 dukes?" He replied nonchalantly. "You've lived for over 6 million years, haven't you?" Dios explained. "The demon king is trapped in the awakening egg for 100 years, only learning dark magic, then dies as soon as the war breaks out. That repeats forever. If you look closely, for 665 centuries, the ones actually ruling the demon realm are the 7 dukes, aren't they?" The true gold dragon explained in detail. "That's right, but only the successor to the name of Demiurgus can use the demon king's weapons. For that reason alone, the 7 dukes of the demon realm have no choice but to serve the demon king as their master. The 7 dukes are exactly as the name implies, representatives of the clans in the demon realm." With deep, thoughtful eyes, he opened up. "I've thought and thought but still don't understand what the demon king really is. What kind of authority does a king who dies every 100 years have?" Hearing Dios vent his thoughts, she asked with concern, "But why did you come to the demon realm?" He replied, "There's someone I need to find." The true gold dragon asked curiously, "Who?" A deep, sinister smile appeared on Dios's lips. "Doros and Alex. I bet 1,000 gold coins they aren't dead yet." After a while, the two of them finally arrived. This place had a large building located in the center, surrounded by countless smaller buildings floating at various heights. Everything here was surrounded by rivers of glowing red lava. The deep bottom of the world, the city of 10,000 black towers, the magic city Eidos. The suffocating atmosphere here made the true gold dragon complain uncomfortably. "The sulfur smell is terrible. I miss the surface already." Dios continued flying forward and called back, "Hurry up and come here." Seeing him not caring about her, she scolded. "You! How can you leave me alone in enemy territory like this? Come with me." Just like that, the two of them continued rushing off. Seeing Dios still had no intention of stopping, the true gold dragon asked, "Where on earth do you want to go?" He replied mysteriously, "Almost there." At this moment, her expression gradually revealed surprise. Standing suspended and looking at the distinct green land ahead, the true gold dragon exclaimed, "This is outside the demon realm, the land of time." She warned with a slightly worried expression, "You can't cross here." Dios's voice rang out calmly, "I know, we're here, look under your feet." The true gold dragon looked down below, where countless circles with various open cracks appeared, emitting a green light. He spoke with mystery. "This is the golden land of the demon race. Do you know why it's called that?" She didn't know but didn't answer either. Dios, with a focused gaze and low voice, explained, "It's the place where the morning star fell for the first time." In the direction he was looking, the ground was riddled with cracks emitting green light. The true gold dragon spoke. "Lucifer." Hearing her, Dios immediately turned. "As expected, you know." The true gold dragon replied nonchalantly. Of course, he was the first Demiurgus. Immediately after, he landed below. "Let's go down." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them landed safely. Looking at the green liquid below that was constantly boiling, Dios spoke. "This is the demonic cauldron." He recounted that the first demon king took monsters from this demonic cauldron to create the demon realm. Then for 100 years, he gathered demons, dragon demons, phantoms, and beast men to invade the human world. Images of a mighty army before and the devastated, ruined scene after the war appeared. Dios emphasized, however, the result was failure. He devastated half the human world, But in the end, the Demon King died at the hands of a hero. Her expression was cold as she replied, "That's right." The true gold dragon recounted history with the scene of devastation in the human world. And 100 years later, the second Demiurgus challenged the human world once again. But he was defeated by humans who were fully prepared. This time, conversely, half the demon race was slaughtered. She focused and recounted. Lucifer was an extremely talented angel, beloved by God. He had a thought. A gloomy face surrounded by resentment, with tears streaming down, lamented. "Why can't I become a god?" The true gold dragon concluded his fate. His ego eventually became a great sin and caused him to be exiled. He asked curiously, "Even though it's an old story, it happened 665 centuries ago, so you lived during that period too, right?" She didn't deny it, answering decisively, "Yeah." Dios suddenly asked, "Was there something between you and Lucifer?" As soon as his words finished, he received a full glare from the true gold dragon. She didn't answer directly but probed Dios's purpose. "I'll continue acting like I know nothing about this old story, but why did you come to this golden land?" He then gave a sinister smile and replied, "For dwarves it's our 24, and for dragons like the Agiata Canyon, this is the place the demon race dares not approach." As soon as the words were spoken, Dios jumped down, to the astonishment of the true gold dragon. His thoughtless action with no clear purpose made her impatiently suspicious. "Damn it! Where are you going? Is this a trap?" Without thinking much, the true gold dragon also jumped down after him. Going deep down was a place like a secret system. Dios spoke. "It's here." This place appeared, making her surprised. Standing before a massive force, he introduced the anomaly of the fallen angel. Looking at the giant crystal block in front, Dios asked curiously, "This is my first time here. What is this thing that has been maintained for over 665 centuries?" The true gold dragon explained, "Karma vortex, the vortex of karma." At this moment, he was still looking at it very intently. She explained in more detail, "Karma is the picture of the relationship formed between existence and the world. Just like gravity forms where there is matter, or magnetic fields appear around magnets, overly powerful existences become central points, pulling everything towards themselves. A massive energy is flowing so strongly that for the past 665 centuries, it hasn't been disturbed." Hearing the clarity in the true gold dragon's words made him a bit surprised. "I don't understand anything, but it seems you know many strange things. You even know our demon race's affairs very well." She smiled confidently. "That's because I've been in this war for a long time." Hearing that, Dios added, "Not only that, you also know about the Silver Age. That age was when the demon race didn't exist yet. Furthermore, you even know the technology of the Golden Age." The true gold dragon suddenly fell into deep thought. She glanced at him and provided more information. "Dragons are creatures created in the Silver Age, and humans once lived here, in this demon realm." The strange and unexpected source of information made Dios ask in surprise. "Humans lived here? Really?" Not letting him dig too deep, the true gold dragon's expression became serious as she said loudly, "Don't ask any more. You only need to know one thing. The Or continent was created during the Age of Chaos." Her words preventing him from digging deeper made Dios even more surprised. "What? Does that mean before that, the Or continent didn't exist?" Seeing his bewildered expression made the true gold dragon burst out laughing. "How could a demon king like you be born? Is this God's intention?" Ignoring her teasing, Dios continued to wonder, "Why does the demon race always lose to humans?" Hearing his question, the true gold dragon replied with some annoyance. "It's very clear, because the demon race is just weaker than humans." Dios, looking unacceptable, shouted, "You idiot! Think about it. It's been 665 centuries. If you only lost once or twice, you would try another way, but every time you lose in the same way." He continued to analyze with indignation. "The demon race trains a powerful army, invades 3 nations on the surface. Then, at the last moment, the hero awakens and successfully counterattacks. The demon king and the hero both die in the end, and the world returns to peace. This loop has repeated 665 times already." She asked with a provocative expression, "So what? Do you intend to run away?" Dios immediately denied, "Not running away. I'm just not stupid. From the beginning, the premise of the war has been problematic. Why try so hard to take the human world?" The true gold dragon nodded. "Because you want to occupy the surface." Dios retorted, "Not necessary. I've lived underground for over 60,000 years and have adapted. With plants and animals in the demon realm, I can take care of everything myself." She mocked, "Oh, a pacifist demon king?" He tried to defend. "The human world is not an indispensable land for the demon race. There must be another reason we are forced to invade." and then just get defeated like that. If we change tactics, what if we suddenly invade on a large scale in this 80th year? Do those blood soldiers think they can stop us? Those holy guys, if I just pour magic power into their place, there will be nothing left but bone dust. You know? The true gold dragon tried to stop him. That won't work. If the demon king appears, the angels will grant blessings to the hero. Dios immediately retorted, I'm not officially the demon king yet. Right now I'm just the body. The predecessor's soul hasn't been received yet. She was a bit surprised. Ah, so it's only received in the 100th year? He then continued to explain, therefore, since I'm not quite the demon king yet, I can do whatever I want. If I really want to destroy the human world, I must stir things up from behind to attack from the front, and cause chaos on the right to strike from the left. Why must the demon king publicly announce the birth of the next generation and only attack in such an orthodox way? Hearing Dios's words made her burst into laughter. The true gold dragon said with a satisfied expression, Indeed, you are not an existence suitable for the position of demon king. I wonder what expression God would have if he were looking at you. The true gold dragon asked suspiciously, So what did you come here for in the end? Dios smiled, but his words made the other person panic. First of all, I intend to smash this, she shouted. What? The true gold dragon was furious. I explained it briefly just now. It's a massive block of energy. Although he knew, he replied indifferently, The demon realm stuff is mine too. If I smash my own stuff, who can say anything? She quickly called out, Hey! The true gold dragon immediately tried to stop him. If you destroy the Kama vortex, who knows what will happen? Not only the demon realm but the or continent up there will also be destroyed. Hearing that, Dios was even happier. That's good too. Once the lid pops off, light will shine down here. She tried to stop him. You said you were going to find Alex and Darius? Why are you planning to destroy this thing now? Wake up, he retorted. If I were still sane, would I have run away from home? Step back. Let's see if the or continent breaks like you said. Seeing the true gold dragon still standing still and refusing to move, Dios was surprised. She asked, If a child behaves recklessly, adults have a responsibility to teach them properly, right? And seriously warned, Stop while it's still advice. Even so, he ignored her. You know, I said I'd do it, so I will. If you don't move, I'll pierce right through you. True gold dragon was amused. Truly a date in the style of the demon king. Dios also replied, Should say a date in our style, that would be correct. After that, he attacked with the technique Black Shadow Vortex, and she countered with Dream Moon Butterfly and Mirror. Moon Ring. However, Dios signaled to stop. He joked, Failed. I thought doing that would make Alex rush out to stop me, but he's nowhere to be seen. Realizing the problem, the true gold dragon shouted, What, it was just acting. Dios admitted, I thought if I pretended to destroy the most important thing in the demon realm, they would panic and appear. She scolded angrily, Hey you lunatic, at least warn me first. Just jumping in and doing that. Dios explained, If I let you know beforehand, the acting wouldn't be realistic. You know how sharp Alex is. The true gold dragon was still not appeased. You lunatic, I almost killed you for real, he said confidently. Am I that easy to kill? Anyway, my idea is done. Now let's go eat. She gritted her teeth in anger. I haven't been back long, and because of you, I'll probably die early. Hearing that, Dios teased again. How much longer do you intend to live, old lady? The true gold dragon yelled, Hey! A few minutes later at a restaurant, many dishes were served. He wondered, Why aren't you eating? This is the best restaurant in the demon realm. She replied with teary eyes. It has to be something edible for me to eat it. Dios enthusiastically introduced. Try this. There's happy stir-fried mushrooms, angry eye patch hamburger, and there's also devil worm noodles and even devil eye coffee. The true gold dragon stopped him. Enough. The more I hear, the more I lose my appetite. Just consider that I've already eaten. After that, she focused on observing the scenery. Below was a volcano with rivers of glowing hot lava. Seeing the true gold dragon focused, he asked, Beautiful view, right? And introduced, This is Demon Mountain, a mountain 13,000 kilometers high, the highest in the center of hell. This is the largest volcano in the demon realm. Suddenly she blurted out, Huh? That is true. Gold Dragon asked suspiciously, Ancient dragon? Dios was also curious. You know that species? As far as she knew, they are the distant ancestors of the dragon species, just like humans were once monkeys before they had intelligence. This is the form of dragons before they had intelligence. So there are still ancient dragons living in the demon realm, huh? He was confused. Is that so surprising? After pondering, the true gold dragon mused. That's right. Thinking about it, It's obvious. Since this place used to be the homeland of humanity. Hearing this, Dios sank into thought. Then he questioned, so does that mean humans once lived in this demon realm? She speculated, perhaps a very long time ago. Dios hesitated. Then the or continent up there. He boldly guessed. Is it no different from a new continent formed later? The true gold dragon agreed. That's one way to think about it. However, she changed the subject. Anyway, let's talk about Darius and Alex. You mean they are both faking their deaths, right? Dios replied. The demon society has been completely wiped out. The fungal toxin incident was actually just the result of 3 races chasing their own interests. That's the end of it, good. At the same time, he was suspicious. But no matter how I think about it, I still don't understand why Darius committed suicide. It was too abrupt. Because Dios knew full well, the fungal toxin incident definitely had a gear that didn't fit. Something was silently operating like a parasite. He asserted that only Alex witnessed Darius's death firsthand. Yet Alex died right after. That guy isn't someone who dies so easily. It smells strange. Not the foul, slimy scent of the fungal toxin, but the scent of a schemer plotting something. These things annoyed her. What on earth are those two planning? Dios dismissed it before asking what they were plotting. He had to clarify who they were faking their deaths for first. The true gold dragon was startled. Who? You? She couldn't believe it and retorted. 2 dukes deceiving the demon king to act in secret. Are they planning to betray you? Impossible. If a grand duke intended to rebel, it would mean siding with humans. But you are already in the human realm, aren't you? He laughed mockingly. Those cheeky brats, what the hell are they hiding from me? Suddenly, the true gold dragon proposed. There is only one way for everything to return to how it was. The method she offered. That is for you to return home, take the demon king's seat, and accept your fate. Dios was skeptical. So that means all this trouble is because I left home? The true gold dragon confirmed. What else? He asked again. So it's all my fault? Demon King, what are you saying? I've never heard of this before. She insisted. Exactly. At the same time, the true gold dragon wondered. So what do you intend to do now? Dios replied nonchalantly. Find them and put them in a coffin properly, what else? So hurry up and help me find them. She was bewildered. Me? He confirmed. I've used up all my cards, now it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the true gold dragon angrily slammed the table. She said angrily, Hey you idiot, first just go back. Staying here longer won't solve anything. If Alex and Darius have actively hidden themselves, even if it's the Demon King or me, it's very hard to find them right away, right? Meanwhile, at a training ground, Jake was focused on practicing. Skatun came to greet him. Had a rest? Can we continue now? Jake replied, Yes, Skatun. He gently rotated the sword in his hand and rushed in to attack repeatedly. This is the piercing wind blade of Holy Baran. This is the earth sever of Holy Sequoia. This is the counterstrike of Holy Pi. Jake couldn't block any of the moves. He thought to himself, the sword style keeps changing constantly. It's unpredictable. Skatun reminded, Stay alert. Open your eyes and observe carefully the small movements in my attacks. Then he continued to change moves. That is the twin blade sword of Holy Bird. Immediately he began to counterattack. However, Skatun dodged it. Must be careful of the lower side too. And as a result, Jake lost completely. Even so, he praised, Not bad. Oh no, Skatun even acknowledged. I must say your absorption speed is much faster than I thought. This move has quite high difficulty, but for you to endure to this extent is very commendable. He humbly said, It's also thanks to the weapon Lord Dios bestowed upon me. Continued to praise, I'm not just saying it. As far as I know, you even took down a dragon. Those aren't the type that anyone can confront even if they have a sword and shield. Skatun remarked, Perhaps it's thanks to the Holy Beak sword style, which seems created just to confront giant enemies. Because you practice that sword style every night, when fighting, you unconsciously dodge and neutralize attacks from those huge creatures. If you couldn't do that, your body surely wouldn't have endured it. Very moved. Thank you. But truly it's also thanks to Lord Dios a lot. He expressed, I don't know why. Just looking into his eyes, I feel like a source of courage surging in my body. I just have the feeling that no matter how strong the opponent is, I will win. He replied happily, That's not too hard to understand. And tempted him, Jake, do you want to know his true identity? He asked bewildered. What do you mean by identity? Skatun led him. Think about it, someone who can freely fly in the sky, take down a dragon with just one blow without a scratch, even not getting injured while standing in the middle of dragon breath. Does such a human really exist? Jake panicked. Lord Dios is not human? He clenched his fists, still holding his stance. I don't want to hear it. If he wants to hide it, I will also pretend not to know. He laughed. A strong belief, Jake stated. To me, someone who is nothing and my siblings, he is the one who bestowed a miracle upon our holy beak family. Like a savior, no matter what his past is, no matter what he truly is, that doesn't change that fact. Scatten teased. Sounds like a religion. He admitted. I dare not say he is more than a god, but unless it's the god himself, otherwise I will never do anything to disappoint Lord Dios. Hearing that, he praised. Jake, you are a good person. Jake dismissed it. Oh no, I'm just trying to fulfill my duty. Scatten didn't insist. Then let's stop here for today. He hurriedly called back. Scatten. Jake suggested. Sorry, but can you teach me a little more? He refused. No need to push yourself too hard on the first day. He sincerely expressed. I just want to quickly become stronger to surprise Lord Dios. Seeing that, Scatten pondered. He suggested. Then do you know magic? Scatten proposed. If possible, become a magic swordsman. You will learn very quickly. Let's start with a simple spell. Then he started instructing. Imagine in your head the image of a burning flame. Understood. Then focus that image on your 2 fingertips. Understood. Fireball. The next morning, outside Zoric City, soldiers gathered to guard strictly. Suddenly a black shadow flew by. Then a gleaming blade appeared, smashing the city wall. People panicked. Run away. Those who ran in time, others were trampled to death. A boy stood frozen, staring at the ferocious monsters. In the emergency meeting, Canadon was helpless. Honestly, this is beyond my ability. Antonio sighed. That's understandable. You are an A-rank hero, and the monster out there is a G-rank giant. A soldier worried. What on earth is the Holy Imperial Court doing? Just recently a dragon appeared. Now giants. When such monsters appear, shouldn't they provide countermeasures? He asserted. Surely this country has fallen into misfortune. My lord, please offer sacrifices to the giants to appease their rage. A soldier objected. Those are monsters that only know how to destroy and kill. What use would such things have? He signaled. Enough. At the same time reassuring everyone. I have sent a telegram to the Holy Imperial Court. They will immediately send an army here. In the meantime, I will lead the troops to hold them off by any means. Everyone evacuate quickly, and announced to assemble the legion. Soldiers shouted. Understood. He called back. Canadon. He persuaded. When I was in active service, a rank was my limit. Now I am even older than before, but regardless, I am still a hero, Mondonio. I am asking you not as a lord, but as someone who was once a hero like you. If anything happens, please take care of my daughter, Alexia. Outside the city, it was extremely chaotic. People screamed. Giants have attacked Zoric City. If the city falls, the next will be our village. Run away. In hiding, Scatten was suspicious. Giants are supposed to be at the end of the world. Why are they suddenly attacking Zoric? He called. Jake, don't you find anything strange? Then saw him preparing weapons. Scatten was startled. You intend to go to battle? The opponent is a G-rank monster. Jake was determined. I know, but I am also a hero. While Lord Dios is not here, at least I must go to the battlefield. Saving one person is good. Stopping one is also good. Just then Alexia ran over. Jake, giants are attacking. Run away quickly. She was also panicked. What? You intend to go to the battlefield? He confirmed. That's right. Among the 2 hero families of Zoric, I am the representative of Holy Beak. Lady Alexia, leave here quickly. Alexia hurriedly called. Jake. Seeing that, he also ran after. If the warrior goes to battle, the support must follow, so I'm going too. She hesitated, finally followed. Damn it, C-rank acting cool? Let's go together. I am also a person of Holy Beak. While going out, Jake thought. Scatten is right, giants are supposed to be at the end of the world. Yet they passed all the fortresses and villages to get here, right in the middle of the continent at Zoric City. He told himself, can that happen? No, now is not the time. For now, must focus on the battle. Hurry into the city. He caught up. Jake, let's go together. Giants always move in packs. They are not like dragons. Jake was stunned. Scatten, not yet finished being surprised. Behind him was a call. Hey, let me go too. Alexia was angry. Don't act like only you are the main character. Worry about supporting me correctly for your rank. He instinctively blurted out. Lady Alexia. Right then all 3 were attacked by the monster. Scatten was skeptical. I heard they were in the city, yet one has separated from the pack? Meanwhile she was frozen when, facing the monster directly. Alexia fearfully thought, what? A giant this big? How can this be defeated? Damn it! She told herself, must run. Right now. Suddenly Jake rushed up, using his sword to stab straight into the monster's eye. Screamed in pain. He quickly landed safely. Used the ultimate move, Great Fire Cannon. Unexpectedly, the monster reached out its hand. Grabbing Jake, everyone screamed in horror. Jake! In its palm appeared light streaks. He severed the monster's hand to escape. Then Jake used the move, Moonlight Piercer, third form, and a move, Demon King Piercer, stabbing straight into its body. Monster gradually fell. Finally, its corpse sank into the river. He landed gently, breathed a sigh of relief for defeating a threat. Finished, Jake remembered Alexia. He cared. Lady Alexia, are you okay? She blushed looking at Jake. After a moment of being dazed, Alexia gradually reacted, being helped up by him. Seeing the fight just now, Scatton silently praised. Without any surrounding influencing factors, it already activated to G rank? If I'm not faster, I'm afraid I won't have a place in the team anymore. Suddenly an old woman's voice reached them. Jake! It's really Jake! Help me! Both turned to look and discovered it was Mrs. Zero. Jake spoke. Mrs. Zero, what's the matter? She cried tearfully. My grandson just went to build the Zoric city wall, and now giants are attacking the fortress. Please save the boy. You are a hero. Jake saw this and was very panicked. I am also on the way to the fortress. I will definitely find him, so don't worry. Please take shelter for now. At the same time, El Tora appeared. Then let's head to the fortress with only the soldiers there. I'm afraid they can't hold out. Yes, he turned to reply. Before they could do anything, a crowd of villagers holding machetes came. That giant isn't dead yet. Before it wakes up, everyone hurry and tie it up. El Tora stepped up to help. Please help us deal with the giants in the city. I will quickly return with reinforcements. Thanks to everyone for holding out until then. I hurriedly followed his words. Understood. Jake turned to Alexia standing next to him. Senior Alexia. Let's go. She was flustered but also followed. All right. At the time she was still very confused. Observing the giant. What on earth happened just now? I saw it and was scared stiff. Couldn't run away anymore. Then she turned back to look at Jake with suspicion. Is this really the idiot I know, Jake the bottom ranker? Then, because of some frustration inside, she gritted her teeth hard. Then she stomped off, shouting, Damn it! Stop complaining. I know already. Jake and El Tora trotted after her. He shouted, Let's go together, Senior Alexia. As for the villagers left behind, they were busy dividing work. Help El Tora deal with the giants. Heard that? Everyone with strength follow me down quickly and tie that monster up. Understood. The rest go home and get all the ropes or clothes that can be used to tie and bring them here. Understood. At the same time, a giant axe smashed down onto the city wall. This overwhelming power sent rocks and debris flying everywhere, causing the castle walls to collapse just like that. The giant playfully toyed with the tiny humans, while the villagers scrambled in a chaotic panic. Inside the kingdom, the cavalry drew their bows, aiming at the giants. The commander, spotting a blind spot, ordered the cavalry to fire. Thousands of arrows flew out like rain. The giant shielded himself with his body, the arrows piercing him like acupuncture needles. Meanwhile, down below, many ballistae were attacking the giant. The relentless barrage of attacks left the giant riddled with holes. The commander ordered, Reload. Yes, sir. Everyone replied in firm, obedient voices. But then, another giant blade appeared, slicing the castle wall right in two. Those near the strike cried out in pain. It hurts my leg. Another giant emerged, looking no different from the monsters in Attack on Titan. Showing no mercy, he slashed repeatedly and relentlessly at the castle wall. At the same time, the previous giant began to regain his senses. Seeing the massive shadow of a foot, the cavalry scrambled. Run! Run quickly! His ugly, massive foot crushed the human's weapons. His mouth let out continuous, satisfied laughter. Just then, thousands of ropes attached to arrows flew toward him. Hundreds of arrow ropes flew in, wrapping tightly around the giant's arm. The cavalry strained to pull. New ballistae appeared, firing repeatedly at him once again. Under the relentless attack, the giant slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the cavalry cheered. We got one! Near the giant wielding the blade, many mages were working hard to channel electricity at it. Its head smoked, its body gradually going limp from the electricity. Before long, it fell just like its companion. At that same moment, a figure with strength far beyond that of an ordinary person appeared. It was Bruo, who leaped up and used his technique, Monster Splitter, slashing toward the giant. It covered itself with its hand, and Bruo only managed to leave a shallow cut on its arm. Furious, It swatted him away, and Bruo was slammed against the castle wall, letting out a cry of pain. Meanwhile, someone standing on the sidelines was witnessing the entire process. It turned out to be Dios, who asked in surprise, "What's this? I just got back and it's already this chaotic." The true gold dragon was also surprised by this unexpected appearance. "Why are giants here?" Then, a series of cannonballs exploded. Just before the giant's final fatal blow aimed at him, cannon fire arrived just in time to save his life. It was scorched, its face burned, unable to stand steady. At the same time, another young man appeared, rushing forward to punch it straight in the face. It was none other than Jake. Bruo was so stunned he stared up at him with his mouth agape. Able to withstand this massive punch, the giant collapsed helplessly before the crowd. Alexia rushed over. "Father, you okay?" Seeing his daughter, Bruo shouted, "Why are you here? I told you to go take shelter." She looked her father straight in the eye and said firmly, "Go where? I'm a warrior too. I have to stay and fight with everyone." Before he could reply, a voice caught his attention. "It's down." The soldiers cheered joyfully. "We took down another one." Jake, wearing boxers, stood panting on top of the giant. "Look," a cavalryman pointed to the sky, toward where Bruo was standing. "It's Sir Canadan and Lady Alexia. The holy bitch family has defeated the giant." Bruo widened his eyes in confusion. Then, implicitly understanding, he took all the cheers meant for Jake for himself. "I'm here now, don't worry. Handle the rest of the giants until the holy Imperial court army arrives. We will protect our city." "Yes!" the whole army shouted in unison. Alexia found it strange and looked down at Jake, seeing him sulkily sneaking away, and she was a bit puzzled. Wanting to get to the bottom of it, she took off running after him. "Jake, I told you to come with me." Her father saw this and stopped her. Alexia, daughter, where are you going?" On Dios's side, the true gold dragon spoke up unexpectedly. "Reach G rank without my buff?" As expected, it seems the bloodline has truly awakened, she said in a regretful tone. "What a pity, Jake. If you had been born in the Zero era, you might have become the final hero." Jake ran away sulkily and very fast. Hurriedly opened the door, then continued running upward as if trying to hide something. When he climbed up high, Jake kicked the door wide open. He ran out, looking at the remaining monsters, then leaped high into the air, aiming his hostility at them. Without hesitation, he headed toward the two hideous giants below. Unleashing his signature move, Moonlight, third form, Demon King Pierce, he went for a physical attack, throwing bare-knuckle punches at them. At the same time, below, Alexia was running at full speed, her eyes fixed on him as she silently called out Jake's name. Remembering the past, a child being pushed down, a group of kids acting tough, bullying someone weaker than them. Even though Alexia was beaten up, she still managed to teach the fat kid a proper lesson. The other kids cheered. Alexia won again. She even defeated the class leader. Alexia, as expected of Alexia, she was only 11 years old then. She looked down at the fat kid and scolded him. "Hey, if you touch Jake again, you'll regret it." Then she left, stopping in front of a room. Without hesitation, she slammed the door open. Seeing Jake, Alexia shouted, "Jake, come out here." He gently refused. "I can't. If I act on my own, Sir Bruo will scold me." Alexia, annoyed, scolded him back. "You idiot. You only know how to take hits. You have to learn to fight back." Jake remained stubborn. "I can't. If I do that, I might not get hired to clean Sir Bruo's house next time." "I'm fine, senior, you go ahead." Alexia couldn't take it anymore, slammed the door shut in anger, cursing, "You idiot! Just stay there forever." After that, Alexia left him to fend for himself. But she still silently wondered, "Jake, why are you always being made into a laughingstock? Always trying to do other people's work too?" Alexia watched him intently from afar without approaching. Seeing Jake happy, she implicitly understood that he was just like an idiot, only knowing how to smile. Scene change. Graduation day arrived very quickly. Congratulations to everyone on graduating. Alexia left, running very fast. She called out loudly, "Jake!" Alexia looked up and questioned, "Jake, why didn't you come to the graduation ceremony? I heard you didn't attend middle school, right? This is your graduation gift." But unexpectedly, a gust of wind blew the paper in her hand away. It unfortunately fell right into the water. Alexia panicked and shouted, "It's wet!" "No!" From the side of the boat, Jake wasn't angry at her. On the contrary, he waved, "It's okay, Senior Alexia. I'm off to earn money. We'll meet again in 3 months. Take care of yourself during that time." Alexia angrily threw the bouquet in her hand to the ground, scolding furiously, You idiot. Don't force a smile because you can't cry anymore. Get angry. Back to the present, she thought to herself while observing the once frail person charging into battle against monsters. The foolish Jake of the past. When did he become so strong? Alexia never expected this day to come. On that kind face, unexpectedly, an excited smile appeared, making her wonder, "Are you enjoying this?" Jake frantically slashed at the giant, sending blood spraying. It swung its fist as if it had lost its mind, but Jake quickly parried the dangerous blow. The force of the punch knocked him down below. Because of that, Jake let out a cry of pain. The giant swiftly raised its hand, dealing him another blow. Fortunately, stone projectiles from the cavalry suddenly fired to support him. They continuously fired stones at the giant on the command, "Fire! Reload! Fire continuously!" El Tora was in a safe position and began to chant. "O Asranis, protector of all life, in your name, guardian of balance, I pray for the strength to tear apart the heart of chaos before me. O Lord, by the ancient covenant, please hear my call and bestow great power. Seal the enemy before me." A strange hand appeared in midair. In another location, something similar appeared. The strange hands wrapped around and bound him tightly. El Tora took a breath. Divine breath, light of the sky, O horn of Eldranis, pierce that enemy. As soon as he finished, another hand appeared, holding a weapon. Thrust straight at the giant, leaving it helpless and unable to escape. El Tora signaled to Jake, "Right now." He finally snapped back to reality and replied, "Yes." Then he quickly perked up, gripping the sword in his hand tightly. He leaped up high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But due to a slip-up, he was caught by its hand and squeezed hard. Alexia exclaimed in panic, "Jake!" She rushed to assist, delivering a slash that severed the giant's hand. He looked at her excitedly and called, "Senior Alexia." She scolded him affectionately, "You idiot Jake, don't stop, hurry up and advance." Jake quickly regained his combat focus. He immediately followed, "Yes, ma'am." The powerful technique, he took down the giant. El Tora was quite astonished by his strength, standing there with his eyes wide and mouth agape. However, things didn't end there. Many other giants began to gather on the same side. They wreaked havoc with screams echoing everywhere. Jake was beaten to a pulp, and without exception he cried out in pain. As for Alexia, she was thrown so hard she tumbled to the ground. Turning to Jake, she saw him being continuously attacked, with no way out. Only El Tora was still intact, and he began to chant, "Eldranis, destroy them!" But before he could accomplish anything, he was ultimately overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Meanwhile, on Jake's side, his body was slammed hard against the sturdy castle wall. He struggled to push himself up, then looked up at the giants approaching. Just as they were noticing and craving him. Bloodshot, bloodthirsty eyes and sharp teeth. He remembered what El Tora once said, "They usually travel in packs, unlike dragons." He helplessly muttered to himself, "I could handle one or two, but how can I win against this?" At this moment, Bruo furiously shouted right in their faces, "You monsters!" He launched an attack. "Get out of our land!" Seeing this, Jake anxiously called out, "Sir Canadan!" But before he could do anything, the old man was snatched up in their hands. Squeezing force grew stronger, affecting his internal organs, and Bruo screamed in pain. But then he suddenly went silent. The giant's goal was to shove him into its mouth. Hakepanikt, no. Everywhere in the castle it was extremely chaotic. At the same time, someone else's technique saved him from its foul mouth. Jake gaped in surprise, still not understanding what was happening. It turned out to be the kingdom's aerial army arriving to provide aid. And the one leading them was Cadentia. "Sir Cadentia!" Jake cheered happily. The cavalry shouted, "The Imperial court army is here. Reinforcements have arrived. We're saved." Cadentia gave a sharp look and ordered, "Fire!" The soldiers gradually regained their morale, shouting in unison, "Hellfire destruction!" Their destructive power was aimed straight at the giant. Some cavalry also combined their attacks using swords, dove straight down from the airships, landing right next to the giant's position. They used piercing attacks to take down the target. A deafening explosion occurred immediately after. Dust and smoke flew everywhere. The enemy had only physical bodies but lacked intelligence, so they were beaten to a pulp by the people in the city. Combined with the Hellfire destruction technique, they couldn't counterattack, only screaming in pain. Jake witnessed this seamless coordination, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the Holy Imperial Court?" On True Gold Dragon's side, she praised, "Well, it seems things are temporarily over. Jake is definitely no longer C rank. He's developing too abnormally. I really don't understand. Contrary to the true gold dragon's reaction, Dios smiled slyly. How interesting. What is this feeling? My heart feels like it's burning. My fighting instinct is awakening when I look at Jake. I really want to try fighting him once. At this moment, the last giant was finally defeated. The cavalry cheered happily. Finally, it's all cleaned up. Ensuring there wasn't a single giant left in the kingdom, the airships suddenly stopped. Densha stepped down from above with great dignity. He ordered, "There might still be enemies on the other side of the mountain. Send a squadron to search thoroughly. The rest of you, assist in disposing of the giants' corpses." He heard Bruo approaching. "Zodiac Knight, thank you for coming." He shook hands and introduced himself. "I am Canadan Holyoke. Our family did our best to hold out until reinforcements arrived." Then Cadentia's gaze shifted elsewhere. Jake was standing alone. He asked curiously, "Besides the Holyoke family, I heard another family participated in the battle? How was that person's performance?" This question took him by surprise. He recalled how grand Jake's appearance had been. But then he replied indifferently, "How could a C rank possibly fight a G rank? He's just a nuisance. That family is already wiped out, don't bother. Would you like to meet my daughter?" Cadentia gave a cold, indifferent smile. "Is that so? Because the only thing he cared about was Jake." Bruo added, "Yes, this is not just the opinion of a father, but also the thought of a warrior. Jake didn't care at all about what they were saying about him. He was currently standing in the middle of the ruins, looking at a face identical to his own lying on the ground. It seemed this person had sacrificed himself in the battle. Bruo's subordinate came to report, "The Lord wishes to invite the Zodiac Knight to the victory banquet." He smiled and agreed amicably. "Of course, that is my honor. Then let's go." The two quickly left the ruins after the battle, leaving a tragic scene behind them. That night, a grand festival was held in Zoric. Brilliant lanterns were hung all over the streets. Every eatery in the city was packed with people celebrating. As if to dispel their fear, everyone laughed, drank, and shared in the joy. At the same time, in another location, the combat team was still examining the disaster caused by the giants. Seeing it with their own eyes, the scale of destruction was far greater than imagined. Lord praised, "Facing an opponent like this? You are truly amazing," Bruo humbly replied. Suddenly, the Lord noticed a difference on the monster's corpse. He pointed to the cross-shaped slash. "This mark doesn't look like it was made by your sword. Was it Alexia's?" The Lord laughed loudly. "Alexia joined the fight too? Impressive. It seems she has surpassed you." Cadentia, standing nearby, interjected, "I don't think so." The Lord quickly said, "Even if you are the Zodiac Knight, it's hard to believe a teenager could fight a giant." Cadentia put on a face as if he understood the whole truth. He analyzed, "With the twin swords of the Canadan lady, it's hard to create such a delicate and sharp slash. Lord Canadan is also a swordsman. Surely you understand that well." Bruo looked at him with admiring eyes, as if he wanted to collapse right on the spot. The Lord was curious. "Then besides Holyoke, who else in Zurich could face a giant?" Bruo interrupted. "Hollybix is only F rank. They can't even fight a slime in the forest, let alone a giant." He heard this and just smiled meaningfully. He hinted, "Sometimes the gods also play ironic jokes." He is a very witty person, after all. This only made Bruo feel even more furious. At the festival, everyone was buzzing about their achievements in the battle. The true gold dragon slammed her wine glass onto the table decisively. Because she was a bit tipsy, she started scolding. "I told you to go get the reward. Why didn't you take it, Jake?" Jake smiled lightly and replied, "No need. Stopping them is enough for me." But she still scolded, "You idiot, you usually calculate every penny, right? You should have demanded 30 gold coins." Jake thought, "I'm really fine besides. If I stand out too much, Lord Deuce will get into trouble. This part sounds a bit suspicious, brothers. I'm really happy that you two have returned. I was worried I would lose someone else like Mr. Alex." Deuce was busy eating and didn't know what to say. He pondered and said, "From now on, I'll let you know where I'm going." Jake was overjoyed, while the true gold dragon felt awkward. At this moment, Alexia suddenly appeared. "Who are you really? Are you the Jake I know? Even though you're underestimated, today you were truly a hero." Jake shyly greeted his senior. Deuce asked annoyedly, "Why are you here? Aren't you always following the Lord?" This question hit home. "I just wanted to see if Jake was okay. Am I not allowed to come?" Jake stepped in to mediate, inviting her to sit. She was indignant that Jake had to work right after fighting. Alexia was surprised to learn that Jake was treated with high-level healing magic from Mr. Jungium. Deuce snapped, "Stop being so surprised. We're not an ordinary party. Just look at the dragon scale equipment. But that's Jake. She emphasized what she was wondering about. Deuce asked back, so what about Jake? Does he have to be an F-rank hero forever? This question made her uncomfortable. I just argued with my father about that, so don't talk about it anymore. She sat down, making Deuce grimace. She was honest. Because you took down a G-rank giant, my father wants to train you properly, but he won't listen to me. Jake smiled warmly. Miss Alexia, really, why talk about things like that? You must always be number one. The sentence made her cheeks flush with shyness. She slammed the table. Shut up. It's not because of you. Don't get cocky. I helped out too. Alexia crossed her arms. I will prove to my father that Jake and I can complete G-rank missions. She continued to nag. You just need to listen to me, understand? Jake agreed to keep the peace. The true gold dragon remarked. Still not being honest with yourself. Youth is truly interesting. Alexia shouted, denying that she was clinging to Jake. The true gold dragon laughed, saying she was just joking because she was drunk. Suddenly, a call caught Jake's attention. It was Mrs. Zero. My grandson still hasn't returned. What happened, Jake? Hearing the question, he suddenly remembered the heartbreaking image he had seen earlier. It turned out that the person who sacrificed himself was her grandson. He bowed his head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Mrs. Zero, when I found him, it was too late. Mrs. Zero couldn't believe this cruel truth. She cried and blamed him. Why were you there and he still died? You're a hero, aren't you? He didn't object, taking all the blame. It's my fault. I wasn't capable enough. She lost her composure and pointed at Jake's face. You bastard. You left my grandson to die, so you could be here laughing and selling noodles? Everyone is injured, and you're perfectly fine. You must have been hiding. I was so stupid to trust someone from a bottom-tier family like you. It's all your fault. Alexia intended to speak up to clear Jake's name, saying that he was the one who took down the monsters. But Jake stopped her, not wanting her to continue. He accepted the blame. That's right, ma'am. It's all my fault.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Zero cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face endlessly. Then she turned and walked away. I don't want to see your face again. Don't call yourself a hero anymore. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. A laugh suddenly rang out, dispelling the stifling air. Cadentia walked towards him. Jake asked, Lord Cadentia, why are you here? He said sitting with the old men was boring. Deuce mocked him. Cadentia asked about the curly-haired gentleman. Deuce replied bluntly that he was dead. Jake went into the kitchen and offered to treat Cadentia to a bowl of noodles to get acquainted. Cadentia asked pointedly, Jake, are you really satisfied with the present? Someone who did nothing is favored by the Lord, while someone as deserving as you is sitting here. Are you really content when your credit is stolen by others? You were the one who single-handedly took down a G-rank monster, saving half the people here. He glanced at Alexia mockingly. Even those A-rank families putting on a show owe you their lives. Jake shyly explained that everyone had helped him a lot. Cadentia was frustrated because he couldn't accept it for Jake. Are you really okay with that? The Lord won't accept the fact that they owe their lives to an F-rank family like yours. That's why they didn't invite you. If you had a high rank, they would have rushed to curry favor with you. This world is like that. Background is sometimes more important than actual ability. Cadentia couldn't accept Jake being treated so unfairly. Jake remained steadfast. Thank you for your advice, but my answer hasn't changed. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside after hearing that. Cadentia told Deuce to think carefully, because he could give Jake more than just money. Deuce, while eating, replied, only when you reach D rank. Cadentia got jealous and couldn't stand it anymore, so he left on his own. Ability is something that cannot be hidden forever. There will come a time when you can no longer endure this injustice. Deuce continued slurping his noodles naturally. He chewed while looking at Jake and asked a meaningful question. Why do you want to be a hero? Jake was bewildered, not understanding what he meant. What do you mean by that? Jake replied with a forced smile, saying he was from the Hollybix family. Deuce mocked the fact that F-rank families were looked down upon, having neither honor nor money. He asked further, then why do you still want to do it? For your ancestors or for the family dream? The true gold dragon silently observed their conversation. Jake sighed and replied, I think everything in the world is obtained thanks to the sacrifice of heroes. People can safely laugh and talk under a peaceful night sky like this. Is thanks to the sacrifice of countless heroes in the past and even today. Jake looked up at the night sky and smiled contentedly. If my sacrifice helps make the world a better place, then that is truly meaningful. Deuce teased. Never fall? The Demon King would probably knock you down in one hit. Jake smiled and replied, if I were the last hero before the Demon King, I would absolutely not fall. Deuce suddenly turned serious, cutting him off with a hypothetical question. If the Demon King appeared, would you dare to fight even if you knew for sure you would die for this world? Jake calmly smiled and replied, yes, I would not hesitate. I would definitely fight to the end. Deuce was silent. I don't understand what this world has done for you. What about your siblings? Jake said happily, my siblings are also heroes. They will understand me. They will be proud that their brother had the most glorious death of a hero. The true gold dragon and Alexia were stunned, unable to say a word. Deuce raised an eyebrow. I really can't understand you, not even a little bit. He continued talking about the people he had met, none of whom were like a true hero. All right, I admit it. The last hero in my imagination is someone like you. Jake was slightly shaken by that unexpected admission. Someone with faith so stupid it's insane, that even the Demon King couldn't defeat. Those who have everything crave more, while those who have nothing like you crave to give. It's fine to go. Deuce told Jake that if he wanted, he could follow Cadentia to the Imperial Palace, and he would cancel the contract. I will set you free if you want to leave, just go. Jake was a bit stunned by Deuce's offer. However, he quickly looked at him with a firm gaze. No, please keep me. You must keep me. He pleaded. I beg you, please never throw me away. Since Lord Deuce appeared, I finally feel like the main character in my own life. So, please don't send me anywhere. Deuce was stunned and then aggressively slammed his chopsticks on the table. He shouted his agreement but told Jake not to complain later. The whole group laughed happily again. Deuce didn't object but nodded in agreement. He looked at Jake. Someday when you are stronger, let's have a match. Jake panicked and refused because he didn't dare to fight Lord Deuce. Deuce laughed and said he would go easy on him, he wouldn't treat him badly. The true gold dragon looked at him with complex feelings. The battle with the giants closed, but it was just the beginning of major upheavals later on. Next morning at the Demon Palace, Mondonio asked Jake about his identity. Jake respectfully replied, yes, that's right, my lord. Mondonio said he called him early because there was work. Jake was somewhat nervous. He praised Jake's contribution in yesterday's battle according to the investigator. Jake awkwardly replied that he was just fulfilling the duty of a Zoric hero. Mondonio laughed satisfyingly at his answer. He assigned the task of exterminating a lich that appeared in Phobesby village to the northwest. Jake was stunned because that was the territory of the giants and a lich was a high-level monster. He was worried because he was only a C-rank hero, not strong enough to face it. Mondonio mocked that if Jake could take down a giant, then only he could do this task. He frowned coldly and asked if the investigator had lied. Jake was startled and hurriedly denied that idea. Mondonio threw a bag of reward money and told him to prepare to leave immediately. Canadan stood nearby and shouted at him to quickly show gratitude to the Lord. Jake felt proud to be trusted by the Lord with the assignment. He happily promised to exterminate the lich so as not to betray the trust. Jake hurried outside, secretly happy that his family had been recognized. Father, the Lord has finally recognized our Hollybix family. In the hall, Mondonio clearly showed his annoyance after Jake left. He didn't want the world to know that Zoric was saved by a low-rank kid. Canadan was also worried that the family's reputation would be affected if this news leaked. He feared other families would eye and look down on this city. This matter needed to be handled thoroughly and discreetly. Mondonio revealed that the thing in Phobesby was actually an extremely dangerous archlich. If Jake was truly as strong as the rumor said, he would certainly survive. He smiled sinisterly, intending to suppress Jake's rank even if he achieved merit. Canadan and Mondonio plotted to push all the credit to Alexia to protect their reputation. He coldly hoped Jake would disappear in this mission to be done with it. A peaceful, unchanging world was exactly what he wanted. To him, those 5 gold coins were like funeral money for an F-rank family. The next day, Deuce and Jake's group quickly set off on the mission. Deuce sprawled on the carriage, complaining that the Lord was too stingy for only giving 5 gold coins. The true gold dragon mocked Dios for paying Jack just as poorly. Jack continued riding ahead, leading the way in high spirits. He told himself he would definitely complete this mission well. Dios asked if Jack's younger siblings had arrived at the Imperial Palace yet. Jack happily replied they were on a study trip and were very excited to see the city. He introduced his 2 siblings as Sydney and Regine. The true gold dragon teased Dios again. Jack said they both considered Dios their benefactor and would try to help him later. Dios told him not to drag him into it, while the true gold dragon remarked he still had a shred of conscience. Dios hoped they would become better heroes to repay the favor of being raised. Jack smiled, understanding the meaning, and continued the journey in silence. The whole team moved forward together on the long road. Afterward, Dios wondered aloud, asking Jack how he defined a hero. Jack intended to answer by the textbook, but Dios interrupted him immediately. He wanted to hear his own definition, the one he truly believed in. Jack was startled and turned to look at Dios for a long moment. Then he silently turned back to his original position to think. He spoke up, "I think it's limitless courage. A hero brings hope to everyone even when facing terrifying monsters. As long as the hero stands firm, everyone will have more motivation to try. I believe humans can overcome everything if they join forces." Dios summarized his point and then mocked the wordiness of it. He asked why there was a need to divide ranks and look down on each other if willpower was enough. Jack honestly replied that because the Demon King was very strong, it was necessary to choose people with superior abilities. Dios listed a series of strict standards from education to bloodline in this world. He pondered for a moment before continuing the conversation. "I used to think heroes were the chosen ones, always wrapped in divine light. A destiny that could be recognized immediately, but it really is ridiculous." The true gold dragon silently observed him without saying a word. Jack said he didn't meet any of the conditions for everyone's hero standards. He mocked himself for being a pathetic failure in the eyes of society. Dios thought to himself that that was exactly why he chose him as a companion. And me too. The one who was beheaded for 10,000 years, leading this bunch of idiots. I must be the greatest loser. At this moment, the true gold dragon suddenly called Dios to ask something. She asked how he felt about the new servant accompanying them. Dios looked over at El Tora sitting next to Jack and replied nonchalantly. He said the guy came looking for a job himself, so he just hired him. She smirked and commented. She suddenly moved close to his side, whispering a warning into his ear. "Be careful with him." Dios raised an eyebrow, asking if she knew anything about his background. She looked at El Tora's back and said she had a guess but couldn't say it yet. Suddenly, Dios laughed loudly, leaving her feeling very confused. He asserted that to him, everything was just a game. There was nothing to fear or be careful about. She clicked her tongue, saying it was up to him. She had fulfilled her duty to warn him. Dios said with amusement that he was enjoying this arbitrariness as much as possible. Everyone quickly moved forward, ending the conversation there. The sky gradually turned dark, and the team decided to stop and rest for the night. Jack took charge of the cooking, preparing a hearty dinner for the group. The whole group had a full evening with delicious, irresistible food. Dios and the lady rested, while the other two dragged each other out to practice sword fighting. Jack practiced very seriously, sweat pouring down under the moonlight. All those efforts were silently observed by Dios. Late at night, all three were exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Only El Tora was still awake. He stood on a distant rock, observing. His gaze looked into the mysterious, empty void. Then he silently jumped down and disappeared into the darkness. The next morning, El Tora brought back a wild boar, making the whole group excited to have more meat. After resting, the team continued their journey to carry out the assigned mission. The carriage rattled as it rolled toward the distant mountains. The sky turned dark again, and the four gathered together to eat noodles and chat happily. After the meal, the two young men continued to practice sword fighting enthusiastically. The journey over the following days proceeded in a similar way. They kept traveling, resting, and then continuing on their way when dawn arrived. Every evening, they enjoyed hot bowls of noodles together to regain their strength. Discovering a clean, natural bath, the group excitedly invited each other to soak in it. They had moments of extremely comfortable relaxation after a series of hard days. After a pleasant day, they quickly fell asleep on the old carriage. Sleep came quickly after a long, tiring day of travel. The next morning, the journey continued under the morning sun. Time passed quickly from morning until late at night. Finally, a majestic mountain range appeared right before their eyes. Jack excitedly shouted, "That's the Horsebeard Mountain Range." He explained that on the other side was the land of giants, so humans could not live there. El Tora excitedly pointed toward the distant wall and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, that is the legendary Wall of Sin." Jack's eyes went wide and his mouth dropped, marveling at seeing it with his own eyes for the first time. He recalled knowledge from books about the defensive line that stopped the giants 500 years ago. They say the bodies of the fallen heroes were piled higher than this wall. He did not expect to have the chance to see this heroic historical monument. El Tora said that just by going around the mountain for another 2 days, they would reach Phobesby village. Jack gently replied yes and urged the horse forward. Upon entering the village, everything around was dark and gloomily terrifying. Jack was bewildered. "It seems we've arrived at the right place. Is this Phobesby village?" The village was now just a pile of ruins. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and an atmosphere of death enveloped the space. Dios, from behind, suddenly spoke up and ordered Jack. "Jack, hurry up and go catch that lich." Jack awkwardly pointed at himself. "Huh? I'm going alone." He trembled, holding his face, saying he was very scared, but he still had to enter the village. He drew his sword vigilantly, looking at the corpses lying scattered in every corner. Jack held his breath because of the pungent stench, thinking to himself that everyone had been dead for a long time. He searched for the tomb area, hoping to catch the lich soon and leave this place. Jack slowly advanced deep into the village full of deathly air. Suddenly, a pitch-black tower appeared, making him freeze in shock. He reassured himself that he had fought dragons and giants, so he had to stay alert. Then he gathered all his courage and stepped inside the dark tower. He politely said softly, "Excuse me, I'm coming in." As soon as he entered, he saw countless corpses hanging from the ceiling. Jack panicked at the horrific scene that far exceeded his imagination. So many hanging corpses. What the hell is going on? A low voice rang out, demanding alms to get into heaven. Jack turned back and saw a strange figure rambling about demanding 7 silver coins. That person was covered in blood, threatening to send him to the other side if he didn't give money. Jack was stunned but still gently replied that he had no money. He even reminded the old man to leave because there was a very dangerous lich here. The hidden-faced man slightly frowned when hearing the name lich mentioned. He asked in a deep, muffled voice, "Young man, why did you come here looking for the lich?" Jack innocently smiled and replied, "Of course, to destroy it. I'm a hero." Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a shocking light. He asked rapidly, "A hero? Could it be that you are a blood warrior?" Jack smiled awkwardly, saying he wasn't exactly pure-blooded. Hearing that, he laughed loudly with satisfaction. Finally, the prey has fallen into the trap. He declared he needed his blood to open the gate to the underworld, then unleashed a purple aura to attack. Jack agilely used his shield to block the attack and realized he was the lich. He hurriedly counterattacked with an extremely powerful fireball. But when the fire just touched him, he disappeared without a trace. Jack was bewildered. He disappeared? Suddenly, he appeared right above his head and mocked his technique as just a petty trick. Not letting Jack prepare, he unleashed a powerful dark strike. Jack agilely dodged and used his shield to both defend and attack. He gritted his teeth, telling himself to be careful because he was too formidable. The lich flickered in and out of sight, making it impossible for Jack to focus his attacks. He laughed maliciously, saying he would never keep up with his teleportation technique. He shouted, ordering him to die, then created many clones to surround him. Jack struggled to dodge, starting to run out of steam against the dangerous attacks. He closed his eyes, trying to feel, remembering El Tora's advice during training. Stay alert. Open your eyes and observe his smallest movements. Jack concentrated intensely to find the lich's true form. Finally, he saw an opening and joyfully rushed to attack. His sharp gaze locked onto the target in front of him. However, he still managed to dodge and mocked his efforts. Jack smirked. It turned out the previous dagger was just a feint to make him reveal himself. He jumped in to close the distance, locking both sides so he had no way to escape. Then he used his ultimate technique, Light Control Form 6, Demon King Pierce. A fatal slash aimed straight at the lich. He was shocked and couldn't react in time to Jack's speed. His body was slashed into pieces, and black blood gushed out profusely. Jack was thrown far away, lying flat on the ground, panting from exhaustion. He shuddered at the terrible stench emanating from the sword and his corpse. Seeing him lying motionless, Jack joyfully shouted because he had destroyed the lich. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang out from behind, and dry skeletons began to move. Jack's face went pale when he saw the lich struggling to sit up. His body reconnected miraculously, and he looked at him with a chilling smile. He whispered about collecting his organs and his precious blood warrior blood. Jack was so terrified he couldn't utter a word at this bizarre scene. He went crazy, demanding to offer his blood to resurrect the great Lord Sadimus. A drop of blood from Jack's forehead fell to the ground, activating tangled blood threads. They quickly spread and connected every corner of the tower. The blood threads moved toward the old coffin, which was emitting hair-raising sounds. A voice from inside the coffin rang out greedily, "More! Give me more!" Jack trembled and backed away, realizing he was facing a terrifying ancient entity. The whole tower shook violently as if welcoming the return of a demon. The real battle had now officially begun. Those threads seemed to understand his voice, moving closer and closer. Those living corpses were like they had just been switched on. Following the direction his finger pointed at him, they obeyed, rushing to grab him. They had lost control, moving toward him like a tasty prey. They crowded together to pounce on him. Zombies roared, muscles expanding, revealing blood vessels, their growth speed so fast it tore their clothes. They rushed in droves toward Jack. Their eyes were like ghostly flames piercing the night. They landed and growled. An arm emerged from the ground, Then appeared more zombies from the ground. When they had gathered fully, they looked at him with greedy eyes. Jack, with his body full of wounds, looked at them with a horrified expression. Without hesitating, they rushed in droves like a pack of beasts hunting weak prey. He tried his best to fight back, a long sword stroke slashing across a zombie. Jack had to use his shield to defend because there were too many, rushing in wave after wave. They together forcefully grabbed his Doomsluan. Doomsluan was snatched away by them. Jack shouted helplessly. Losing the shield, he didn't have time to hesitate. Jack immediately used Doomsluan to split a zombie's body in half. He was shocked to see it could still grab Doomsluan even though its body was split in half. It seems like it had fallen in love with Doomslain, hurriedly snatched it from Jack's hand and ran away, leaving him stranded among the remaining zombies. Just when he had no weapons left, Jack was immediately surrounded by the zombies and his body was grabbed tightly. Jack was bitten on the arm by one. Just as his first drop of blood fell, the blood vessels began to spread. The coffin emitted red light along with a demonic roar. The zombies began to transform from gray to blood red, growing horns and sharp fangs. Sharp scales grew on their backs. They had been upgraded into true demons. Jack panted, astonished, muttering, "Do they level up every time I bleed? I can't lose any more blood." A demonic face with glowing eyes and sharp fangs was roaring in threat. Once again, they crazily rushed toward him. Jack suddenly saw a robot arm sticking out from his armor, firing a red beam of light toward the demons. The red beam swept across, blowing half of them away. But there were too many. That attack didn't make a dent. He screamed in despair as the demons pounced on him. The demons piled on top of each other, fighting over the small prey that was Jack. Even so, he tried his best to escape. Once again, Jack's blood drops fell. The dark red blood vessels gradually spread, crawling zigzag toward the coffin. Suddenly, a crimson pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The coffin lid exploded with a terrifying sound. The whole area was submerged in blood red. Witnessing that bizarre scene, he couldn't help but shudder in horror. Something caught Jack's attention. He wondered why the demons that were tearing him apart just moments ago were now kneeling respectfully before the coffin. Jack looked around and saw the cloaked figure raising a skull high. He shouted, "A resurrection incantation. Our king, lord of the liches, I offer my loyalty. Please resurrect." Hearing that, he looked toward the coffin in panic. Jack saw Sadimus had awakened and stood up from inside. He appeared with silver hair, a gaunt body wrapped in chains, radiating a terrifying crimson killing intent. Sadimus opened his eyes, speaking in a chilling voice. "I, Sadimus, from now on all living things shall kneel before me. World, tremble. True evil has arrived." The last sentence of his made him instinctively remember something. Sadimus suddenly noticed Jack looking up at him without any fear. He asked, "Your expression is strange. Are you not afraid of me?" He hesitated. "Can I be honest?" Jack replied calmly, "I'm not afraid. You claim to be true evil, but in reality, it's a bit." Sadimus interrupted, shouting angrily, "I am the king of liches. Anyone alive must tremble before me. Why are you not?" Even he wondered, why indeed? Suddenly, the image of Dios appeared in his mind. Jack instinctively smiled and muttered, "Why am I thinking of that person right now?" Feeling insulted, Sadimus's eyes turned bright red. He yelled, "You dare laugh in front of me? Tired of living?" Arriving with El Tora and Gold Dragon, Dios kicked the door open irritably. "Do I really have to deal with just one lich? Finish it quickly so we can go. I'm starving." He heard a familiar voice and turned back, happily calling out, "Lord Dios!" Dios looked at the pile of dry firewood, gasping in the coffin with confusion. He let out a mockery. "What is this? Who is this withered old man who looks like he's been rotting for 10,000 years? Just having awakened and already being insulted so badly." He gritted his teeth in anger. Sadimus shook with rage. He looked with indignation and threat. "Dare to speak such rude words to me?" Sadimus immediately ordered, "Oh, you dead ones, kill them now. Give them the most tragic end." Seeing the crimson demons rushing over, Dios didn't even bother looking at them. He just let out a bored yawn. After that, Dios just swiped his hand once, turning them all into dust. Jack gaped in admiration. Starting to feel uneasy, Sadimus asked curiously, "Defeated all my magic-filled minions with one hand? Who are you?" He didn't answer but asked back, "And who are you?" He said arrogantly, "I am Sadimus, the strongest in the 3 realms. If the Zodiac Knights hadn't sealed my heart, this world would already be mine." Dios looked, the look of contempt, mocking, Rule the world? You intend to do what even the Demon King couldn't. Sadimus still didn't realize the danger. He still boasted, my magic power far exceeds the Demon King's. If I obtain true power, no one can stop me. He smiled weirdly and offered, interesting, I'll remove the seal for you to try. But if you fail, you must do as I say. Deal? He laughed scornfully. Even I couldn't remove the seal, let alone you. In the blink of an eye, Dios crushed that impenetrable seal. Sadimus stared blankly at the seal removed so simply. Seeing his reckless action, she was annoyed. That idiot is causing trouble again. Dios crashed. The chains, his eyes cold and challenging. Come on, try it. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, confusing him. With a loud explosion, red energy erupted, blowing Dios away in surprise. Scene change. 3 others were astonished by Sadimus's terrifying power after being unsealed. A red vortex covered him along with chilling laughter. Stepping out of the vortex, Sadimus looked much younger. A new Demon King has descended. All living things, kneel before me. Sadimus pointed at Dios. I don't know how you did it, but thank you, ruler of death. He gritted out. I, Sadimus, command you, die. After the command, nothing happened. Both stared at each other like a farce. He wondered, hey, what are you doing? Sadimus awkwardly tapped his fingers. Huh, why didn't it work? Too embarrassed, he grumpily chanted another spell. Oh darkness, give me power. Everything turns to dust. Soul-destroying melody. Before Sadimus could act, he took a full punch to the face from him that broke his teeth. The punch was so strong it sent him flying out of the coffin, slamming into the wall behind. Sadimus held his face but didn't forget to boast. I, the great Sadimus. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a fear never seen before. Dios rushed over, adding another punch to Sadimus's face. Sadimus had lived for 1,000 years, but only now realized one thing. That is, even if you are a corpse, getting hit still hurts. After teaching him a lesson, he excitedly asked, are you done yet? Sadimus, face bruised, whimpered, yes. The 3 behind looked at him and smiled awkwardly. Sadimus asked curiously, who exactly are you? Dios replied indifferently, no need to know, just call me Lord Dios. He held his hand out, dark magic surrounding his arm. He looked with confusion. Dios created a dark contract. Party A is Dios, Party B is Sadimus. 1. Party B is Party A's subordinate. 2. Absolute obedience. 3. Contract is indefinite. 4. Assets are divided by Party A. 5. No objections. Sadimus wondered, what is this? He repeated, I already said, if you can't rule the world, you have to listen to me. The shop is short on staff. Sign it. He looked up to read the terms. After a moment, Sadimus placed his hand to sign, complaining, this contract is so unfair. Dios replied nonchalantly, I know. Scene change. After signing, the group left the dungeon, traveling by carriage. He tilted his head back. Their relaxation made Sadimus think. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sky after 1,000 years of being sealed. Before his eyes was a vast landscape with mountain ranges stretching to the horizon. Sadimus spoke. I was once a grand mage fighting alongside the last hero against the Demon King. Jack was surprised. You were a companion of that person? He replied calmly. That's right. He asked curiously. But how? Sadimus recounted with a painful voice. Scene shifts to the past. In that battle, I was cursed, hit by the killing intent of the lazy demon duke, causing my flesh to slowly rot. He said that after the Great War ended, the last hero passed away, only he was lucky enough to survive. Sadimus continued. At that time I thought I was really lucky. I was once happy in victory, hailed as a hero. But when night fell, the pain from the curse tormented my body. No one could break the demon duke's curse. In pain, I slowly turned into a monster and had to resort to forbidden magic. Present, Jack panicked. Dark magic. Sadimus replied nonchalantly. Yes, I made a pact with darkness for immortality. But then the Holy Temple discovered it. The Zodiac Knights raided and sealed me in the ancient tomb in this remote village. Chained in the coffin, he always felt himself to be an unclean object not allowed to exist. He laughed mockingly. It's only right. A companion of the last hero teaming up with darkness. How could I let the world know? Hearing that, Jack sympathized. What a sad story. He was surprised. A sad story? Jack sighed pitifully. Yes, because you aren't in the hero books. You saved the world but were cursed and forgotten in a dark graveyard. He wondered, Isn't that the hero's destiny? If only I had sacrificed myself then, at least I would be recorded in history. Sadimus replied bitterly. In war, survivors often don't have a good ending. He suddenly asked, by the way, Jack, you're the 5th generation. Surely you've never thought about the life of the 4th generation like me, right? He pondered for a moment. Seeing Jack didn't answer, Sadimus didn't ask any further. Returning to the old place, he was surprised. 1,000 years ago I passed through here to get to Forbesby village. It's strange that the scenery hasn't changed at all. Dios heard that and wondered, huh? 1,000 years and everything is still the same. Sadimus replied, that's right. I remember clearly because that was the last scene I saw before being locked away. Past. The people escorting the coffin were wrapped in heavy chains. Inside, a pair of red eyes filled with tears quietly opened. He once thought the scenery out there was truly beautiful, but unfortunately that was probably the last time he would see the light. Present, he wondered. Could it be that it has looked like this since the 600th century? Gold Dragon said, so what? If it doesn't need to change, just keep it as is. Everything just operates according to the sequence in a perfect system. A world that never changes. No matter how much you struggle, it's meaningless. Everything is fate. Dios fell into deep thought, his eyes looking far away. He yawned. Long one. Anyway, this world is truly twisted, she replied. You say twisted again. I think it's still normal. Both turned back when they heard Dios call. Hey employee, you're a mage, so you must know many types of magic, right? From now on, teach Jack. He reminded him seriously. Jack, study properly, because sooner or later you'll have to fight me. Dios lay on the straw pile behind the carriage. Let's go back to Zoric. I'm starting to miss my bed. When night fell, after everyone had finished dinner, Sadimus summoned the undead for Jack to practice. He held Doomsluan ready to fight. One rushed over growling to start the match. Jack easily split the undead in half with one slash. What he didn't expect was that their bodies could regenerate very quickly. Jack was shocked to see it push the sword away and continue attacking. At this moment, he fired a white fireball. The undead, hit by the attack, was immediately incinerated. Sadimus explained, physical attacks are useless against the undead. You must use holy fire to purify them. He suggested, Jack, awaken the sacred fire and believe in the divine. Feel that infinite energy source. Sadimus cast a spell on his arm. I'll try again. While the two were diligently practicing, Dios watched leisurely. He spoke up. How is Jack? Is he okay or just too average? El Toro smiled. Very excellent. Dios found it hard to believe and asked, really? He said seriously. Yes, if it goes well, in 20 years he will bloom. He wondered, confused. What happens after blooming?
Altora Raplia. D or rank.
He confidently affirmed. D+ rank will no longer be a distant dream. Dios cast his eyes at Jack, deep in thought. He saw his seriousness and effort, muttering, D+ rank? Not bad at all. El Tora stepped out with his sword. I also have to go teach Jack swordsmanship. Gold Dragon asked worriedly. Aren't you going back to headquarters? Your family is having trouble. Dios replied nonchalantly. Forget it. Probably just another conspiracy. I intend to ignore them. She also had to give in to him, giving an example. Suppose there is no demon king, what will the demon race do? Dios looked at Gold Dragon confused. She started analyzing. War will break out in 20 years. If there is no demon king, who will confront the hero? He said, without a demon king, they won't attack. Dios explained. Further, demonic energy takes 80 years to create. Now that the core weapon is lost, what will they fight with? Gold Dragon wondered. So the Great War 20 years later won't happen? He predicted. It's very possible. She had to accept. So that's it. Gold Dragon said interestingly. That's how you bring Alex and Daros back, right? If you become the Demon King, they will return on their own. Dios joked lightly. So I just need to pretend to return? Gold Dragon snapped. Don't pretend. Just come back, you worm. Dios said arrogantly. Has my existence broken the order? She understood. For now, yes. Dios suddenly changed his mind. All right, I'll go back. Gold Dragon couldn't believe it. Really? But on one condition. He hadn't finished when she got annoyed. Scene change. At an old church, the space was gloomy and bleak. Oriden stood before the coffin that once sealed Sadimus, observing closely. Suddenly, Oriden turned back when hearing eerie laughter behind him. The leader spoke up. Another sacrificial offering leading the corpse to this ownerless coffin. Both eyes lit up, he shouted. O souls of the dead, wake up, take over this body and devour this soul. Immediately, the undead rose from the ground. They growled and rushed over. A stream of golden light suddenly flashed from behind the door, attracting the leader's attention. He hadn't even reacted. A sword shot out and sliced him in half in an instant. The sword spun in a circle and flew back to the undead below. A ray of golden light tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, all of them were sliced in half. Many were even chopped into many pieces, scattered on the ground. When the holy sword returned, he raised his muscular arm to catch it. In just an instant, all the undead were neatly dealt with by Oriden. Cardencia walked in. Seeing the holy sword and Aries, I knew you had arrived first. He stepped on the head of an undead. Voice cold, long time no see. Lord Oriden. Oriden slowly took off his hood, his face radiant like the sun. Oriden exclaimed, My good friend Oriden Panholy, Zodiac Knight of the Holy Fruit lineage. He enthusiastically ran over. Don't call me Lord Oriden, we're friends. Just call me Oriden. Cardencia blocked him, smiling faintly. We are comrades, not friends. Anyway, back to the main point. He looked around. Fast, aren't you? He replied. I didn't do it. Oriden explained. Someone got here first. Cardencia recalled. According to records, the entity sealed here is Sadimus. He recounted. He was the archmage who fought alongside the last group of heroes 1,000 years ago. But he voluntarily signed a contract with the darkness to become the Lich King. Cardencia analyzed. Sadimus isn't an ordinary lich. Unless it's a Zodiac Knight, it's hard for anyone to take him down. It's strange that someone handled him before us. Cardencia said. Lately it's all strange things. Dragons appearing, then giants attacking the city. He was surprised. Giants attacking the city? He reported. They fled the mountain range in a hurry. Oriden asked. Fled from what? Cardencia replied. Unclear. That's why I came to the Horsespin range to investigate. His gaze was serious. Lately everything is beyond reason. Images of Jack and Dios appeared, he muttered. Among them, there are them. He realized. Excitedly asked. Them? You mean the group with that guy Jack? Oriden was curious. Heard you've been eyeing a kid. The Holy Imperial Court is buzzing about it. How impressive is he that he caught your eye? He replied. I think his ability is around D rank even though he's only 17. He shouted in astonishment. What? Then you must bring him to the Holy Imperial Court immediately. Planning to hide him to enjoy him alone. A cold gaze flickered over, he said irritably. He was the one who refused. Cardencia's eyes lit up. But he will come eventually. God never uses tools arbitrarily. Cardencia turned away. Enough small talk, let's go. Investigating the giant incident won't be easy. He ran over and threw an arm around his shoulder, hugging him and shaking him hard. With Oriden of the Scorpio sign and Cardencia of the Libra sign, what is there to fear? It's been a long time since we teamed up. How exciting, Cardencia said coldly. The last time was a disastrous failure. That's why we didn't team up anymore. Why did the Holy Imperial Court send you here even though I objected? Although, he still laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. Oriden was surprised to see the airship. The Holy Imperial Court gave you your own airship? He said helplessly. Because you've already broken 3. Oriden feigned ignorance. Me. Scene change. The forest, when he and the true gold dragon had fallen asleep. Sadimus and Eltora were still diligently teaching Jack. He looked at how he created balance, muttering, That is the origin of magic. Jack was amazed. One hand was black magic, the other was white magic. He exclaimed, Magic power. Sadimus explained. Depending on whether it's attack or defense, it's divided into black and white magic. Although there are many types, their essence is the same. He added, That is the energy bestowed by God. Hearing this, Jack gradually understood the issue. Tora was amazed at his speed. Apprentice mages take a year to create a magic crystal, yet you did it immediately. Truly astonishing. He had a bad premonition, his gaze serious. It's as if something is approaching and you are being forced to prepare for it. Jack was still focused on the 2 streams of magic on his hands. Under the gentle moonlight, a quiet night passed in the forest. Deep at the bottom of the world, at the city of 1,000 black towers, Motto Eidos. Ifrit calmly opened the door and walked into the room, but his eyes suddenly panicked. In the red light, Aries and Daros appeared like ghosts returning. Ifrit trembled. You are still alive? Both their eyes were bloodshot, their faces cold and expressionless. Calmed down and asked, "What is this?" "We held a funeral thinking you were dead." Ifrit's eyes widened when he heard the demonic voice. "Now it's your turn, Ifrit. You are the final piece." Aries' eyes burned. He ordered, "Must make the volcano erupt toward the horse continent." Ifrit screamed, "Doing that will destroy everything. Both the human realm and the demon realm will be finished." Aries chuckled softly, his eyes full of desire for destruction. "That is exactly what I desire." Scene change. Everyone was still fast asleep, completely unaware of the nightmare about to strike. The space was quiet, a peaceful morning with early sunlight filtering through the leaves. Suddenly, the ground shook, trees shattered, black cracks spread, emitting a fiery red light, dyeing the entire forest in an abnormal red hue. Everyone woke up, panicked, not understanding what was happening. Dios suddenly saw a red cyclone in the sky. The ground began to shake. A giant black horn emerged. Hot blood sprayed everywhere. Fire engulfed the castle. Everything was dyed in red. The castle of the tiny creatures was swept away without resistance. The people panicked and fled, screaming in despair. The volcano erupted. Streams of lava surged violently. Pieces of molten lava glowed red, splattering everywhere like a rain of fire. Oriden and Cardencia stood frozen, horrified, looking at the chaotic scene like a living hell. The heat scorched the airship. He caught a glimpse of something in the smoke and fire, something that could not be clearly identified. Thick black smoke obscured the light. Ash fell like rain. Today was the end of the world. On this side, everyone was stunned witnessing the horrific scene. The sky dyed red by fire and ash. Lava poured out along with crazy bolts of lightning tearing through the air. The scene made Jack terrified and stutter. "How could this be?" He forced a smile, shouted, "Aries, you madman." The true gold dragon could only shake his head in resignation.